Duan Yonghao usually acted reliably, often investigating things thoroughly before making decisions. It wasn't that he was truly biased towards men, it was just the way things were in the new era. Chapter 85. After all, it's a new era. Why did Grandmaster Duan always favor Duan Yonghao? It was because Duan Yonghao was diligent and meticulous in his work, never engaging in reckless or irresponsible behavior. However, in the eyes of Duan Yongning, the eldest granddaughter of the third generation, this became a case of favoritism towards males over females. Nonetheless, when Grandmaster Duan saw Yi Jing, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This time, Duan Yonghao's performance was indeed somewhat inferior to Duan Yongning's. Dr. Pong, please continue with my treatment. Grandmaster Duan coughed weakly a few times and lay back down on the sickbed. Duan Yonghao was very adept at reading people's expressions and immediately noticed the hint of disappointment in his grandfather's eyes. However, after glancing at Yi Jing and recalling the things Yi Jing had done, he regained his confidence. As long as Yi Jing treated his grandfather later, his grandfather would surely change his view. Dr. Peng nodded and resumed the treatment. He picked up the acupuncture needles and began to insert them. But just as he inserted the first needle, Yi Jing suddenly spoke from behind. I was wondering why the old master was in so much pain earlier. You've inserted the needle incorrectly. You should advance 2 and retreat 3 first, allowing the skin and acupoints to adapt to the needle, and then insert it slowly. Hearing this, Dr. Peng frowned, but he ignored Yi Jing and continued with the second needle. This second needle is also wrong. Your intention was to unblock the meridians and acupoints, but this needle might cause the acupoints to become blocked. Yi Jing's words finally made Peng Lihua unable to hold back. What does a naive little girl like you know? My first needle was meant to deliberately stimulate the acupoints to promote blood circulation. The second needle has its own unique purpose. How could a small-town doctor like you understand? These acupuncture techniques won me a major award at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Peng Lihua frowned and turned to Duan Yongning beside him. Miss Duan, I need complete focus when performing acupuncture. A momentary lapse could lead to mistakes. Please clear the room for me. Duan Yongning was also quite furious. This was her moment to shine. So why did her younger brother have to barge in? Furthermore, he brought along a small-town doctor who just kept blabbering incessantly. If you don't understand, then don't spout nonsense here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have someone slap you. Duan Yongning glared at Yi Jing, issued a few harsh words, then turned to Duan Yonghao. Yonghao, get him out of here. She knew that the old man valued harmony among siblings and did not want his children and grandchildren to attack each other. Therefore, she only dared to speak harshly to Yi Jing, while being more measured in her words to Duan Yonghao. Duan Yonghao stubbornly retorted, Sister, how do you know that the renowned doctor I invited is wrong? I actually think that the doctor you brought, Dr. Pong, is the one who made a mistake. Duan Yongning was so angry that she laughed. Fine. You're saying that the esteemed Dr. Pong, whom I invited, is making mistakes. Do you know how highly skilled Dr. Pong is? Do you know the immense reputation he holds internationally? Do you know how much effort I put into inviting him here? While the doctor I invited is treating him properly, the person you brought is just making noise and spreading rumors. Don't you even know the basic courtesy? 叶景说道，如果彭神医的治疗是正确的，我自然不会多言。但这次的治疗方法明显有误，如果继续下去，恐怕会对段老爷子的身体造成伤害，所以我不得不出声提醒。If you continue to administer the acupuncture like this, within 5 minutes, Grandpa Duan will definitely experience chest tightness, shortness of breath, and may even face the risk of suffocation. Peng Lihua was fed up and immediately threw down the third silver needle in his hand. All right, since you claim it's that serious, you go ahead and do it. I'm leaving. I have traveled far and wide, treating countless patients, and wherever I go, I am treated as an honored guest. Wherever I go, I am respected and cherished. Why is it so complicated here at the Duan family? Can't you just let me focus on my acupuncture without interruptions? Peng Lihua pretended to get up and leave. However, he was merely putting on a show. After all, it had cost Duan Yongning a significant amount of effort to bring him here. Those payments, he's only received the deposit so far, with the balance still outstanding. How could he possibly leave now? Duan Yongning was utterly terrified. She nearly jumped out of her skin. This opportunity to treat Grandpa is crucial to determining how much family assets she will be allocated and how much control she will gain over the companies. It's a significant chance for her to seize power, and she cannot afford any mistakes. Dr. Peng,
段永宁急忙拦住彭丽华，说道：“刚才都是我们段家管理不善，还请您不要介意，我这就把无关人员请出去。”
She turned her head, her voice sharp and commanding. Hey, you, local small-town doctor, get out now. If you delay my grandfather's treatment, I'll hold you accountable. If you delay my grandfather's treatment, I will hold you accountable. Duan Yonghao was also in a panic. Grandfather, the doctor from Jianghai that I invited is truly highly skilled in medicine.
段老爷子痛苦地深吸了几口气，最终还是摆了摆手。
All right, you and your sister have always been at odds. It was my oversight to force you two to stay together. You go wait outside. As soon as Grandpa Duan spoke, his two trusted aides immediately stepped forward to escort them out. Unable to do anything, Duan Yonghao and Yi Jing were both forced out. A smug look immediately flashed across Duan Yongning's face. This silent confrontation finally saw her emerge victorious once. All right, Dr. Peng, you can proceed with the treatment now. Peng Lihua took the opportunity to resume the treatment. Outside, Duan Yonghao apologized to Yi Jing. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Yi Jing waved his hand casually. It's fine. This was a fair exchange. He only needed to wait until 6 p.m., retrieve his clues, and leave. As for whether the elder Duan could be successfully treated, that was none of his concern. However, just within 5 minutes, a chaotic and panicked commotion erupted from inside. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old master can't catch his breath. Quick, bring the ventilator. If it doesn't work, call a Western doctor to perform an endotracheal intubation. What should we do? Inside, chaos erupted, with the sound of Duan Yongning's voice trembling with tears and the crash of a vase being knocked over. It was evident how chaotic things had become inside. Duan Yonghao was also startled and quickly said, Dr. Yi, let's go in. It seems you were right after all. Earlier, Yi Jing had warned that if Peng Lihua continued with that method of acupuncture, something would definitely go wrong. Inside, everyone was in a state of panic. In addition to the two trusted aides, some second-generation family leaders, and a few first-generation elders also rushed over upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, the renowned physician Dr. Peng stood by, stunned and bewildered. What's going on? This can't be possible. How could my acupuncture cause the patient to struggle for breath? I was clearly aiming to unblock his meridians. Chapter 86. He was right. Peng Lihua was now looking at Yi Jing in horror. How could he have predicted everything so accurately? The symptoms were completely different from what was recorded in the books and even from his previous research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Yet this young man had predicted them all. Could it be that this young man's medical skills were even superior to his own? Grandfather. Duan Yonghao was nearly driven mad with shock. His grandfather was his protector, and only with his grandfather's presence could he gradually transition the power and eventually take charge of the family. If his grandfather were to pass away, the Duan family might fall apart. Not to mention the distant future, even his elder sister Duan Yongning would not let this opportunity to divide the family assets slip by. The entire Duan family's assets would undoubtedly be split up. Duan Yongning was also feeling uneasy. Grandfather, don't scare me, are you all right? She too was afraid that her grandfather might suddenly pass away. After all, her goal was to become the future head of the entire Duan family, not just a small portion of the assets in her hands. Your grandfather is fine. He's just experiencing some difficulty breathing. After Yi Jing said this, everyone felt a wave of darkness before their eyes. Just difficulty breathing? If this were to last a few more minutes, he could suffocate to death. Even the renowned physician Peng Lihua was trembling with fear, constantly counting the time in his mind. There is a limit to how long one can endure suffocation. The older one is, the shorter the time they can endure, otherwise, they might suffer brain death. We can't wait any longer, if necessary. I will perform a tracheal intubation, Peng Lihua said, but before he could finish, Yijing took out a silver needle and inserted it into the Renjong acupoint below the old man's nose. Breathe. The suffocating and struggling Duanlao Yezu suddenly took a deep breath. His previously pale face finally regained some color. After a few deep breaths, Grandmaster Duan finally regained his composure. Much better. I feel much better. What just happened? Duan Laoi was puzzled. He had been feeling quite comfortable during the treatment, experiencing a peculiar sense of well-being in his body. So, how did he suddenly find himself gasping for air? Everyone's gaze turned to Peng Lihua, but at this moment, Peng Lihua was also at a loss, unable to explain anything. Finally, Yijing spoke calmly. The suffocation was because he inserted the needle incorrectly. He should have cleared the blockage and sealed the passage, but he did the opposite. The effect of acupuncture can sometimes be reversed depending on the technique and the force applied. As he spoke, Yijing continued to administer the needles. When Peng Lihua looked over, he felt a shiver run down his spine. 9 needles of revival. How do you know the 9 needles of revival? Isn't that the secret technique of the Wang family? Are you from the Wang family? Peng Lihua felt his mind was overwhelmed. Wait, isn't the current inheritor of the Wang family the 9th generation descendant Wang Yizhou? Are you his nephew? Yijing replied calmly, No, I am Wang Yizhou's master. Peng Lihua was stunned. At such a young age, he was Wang Yizhou's master? He shuddered, suddenly thinking of a possibility. This Mr. Yijing might actually be in his 70s or 80s. He must have used some secret technique from the Wang family to appear young. After all, the Wang family has been passed down through generations, and it's possible they possess some unknown secret techniques. Or perhaps, even if Yijing is truly only in his 20s, he must possess some extraordinary qualities to be recognized as a master by the 60-year-old Wang Yizhou. Either way, it shows that Yijing in front of them is a highly skilled individual. Peng Lihua watched in awe as Yijing completed the 9 needles of revival. When the final needle was placed, the weakness and fatigue that had plagued Grandmaster Duan vanished instantly. I think I can try getting out of bed. Duan Laoi, who had been frail and confined to bed, suddenly felt rejuvenated. He sat up, stood, and took a few steps on the ground. I can really walk my body. It seems there's nothing wrong with it anymore. Previously, Duanlao Yezu had been so weak that he could barely get out of bed, but now not only could he walk, but he could also jump a few times. My body feels like it's regained its vitality. Before, I could hardly catch my breath when speaking. My voice was almost gone. But now, my voice is loud and strong, full of confidence. Duan Laoi looked at Yijing excitedly. You are truly a divine doctor. He praised Duan Yonghao. Yonghao, where did you find this divine physician? His medical skills are truly extraordinary, enough to rank among the top physicians in China. Duan Yonghao also rejoiced. Congratulations, grandfather. Congratulations. This Mr. Yi is very famous in Jianghai, having cured many terminally ill patients there. It is said that even patients with neurofibromas and liver cancer, under his treatment, were miraculously cured. If Duanlao Yezu had heard this before, he would have been skeptical. After all, modern medicine has classified some diseases as incurable, leaving patients to face certain death. However, after experiencing it himself, he realized just how extraordinary Yijing's medical skills truly were. After all, modern medicine has classified some diseases as incurable, leaving patients to await death. But after experiencing it himself, he now knew just how extraordinary Yijing's medical skills were. Duan Yongning, on the other hand, felt a complex and bitter taste in her heart. She had paid a huge price to invite one of the 3 renowned physicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Yet he was no match for this young doctor. After all, he was just a doctor from a small place like Shanghai. Why is he so outstanding? Duan Yongning simply couldn't understand. At this moment, Peng Lihua suddenly did something shocking. He knelt down. Mr. Yi, I am of the same generation as Wang Yizhou, and since he can acknowledge you as his master, I also wish to acknowledge you as my master. Is that possible? Peng Lihua's sudden act of seeking apprenticeship left everyone in the room stunned. Duan Yongning was speechless, as this only further proved that the renowned physician she had invited was far inferior to the one Duan Yonghao had brought.
杜安老爷子却深有感触，知道这位叶先生的医术绝对高超，是彭丽华远远比不上的。
Seek apprenticeship? Yi Jing smiled wryly. He had just reluctantly taken on Wang Yizhou as a disciple. He really didn't want to take on another, especially Peng Lihua. Since the treatment is complete, I will take my leave. After saying this, Yi Jing stood up and left directly. Peng Lihua remained kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. He's already left, Duan Laoyezu reminded him, and Peng Lihua sighed, finally standing up. Such a master. It seems I am destined to miss out on the opportunity to learn from him. Peng Lihua was utterly disheartened, feeling extremely disappointed. He had always thought his medical skills were quite advanced, but witnessing the return from the dead 9 needles just now made him realize there are always greater experts beyond oneself. His own skills, in comparison, were simply not worth mentioning. Seeing Yi Jing leave, Duan Yonghao quickly followed him out. It seems I am destined to have no connection with such a master, having missed the opportunity. Peng Lihua felt utterly disheartened, extremely disappointed. He had thought his medical skills were quite advanced, but after witnessing the 9 needles of revival, he realized there are always those who surpass you, and his level was simply not worth mentioning. Seeing Yi Jing leave, Duan Yonghao quickly followed him out. Chapter 87. New Clues. In the side hall, Duan Yonghao produced a USB drive. Mr. Yi, the clues about your parents are in this USB drive. Now, all other backups have been deleted, leaving only this one. Even the archives on the server have been removed due to their age, as per regulations. What you hold in your hands is the only copy left in the world. Yi Jing nodded and took the USB drive, then left. After leaving the Duan residence, Yi Jing temporarily checked into a hotel. He plugged in the USB drive and watched the video. These are my parents. The video was recorded on a busy street. It seemed to be footage from a traffic camera on the street. Due to its age, the quality of the video was somewhat unclear. But Yi Jing immediately recognized the 2 people in the video as his parents. The timestamp on the video indicated it was recorded 6 hours before their car accident. My parents came to the provincial capital before their accident, and it seems their expressions were quite serious, as if something had just happened that troubled them greatly. Yi Jing noticed on the surveillance footage that his parents entered a shop by the roadside with solemn expressions. Afterwards, they came out with even more troubled looks. Clearly, something that happened inside the shop, or some information they learned there, had put them in a difficult position. Yi Jing sensed that his parents' death might be connected to the shop, or more specifically, to the information they had learned inside. Qing Huang. I have a video here. I'll send it to you. Check out this shop for me. Soon, Qing Huang replied. Mr. Yi, this shop closed down 5 years ago. The current owner of the shop is a new person who took over, and they don't know the previous owner at all. Yi Jing nodded, understanding that it was an old lead. I want you to investigate 2 leads simultaneously. One is the maple leaf symbol, and the other is the previous owner of this shop and all the employees. I need everything clear. Qing Huang, upon receiving the order, immediately replied, All right, I'll arrange for the people from the Yi Divine Palace to handle these 2 tasks. After making the call, Yi Jing considered his next steps. He decided not to return to An City for now. Next, I need to do 2 things in the provincial capital. First, investigate this new lead. This lead is more specific, and with the previous owner's information, it should be easier to track down. This is much better than searching for the maple leaf symbol in a sea of people. Second, deal with a betrothal document from the provincial capital. Living in a hotel long-term wasn't a solution. Yijing planned to look for a villa area and rent a villa to stay in. He opened the navigation on his phone and searched for villas in the provincial capital. Compared to Shanghai, there were more villa areas here. Yijing wasn't short on money, so he chose the most expensive and scenic area and planned to ask an agent about it. As he approached the villa area, he passed through a narrow alley and heard the sounds of pursuit. Don't run. Catch them quickly. Several people were chasing from behind, while two women were running ahead. The two women were dressed in luxurious clothing, clearly not cheap, and the entire outfit likely cost hundreds of thousands. Especially the leader of the two, whose watch alone was worth over $1 million. Yijing initially didn't plan to get involved in this matter, intending to simply pass by. As the two women ran past, they glanced at Yijing. Normally, people would instinctively avoid such a scene, distancing themselves to avoid getting involved. But Yijing seemed completely unafraid, merely stepping aside. The two women didn't think much of it, as they were still being chased and needed to escape quickly. After the two women ran past, the 7 or 8 thugs behind them, wielding baseball bats, rushed forward. Move aside, kid. Even though Yijing had already stepped aside, they were still relentless, as if his presence was an insult to them. Get out of the way. Yijing said calmly, watch your mouth. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, but the other side clearly wasn't going to let him off easily. You're deliberately blocking the way, aren't you? All right, let's beat him up. The thugs, all tall and strong, split into two to deal with Yijing, while the rest planned to continue chasing the two women. However, before their baseball bats could even reach Yijing, he kicked out with a single swift move, sending both men and their bats flying. Huh. The remaining thugs' expressions changed. This guy dares to resist? Let's all take him down. The rest of them surrounded Yijing. The two women who were fleeing also stopped running and turned back to watch. Why aren't they chasing us anymore? It seems that young man is holding them back. Is this a hero saving the beauty? The two women's eyes sparkled with excitement. The leading girl, however, showed a hint of concern. But what if he gets beaten badly? Should we go back and help him? The other girl replied, no way, Mississippi. We're powerless. If we go back, we'll get caught. The leading girl hesitated. But we can't just let him get beaten for nothing, can we? We can't involve innocent people. She pulled the other girl and was about to head back. But then they saw Yijing swiftly and effortlessly knock down all the thugs with a few kicks. Wow, so powerful. Did you see that? Those kicks were amazing. The two women were thrilled to have encountered such a skilled person on the road. Thank you. Thank you. The two women approached Yijing, bowing and expressing their gratitude. Yijing glanced at them. Do you two live in this villa area? Judging by their luxurious attire, he assumed they weren't ordinary people. The two women nodded repeatedly. Yes, we were just heading out to visit our grandfather's place when we were suddenly chased. What's your name? We'd like to repay you. Yijing waved his hand. Repayment isn't necessary, but I do need your help with something. He pointed to the villa area behind him. Do you know of any villas for rent or sale here? The two women, happy to finally be able to help Yijing, thought for a moment. Let's ask in the homeowners group. The leading girl took out her phone and sent a message in the homeowners group. Then, she looked up at Yijing with a smile. All right, I've asked for you. However, the homeowners here are quite busy, so it might take until tomorrow for a reply. You'll need to wait a bit. May I ask your name? Yijing. Chapter 88. The marriage contract is you? Yijing calmly revealed his name. Excuse me, what do you do for a living? Are you a martial arts coach? The two women were particularly interested in Yijing. After all, he was handsome, tall, had excellent martial skills, and was also a chivalrous hero who had just saved them. Which girl wouldn't be moved by such a person? Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhang Qingxian, and this young lady here is my assistant as well as my cousin. Lin Yanin also smiled at Yijing, clearly showing her good impression of him. Yijing said, my job? When it came to this, he himself was momentarily stunned. Then he shook his head. I don't have a job. He truly didn't have a job. Although he owned quite a few properties, they were all managed by others. Various companies and assets were managed by Wang Fugua. The pharmacy was run by Wang Yizhou. The Yi Divine Hall was managed by Qing Huang, and the manor was looked after by Bai Shui. Yi Jing himself was more of a hands-off boss, not managing anything and living a leisurely life. No job? Zhang Qingxian asked curiously. With such great martial skills, you should have no problem finding a job as a martial arts coach. Are you looking for a place to stay? Are you not from the provincial city? Where are you from? Yi Jing, from Jianghai. I came here to deal with a marriage contract. Zhang Qingxian was stunned, her tone somewhat complicated. You already have a marriage contract? She didn't know why, but she felt a bit uncomfortable. Although she had only known this person for a few minutes, hearing that he already had a marriage contract made her feel a bit upset. Perhaps it was Yi Jing's heroic rescue earlier that had stirred a faint emotional response in her. But this faint emotion was immediately dispelled by the mention of the marriage contract. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingxuan's tone became a bit colder. If you have a marriage contract, then please fulfill it. Goodbye. Zhang Qingxian took a step to leave. But after taking a few steps, she seemed a bit unwilling and turned back to ask, "May I ask with whom is your marriage contract?" Yi Jing had no reason to hide it and directly said, "It's with Zhang Liyue of the Zheng family." After saying this, he was momentarily stunned. This Zhang Qingxian was also from the Zheng family. Could it be? Zhang Qingxuan's expression indeed became very colorful. Zhang Liyue? My sister? She quickly came over to look at the marriage contract Yi Jing had taken out. The seal on it was from the Zheng family, which was indeed her family's seal. It's really my sister. Zhang Qingxian looked at Yi Jing with an incredulous gaze, examining him from head to toe. I didn't expect you to have a marriage contract with my sister. If that's the case, then we are family. When Zhang Qingxian said this, she felt a bit sad in her heart, but still forced a few smiles and extended her fair wrist. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Qingxian of the provincial city Zheng family, the second daughter. My elder sister Zhang Liyue is the first daughter. Yi Jing nodded and also reached out to shake the soft little hand. Yi Jing, are you going to the Zheng family ancestral home? Zhang Qingxian nodded repeatedly. Grandfather said we have a distinguished guest tonight. So he asked us all to return, and he will announce the family asset allocation ratio for the next 3 years. So tonight is a big event. We can't delay it. I suspect those people earlier were sent by my sister. At this point, Zhang Qingxian suddenly felt it was inappropriate and quickly stopped talking. She had long since noticed that those thugs, despite being strong and burly like water buffaloes, could have easily injured her with a single blow. Yet, they deliberately avoided hurting her and chased her around. It seemed their purpose was to delay her, preventing her from returning to the Zheng family ancestral home in time. If she couldn't return in time, it would upset grandfather, and the family assets she would manage over the next 3 years would be significantly reduced. But this suspicion couldn't be shared with the person in front of her, because this person might become her brother-in-law. Thinking of the term brother-in-law, Zhang Qingxian felt even more uncomfortable. Yi Jing smiled and said, "Then we're going the same way. Would you mind if I hitch a ride with you?" Zhang Qingxian quickly said, "Of course not. We haven't thanked you for saving us yet." Soon, Assistant Lin Yanan drove a pink beetle over from the side, picking up Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing, heading towards the Zheng family ancestral home. The Zheng family ancestral home was a Sihiyuan courtyard house. It was said that their ancestors were from Beijing, so they brought the living habits with them. This Sihiyuan had 8 courtyards, larger than some manor houses. There were 20 servants, gardeners, drivers, and maids. Brother-in-law this way? Zhang Qingxian led Yi Jing inside. Inside the Zheng family ancestral home. Grandfather, let's just start. Second sister is so late. She doesn't take your family meeting seriously at all. Elder sister Zhang Liyue deliberately expressed her dissatisfaction. The Zheng family patriarch's face was expressionless, showing no joy or sorrow. But many of the second and third generations frowned. This Qingxian is indeed a bit too much. Usually, she's a bit playful, but considering her young age, everyone lets her be. But today is such an important event, a family meeting personally set by grandfather, yet she doesn't follow the rules. A woman, obviously siding with elder sister Zheng Liue, chimed in, I think we should just start without her. Someone who doesn't keep time shouldn't manage much of the family assets, which would reduce some losses for our Zheng family. Someone else added, exactly, managing assets, doing business, running a company, it's all the same. It requires respect for honesty. If you can't even keep time, what assets can you manage? Everyone chimed in, belittling second Miss Zhang Qingxian to the point of worthlessness. But the Zhang patriarch remained in deep meditation, not saying a word. Without his say, even though the time had passed, no one could do anything. There was no way. The one in charge now was the Zhang patriarch. He was the one who made all the decisions in the Zhang family, and no one could go against his will. At this moment, the trusted aide standing beside the Zhang patriarch frowned and spoke, Shut up. Arguing like a marketplace, what kind of etiquette is that? Can't you wait a little longer? The person speaking, although not from the Zhang family, was an adopted son of the Zhang patriarch from earlier years, and also his bodyguard. His status was quite significant. Everyone fell silent. The patriarch has always been more fond of second Mississippi. Such favoritism will never produce a good child. Indulgence will spoil the child. Some people already felt uncomfortable in their hearts, but on the surface, they didn't dare to show it. Chapter 89. Redistribution of Assets. Brother-in-law, come with me quickly. It wouldn't be good if we're late. Zhang Qingxian dragged Yi Jing, rushing through the corridors. Finally, breathless, they pushed open the door to the innermost room of the ancestral mansion. Grandpa, I'm back? Zhang Qingxian gasped, her face flushed, and quickly apologized with a playful pout. I apologize for the delay, everyone. Something came up on the way, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. She bowed to everyone in apology, and when it came to her elder sister Zheng Liue, she even winked mischievously. She knew those thugs must have been sent by Zheng Liue to delay her, so this was her way of subtly addressing that. Unexpectedly, Zheng Liue acted as if she hadn't noticed the wink, her face cold and indifferent. You're so late, keeping everyone waiting. Is a few apologies enough? We can wait, but Grandpa's health is deteriorating day by day. Do you really have the heart to make him wait? Although there was an element of deliberately embarrassing Zhang Qingxian in her words, Zhang Qingshuan's eyes still reddened. Grandpa, it's all my fault. Zhang Qingxian went to her grandfather's side and gently massaged his shoulders. Grandpa, are you feeling tired? Is it still as exhausting as before? The elderly Zhang nodded slightly. It's just an old ailment. Don't worry about it. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Everyone knew that although Grandpa Zheng favored his second granddaughter, it was more out of a sense of compensation. Over the years, during each 3-year cycle of asset distribution, most of the family's assets and company shares had been allocated to Zheng Liue. As a result, Zhang Qingshuan's share was always smaller. Out of this sense of compensation, Grandpa Zheng had shown more affection and care to his second granddaughter. This year's 3-year cycle distribution will be postponed for now. Grandpa Zheng's words sent a ripple of tension through the room. Could there be something more important than redistributing assets? Grandpa Zheng continued, I have a distinguished guest who will be visiting our Zheng family shortly. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This statement left the group puzzled. They had heard earlier that a distinguished guest would be visiting, but given Grandpa Zheng's age and standing, what kind of guest could be so significant to him? Grandpa, should we go out to welcome them? Zhang Qingxian quickly suggested. Zhang Liue chimed in, Grandpa, since this guest is so important, perhaps we should go to the entrance of the ancestral mansion to greet them? Privately, she was calculating that if this guest was indeed so significant, they might have some influence over Grandpa Zheng's decisions. If she could win the favor of this guest, perhaps she could persuade Grandpa Zheng to eliminate Zhang Qingshuan's share entirely, allocating all the assets to her. Grandpa Zheng held up his phone. That's what I was thinking, but the guest asked me to wait, saying they would notify me when they arrive. One of the second-generation family members asked, Grandpa, do you know which family this guest is from? What is their surname? Grandpa Zheng replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I know the guest's surname is Yi. Everyone was taken aback. You don't even know the guest's full name? Just a surname? They had assumed it would be some well-known figure, but now it seemed this so-called distinguished guest didn't even have a reputation to speak of. Zhang Qingxian, however, glanced suspiciously at brother-in-law Yi Jing. She knew he also shared the surname Yi. Could the guest be him? But almost immediately, she shook her head. If Yi Jing were the distinguished guest, Grandpa Zhang wouldn't be in the dark, would he? Just as she thought this, Yi Jing raised his phone. Grandpa Zhang, I'm already here. Zhang Qingxian looked over to see that Yi Jing's phone screen displayed the messaging interface with Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang's eyes lit up as he verified the message, his face full of surprise. Distinguished guest, you've finally arrived. Everyone, this young man surnamed Yi is my distinguished guest for tonight. I also have an important announcement to make. Grandpa Zhang declared, in the past, I made a marriage agreement with this young man's master. I will marry my eldest granddaughter, Zhang Liyue, to him. This statement caused an uproar in the room, especially Zhang Liyue, who was completely stunned. She had a marriage contract? But that was from years ago. It hadn't been mentioned in recent years, and she had almost forgotten about it. Even when she returned for the 3-year cycle asset distribution, she had brought along a boyfriend. This boyfriend was Yuan Lifei, the son of the Yuan family from the provincial capital. He was a well-mannered and accomplished young man, and the next heir to the Yuan family. Grandpa, is this marriage contract still valid? Zhang Liyue voiced her objection. Grandpa Zhang glared at her. Of course it's valid. When I say something, it's as good as done. This young man surnamed Yi will be your husband. Zhang Liyue panicked instantly. But I've already pledged my heart to Yuan Lifei. A few second-generation family members who sided with Zhang Liyue quickly chimed in to persuade Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa, Liyue is our family's precious jewel, the eldest daughter. It's only fitting that she marries into another prominent family. Yuan Lifei is a great match. He's the eldest son of the Yuan family and quite compatible with our Liyue. Yuan Lifei himself also spoke up immediately. Grandpa Zhang, I truly care for Liyue. We've been in a committed relationship for half a year. Please don't separate us. Zhang Liyue quickly regained her composure and said, Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to marry him. Look at Yuan Lifei's background, and then look at his. How does he meet the standards of our prestigious Zhang family? Frankly, I've never heard of any prominent family surnamed Yi in the provincial capital. Zhang Liyue walked over and looked directly at Yi Jing. What do you do for a living? What's your profession? Yi Jing replied, I don't have a job. He repeated the same answer he had given to Zhang Qingxian earlier. After all, his purpose for coming here was to handle the marriage contract. He wasn't particularly keen on it to begin with. With Bai Shui back home, he had enough to deal with. Look, he doesn't even have a job, Zhang Liyue declared triumphantly, as if she had won a battle. Meanwhile, Yuan Lifei is the next head of the Yuan group. Currently, he already owns 3 companies under his name, with more to come in the future. Zhang Liyue turned back to Yi Jing. Where are you from? Not from the provincial capital, are you? Yi Jing, not wanting to waste words, simply replied, I'm from Jianghai. Chapter 90. Small Place. Zhang Liyue scoffed again. Jianghai? A small place. Compared to the provincial capital, Jianghai was naturally just a small town. Zhang Liyue shook her head once more. Grandpa, look. Yuan Lifei comes from a prominent family in the provincial capital. The Yuan family, like ours, Zhang family, is a large clan with a history of 4 to 50 years. In a place like Jianghai, even if there are some long-standing families, they are small clans, small households, and cannot compare to us. Finally, Zhang Liyue asked Yi Jing a crucial question. Do you own a car? A house? Any assets? Yi Jing shook his head again. Under his command, Wang Fuguo, Qing Huang, and even his sister Yi Yi owned numerous cars and houses. But in Yi Jing's name, there seemed to be no assets at all. Zhang Liyue shook her head disappointedly. Grandpa, I've finished my questions. Please make the decision. She believed that her grandfather would make a fair judgment. Grandpa Zhang Liyue had made countless decisions in his life and wouldn't make a mistake in such a small matter. Yi Jing also smiled inwardly. It would be best to nullify this engagement as soon as possible. This way, half of his mission to the provincial capital would be completed, allowing him to focus on investigating the clues about his parents' past. However, to his surprise, Grandpa Zheng Leoi was adamant. No, this engagement was set by me back then and absolutely cannot be cancelled. And I've said it before, this guest, Yi Jing, has great abilities. Grandpa Zheng Leoi knew Yi Jing's master and had once received a favor from him, so he naturally knew how formidable that master was. This young man, Yi Jing, even if he only learned 1% of his master's abilities, would benefit immensely. But Grandpa Zheng Leoi's words caused Zheng Liu's face to change drastically. Grandpa, why are you like this? Didn't you hear what he just said? He has nothing. What kind of abilities can someone like that have? Many of the second and third generation members present also silently nodded in agreement. This young man was penniless. No car, no house, and no assets. What kind of abilities could he have? If he had any abilities, wouldn't they have already manifested? However, Zheng Qingxian, the second sister, thought of Yi Jing's formidable martial skills. With such skills, he could at least work as a coach in some training gym and wouldn't starve. No, I absolutely refuse to marry. Zhang Liu's face also turned cold. Grandpa, I've never disobeyed you before, but this time, I really have to follow my own heart. You've always taught us to find partners who are of equal standing, but look at this Yi Jing. Where does he match our Zheng family's status? Only Yuan Lifei is a suitable choice for me as a husband. After saying this, she even exchanged a deep, affectionate glance with Yuan Lifei beside her. If not for all the elders present, she might have even kissed him right then and there. Grandpa Zheng Leoi was so angry he could barely contain himself. You won't listen to me? He waved his cane as if he wanted to hit someone. Over the years, since the third generation had grown up, he hadn't hit anyone, but today, he almost couldn't control his cane. Even if you beat me to death, I won't marry this man today. I want to marry Yuan Lifei. Zhang Liu had made up her mind. Yi Jing also smiled. Grandpa Zheng, you don't have to force this match. Young people have their own ideas, and a forced marriage won't be sweet. I think this engagement should just be called off. Grandpa Zheng Leoi sighed heavily upon hearing this. He said with a bitter smile, I made a promise with your master back then, that one of our Zheng family's younger generation would have an engagement with his disciple. It seems I can't fulfill this promise. Just then, Zheng Qingxian, the second sister, suddenly spoke up. Grandpa, I'm willing to marry Yi Jing. All eyes in the family instantly focused on Zheng Qingxian. Zheng Qingshuan's face turned red in an instant. She had suddenly been impulsive and didn't know why she blurted it out. But now that the words were out, she could only continue, bracing herself. Since my older sister doesn't want to, I do. I think Yi Jing is also a very capable person. If he weren't capable, how could he have rescued a beauty? When Zheng Qingxian said this, Zhang Liu sneered. Young master? Someone without a family background or noble lineage dares to call himself a young master. At this, Grandpa Zheng Leoi also started to think. That's right. Back then, he and Yi Jing's master only said that one of his family's younger generation would fulfill the engagement. But they didn't specify which one. Since there's one who's willing today, young friend Yi, what do you think? Yi Jing didn't speak. Inwardly, he was not too willing. Although Zheng Qingxian was indeed a great beauty, lively and spirited, being her boyfriend would certainly be enjoyable every day. But he already had several women around him. Bai Shui and Qing Huang both showed signs of interest. Now, if there were one more... Seeing that Yi Jing didn't speak, Grandpa Zheng Leoi chuckled. Since you haven't spoken, I'll take that as your agreement. Yi Jing hesitated to speak, because he saw the expectant and hopeful look in Zheng Qingshuan's eyes. This young lady must have mustered an incredible amount of courage to say those words, especially in front of all her relatives. If Yi Jing rejected her now, it would undoubtedly be very hurtful and embarrassing for her. So Yi Jing didn't speak immediately. He could only wait and see later. Seeing that the engagement was settled, Grandpa Zheng Leoi's face regained its smile. All right, the most important matter today is settled, he said with a smile. Next up is the matter of asset distribution. Oh, right. Everyone was about to focus on listening to the asset distribution when they suddenly paused. What happened now? Grandpa Zheng Leoi suddenly asked. Qingxian, are you still renting a villa to live in? Zhang Qingxian nodded. Since coming of age, she and her siblings had the right to live independently. Of course, some of her younger siblings didn't have the awareness to move out and had been living in the ancestral home. But she and her older sister, Zhang Liyue, had moved out early. Her older sister, with the vast assets under her control, had made a lot of money and bought her own villa. While Zhang Qingxian, with only a small amount of assets, couldn't make much money and had to rent a villa temporarily. Chapter 91. The Villa. Zhang Leoyizi suddenly said, You won't be staying in that villa anymore. I have another villa on Half Mountain, Dia Bay. You can move into that one directly. Tomorrow, have Rongbo take you to handle the transfer procedures for the villa. After Zhang Leoyizi finished speaking, everyone in the room was astonished. Grandpa, that Half Mountain, Dia Bay villa is one of the most valuable assets in our family. Are you just giving it away like that? Dad, wasn't that villa meant to be given to the future head of the family? That villa can't be given away. Not only is it worth 1 billion yuan, but it's also tied to the fortune of our Zheng family. It's said that only the head of the family can live in that villa. The significance of that villa was immense. Over the years, although Zhang Leoyizi had always sent people to maintain it, he had never arranged for anyone to move in. Unexpectedly, today, he simply waved his hand and gave it to Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian was also stunned. How did her treatment suddenly go from the gutter to heaven? This gift was too extravagant. Beside her, Zhang Liyue suddenly realized something. Could it be that Grandpa gave away the villa because the second sister agreed to the engagement? In that moment, she felt a twinge of regret in her heart. If it had been her who agreed to the engagement earlier, would that villa worth 1 billion yuan, with such extraordinary significance, now be part of her assets? Yuan Lifei, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed the change in Zhang Liyue's expression and immediately grasped the situation. He gritted his teeth and quickly said, Liyue, don't worry. When I make money in the future, I'll buy you a villa in Dia Bay too. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhang Leoyizi waved his hand. He indicated that he didn't want to waste any more words on this matter. This matter is settled. Next, let's talk about the assets. Every 3 years, the assets need to be redistributed. This time, Zhang Leoyizi signaled to Gan Yaozi, who took out a pre-prepared asset distribution plan. I will now announce the asset redistribution plan for the next 3 years. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused and said to Gan Yaozi beside him, Bring me a pin. After taking the pin, he seemed to make some modifications. Then, he began to read. The first asset, all the silk business in the family, including 10 stores, will be managed by Zhang Qingxian. The second asset. As Zhang Leoyizi continued to read one item after another, everyone's expressions changed. Because this 3-year cycle was completely different from the previous one. In the past, the eldest sister Zhang Liyue had the most assets, while the second sister Zhang Qingxian had far fewer. But this time, it seemed to be reversed. Zhang Qingshuan's assets this time were very substantial. She was assigned 6 or 7 group companies, along with numerous stores. All right, that's the announcement. You can all leave now. Zhang Leoyizi directly dismissed everyone. Zhang Liyue wanted to say something, but was already ushered out by Gan Yaozi and Rongbo. Zhang Leoyizi is very tired today. Come back another day if you have something to discuss. Zhang Liyue urged, No, this matter needs to be decided today. It'll be too late another day. Rongbo said, What, are you dissatisfied with what the old master decided? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liyue was stunned and didn't dare to say anything more. If she continued, the old master might take away even the remaining assets under her name. After all, the old master never liked disobedient or unruly children. She just didn't understand why, in the past, the old master always valued her abilities the most, which was why he gave her the most assets to manage. And the fact was that she had managed them quite well. She also had a very keen business acumen, and many of these assets had multiplied in value under her management. This was something that everyone in the Zheng family could see. Why would the old master give away all the assets she had worked so hard to manage over the years and hand them over to the second sister? As everyone dispersed, each had their own thoughts. But anyone could sense that the sky of the Zheng family seemed to be changing. In the past, Zhang Leo Yizi valued the eldest sister the most but doted on the second sister. But today, it seemed that his regard for the eldest sister had also disappeared. It was unclear what the future of the Zheng family would hold. After walking out, the second sister Zhang Qingxian walked together with her mother, a beautiful woman. "Mom, why did Grandpa suddenly give me so many assets to manage today?" Zhang Qingxian asked in confusion. Her mother thought for a moment and smiled. "Maybe your grandfather finally feels that you've grown up and can be given more opportunities to practice?" Zhang Qingxian thought about it, but shook her head. "It definitely isn't that." She suddenly thought of something. "Mom, do you think it might be because of Yi Jing?" Zhang Qingxian, who was always clever and mischievous, suddenly had a flash of insight, as if she had grasped the truth. "You see, before, although Grandpa was more fond of me, he treated the eldest sister more seriously. Any assets or major family matters were entrusted to the eldest sister to handle. Although, of course, there was the fact that the eldest sister was more capable. But wasn't it because Grandpa assigned Rongbo to assist the eldest sister? In reality, it was Rongbo who was doing most of the strategizing behind the scenes." Her mother also nodded. Outside, everyone said that the eldest sister Zhang Liue was a master at business and had a sharp mind for commerce. But those inside knew that the eldest sister was entirely reliant on Rongbo's management. Her own business acumen was just average. Zhang Qingxian continued, "But now, not only has Grandpa assigned most of the assets to me, but he has also assigned Rongbo to me. I think maybe Grandpa always felt that the eldest sister was going to marry Yi Jing, so he was cultivating her. But today, the eldest sister refused the engagement, and I fulfilled it. So maybe Grandpa plans to cultivate me from now on?" Her mother's eyes also lit up. The reasoning was straightforward and easy to grasp, but those who resided in the secluded manor had grown accustomed to Zhang Liue's leadership year after year, and their thoughts hadn't yet shifted to this new perspective. "Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. In the past, your grandfather always liked you more, so he was especially fond of you. But because of the eldest sister's engagement, he let her take charge. Now, she's really lost her greatest support." As they were talking, Zhang Liue suddenly appeared beside them. "Second sister, this year your assets are more than mine, right? Don't you even greet me as the eldest sister?" Zhang Liue's face was cold. Chapter 92, Diawan. Zhang Qingxian, accustomed to being afraid of her elder sister, quickly said, "Sister, no, I really didn't see you just now. I didn't mean to ignore you." Zhang Liue sneered, "I don't care if you did it on purpose or if you didn't see me. When you see me, your elder sister, you should be polite and respect your elders. This is what grandfather taught you. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Qingxian nodded. "I remember, sister. And there's more." Zhang Liue continued, "About that semi-mountain villa in Diawan, don't think it's something grandfather gave you." Zhang Qingxian was taken aback. "Isn't it?" Zhang Liue shook her head. "No, it's something I didn't want, so I gave it to you." Zhang Qingxian was stunned, wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, Sister Zhang Liue's authority was too great, and no one dared to mock her within the family. Beside them, Yuan Lifei also walked out, whispering with a smile, "Liue, we should go. I still have a lot of assets that need your advice." The two left. Zhang Qingxian stuck out her tongue at Zhang Liue's back, but she didn't dare do anything more, just that. "Mom, look at sister, how mean she is." The elegant woman comforted her. "She takes after her mother's temperament, always like this. Don't follow her example." Yi Jing was called to the inner room by Grandfather Zheng alone. "Mr. Yi, today must have been a spectacle for you." Grandfather Zheng let out a bitter laugh. "I didn't expect that before I even get old and bedridden, I can't control the younger generation anymore. Yijing casually smiled. It's fine. After all, it was just family matters, and he didn't want to meddle. Mr. Yi, there's something I need to trouble you with. Back then, I agreed with your master that once he taught a disciple, he would treat my illness. You see, Grandfather Zheng felt a bit embarrassed, as it was something he was asking of Yijing. He quickly clarified, of course, this matter is separate from the engagement. The engagement was because I owed your master a favor, and I dare not repay him. Yijing glanced at Grandfather Zheng and understood his illness. Your illness is mainly in your heart. Grandfather Zheng's eyes lit up, realizing Yijing had truly learned his master's skills. Then, is it treatable? Grandfather Zheng was filled with anticipation. This illness had plagued him for over 10 years. Although it was chronic, it had been diagnosed as an incurable chronic cancer in the hospital. In other words, the hospital could only alleviate his symptoms, making his daily life less painful. But treatment? It was impossible. He could only drag it out until his death. Only Yijing's master had once said he could cure it. And now, it fell to Yijing. It can be cured, but it will take time, Yijing honestly said. Grandfather Zheng was thrilled. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Good. Mr. Yi, no matter the conditions, as long as you cure me, I will agree to anything. Whether it's your marriage to Qing Xian, or all of Jing family's assets, I can give them to you. Grandfather Zheng wasn't saying his health was more important than all of Jing family's assets. Rather, he valued Yijing himself. Yijing's master had been so formidable, and now Yijing had learned his master's skills, meaning he would only become more powerful and accomplished in the future. Being tied to such a person early on was like making an early bet, an early connection to a rising star. Let's discuss them after the illness is cured, Yijing said. Grandfather Zheng nodded, hesitantly asking, then, how long will it take to cure my illness? Yijing, about half a month. So soon? Grandfather Zheng was overjoyed, thinking it would take years of recuperation. Yijing wrote a prescription and handed it to Uncle Rong beside him. Follow this prescription to get the medicine, take it 3 times a day, and it will be cured in half a month. Grandfather Zheng's illness was just chronic. No need for acupuncture or emergency treatment. Good. Grandfather Zheng was also thrilled. An illness that had plagued him for over 10 years, making it hard for him to sleep every day, was finally going to be cured. Uncle Rong and Gan Yaozi beside him were also excited. Grandfather Zheng was their benefactor, and if he got better, they naturally felt joy. Young Master Yi, from now on, I will follow you. Uncle Rong respectfully came up to bow. Yijing glanced at him. You're the one managing the business, right? Such a person, in a company, would be equivalent to a high-level executive. Uncle Rong chuckled. Young master has sharp eyes. Yijing thought for a moment. You just need to follow Zheng Qingxian from now on. Uncle Rong respectfully bowed and then withdrew. When Yijing came out, Zheng Qingxian was already waiting outside with her assistant Lin Yanan, the car ready. Yijing, what did grandfather call you in for? Zheng Qingxian curiously asked. Yijing casually replied, it's nothing much, just some casual conversation about family matters. Additionally, he assigned Uncle Rong to assist you. Zheng Qingxian nodded. I knew it. Grandfather must have done this because of you, assigning those assets and Rongbo to me. A slightly surprised Yijing glanced at Zheng Qingxian. It seemed that this little girl wasn't as naive as she appeared. She had quickly figured out the sequence of events and their implications. Yijing, aren't you looking to rent a villa? That means you don't have a place to stay, right? Grandpa gave me the hillside villa at Daya Bay. To be precise, it was given to both of us. A blush crept onto Zheng Qingshuan's cheeks as she said, so, shall we go home? Yijing was taken aback. This Zheng Qingxian, is she that open-minded? Zheng Qingxian mustered her courage and said, after all, we already have an engagement. In the eyes of our elders, we are practically considered married. It's only natural for us to live together, isn't it? After a moment's consideration, Yijing agreed. Since the villa has many rooms and is spread over 3 floors, there are over 10 rooms in total, so I can just pick anyone I like. Upon entering the villa, Even Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were struck by its sheer size, remarking that it far surpassed their previous residence in every way. Yejing chose a room on the second floor. Each floor has its own separate bathroom and washroom, so it's quite spacious and comfortable to live in.
叶景打算在省城期间暂时住在这里，等待线索的出现。
That evening, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan went to the kitchen to cook. The servants my grandfather assigned were all dismissed today, as he suggested I hire my own trusted staff to avoid any potential conflicts of interest. Yijing understood that this was because Mr. Zhang was concerned that Yi might think he was being monitored, so he decided to remove all his staff. All right. Yijing was indifferent to it. Chapter 93, Excellent Cooking Skills. Zhang Qingxian apologized. Tonight, there are no servants available, so we'll have to prepare the meal ourselves. But my cooking is really good. After a long time in the kitchen, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan finally managed to prepare a decent meal. Yijing took a few bites. Although it was slightly inferior to Bai Shui's cooking, it was still edible. How is it, Yijing? Is it delicious? Zhang Qingxian seemed very concerned about Yijing's opinion and had been waiting all evening for his praise. Yijing said indifferently, "It's not bad." Zhang Qingxian immediately looked like she had won a battle, extremely happy. Yay! Then, if I become your wife in the future, I'll be qualified, right? Zhang Qingxian said, her face turning red, and quickly added, "But I'll continue to work hard and improve my cooking skills." Yijing glanced at her. Had he ever mentioned actually marrying her? About that engagement. Yijing intended to explain properly. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan both looked at him. Yijing said, "That engagement, you don't have to fulfill it. Your sister has already broken off her engagement with me, so the engagement with your family is no longer valid. You are completely free." Zhang Qingxian, however, blushed and said, "No, that's not possible. My grandfather said that doing business must be based on integrity, and whatever is said must be done. Our Zhang family has stood firm in the provincial capital for many years because of our integrity." She looked seriously at Yijing. "My sister didn't appreciate the opportunity, but I do?" Yijing was speechless. Was this girl unable to tell good from bad? He had made it so obvious. "Yijing, I'll work hard to be a qualified wife. Believe me." Zhang Qingxian stared at Yijing with great seriousness. Yijing had no choice but to delay the matter, planning to address it later. At that moment, Zhang Qingshuan's phone rang. The caller ID showed Peng Xiaoqiu from the Peng family. As soon as she saw the call, Zhang Qingshuan's expression changed. "I don't want to answer this call. Yanan, could you answer it for me?" Zhang Qingxian handed the phone to Lin Yanan. The Peng family was also a prominent family in the provincial capital, and Peng Xiaoqiu was the eldest son of the Peng family. He had been pursuing Zhang Qingxian for a long time, but she didn't like him and had clearly rejected him. Despite that, he continued to harass her. Such nuisance calls were usually handled by Lin Yanan. This time, Lin Yanan took the phone as usual, but suddenly she looked at Yijing. "Qingxian, you now have a fiancé, right?" Zhang Qingxian was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with joy, "That's right. I didn't even realize it." She looked pitifully at Yijing. "Please help me out. You're my fiancé after all. How can you let your fiancé be harassed by another man?" Yijing sighed and took the phone. "You really don't like this guy?" Yijing asked. Zhang Qingxian nodded repeatedly. "I really don't like him. He's a typical playboy, always idling around, playing with dogs and birds. If not for his family's connections, he'd be a complete waste." Yijing nodded. "All right, I'll help you with this." He answered the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Qingxian, when can we meet? I'm at Qinghe Bar. I'm so drunk today. I really want someone to share my feelings with." Yijing couldn't help but smile. These young people, do they always play like this? He said calmly, "Go share your feelings with Asao." Zhang Qingxian, who was drinking water, spat it out upon hearing this. Lin Yanan also couldn't help but laugh, nearly falling over. The other side was stunned for a moment, then began to curse furiously. "Who the hell are you? Why is it a man's voice? Where's Zhang Qingxian? What have you done to her? It was clear that Peng Xiaoqiu was really anxious. How could his goddess's phone be in the hands of another man? Yi Jing, hearing the urgency in the other's voice, decided to have some fun with him. She's taking a shower. You shouldn't call her anymore. She already has someone. The other side became even more furious, smashing the phone and stomping on it several times. Yi Jing shrugged and said with a smile, "What a pity for a good phone." He hung up the phone and handed it back to Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were already laughing uncontrollably. Zhang Qingshuan's face was still slightly red as she looked at Yi Jing. "I already have someone?" Yi Jing laughed it off. "Well, I'm going upstairs to sleep." After today's events, Yi Jing was indeed feeling a bit tired. After Yi Jing left, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan couldn't help but start whispering about today's events involving Yi Jing. Today was like a dream. Who could have known that when we woke up this morning, we'd gain a fiancé? Lin Yanan whispered, "It all started with a heroic rescue. Do you think he's a gift from heaven? It seems like ever since he arrived, your situation has changed completely." Zhang Qingxian couldn't help but nod. "Yes, from today on. Not only do I have an outstanding fiancé, but I also have the assets my grandfather assigned to me, and this villa that everyone wants to live in. Come to think of it, I should thank my sister for sending those thugs." Lin Yanan covered her mouth and giggled. "Yes, if it weren't for your sister, you might not have met your fiancé." Zhang Qingshuan's face turned red. "My sister didn't cherish him, but I will. A good husband is hard to come by. Tomorrow, I'll take him shopping for clothes, eat good food, and make him happy. I'll also learn to cook. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Even my grandfather values him so much. He must have other exceptional qualities. Anyway, I just feel that he's very manly." Zhang Qingxian couldn't help but smile when she thought about how Yi Jing had helped her reject Peng Xiaoqiu earlier. As a princess-like girl, her dream was to have a prince who could shield her from troubles, wasn't it? The next day, "Yi Jing, breakfast is ready." Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan had woken up early to prepare a nutritious and heartfelt breakfast. Yi Jing looked at the heart-shaped design made with tomatoes on the plate. Surprisingly, with the addition of honey, it was quite tasty. After finishing breakfast, Yi Jing had nothing else to do. His main task now was to wait for clues. Before any clues emerged, he was just idling around. So, he decided to accompany the young lady and go out for a walk. Chapter 94. Accepting Assets. "Yi Jing, we're going to accept the new assets Grandpa has allocated for us today. There are many companies waiting for us." Zhang Qingxian leaned in and whispered, "I also need to buy you some new clothes today, to dress you from head to toe, to fulfill my duties as a wife." Assistant Lin Yanan drove the car, bringing the two to the city center. "The largest asset we're accepting today is this company," Lin Yanan reported. "The Zhang flagship company we're accepting today is the largest under your grandfather's name. Once we accept this company, the rest can follow smoothly." The two arrived at the Zhang flagship building. "Let's go to the store next door and buy some clothes for Yi Jing." Before entering the building, Zhang Qingxian pulled the two of them to the nearby shopping mall. From head to toe, she bought over a dozen outfits for Yi Jing. So many? Yi Jing was both amused and helpless. He usually preferred casual and relaxed attire and wasn't particular about his clothes. But Zhang Qingxian bought him various suits, totaling over 200 to 300,000 yuan. "You're my husband, so what's the big deal about buying you some clothes?" Zhang Qingxian said, "This is my first time being in fiancé, and I don't know how to treat you well. All I can think of is this. I hope you don't mind." It was clear that Zhang Qingxian was sincerely trying to play the role of a wife. "All right then." Yi Jing looked in the mirror and found that he did look much more handsome in these clothes. Previously, he had been more casual in his attire, but after this meticulous grooming, he seemed like a completely different person. "Wait a moment." Yi Jing suddenly noticed something nearby and signaled to Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan. "I think those clothes over there would suit me too. Go and help me pick some." Without suspicion, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan went to the store. As soon as the two women left, several figures in black suits quietly approached. These individuals were well coordinated. Some blocked the view of others. Others quietly moved closer to Yi Jing, revealing gleaming knives. A dagger? Yi Jing's expression turned cold. Could these people be sent by Zheng Liuer again? Last time, they had been more restrained, using baseball bats and not actually hitting anyone, just trying to delay Zhang Qingxian. This time, they were using daggers? Yi Jing didn't hold back. He delivered a knee strike to one person's chin, knocking them unconscious, then grabbed two others, causing their heads to collide. This guy is tough. Everyone, attack together. The remaining assailants no longer bothered to block the view, and all surrounded Yi Jing. Yi Jing kicked one after another, knocking them all to the ground. From a distance, some people noticed the commotion and instinctively moved further away. Those who dared to start a fight in a crowded place like a mall were definitely not to be trifled with. No one wanted to provoke Yi Jing. Tell me, who sent you? Yi Jing found one who wasn't unconscious and stepped on their chin. If you don't speak, this foot will crush your chest bone. Then, you'll endure 6 hours of excruciating pain before you die. Those 6 hours will be the most desperate moments of your life, watching your life slip away without any hope of rescue. So, are you going to talk? Yi Jing's words terrified the man, and tears streamed down his face. Brother, don't step on me. I'll talk. Pang Xiao sent us. They're targeting you, telling us to teach you a lesson to stay away from Miss Zhang Qingxian. Yi Jing was surprised. Not sent by Zheng Liuer, but by that Pang Xiao from last night? It seemed his words had really upset Pang Xiao, who had immediately sent thugs. Yi Jing smirked coldly. All right, take a message back for me. Seeing that Yi Jing wasn't stepping on him anymore, the man quickly rolled over and stood up. Tell Pang Xiaoqiu that I'll come find him sooner or later. The man nodded and quickly ran away, not even bothering with his fellow thugs. Several people lay sprawled on the ground, which soon alarmed the mall security. However, by then, Yi Jing had already left and gone to the nearby store. What happened over there? Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan also noticed the crowd and commotion, as if something major had occurred. Yi Jing smiled. It's nothing. Let's go and have a look ahead. Zhang Qingxian was very obedient to her fiancé now, smiling sweetly. All right, let's buy you a few more outfits so you can feel the benefits of having a wife. In the end, Zhang Qingxian spent quite a bit of money. She didn't have much money to begin with. After all, she had been allocated fewer assets before, earning less. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been renting a villa. Although the Zhang family's assets were redistributed last night, giving her a significant share, those assets hadn't started generating profits yet, and the money hadn't been transferred to her account. Maybe we should go and accept the assets now? It's getting late. Seeing her balance dwindling, Zhang Qingxian felt her heart ache. She didn't want to reveal her financial situation in front of her fiancé, so she quickly changed the subject. Yi Jing found it amusing. Actually, when Zhang Qingxian paid and received the receipt, Yi Jing had sharp eyes and noticed the balance displayed on the receipt. If they kept shopping like this, Zhang Qingxian might have to start using credit cards and go into debt. The three arrived at the nearby Jing flagship company. The staff inside had obviously been informed in advance. As soon as they saw Zhang Qingxian, they immediately greeted her respectfully. Second miss, we're ready. The large conference room upstairs has been prepared for you. Would you like to go up? Second miss, Uncle Rong is already waiting for you upstairs. Zhang Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Rong is here too? She knew that Jing flagship company had always been managed by Uncle Rong on behalf of her elder sister Zheng Liuer. Without Uncle Rong, Zheng Liuer would most likely lose the company. She quickly went upstairs to find Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, with your help, I finally feel confident in taking over Grandpa's assets. Seeing Uncle Rong, Zhang Qingxian finally felt a bit more at ease. She was really worried about losing these Zheng assets under her management. Uncle Rong smiled warmly but looked at Yi Jing from a distance. Clearly, Uncle Rong's true service was to Yi Jing, only following his orders to serve Zhang Qingxian. Yi Jing gave an almost imperceptible nod, and Uncle Rong then turned to smile warmly at Zhang Qingxian. Chapter 95. The cash flow is about to dry up. Second miss, this is the company's asset statement. This is the company's operating status. Rongbo presented all the important ledgers of the flagship company for Zhang Qingxian to review. Zhang Qingxian had studied management and had previously managed part of the assets, so she was quite familiar with these. After glancing through them for a while, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Uncle Rong, what's going on? Why is the company's cash flow so tight? It's about to break the cash flow chain. Rongbo also showed a wry smile. There's no way. This was the strategy of the eldest young lady. Her strategy was to aggressively expand. That's why the flagship company, under her management, was able to expand several times in just 3 years, making many people in the family very optimistic about her. But in reality, due to blind expansion, the company's cash flow is about to break. Once it breaks, it will lead to insufficient income and a complete collapse. The current flagship company is like a castle in the air, looking very beautiful, but in fact, it's already full of crises underneath. The biggest problem is the lack of funds. There are also many other issues that are very likely to explode. Zhang Qingxian frowned tightly. Sister has left me a mess. Rongbo sighed and said, at that time, I also advised the eldest young lady, but she was stubborn and seemed to want to make some achievements to show the old master, so she kept expanding blindly. Now, we are already on the edge of a cliff. In other words, if our company continues to develop slowly, it might be fine. But if we encounter even a small setback, it could cause the entire company to collapse. Zhang Qingxian nodded. All right, then our strategy from now on will be steady and solid. The previous steps were too big, and it's urgent to slow down. However, this would result in the company appearing to have no development. In the eyes of those in the Zhang family, if the company doesn't achieve new results, there will be some criticism of Zhang Qingxian. Yi Jing, who was beside her, calmly said, actually, there's another way. As long as we find new investment and someone willing to invest, we can immediately fill the company's hole and continue to develop rapidly. He looked at Zhang Qingxian. If you need it, I can help with this. He had the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce under his command, and helping a small Zhang flagship company would be effortless. Just a little bit from the edge would be enough for the Zhang flagship company to thrive. However, he didn't have the obligation to rush to help Zhang Qingxian unless she actively asked for money. Rongbo, hearing this, seemed to be lost in thought. He was one of the 2 people who knew the details of Yi Jing treating the old master that night. He also knew that Yi Jing had a master who seemed to be very powerful. Someone like Yi Jing might have some very powerful assets under his name. But Zhang Qingxian didn't know this. You? Zhang Qingxian looked at Yi Jing and shook her head with a smile. I know your martial arts are good, but do you have funds? She said, it's better not to trouble you. I'll figure it out myself. She knew that Yi Jing definitely didn't have money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to marry into the Zhang family. Family marriages wouldn't have one side making a solo effort, while the other side had nothing. It was about matching status. Yi Jing already had strength in martial arts, so it was impossible for him to have money as well. Otherwise, why would he marry into the Zhang family? The Zhang family's assets were mainly in business and money. I'll sort out these ledgers a bit, and then Uncle Rong, let's together formulate a steady development plan. Yi Jing also sat quietly beside them. Since Zhang Qingxian hadn't asked for his help, he wasn't interested in meddling in the Zhang family's affairs. The 2 had just worked halfway through the plan. Lin Yanan rushed in a panic. Lin Yanan had originally been Zhang Qingshuan's assistant, and now she naturally became Zhang Qingshuan's new secretary. Earlier, while she was handling work outside, she suddenly heard some bad news and hurried in. Qingxian, something's wrong? Only then did she realize she should change her address. Miss Zhang, something's wrong. Sci-fi Technology is going to cut off our long-term orders. As soon as this was said, Rongbo's face changed drastically. Sci-fi Technology? Are you sure? Sci-fi Technology was the largest client of their Zheng flagship company. If this order was cut off, their income would be reduced by half. The entire company was already on the verge of collapse, and even a small disturbance could lead to a complete breakdown. This sudden major event made the Zheng flagship company unsure if it could withstand the huge impact. Zhang Qingxian, who had just looked at the company's financial statements, also knew how important Sci-fi Technology was to them. Why? I just looked at the ledger. Seaway Technology has been cooperating with us for 3 years. Why would they suddenly cut off cooperation with us? Their long-term orders have always been ours, haven't they? Lin Yanin shook her head with a bitter smile. I don't know either. It's just that the other side suddenly announced this news, and even at the risk of defaulting, they don't want our orders starting tomorrow. That means we don't even have a buffer time. The company might explode as early as tomorrow. Boom. Zhang Qingxian felt a boom in her mind. Rongbo almost couldn't sit still and quickly grabbed the table to steady himself. This news was a huge blow to them, especially for Uncle Rong, who managed this company daily. Knowing this news was a fatal blow to their already shaky company. How could this be? Why would Seaway Technology suddenly cancel the order? Zhang Qingxian was at a loss. Yi Jing beside her calmly said, This is easy to understand. The other side must know the current situation of the Zheng flagship company, which is why they suddenly acted. I suspect it's your enemy. For example, the eldest young master Pang you rejected last night, or your sister, and those waiting to see your joke. Any of these people could have acted. With Yi Jing providing this train of thought, Zhang Qingxian immediately reacted. She thought for a moment and suddenly said, I remember. The CEO of Seaway Company has a very good relationship with Yuan Li Fei, who is now very close to my sister. The two of them are said to be sworn brothers. Previously, Seaway Technology was willing to cooperate with our Zheng flagship company, probably mostly because of Yuan Li Fei's face. And now that my sister has withdrawn, Yuan Li Fei wants to take the opportunity to mess with us. Chapter 96, Direct Demand. After this analysis, everyone understood. So, it's still your older sister trying to get you, Yi Jing said calmly, still leaning leisurely in his chair, not saying much. Unless Zhang Qingxian asked for his help, he wouldn't intervene. Zhang Qingxian sighed inwardly. Lin Yanin spoke cautiously. Should we still go and talk to Seaway Technology Company? Ask them not to cancel the order. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. They definitely won't give up on canceling. This is my older sister and Yuan Li Fei's idea. They must be in cahoots. We can only think of something else. But at this critical moment, what could they think of? Zhang Qingxian felt like her hair was about to fall out. Just a moment ago, she had thought that as long as they could safely keep the company, it would be fine. Although it wouldn't look good in front of the family, at least the company could survive this transitional phase and continue to grow later. But now, even keeping the company seemed like a distant hope. The loss of this large order would directly bring the entire company down. Just then, a voice came from outside. Oh, isn't this the spirited second sister from last night? Older sister Zhang Liyue, accompanied by Yuan Li Fei, entered triumphantly. Where's the smugness from last night? Didn't you feel so powerful after taking my Half-Moon Bay Villa and getting this flagship company? Why are you now at a loss? Zhang Liyue walked confidently to her former seat, the one reserved for the president. Lin Yanin's face changed, and she immediately reprimanded. Miss, please show some respect. The president of the company is now our second young lady. Zhang Liyue chuckled. Her position as president won't last half a day. Once this company collapses, will she still be the president? Lin Yanin was left speechless. Yuan Li Fei glared at Lin Yanin. Adults are talking. Why are you, a small figure, interrupting? Go away. Although Yuan Li Fei wasn't part of the Zheng family, his backing was the entire Yuan family, giving him considerable authority. Zhang Qingxian, with a stern expression, also wanted to say something, but at this moment, she felt extremely uneasy. She truly had no solution. In the past 3 years, she hadn't managed such a vast wealth empire. Now, on her first day in office, she was suddenly faced with such a huge problem, and she truly didn't know how to handle it. She quickly looked at Rongbo with a pleading gaze. Rongbo, however, also shook his head with a bitter smile. His strategies required resources to be effective. Even a skilled housewife can't cook without rice. With almost no cards to play, Rongbo was also powerless. Seeing even Fu Bo shaking his head, Zhang Liyue became even more smug. Well, second sister, do you want to return the control of this company to me? Zhang Qingxian spoke resolutely. No, this was assigned to me by Grandpa last night, and the agreement has been signed. How can I just give it to you? Zhang Liuyue laughed loudly. You're really naive, thinking you're young. These agreements are just pieces of paper. If you think they're useful, we can sign another one, right? If you return the control of this company to me, Seaway Technology will resume cooperation with us tomorrow, and this company will remain standing. The glory of the Zhang family will remain intact. You'll also get out unscathed. But if you persist, this company will go bankrupt within 3 days. At that time, you'll be the sinner of the entire Zhang family. Do you want to get out unscathed or become the sinner of the Zhang family? The choice is yours. Zhang Liuyue leaned comfortably in the boss's chair. Yuan Lifei laughed beside her. Liuyue, I didn't expect your expansion strategy to have such unexpected benefits. Zhang Liuyue also laughed loudly. Yes, I originally expanded just to make some achievements and show Grandpa that I'm the true successor of the Zhang family. I didn't expect Grandpa to suddenly change leaders. That just means the path I took was like a mine I planted for my younger sister. All right, I won't press you. Zhang Liuyue stood up very elegantly, pouring herself a glass of red wine from the table, which was left behind from yesterday. After drinking it, Zhang Liuyue smiled. Sister isn't unreasonable. I won't drive you to the brink. As long as you agree to return this flagship company to me, I guarantee you'll get out unscathed. You can take any other assets except this company. Take a day to consider. I'll be back tomorrow at this time. After saying this, Zhang Liuyue swayed and left with Yuan Lifei, arm in arm. As they passed by Yi Jing, she disdainfully glanced at him. People from small places, never seen such a big scene. Have you? Today you've learned, right? Hillbillies are just hillbillies. Zhang Liuyue and Yuan Lifei shook their heads and left directly. After they left, Zhang Qingxian was still very upset, but came over to comfort Yi Jing. Yi Jing, don't take my sister's words to heart. She's just a bad person. Don't be sad. Yi Jing said calmly, don't worry, I won't take it to heart. He always acted directly. He never dwelled on things. Anyone who mocked him would naturally pay the corresponding price later. But now, what should we do? Do we really have to give the company back to her tomorrow? Lin Yanan looked bitter. She had been loyal to Zhang Qingxian, even during the years when Zhang Qingxian was suppressed by her older sister. But just as they had finally started to enjoy better days, they still couldn't outsmart her older sister. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. No, I absolutely can't give it back to her. I'll figure something out myself. Rongbo and Lin Yanan looked at Zhang Qingxian. Do you have a plan? Zhang Qingxian shook her head. Not yet, but the company can still hold on for a few more days. I'll definitely think of a solution soon. When it was time to leave work, Zhang Qingxian, Lin Yanan, Yi Jing, and a few others planned to go home. Yi Jing, you go back first. My company has some things to deal with, so I'll stay a little longer. Yi Jing nodded and left directly, taking a taxi. He knew that the mess left in the company would keep Zhang Qingxian busy for a while. After Yi Jing left, Zhang Qingxian suddenly took out her phone. Chapter 97. I can handle this. Yanan, look at this message. Zhang Qingxian took out her phone and showed it to Lin Yanan. He says he can solve this problem. Lin Yanan looked at it and felt a wave of dizziness. Qingxian, isn't this Peng Xiaoqiu? Why is he contacting you again? Zhang Qingxian said, don't worry about that for now. This Peng Xiaoqiu somehow found out about our company's predicament. He claims he can solve my problem. Lin Yanan asked curiously, how can he solve it? Zhang Qingxian replied, don't you remember? The Peng family behind him is also a prominent clan in the provincial capital. The orders we lost from Seaway Technology might be fully absorbed by the Peng family. Lin Yanan thought for a moment and nodded. If the Peng family went all out, they might indeed be able to absorb the orders for Zheng's flagship company. So, should we contact him? Lin Yanan knew that this predicament was a make-or-break moment for Zhang Qingxian. If they succeeded, Zhang Qingxian would be able to stand firmly on her own feet. She would no longer have to be influenced by her older sister. If they failed, Zhang Qingxian would have to hand over the company, not only becoming a laughingstock for her older sister, but also disappointing her grandfather. Those in the Zhang family who were already eager to see her fail would ridicule her even more. Zhang Qingxian would likely never be able to hold her head high in the Zhang family again. So, Even though she knew Peng Xiaoqiu had ulterior motives, if he could really solve their problem, it might not be a bad idea to consider it. Peng Xiaoqiu asked me to meet him at a bar tonight. He said he could discuss the matter with me, but I feel a bit uneasy. I want you to accompany me. At least we'll have each other's back. What do you think? Zhang Qingxian asked cautiously. Although Lin Yanin was her subordinate, she always treated her like a sister, and they were actually cousins. Lin Yanin smiled. Qingxian, what are you talking about? I'm your right-hand woman. Of course, I'll help you with this. We've been tied together since way back, ever since your mother saved my mother. As long as you don't abandon me, I'll always stand by your side and support you. Zhang Qingxian smiled and nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. She was honestly a bit worried about tonight. She knew that someone like Peng Xiaoqiu, a playboy, was quite skilled at manipulating women. Thankfully, Lin Yanin agreed to accompany her. In critical moments, you need your best friend. This matter, you absolutely cannot let Yi Jing know. Zhang Qingxian said, he's now my fiancé, and if he finds out I went to a bar, he'll definitely be unhappy. But as long as we settle the matter tonight and leave the bar immediately, we won't stay there any longer. Lin Yanin nodded with a smile. Don't worry. A few hours later, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanin arrived at the bar. The place was filled with colorful lights and loud noises. The music was so loud, with heavy beats, that as soon as Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanin entered, they couldn't hear each other. They had to speak close to each other's ears to be heard. Come on over. Over there, Peng Xiaoqiu was already surrounded by several half-dressed, slightly intoxicated girls, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. But as soon as he saw Zhang Qingxian enter, his eyes lit up, especially when he noticed Lin Yanin accompanying her. His face broke into a wide grin. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanin, these two sisters, now that's interesting. He waved his hand, motioning for the half-dressed girls to leave. After all, tonight he had only sent that message to Zhang Qingxian on a whim. He didn't think she would actually come, so he had invited a few girls to have some fun. He hadn't expected Zhang Qingxian to actually show up. It seemed the predicament she was in was indeed serious. Qingxian, come over and have a drink. Peng Xiaoqiu called out to Zhang Qingxian, leading her into the booth. The noise outside was slightly reduced, and they could now hear each other speak. I can't drink, Zhang Qingxian said honestly. My grandfather has always forbidden us younger generation members from drinking, except for my older sister, who occasionally has a drink. I get drunk after just one glass. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. Peng Xiaoqiu, hearing this, became even more excited. One glass and she's drunk? Perfect. Come on, just one glass. Don't you even give me that much face? Lin Yanin intervened. Mr. Peng, we'll have just this one glass tonight. We really can't drink more. Peng Xiaoqiu smiled. All right, just one glass. Lin Yanin mustered her courage. Although she couldn't drink much either, she had been in enough business dinners to manage a couple of glasses. This glass, I'll drink it for Qingxian. Lin Yanin picked up the glass and gulped it down. Bravo! Peng Xiaoqiu shouted, and his friends around him also cheered loudly. Pour another glass, Peng Xiaoqiu instructed someone nearby. The person quickly refilled the glass, observing the situation. Lin Yanin's face changed. Mr. Peng, didn't we agree to just one glass? Peng Xiaoqiu's expression darkened, and he deliberately said coldly, Is this how you negotiate? Besides, I said that glass was for Qingxian. Since you've taken it for her, it's not just one glass anymore. His friends chimed in with laughter. That's right, right? If you take a drink for someone, it's 3 glasses for one. That's the rule here. Lin Yanin's face turned pale. If she had to drink 3 glasses, she would probably pass out right there. Peng Xiaoqiu laughed loudly again. It depends on whether you're willing to continue drinking. If you don't take the drink, then Qingxian will have to drink 1 glass. But your first glass would have been for nothing. If you continue to take the drink, then you'll have to drink 2 more glasses. Lin Yanin glanced at Zhang Qingxian and gritted her teeth. I'll keep drinking. She knew that Zhang Qingxian never drank and would definitely get drunk after just 1 glass. At that point, not only would they not be able to discuss the main issue, But Zhang Qingxian would likely also be subjected to Pang Xiaoqiu's unwelcome advances. Zhang Qingxian worriedly said, Yanin, maybe we should just forget about it. Pang Xiaoqiu sneered beside them. Forget about it? Then you've come here for nothing tonight. Think about your company's current situation. The only one who can save you is the Pang family behind me. Only if you make me happy tonight and show me your sincerity will the Pang family's orders come your way. As for how to make me happy, bang. Pang Xiaoqiu placed the full glass in front of the two women. Chapter 98. Teetotaler? Come on, show me your sincerity. Pang Xiao leaned against the dim lighting, masking the fiery lust in his eyes. If he could get these two women drunk tonight, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Why did he choose this bar? Because this bar had his shares, and the owner was his buddy. He could get these two women drunk directly, and then take care of business in the room next door. I'll drink. Lin Yanin was determined. She knew how important this opportunity was for Zhang Qingxian. It could be said that only by overcoming this difficulty would the hard times for Zhang Qingxian and her truly pass. Good. Pang Xiao showed excitement, looking at Lin Yanin. I knew your drinking capacity wasn't that small. Come on, show me your skills. The group of friends around him began to cheer. Drink, drink, drink. In the midst of the cheering, Lin Yanin drank another full glass, bitter and forced. Come, drink this one, and there's another. Pang Xiao subtly signaled to someone next to him. That person immediately took away the transparent glass and replaced it with a larger one. This new glass was significantly bigger, holding more than the previous two combined. Lin Yanin's eyes were already a bit blurry. This glass seems off, doesn't it? Zhang Qingxian beside her was also anxious. Mr. Pang, you're bullying us. This glass is obviously much bigger than the last one. Lin Yanin also regained a bit of clarity. Yes, it wasn't this glass before. Pang Xiao laughed heartily. That's the rule here. You've already proven your strength by drinking 2 glasses. How about it? Just one more glass. Will you drink it or not? If you don't drink it, I'll stick to my previous words, as if nothing happened. You and Zhang Qingxian can leave directly. Lin Yanin gritted her teeth. How could she give up at this point? All the previous drinks would have been in vain. Yanin. Zhang Qingxian couldn't bear it. She wanted to secure the Pang family's big order, but she didn't want her friend to suffer anymore. Let's not drink, Yanin. We can do without this order. We'll find another way. Lin Yanin, however, was already a bit dazed. Qingxian, I know how important this chance is for you. Just one more glass. It's only a bit bigger. Don't worry, I still have some capacity left. Lin Yanin picked up the large glass and drank it down in one go. This time, her eyes were even more blurred, barely able to distinguish people, everything around her hazy. Zhang Qingxian, Yanin, you're drunk? Someone, help her. A barmaid immediately came over to support Lin Yanin, but that girl had obviously been paid by Pang Xiao. After exchanging a glance with him, she helped Lin Yanin towards a room. Pang Xiao watched Lin Yanin leave, his eyes filled with greed. One beauty was already taken care of. If he could handle this one too, tonight would be a threesome. Qingxian, it's your turn. Pang Xiao pushed a glass of wine in front of Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian angrily said, Didn't Lin Yanin already drink 3 glasses? Pang Xiao said indifferently, How hard is it for me to see your sincerity? Lin Yanin is Lin Yanin. You are you. But I won't bully you. If you can finish this glass, I'll double the order for my Pang family. How about it? Zhang Qingxian hesitated. Pang Xiao said, It's just 1 glass, not like Lin Yanin's 3. I believe in you, Qingxian. You can do it. His friends chimed in, Yeah, who can't drink 1 glass? We're all here to have fun. Don't spoil the mood. It's just 1 glass. Anyone can drink a glass, Zhang Qingxian. Just drink it. Hearing so many people urging her to drink, and not being good at refusing, Zhang Qingxian hesitated and then picked up the glass. I'll drink a little, but if I can't finish the whole glass, don't blame me. Zhang Qingxian picked up the glass and started drinking. But as someone who had never drunk before, she immediately started coughing from the strong taste. This caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Looks like our Qingxian really can't drink. Pang Xiao took out a small pill. How about this, Qingxian? If you can drink this, you won't have to drink that glass of wine. Zhang Qingxian asked suspiciously, what is that? How could Pang Xiao say it was a strong aphrodisiac? Any woman who took it, no matter how chaste, would become a wanton woman. It's just a low-content alcohol. Pang Xiao lied effortlessly. When dissolved in water, it becomes something similar to fruit beer. It's definitely easier to drink than that glass of wine. So, if you can drink this small pill, you won't have to drink the glass of wine. How about it? His friends all had knowing expressions. They had often used this trick on naive girls. Zhang Qingxian, just drink it. It's much easier than drinking alcohol. Yeah, it's really easy, and it doesn't make you cough. You can try it and see. Zhang Qingxian suspiciously sniffed it. It was indeed tasteless. Unlike alcohol, which made her cough immediately. But deep down, Zhang Qingxian knew she had to be careful. The previous drink was at least from the bar, so it was safe. But who knew what this small pill was? I don't want to drink this. Zhang Qingxian shook her head. The key was, when Lin Yanan was beside her, she felt a bit more secure, knowing her friend was there. But now, Lin Yanan was nowhere to be seen, and she suddenly started to panic. Don't be afraid. Pang Xiao, at this moment, acted like a caring older brother, sitting beside Zhang Qingxian and putting his arm around her shoulder. Look, if you don't choose this, you'll have to drink. You choose yourself. Being helped to a room, Lin Yanan suddenly jolted awake. Where are we going? Who are you? Lin Yanan looked at the unfamiliar girl beside her and asked suspiciously. The girl smiled. We're going to the room. Don't worry, Mr. Pang will be here soon. Lin Yanan suddenly became more alert. She quickly broke free from the girl and ran off. Chapter 99. Come and save us. At this moment, Lin Yanan's mind was occupied by only one person. Yi Jing, the hero who had saved her last time. Soon, Lin Yanan dialed Yi Jing's number. Yi Jing, come and save Qingxian. We're at Qinghe Bar. After saying that, she herself became even more muddled, her speech slurring. The younger girl behind her came over, seeing Lin Yanan making a phone call, but didn't think much of it. She assumed Lin Yanan, in her drunken state, had unconsciously dialed someone without knowing who. You're still making phone calls? The big Master Pang will be here soon to bless you. Hurry up and get ready. The younger girl hung up Lin Yanan's phone, helped her into the room, and even thoughtfully helped her take off her coat. Of course, this was to make it more convenient for Big Master Pang when he came in later. On the other side, Yi Jing, who had received the call, had a dark expression. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan went to meet Big Master Pang? This is like sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. How could these two young girls outplay those rich young masters? Those rich young masters spend their days in bars, playing all sorts of tricks. They specialize in this. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan going there would definitely be at a disadvantage. And these two girls didn't even think about it. Was Pang Xiaoqiu really sincere in helping them? Even if he wanted to help them, could Pang Xiaoqiu persuade the entire Pang family to support Zheng's company? Yi Jing hailed a taxi and headed straight to Qinghe Bar. Come on, choose. In front of Zhang Qingxian were 2 cups. Zhang Qingxian hesitated for a moment. I don't want to choose anything. Big Master Pang, is what you said true? Will your Pang family really place an order with our Jing family's flagship company? Zhang Qingxian asked. Can you persuade your Pang family? Big Master Pang glanced around at his group of friends and laughed loudly. Of course it's difficult. Actually, tonight's setup was entirely my own doing. My Pang family doesn't know about it at all. Zhang Qingshuan's face changed. So, even if I drink all the wine tonight, you won't place an order? At this moment, she finally realized that Pang Xiaoqiu was completely lying. You realized it too late. Pang Xiaoqiu pressed down on Zhang Qingshuan's shoulders, not letting her stand up. You have to drink tonight's wine, whether you want to or not. Zhang Qingxian struggled. I won't drink. Pang Xiaoqiu sneered. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Your friend Lin Yanan is in my hands right now. If you don't drink, her fate might not be so good. Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Then tears streamed down her face. This time, out of fear of danger, She had brought Lin Yanin along to give her courage. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Yanin who got dragged into this mess. Where did you take Lin Yanin? Zhang Qingxian was also anxious, looking left and right but not seeing Lin Yanin. She was even more afraid that Peng Xiaoqiu's men had already taken advantage of Lin Yanin. She was so anxious she wanted to stand up. Peng Xiaoqiu firmly pressed down on Zhang Qingshuan's shoulders. If you want to see her, it's easy. As long as you drink any one of these 2 cups, I'll immediately take you to see her. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. If you're so eager to drink, why don't you drink it yourself? Suddenly, a hand reached out from mid-air, grabbed Peng Xiaoqiu's hair, and pressed his head towards the 2 cups. Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxian saw the person and was immediately overjoyed. It was as if she had found her mainstay. Her inner fear suddenly vanished. Yi Jing said calmly, "Don't worry, you're safe now." Zhang Qingxian quickly nodded. But then she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Yi Jing, Lin Yanin is still in danger. They don't know where they've taken her." From a corner nearby, a weak voice came, "I'm here. I managed to break free and come over." Yi Jing looked at Peng Xiaoqiu. "You like drinking so much, huh? Come on, drink both of these. Let's see how good your drinking capacity is. You guys, keep pouring for him." After saying that, no one dared to move. Peng Xiaoqiu was the richest and most influential person there, who would risk offending the wealthy big master Peng for a stranger. "Oh, my words don't work, huh? Only big master Peng's words work, huh?" Yi Jing sneered, then delivered a forceful slap, knocking out half of Peng Xiaoqiu's teeth. "Now, can you listen?" Yi Jing looked around at the others. The surrounding people's expressions changed immediately, all realizing that Yi Jing was here to cause trouble. "You dare to touch Big Master Peng?" Someone next to him stood up, wanting to stand up for Peng Xiaoqiu, but before he could fully stand, Yi Jing slapped him down. "Did I let you stand up? You, obediently pour wine for Big Master Peng." That person only felt his shoulder was painfully numb. That slap felt like an iron hand hitting him. Half of his body went numb. Big Master Peng is someone you can provoke? A few more people rushed up, wanting to attack Yi Jing. Yi Jing, however, directly kicked out, sending those few flying. Bang, bang, bang. Those people turned into sandbags, smashing several tables around into pieces. The surrounding people finally realized something was wrong here. "Quick, call the security." The DJ upstairs also noticed the commotion and stopped the music. Many of the patrons, seeing the destruction, left the place, not wanting to get involved in the trouble. What's going on here? A large group of bar security guards stormed up aggressively. When they saw that Peng Xiaoqiu, a friend of the boss and also a shareholder of the bar, was being pressed down on the table, they were furious. "This guy dares to provoke our big master Peng. Everyone, go and take him down." A crowd rushed up all at once. Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxian showed a hint of worry, and Lin Yanin beside her also revealed concern. Although they knew Yi Jing was quite capable, like a martial arts coach, so many people, it's hard to fight against so many. Could Yi Jing handle it? "It's okay. You two just sit quietly and watch how these people make fools of themselves." Yi Jing glanced at the beer bottles on the table, then kicked the table over with a single foot. The beer bottles on the table shot out like projectiles. The group rushing over each got hit by a beer bottle, falling down in a large heap. Damn, so many people can't beat one person? And he's only using one hand and one foot, while holding down Big Master Peng with the other hand? Everyone charge. The manager, fanning the flames of anger, directed the crowd to charge forward. After all, this was their place. If Yi Jing really wrecked it today, would their bar even be able to open in the future? A group of security guards and staff members all rushed towards Yi Jing. Chapter 100. You can't handle this. Aren't you afraid of dying? When Yi Jing saw so many people charging at him, his eyebrows furrowed. Smack, smack, smack. He swung his hand, slapping one after another, knocking them all to the ground. His moves were ruthless. Those he knocked down couldn't even stand up, feeling half their body go numb. By the end, only the manager who had spoken earlier was left standing. But he hid at the back of the crowd, too afraid to charge forward himself. Who the hell is causing trouble in my place? The boss arrived with a large group of people, their momentum fierce. Master Pang, are you all right? The boss's face grew even darker when he saw Pang Xiaoqiu still pressed against the table. After so long, were all these people just wasting food? Hurry up and get me out of here. This guy's a madman. Pang Xiaoqiu's head was pressed against the glass table, feeling utterly humiliated. So many people, yet not a single one could save him? The boss said, "Don't worry, the ones I brought are all top-notch. There are even a few provincial martial arts champions among them. Taking down this guy will be a piece of cake." He waved his hand, and the group charged forward like wolves. Yi Jing, maybe we should leave? Seeing the boss arrive and the martial arts champions, Zhang Qingxian was genuinely scared. In her eyes, Yi Jing was just a slightly skilled martial arts coach. With provincial martial arts champions present, Yi Jing was likely to lose. Yi Jing said calmly, "It's fine. Today, I want to see who dares to disturb Master Pang's drinking mood." Before those few could even reach him, Yi Jing flicked a few dice from the table, sending them flying back and knocking several people down. What kind of hidden weapon is this? The men thought the fast-moving black objects were some kind of hidden weapon, but when they looked closely, they were just dice. Can dice be thrown with the power of a bullet? This stunned them. Even those who weren't knocked down were panicking. "Boss, this guy's a bit weird. He's strong. Should we call for more people?" The skilled fighters hesitated, too afraid to attack. The boss cursed, "What the hell do I keep you for? Get up there. Don't you see Master Pang is still being controlled?" But no matter how he shouted, none of them dared to move. Even though they were fighters, they valued their lives. Didn't they see how some fighters had been pierced by the dice, barely breathing? All right, since no one's interrupting Master Pang's mood, let him start drinking. Yi Jing stepped on Pang Xiaoqiu and flipped him over with one hand. "You two, come over and force Master Pang's mouth open." Yi Jing pointed at two of Pang Xiaoqiu's friends. We can't." Before one could finish, Yi Jing kicked him, sending him flying into a wall. Blood streamed from his chest, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. "Now it's your turn." Yi Jing pointed at two others. These two dared not disobey Yi Jing and quickly forced Pang Xiaoqiu's mouth open. "Aleph and kill you too. I've given you benefits before, and you dare to force my mouth open? Woo woo." Pang Xiaoqiu started cursing but quickly couldn't anymore. The two friends forced his mouth open while crying and apologizing. "Master Pang, we don't want to, but this man is forcing us. Please don't blame us." Pang Xiaoqiu's mouth was forced open, and one of the friends even put a toy ring in his mouth, widening it. Pang Xiaoqiu was in a panic, tears streaming down his face, his feet kicking wildly. He tried to kick the two friends, but they were like slippery eels, evading his kicks. "Not bad. You found a good ring." Yi Jing showed satisfaction and then stepped on Pang Xiaoqiu. "Who's going to let Master Pang enjoy himself? Master Pang loves drinking so much. This is your chance to show off." Yi Jing looked at a young man with colorful hair. "Apart from Pang Xiaoqiu, you were the one who urged drinking the most, weren't you? Was it him?" Yi Jing glanced at Zhang Qingxian, who quickly nodded. Yi Jing smiled. "All right, since you're so good at urging drinks, you'll pour for Master Pang and let him drink his fill." The colorful-haired man was trembling, too afraid to disobey. He quickly grabbed a large bottle of liquor and started pouring it down Pang Xiaoqiu's throat. Pang Xiaoqiu initially resisted, closing his throat to keep the liquor out. After all, so much liquor. If it really went in, it could kill him. No matter how much he could drink, this was too much. Pang Xiaoqiu was scared, but the colorful-haired man had a way. He kicked Pang Xiaoqiu's stomach hard, and Pang Xiaoqiu's throat involuntarily opened. The entire bottle of liquor went down in one go. "I see Master Pang hasn't had enough yet." Yi Jing pointed at another person. "You also urged a lot of drinks. You'll pour." These men were on the verge of tears. They realized what Yi Jing was doing. By forcing them to pour, Yi Jing was making sure Pang Xiaoqiu would hold a grudge against them. If Pang Xiaoqiu survived, once he recovered, He would definitely seek revenge on Yijing. But the ones who poured would also face his wrath, perhaps even worse. But what could they do? How much they had fawned over Peng Xiaoqiu before, they now regretted it just as much. How much they had urged him to drink, they now regretted it just as much. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. It was unclear how much liquor Peng Xiaoqiu had consumed. Finally, even Zhang Qingxian couldn't watch anymore. Yijing, maybe we should stop here. On one hand, she saw Peng Xiaoqiu was on the verge of passing out. On the other, the commotion was too big, and more people might come. By then, Yijing might not be able to leave. Yijing glanced at her. Do you think Master Peng has had enough? Zhang Qingxian suddenly understood Yijing's look and immediately said, I think there's just one more cup left. Exactly. Yijing smiled. This cup is Master Peng's special concoction. Who else should drink it but him? He forced the last cup down Peng Xiaoqiu's throat and said, Let's go. With that, Yijing left with the two women, walking away without a care. Throughout the whole process, the fighters and bosses glared at Yijing but didn't dare to provoke him. Chapter 101. Quickly see how it is. There was no way around it. For someone with such extraordinary strength, unless they used heavy weapons or found someone even more powerful, there was no way to defeat them. As soon as Yijing left, the boss immediately said, Quickly go and see how Peng Xiaoqiu is doing. Several people hurriedly helped Peng Xiaoqiu up. Peng Xiaoqiu, Peng Xiaoqiu. After slapping his face several times and splashing him with cold water a few times, Peng Xiaoqiu finally woke up. Has that Yijing left? Peng Xiaoqiu looked around in fear. Yes, he's gone, the boss quickly replied. Only then did Peng Xiaoqiu burst out in anger. Damn it, that guy is really a madman. If it weren't for the fact that I drank too much today and my body felt weak, I would have killed him later. Seeing that Yijing was no longer there, Peng Xiaoqiu suddenly felt emboldened again and staggered to his feet. It had to be said that Peng Xiaoqiu's body was constantly being drained by alcohol every day. Although his body was getting weaker day by day, his alcohol tolerance had truly been honed. After drinking so much, he hadn't instantly collapsed but was instead swaying on his feet. Yes, Peng Xiaoqiu's skills are also excellent. If it weren't for the previous drinking, he would definitely have been able to defeat him. Many of the bodyguards were secretly amused. Who didn't know that Peng Xiaoqiu was just a playboy? He was good at playing with women, but when it came to martial arts, he was even worse than them, the bodyguards. How could he possibly defeat Yijing? At this moment, many people had already been carried out and sent to the hospital for treatment. The boss frowned and said, Peng Xiao, you really shouldn't have provoked such a powerful person. The boss was a friend of Peng Xiaoqiu, so he didn't have to be so cautious with his words. Peng Xiaoqiu angrily said, How was I supposed to know that there was such a powerful bodyguard by Zheng Qingshuan's side? If I had known, I should have hired 10 of those bodyguards to directly kill her bodyguard. I was just trying to help Zheng Qingxian so that she could recover. Who would have thought that she wouldn't appreciate my kindness and even called such a powerful bodyguard to beat me up? The more Peng Xiaoqiu spoke, the angrier he became. But suddenly, he thought of something and suddenly sneered. This Zhang Qingxian hasn't solved her company's problems yet. There's a high chance she'll come back. Otherwise, if her company goes bankrupt, her good days will be over. Wait, why do I suddenly find you quite charming? Peng Xiaoqiu only felt a warm current rising from his lower abdomen, urging him to do something. The boss's face changed. Just by looking at Peng Xiaoqiu's state, he could tell that Peng Xiaoqiu had drunk something. Quickly find him some girls. Hurry up. If they didn't find some girls, something would go wrong. Because Peng Xiaoqiu's hands had already started to touch the boss's face. Returning to the hillside villa in Daiwan, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were full of regret. Zhang Qingxian even kept patting her little head. Why is my brain so stupid? How could I believe Peng Xiaoqiu's words? I almost fell for his trap. Lin Yanan also said, that Peng Xiaoqiu is really too wicked. He just wanted to trick us over. He had no good intentions. Yijing said beside them, don't fall for such tricks in the future. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Zhang Qingxian looked at Yijing with pleading eyes. Yi Jing, I was wrong. I won't do it again in the future. If it weren't for you today, both Lin Yanin and I would have been in trouble. Thank you so much. Yi Jing said, thank Lin Yanin. She was the one who called me over. Zhang Qingxian then went over to Lin Yanin and expressed her gratitude. Lin Yanin gave a wry smile. It's also thanks to my good alcohol tolerance. I've built it up over time. Otherwise, I might not have been clear-headed enough to call Yi Jing at that moment. Ultimately, it's because Yi Jing is so skilled that he was able to save us from there. Zhang Qingxian nodded. Thinking about Yi Jing's incredible presence in the bar, her eyes lit up. Yi Jing, you can even defeat the martial arts champions from the provincial city. You're really amazing. Zhang Qingshuan's eyes were sparkling. If you were to participate in a competition, you could probably win tens of thousands of dollars in prize money. Yi Jing smiled without saying anything. The dragon capital behind him, not to mention tens of thousands, even tens of billions were just a drop in the bucket. Alas, the company's problems still haven't been solved. Zhang Qingxian sighed. When it came to the main issue, both women fell silent. Today, they had taken a huge risk by going to the bar, and in the end, it was all for solving the company's problems. Now everything had returned to square one. By tomorrow, the signs of the company's collapse will probably start to appear. At that time, those people in the family who love to watch the chaos will probably come out to mock you, Lin Yanin worriedly said. Zhang Qingxian could only say, let's think of another way. Yanin, among all the companies in the provincial city that do our industry, besides Seaway Technology and the Pang family, which other companies can take on so many of our orders? Zhang Qingxian took out a small notebook, ready to list them. Let's see which one we can persuade, and which one has the highest chance of success. Yi Jing watched the two women from the side, thinking that if you two were to ask me, I could solve your problems in an instant. After thinking hard for a long time, Lin Yanin actually found 5 companies from the many enterprises in the provincial city. Among these 5, the first one, the easiest to take on our orders, and the most powerful, is the Duan family. The strength of the Duan family is even greater than that of the Pang family and Seaway Technology. Yi Jing's heart stirred. The Duan family? Could it be the Duan family where Duan Yonghao invited him to treat the Duan family's old man when he first arrived in the provincial city? Zhang Qingxian also noticed the Duan family, and her eyes lit up. The Duan family is the most powerful and has the deepest foundation. If we can reach a cooperation agreement with the Duan family, then our Zhang family and them will complement each other's advantages, and there will be no problem. Not only can we get through this huge crisis of the company, but we can also take the company to the next level. The two women were extremely excited. But how can the Duan family and our Zheng family form a cooperation agreement? Zhang Qingxian pondered. Lin Yanin, did our Zheng family ever try to reach a cooperation agreement with the Duan family before? Lin Yanin nodded and dug out the old documents. These company documents were not something we could see before. For us former outsiders, they were confidential. But now that you are the president, we have the authority to access them. Lin Yanin opened the tablet and logged into the company's backend. Look, our Zheng family flagship company has previously sought cooperation with the Duan family group. Chapter 102. Whose face is so big? At that time, even our Mr. Zheng, the elder of the Zheng family, personally went to see Mr. Duan. But the other party didn't even give Mr. Zheng face, directly rejecting him. Zhang Qingxian hesitated. Even my grandfather's face wasn't enough? Would I be able to do it? Zhang Qingxian hesitated. Lin Yanin also gritted her teeth. Maybe we can try? Maybe it will work? Think about it, Qingxian. When Mr. Zheng intervened 3 years ago, a lot has changed since then. Anything is possible. So, should we try? Zhang Qingxian mustered up her courage and decided to give it a shot the next day. For this, the two women prepared all night long. The next day, Zhang Qingxian, Lin Yanin, and Yi Jing arrived at the Duan family residence. This was Yi Jing's second time visiting the Duan family, and he was quite familiar with the place. Last time, Duan Yonghao had escorted him in. As the leader of the third generation of the Duan family, who among the servants in the entire Duan family would dare not show him respect. Today, however, the servants at the gate were a different shift. and they hadn't seen Yijing before. Wait, who are you? Why are you here at the Duan family? Come over and register. Stopped at the gate, Zhang Qingxian quickly explained, We are from Zhengshi Qijian Group. My name is Zhang Qingxian. We've come today to discuss cooperation with the Duan family. Those here to discuss cooperation, go to the side hall. Soon, Yijing and the others were directed to the side hall. As soon as they entered, Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Why are you here, Yuan Lifei? Yuan Lifei was also taken aback for a moment, then understood and sneered. You're also here to discuss cooperation with the Duan family? We're all in the same industry. Me and your sister are also here to discuss cooperation. Just then, Zhang Liyue entered from a side door, apparently just returning from the restroom. Second sister, you're here too? Seeing Zhang Qingxian and Yijing, Zhang Liyue immediately understood what Zhang Qingxian was up to. She laughed loudly. You always want to take shortcuts, trying to use the Duan family's connections to help the company through its difficulties? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Zhang Liyue gloated. The Duan family can indeed take on all of Zhengshi Qijian's orders, but why would they do that? I've already been talking with Mr. Duan Yonghao, the third-generation leader of the Duan family, for about a year. For this, I don't know how much I've had to give up, offering various concessions to Mr. Duan Yonghao. This is what earned me the opportunity for cooperation, and today, we're going to sign the contract. Once the Duan family cooperates with me, why would they continue to cooperate with you? The market share the Duan family can take is limited. Zhang Liyue was gloating, as if boasting about her achievements. What are you doing here today? Zhang Liyue deliberately pretended not to know, asking. Zhang Qingshuan's spirit sank, and she could only meekly reply, We're here to discuss cooperation. Discuss cooperation? Zhang Liyue laughed loudly, as if hearing a funny joke. What makes you think you can discuss cooperation with the Duan family? Is it because you're the second daughter of the Zheng family? But do you know? I'm the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, and I'm legitimate. Even so, I had to work even harder. Under my leadership, Zhengshi Qijian Group has been negotiating with Mr. Duan Yonghao for a year, and we've finally reached an agreement. Today, even if the flagship company isn't in my hands, I can still get the cooperation done. That's my charm. What do you have? Zhang Liyue shook her head, as if looking at someone who couldn't be helped. You're not worthy. Yuan Lifei beside her also sneered, Get lost. You're not worthy. Today's main event is between us and the Duan family. At this moment, a general manager of the Duan family entered. Seeing Zhang Liyue, he smiled and came over. Miss Zhang, our cooperation is just one step away. Shall we discuss it here, or in the next room? This general manager had been negotiating with them for a year, always the one in charge of the talks. As long as we finalize this last step today, you can directly sign the contract with Mr. Duan Yonghao. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue's smile couldn't be contained. All right, let's go to the next room. There are outsiders here. The general manager glanced at Zhang Qingxian, Yijing, and the others, nodding slightly. These are another group seeking cooperation, right? He led the gloating Zhang Liyue to the next room to discuss cooperation. As soon as they left, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan became anxious. Oh no, my sister has beaten us to it again. Now, if the Duan family starts cooperating with my sister, the Zhengshi Qijian company I'm in charge of will be completely sidelined. At that time, the Zhang family will still thrive with the orders my sister brings in, while the flagship company I'm responsible for will continue to decline. Zhang Qingxian felt like crying, as she could already foresee how many Zhang family members would criticize her. What should we do? Zhang Qingxian was on the verge of tears, and Lin Yanan beside her didn't know how to console her. How to console her? Her older sister Zhang Liyue had been negotiating for so long, and there was no way they could turn it around. Just then, a figure entered from outside. I heard there's a cooperation to be discussed here today. Is that right? Someone nearby replied, Yes, sir. They've been arranged inside. Duan Yonghao, followed by several assistants, strode inside. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan, seeing Duan Yonghao, felt their hearts sink. They knew Duan Yonghao must be here for Zheng Liyue and Yuan Lifei. But unexpectedly, the moment Duan Yonghao saw Yi Jing, he suddenly froze, then his face lit up with joy. Mr. Yi, when did you arrive? Duan Yonghao, who had been a cold, aloof CEO just moments ago, suddenly transformed into a sycophant, rushing over quickly. Mr. Yi, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? I would have come out to greet you. Last time, Yi Jing had helped him, and Duan Yonghao's position in the Duan family had risen sharply. He had surpassed Duan Yongning and become the actual power holder of the Duan family. In a sense, Yi Jing's treatment of the Duan family patriarch had indirectly helped Duan Yonghao, propelling him to the position of the actual leader of the Duan family. So, Duan Yonghao was deeply grateful to Yi Jing. Not only him, but the Duan family patriarch also always remembered Yi Jing, saying he must maintain a good relationship with the miraculous doctor. After all, who can say they'll never fall ill again? Chapter 103. Falling Ill. Grandpa Duan's illness this time has been cured. However, it's hard to guarantee that as people age, they won't contract other illnesses in a couple of years. Moreover, the Duan family has a long history, and besides Grandpa Duan, there are over a dozen first-generation elders, each needing such a miraculous doctor to ensure their well-being. Therefore, Grandpa Duan issued a strict order to Duan Yonghao. He must maintain a good relationship with that divine doctor. But Duan Yonghao knows that the divine Dr. Yi rarely takes action. Only by finding clues about the doctor's parents from years ago can one persuade him to lend his hand once. These days, Duan Yonghao has been unable to sleep, constantly pondering how to secure the doctor's continued assistance in the future. Unexpectedly, Yi Jing suddenly appeared at the Duan residence. Mr. Yi, what kind of tea would you like? He turned to the servant beside him, scolding, when the most esteemed guest like Mr. Yi arrives, you serve such inferior tea? Bring out the finest Biluakun from the old master's collection. The servant was startled. The old master's treasured Biluakun was reserved for the highest-ranking guests of the Duan family. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan, seeing Duan Yonghao's attitude, were also astonished. What was going on? Duan Yonghao, such a powerful CEO, whose assets far surpassed even their Zheng flagship group, how could he be so respectful towards Yi Jing? Duan Yonghao continued, Mr. Yi, what brings you here today? He knew that Yi Jing's visit must have a purpose. He was determined, no matter what the matter was, to handle it perfectly for Yi Jing. Not to mention anything else, just to please Yi Jing, perhaps it would lead to a better relationship with this divine doctor. Yi Jing replied, I don't have any particular business. I'm just accompanying these two young ladies. Duan Yonghao immediately understood, switching to a smiling face as he approached them. Two beautiful young ladies. May I ask what business brings you to the Duan residence? Zhang Qingxian had never met Duan Yonghao, the head of the Duan family, the legendary cold-faced CEO, who now wore such a warm smile. Zhang Qingxian, despite her shock, quickly presented her request. She wasn't naive. She had realized that Yi Jing must be a distinguished guest of the Duan household, and Duan Yonghao's courteous demeanor towards her was due to Yi Jing's presence. Today, we've come to sign a contract. Previously, our Zheng flagship group had some dealings with the Duan family. Duan Yonghao quickly recalled, Oh, so you're from the Zheng family? I haven't met you before. Zhang Qingxian explained, I'm the second daughter of the Zheng family. Previously, it was my elder sister who handled matters with your family. However, this time, my sister wants to cut us out and deal directly with the Duan family. Duan Yonghao glanced at Yi Jing, his sharp mind immediately grasping the situation. Miss Zhang, please rest assured, I know what to do. He had heard of the Zheng family's internal rotation system, and it seemed the second daughter's faction was at odds with the eldest daughter's. Duan Yonghao didn't care how long the discussions between the Duan and Zheng groups had been going on. All he knew was that Yi Jing was on the side of the second daughter, so he would unconditionally support her. I'll handle it right away. Duan Yonghao directly entered the adjacent room. Zheng Liyue and Yuan Lifei, seeing Duan Yonghao, quickly stood up, timidly greeting, Mr. Duan. Our cooperation has been discussed thoroughly, and we've reached the final stages with the general manager. The general manager added, Yes, sir. we've reached the final item, following your previous instructions, and have basically achieved a mutually beneficial outcome. Yuan Lifei even patted his chest, assuring, Mr. Duan, although this cooperation has encountered a minor hiccup and is no longer related to the Zheng flagship group, I guarantee that all terms will be identical to those previously discussed, and we will even uphold the reputation of the Yuan family to ensure even better execution. After they finished, they confidently awaited Duan Yonghao's signature. Sir, this is where you sign. Yuan Lifei and Zhang Liyue waited for Duan Yonghao to put pen to paper. However, Duan Yonghao's expression remained cold. This cooperation, I see, still has significant issues. Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei's faces changed slightly. They had reached this stage. How could there still be changes? Mr. Duan, is there something we haven't done properly? Or is there something you're dissatisfied with? The general manager, a shrewd observer of people, noticed Duan Yonghao's different demeanor and immediately changed his tone. I see there's still much dissatisfaction here. Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei nearly choked. Just moments ago, the general manager had been all smiles, everything negotiable. Now, with Duan Yonghao's arrival, he seemed like a different person. Please, Mr. Duan, clarify what more we need to do. Do you require additional terms? Zhang Liyue lowered her stance, considering that even if additional terms were required, she would agree to them. After all, she desperately needed the Duan family's support. Without her grandfather's appointed assets, she had to rely on herself, so securing this order from the Duan family was crucial. Unexpectedly, Duan Yonghao directly shook his head. The company I want to cooperate with is the Zheng flagship company, not you two stragglers. Is that clear? Duan Yonghao's words were echoed by the general manager. Have you heard our Mr. Duan's intentions? He values the Zheng flagship company's reputation, not the two of you. With just the two of you, how can you fulfill the terms of the contract? Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei grew anxious. Mr. Duan, please rest assured, we guarantee to fulfill all the previously discussed terms, even exceeding them. Please, grant us this order. Duan Yonghao, however, remained unmoved. No, I've made myself clear. I don't value your abilities, nor the Yuan family's reputation. He sneered at Yuan Lifei. What face does your Yuan family have here? Yuan Lifei was extremely embarrassed, his face turning red, yet he had no way to argue back. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Yuan family was also a prestigious clan, on par with the Zheng family. But compared to the Duan family, a major powerhouse, they were far behind. Chapter 104. Irrefutable. Yuan Lifei's face turned red, but he couldn't refute. Duan Yonghao said calmly, what I value is the potential of your Zheng flagship company, not the potential of Zhang Liyue personally, nor that of your Yuan family, understand? After these words, Zhang Liyue's face turned pale. She understood. Today, this order no longer belonged to her, and it was very likely to belong to her younger sister, Zhang Qingxian. The hatred in her heart grew. It was her who had worked tirelessly for over half a year to secure this achievement, yet now it was about to be handed over to her younger sister, Zhang Qingxian. Mr. Duan, could you reconsider? This order is very important to me. Zhang Liyue wanted to say more, but Duan Yonghao left directly. The general manager, who had been smiling just moments ago, now had a cold expression. Will you leave on your own, or should I have you escorted out? Zhang Liyue tried to argue. Can you talk to Mr. Duan for us? Let's discuss it again. We're willing to make further concessions on those terms. I know you value the company's reputation, but we can offer more personal benefits. The general manager shook his head, his face still cold. These words, our Mr. Duan won't listen to. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to call security to escort you out. Seeing the general manager's resolute attitude, Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei had no choice but to leave. Outside, Zhang Liyue felt more and more aggrieved. How did we get kicked out? No, this is such a good deal. We worked on it for over a year. How can it go to the second sister? Zhang Liyue felt very uncomfortable. After all, it was her achievement. Yuan Lifei quickly soothed her. Don't worry, this matter isn't settled yet. If Mr. Duan Yonghao realizes during subsequent cooperation that your sister's management skills are far inferior to yours, he will surely regret it. Then, the order will still be yours. It's yours, it can't escape. Zhang Liue forced a smile. But that's when? I want these orders now. Once in the car, in this enclosed space, Zhang Liue began to complain and whine. Why is my life so hard? At that moment, Yuan Lifei's eyes widened as he looked outside. Liue, look outside. Duan Yonghao composed himself and returned to Yi Jing's side. He put on a smile. Mr. Yi, I apologize for the wait. The cooperation with Zhang Liue has been terminated. From now on, our Duan family's orders will only be discussed with Miss Zhang Qingxian, whether or not she holds a position in the Zheng flagship group. Zhang Qingshuan's heart raced. She was both surprised by this sudden and big surprise and shocked by Yi Jing's extensive connections, being able to know someone like Duan Yonghao. At this moment, an old voice came from outside. Excuse me, is Mr. Yi here? Grandpa Duan, leaning on a cane, walked in briskly. Mr. Yi, since you treated my illness, my health has been getting better day by day. But since I heard you were here, I had to come and ask you to take a look again, to see if there are any hidden ailments. Grandpa Duan knew Yi Jing was a miraculous doctor, so how could he let him go? Yi Jing glanced at him and smiled. Apart from some basic illnesses like high blood pressure and high cholesterol, there's nothing else. Just maintain a regular routine and healthy diet in the future. Grandpa Duan was overjoyed. Good, good, good. Thank you, benefactor. How about we set a banquet tonight and have you stay for dinner? Yi Jing shook his head. No need. I still have things to do back home. Grandpa Duan was regretful. That's truly a loss for our Duan family. He was right. Such a miraculous doctor, if not properly befriended, would indeed be a loss. Zhang Qingxian, on the other hand, was stunned. Duan Yonghao was one thing, but even Grandpa Duan, such a powerful figure and the real mastermind behind the Duan family, was respectfully seeing Yi Jing off? From these conversations, Zhang Qingxian was astonished to discover that Yi Jing could also diagnose and treat illnesses. She was becoming more and more puzzled by her fiancé. Then I'll see you off. Grandpa Duan and Duan Yonghao together saw Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian off. This scene was just witnessed by Zhang Liue and Yuan Lifei in their car. Honey, look who that is. Although Yuan Lifei and Zhang Liue were not officially married, they had been living together for a long time and addressed each other as husband and wife. That's Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing? Zhang Liue was stunned. How could the Duan family's grandpa respectfully see these two off? Thinking about Duan Yonghao's attitude towards them earlier, and the Duan family's completely different attitudes before and after, could it be because of Yi Jing? Honey, do you think we failed to secure the cooperation with the Duan family because of Yi Jing? Yuan Lifei's face darkened as he nodded slightly. Very likely. This Yi Jing must have somehow deceived Grandpa Duan of the Duan family, making him very respectful towards him. You know, there are always some scams targeting the elderly in the world. Grandpa Duan probably fell for Yi Jing's tricks. Zhang Liue fumed. We worked on this cooperation for so long, yet it's not as good as a scammer. Yuan Lifei soothed her. I'll find a way to deal with it. I know people from the Yuan Dao sect. I'll have them deal with that guy. Also, isn't your grandfather always ill? Zhang Liue nodded. I've thought of a plan. If we cure your grandfather's illness, he might redistribute the assets. Hearing this, Zhang Liue's eyes lit up. She was also aware of her grandfather's illness. However, she had been too busy with work before and hadn't paid much attention to her grandfather. So, the issue of her grandfather's illness had always been taken care of by her younger sister, Zhang Qingxian, who had been showing daily concern. It seems that the second sister, because she cares about grandfather's health every day, is liked by grandfather. But I can do that too. Zhang Liue felt like she had opened a new world, suddenly enlightened. The second sister only cares about grandfather's illness, but I can directly find a doctor to cure grandfather's illness. Let's find a miraculous doctor. Zhang Liue smiled. Once grandfather's illness is cured, the family assets will still be mine, right? Yuan Lifei also smiled. Good. Then let's take two approaches. On one hand, I'll find people from the Yuan Dao sect to teach the I Ching a lesson. On the other hand, we'll find a miraculous doctor to cure your grandfather's illness. Chapter 105. You're so smart. How can you be so smart? After hearing Yuan Lifei's two suggestions, Zhang Liyue was overjoyed. I really like you so much. In the car, Zhang Liyue excitedly threw herself onto Yuan Lifei. The car soon began to sway rhythmically. Dr. Peng, this is the Zhang family. After extensive inquiries from all directions, the eldest sister, Zhang Liyue, found a renowned doctor, Peng Lihua. It's said that this Dr. Peng once visited the home of Elder Duan. Elder Duan's illness was an old ailment, but after Dr. Peng's visit, Elder Duan's health improved significantly. Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei believed it must be due to Dr. Peng's exceptional medical skills. If he could cure Elder Duan, he could surely cure their own Elder Zhang. Entering the inner chamber, Zhang Liyue showed great respect to Dr. Peng Lihua as they made their way inside. Grandpa, I've brought you a renowned doctor. Hearing the commotion outside, Elder Zhang looked puzzled. Zhang Liyue smiled. Grandpa, Yuan Lifei and I have found a renowned doctor for you. Your illness can be cured. Elder Zhang shook his head and chuckled. No need. My illness has already been treated. His body had been examined by Yi Jing a couple of days ago. Yi Jing had prescribed medicine, stating that after a few days of treatment, his health would be restored. Over the past few days, Elder Zhang had clearly felt his body improving day by day. The ailments that had plagued him seemed to be gradually subsiding. However, since a doctor was now present, he thought it might be a good idea to have his pulse checked to see how his recovery was progressing. Someone has already treated you? Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei exchanged glances, their minds filled with doubt. Zhang Liyue whispered to a servant nearby, Has any doctor visited our family recently? This servant, who had been attending to Elder Zhang's meals daily, shook her head. Zhang Liyue frowned. No doctor has been here. So why does Grandpa say he's been treated? Could it be that Grandpa is still dissatisfied with me? It must be. Grandpa must still hold a grudge against me for not inquiring about his health more often. Realizing this, Zhang Liyue decided that if she could cure Grandpa's illness this time, she could surely change his perception of her. Dr. Peng, please treat my grandfather well. I'll double your fee afterward. Desperate to cure her grandfather's illness and secure her future, Zhang Liyue was willing to go all out. She had already lost her order. Only by regaining control of the family's assets from Grandpa could she turn things around. Dr. Peng nodded slightly, stroking his beard. Don't worry. I treat every patient with the utmost seriousness. He placed his hand on Elder Zhang's wrist. After taking his pulse for a moment, his expression turned puzzled. Your illness, it doesn't seem to be much of an issue. Elder Zhang, your body is actually in good shape. Why did you call me to treat you? Dr. Peng was puzzled. This didn't resemble the pulse of someone seriously ill. Hearing this, Elder Zhang laughed heartily. It seemed that the medicine Yi Jing had prescribed was indeed effective, as it had eradicated the root of his illness. No. Dr. Peng suddenly realized, this doesn't resemble the pulse of someone without illness, but rather someone whose condition has improved significantly. Almost fully recovered. And this technique? Dr. Peng's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. It resembled that of someone, the same person he had wanted to apprentice under during his visit to the Duan family, only to be ignored and left behind. Now, Dr. Peng had once again witnessed the traces of that person's treatment. Truthfully, such medical techniques, in the eyes of a practitioner like Dr. Peng, were like an art, incredibly elegant. Even Dr. Peng took a little longer to feel the pulse, just to savor the subtle traces left by Yi Jing. This medical technique is truly superb. While Dr. Peng continued to marvel, the reactions of those around him varied. Zhang Liyue was bewildered. Grandpa's illness has really been cured? And the treatment method seems to have been highly praised by Dr. Peng? Who exactly treated Grandpa? The eldest sister, Zhang Liyue, was desperate to know, because this was directly related to her future. Elder Zhang chuckled. You figured it out? My old ailment was indeed cured a few days ago by a renowned doctor. These days, it's just a matter of recuperation. Dr. Pong, could you tell me how many more days of rest I need to be fully recovered? Dr. Pong thought for a moment. At most, no more than 5 days, and your illness will be completely cured. Elder Zhang laughed heartily. Exactly, that renowned doctor said the same thing. It seems Dr. Peng's medical skills are also exceptionally high. Perhaps I should have invited you earlier. Dr. Peng hurriedly waved his hands. He was filled with humility. I dare not say that, Elder Zhang. That person's medical skills are hundreds of times more proficient than mine. I can only barely understand the traces of his techniques, but I cannot match his ease and mastery. Now, I just want to inquire about his whereabouts. Elder Zhang looked puzzled. Why are you asking about my son-in-law's whereabouts? Dr. Peng was stunned. So the true renowned doctor was the son-in-law of the Zhang family? Zhang Liyue was also shocked. Her husband was a renowned doctor? Yuan Lifei's family did indeed engage in some medicinal business, so it was not uncommon for him to be exposed to medical knowledge. Could it be that Yuan Lifei had cured Grandpa's illness? That would make sense. The servant had said that no outsiders had entered the Zhang family during this period, so it must have been someone from within, namely Yuan Lifei. Yuan Lifei, did you treat Grandpa? Zhang Liyue wanted to flirt and claim credit. If she could claim this merit, wouldn't she be able to negotiate the redistribution of assets? Elder Zhang looked puzzled. What Yuan Lifei? It was Yi Jing. Yi Jing cured my illness. Thunderstruck, Zhang Liyue's mind was like a bolt of lightning. It was Yi Jing? At this moment, she suddenly understood everything. Elder Zhang valued Yi Jing because he could cure illnesses. Marrying her to Yi Jing might have been to cure Elder Zhang's illness. And Yi Jing, who possessed such advanced medical skills, was being praised endlessly by a renowned doctor like Dr. Peng. Yes, it's Dr. Yi. Dr. Peng exclaimed excitedly. Elder Zhang, could you introduce me? I want to apprentice under Dr. Yi. The two beside them were once again shocked. Yi Jing's medical skills were so advanced that even a veteran renowned doctor like Dr. Peng was willing to become his apprentice. Chapter 106. Willing to become a disciple. At this moment, Zhang Liyue was filled with deep regret. If she hadn't chosen to break off the engagement, hadn't looked down on Yi Jing, and had instead chosen Yuan Lifei, perhaps she would now have assets and an exceptionally outstanding fiancé. Yuan Lifei came from a good background, but his abilities were weak, far inferior to Yi Jing's excellence and the level of respect Yi Jing received from the old master. What should I do? Zhang Liyue walked out, her spirit shattered. Yuan Lifei immediately approached and asked, How is it, Liyue? Did you cure the old master's illness? What did Dr. Peng say? Zhang Liyue had no mood to explain to him. After asking several times, Zhang Liyue finally, reluctantly, with a hint of resentment, recounted what had happened inside. So Yi Jing is a doctor? And his medical skills are exceptionally high? Yuan Lifei was also shocked. Reflecting on the past events, he suddenly understood everything. No wonder Master Duan treated him with such respect. Perhaps it was Yi Jing who cured Master Duan's illness. Zhang Liyue, with a sarcastic tone, complained, Look at how outstanding he is. What about you? Yuan Lifei felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He knew that Zhang Liyue had given up on Yi Jing because of him. If he performed too poorly compared to Yi Jing, Zhang Liyue would definitely look down on him. Yuan Lifei gritted his teeth and said, Liyue, I think you're overthinking. What does Yi Jing rely on? Isn't it just his ability to treat illnesses? Can treating illnesses put food on the table? Long-term assets and the money in hand, that's what's real. As long as you have money, what kind of divine doctor can't you hire? Zhang Liyue agreed with this reasoning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have focused solely on making money at work and neglected everything else. But now the assets have also been distributed by the old master to Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Liyue felt extremely dissatisfied. Yuan Lifei chuckled. You don't understand. Your grandfather gave the assets to Yi Jing because he values his healing abilities. But what if he loses that ability? Zhang Liyue was stunned. How could someone lose their ability to heal? Yuan Lifei said, "You think, if a doctor's hands and feet were broken, could he still treat illnesses?" After a slight hesitation, Zhang Liyue's eyes lit up. Exactly. The old master values Yi Jing's skills, but if he loses those skills, what does he have left? And we have assets, management experience, and the ability to mobilize connections. That's what's most important. In this modern society, money is the most important. As long as we make money, we can hire any level of divine doctor the old master desires. The more Zhang Liyue thought about it, the happier she became. She couldn't help but kiss Yuan Lifei on the cheek. "You're so smart." Yuan Lifei finally smiled with satisfaction. He felt that he had finally regained Zhang Liyue's affection. Such a beautiful woman must be firmly held on to. But how will you break his hands and feet? I heard that Yi Jing is quite capable. My younger sister seems to have fallen for him because of his heroic rescue. Yuan Lifei revealed a sinister expression. "Don't worry, you forgot about the people from the Yuan Dao sect I mentioned?" Zhang Liyue hesitated. "Can they do it?" Yuan Lifei chuckled. "The people from the Yuan Dao sect are specialized in martial arts. Many of them are as strong as warlords. Do you think they can do it?" Zhang Liyue finally smiled. No matter how capable Yi Jing was, he was at most at the level of a skilled martial arts coach. Compared to these true practitioners of martial arts, he was still far behind. Yi Jing was summoned by Master Zhang. "Son-in-law, I have a favor to ask." Master Zhang began with a sincere tone. Yi Jing smiled. "Old master, please speak." Yi Jing still held the necessary respect for older individuals, provided they were polite and easy to get along with. "There's someone who wants to seek you as a teacher. I'd like to mediate the matter. What do you think?" Master Zhang wasn't sure about Yi Jing's stance. After all, he knew that Yi Jing's master was extremely powerful and mysterious, and he wasn't sure if Yi Jing's lineage allowed taking on disciples. So his tone was more of a request, without any hint of command. Yi Jing smiled faintly. "Recently, quite a few people have wanted to become my disciple. Who is it this time?" Master Zhang clapped his hands, and Peng Lihua emerged from behind, smiling wryly. "Mr. Yi, it's me again. Ever since I saw the traces of your medical treatment, I've been deeply fascinated by your advanced medical techniques. I want to become your disciple." With that, Peng Lihua bowed deeply, prostrating himself and refusing to rise. Yi Jing sighed softly. Last time, he had directly refused. But seeing Peng Lihua's sincerity this time, he didn't reject him outright. However, he also didn't agree immediately. But this attitude was already a great surprise for Peng Lihua. It was an unexpected delight. "You've tacitly agreed, which means you acknowledge me as a probationary disciple." Peng Lihua was well versed in the customs of this field. He quickly brought over tea and respectfully performed the disciple ceremony. After the ceremony was complete, Yi Jing lightly patted Peng Lihua's shoulder a few times. As a form of admonishment, Peng Lihua was overjoyed. This meant that, although he wasn't yet a formal disciple of Yi Jing, he was at least a probationary one and could seek guidance from his master. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Even as a probationary disciple, Peng Lihua was extremely happy. Yi Jing nodded. "All right, get up. My lineage doesn't have many rules. The only rule is to continuously improve your medical skills and not slack off." Disciple understands. Peng Lihua bowed deeply again. For probationary disciples like Peng Lihua, Yi Jing's management was very relaxed, allowing them to do as they pleased. After finishing this matter, Master Zhang wanted to invite Yi Jing to dine. However, Yi Jing wanted to explore more of the provincial city, so he declined. Since arriving in the provincial city, he had been busy following the clues left by his parents, then dealing with the betrothal documents. As a result, instead of returning the betrothal documents, he had formed a connection with the Zhang family. Now, Yi Jing didn't feel right about rejecting the affections of the young lady Zhang Qingxian. He could only temporarily put it off, since they hadn't officially registered yet. Going out to clear his mind and plan his next steps in the provincial city would be good. Yi Jing went outside. As a probationary disciple, Peng Lihua, despite being an elderly man in his 50s, was diligently waiting behind, ready to rush forward and assist his master whenever needed. Chapter 107. Breaking Your Limbs. The upcoming trip to the provincial capital, the search for my parents' clues, remains the top priority. Recently, Yi Jing had received a message from Qing Huang. It mentioned that some information about the shop owner in the surveillance footage of his parents had been uncovered. However, due to the passage of time, the investigation was progressing slowly. As for the maple leaf emblem, there was still no lead. Yishan Dian's people were continuing their covert operations, patiently waiting. As he was thinking, several cars in front suddenly screeched to a halt. Is it him? Yes, it's him. From the cars came several voices, followed by a swarm of thugs pouring out. This time, not only were there many thugs, but Yi Jing also spotted a few among them with some basic martial arts training. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. Who sent you? Since arriving in the provincial capital, he had already encountered several waves of thugs. Yi Jing sighed softly. He had been relatively low-key since arriving in the provincial capital, never showing off his skills. So did these thugs think he was an easy target? If this were in Jianghai City, all the underground factions and thugs would probably kneel and call him Grandpa upon seeing him. You'll know who we are after a beating, one of the thugs sneered, moving to drag Yi Jing into the car. Yi Jing glanced around but made no resistance. The thugs easily dragged him into the car. Heh, pretty easy to catch. This money's easy to earn. Shortly after, the car arrived at a secluded, less populated area. Kid, don't blame us for being ruthless. The thugs dragged Yi Jing out and tied him to a pole, then produced machetes. Yi Jing feigned fear. Are you going to cut off my limbs? The thugs laughed coldly. You guessed right. Yi Jing, I'm so scared. Why aren't you cutting yet? The thugs glanced at Yi Jing. Don't rush. Why are you in a hurry to have your limbs cut off? Yi Jing gave a faint smile. Could it be that someone wants to see it happen with their own eyes, and they haven't arrived yet, so you're waiting? The thugs exchanged surprised glances. This guy is so calm. If others were kidnapped here, they would either be screaming in terror or begging for mercy. Or they might pretend to be calm, acting smart, leaving marks along the way. But someone who is completely calm and even eager to have their limbs cut off? They had never seen that before. You guessed right. The one who wants to cut off your limbs hasn't arrived yet. He wants to see it with his own eyes to vent his anger, and then we'll act. After all, he's paying a lot, so we have to consider the employer's feelings. The thugs showed their fangs. Don't even think about moving. Just wait for the employer. Yi Jing said calmly, I won't move. It's just that the rope is uncomfortable. Can I change my position? You want to change position? Do you think this is your own sofa at home? The kidnappers were instantly enraged. Does Yi Jing have any awareness of being kidnapped? Stay still. If you move again, I'll cut off one of your arms right now. Yi Jing, you won't change my position, so I'll do it myself. He twisted his body forcefully, and in the process, one of the 3 ropes binding him snapped. What? The Bongfeimen were dumbfounded. The kidnappers were dumbfounded. This guy has incredible strength. Just by twisting his body to change position, he broke one of the ropes? They suddenly realized a terrifying thought. Is it possible that he could break all the ropes? Would they still be able to restrain him then? Hurry up and add more ropes, you idiots. The thugs frantically added 5 more ropes to Yi Jing, feeling slightly relieved. Looking at Yi Jing, now bound like a crab, they felt a bit more at ease. Surely Yi Jing couldn't break free now? At that moment, Yi Jing's sharp ears caught the sound of a car stopping in the distance. It seemed the mastermind behind the attack had arrived. Go check if your employer has come, Yi Jing deliberately reminded. The thugs were taken aback, then cursed. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you happy that the employer is here? Besides, we know if the employer has come or not. We don't need your reminder. One of them even listened carefully outside. He's not here. You're talking nonsense. Stay still. As he finished speaking, a subordinate came running in. Boss, the employer is here. The thug was shocked. The employer really came? Yi Jing was right? How did he know? He was tied up here, and everyone else couldn't hear anything outside. How did he know the employer had arrived? But perhaps it was just a lucky guess. The thugs quickly sent a few to greet the employer. They led the employer to another room, where a monitor was set up to watch this room. Yi Jing listened carefully, identifying the footsteps. This voice. Soon, it matched a figure in his mind. This person is Yuan Li Fei. So it's Zhang Li Yu and Yuan Li Fei who want to cause trouble for me. Yi Jing now understood. Having identified the mastermind behind this, Yi Jing no longer needed to feign submission. Pop. With just a slight effort, the ropes binding him snapped. No, the ropes are broken. The thugs rushed forward. But this time, Yi Jing didn't pretend. He kicked out with a flying kick. Bang! The one hit was sent flying into the air, then landed heavily like a sandbag, his bones and joints dislocated. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk. The next few who charged forward were all kicked into the walls by Yi Jing. This guy is really skilled. Hurry, call Fei Gu. Fei Gu is an outer member of the Yuan Dao sect. If he comes, there won't be any problem. As they spoke, a figure emerged from the smoke. His footsteps were steady, clearly a trained martial artist. Fei Gu glanced at the thugs kicked by Yi Jing and sneered, "Looks like you've trained, but your skills are too low. You can only bully ordinary people." Yi Jing said calmly, "You're from the Yuan Dao sect?" Fei Gu proudly said, "So, you're scared now?" Yi Jing shook his head, "No, I've just never heard of the Yuan Dao sect." Chapter 108. Not worth mentioning. Compared to his top-tier organization, the Yishindian, the Yuan Dao Zone was simply insignificant. "Are you messing with me?" Fei Gu, enraged, charged forward and swung a vicious slap toward Yi Jing's face. However, before the slap could land, Yi Jing's iron grip caught his arm firmly. Is this the strength of Yuan Dao Zone? Yi Jing lightly squeezed, and Fei Ji's arm began to crackle with pain. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. The previously arrogant Fei Gu immediately cried out in pain. He couldn't understand how someone could so easily catch his arm with such immense strength. What kind of strength do you have? If you're this strong, you couldn't have been easily captured. Fei Ji's eyes filled with fear. With such power, he couldn't break free. Yi Jing smiled faintly. "You noticed? I just wanted to know who hired you. Now, I found out." Yi Jing casually glanced in a direction, seemingly unconcerned. In another room, Yuan Li Fei suddenly shivered. Could he have discovered me? Impossible. I'm so far away. There's no way he could find me. Besides, even if Fei Gu can't handle him, Yuan Dao Zong still has experts on the way. Meanwhile, Yi Jing tightened his grip. Crack. He dislocated Fei Ji's arm. Feeling better now? You wanted to hit me with that arm, didn't you? The remaining men exchanged glances, their faces filled with terror, and they turned to flee. They finally realized that Yi Jing hadn't been kidnapped. He had come willingly. If he didn't want to, no one could force him. Asterisk swish. 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 Asterisk. As they tried to escape, Yi Jing flicked his wrist, sending several silver needles flying. They instantly pinned the men in place. My needles have struck your death points. If you stay still, you might survive. But if you move, your own metabolism will kill you, causing your blood to explode. The men froze, not daring to move. Yi Jing turned back to Fei Gu, sounding slightly bored. I've played with you for so long, yet you're so weak. If you have no other tricks, I'll be going to find the one behind this. In the distant room, Yuan Li Fei, watching the surveillance, felt a chill run down his spine. No way, could he really have found me here? I took a different route, and he couldn't have seen me after he arrived. He must be guessing, bluffing. Relieved, Yuan Li Fei checked his phone. The true experts of Yuan Daozong are almost here. That guy is as good as dead. Yuan Li Fei eagerly anticipated witnessing Yi Jing's limbs being shattered by the expert. On the other side, Fei Gu screamed in pain. You can't break my arm. Fei Gu gasped. My master is coming soon. If he finds out what you've done, he'll tear you apart. Yi Jing showed a bit of interest. Oh? Who's your master? Fei Gu shouted. The Tian Yuan Zhenren of Yuan Daozong. If you dare touch me again, you're dead. Chapter 108. Not worth mentioning. Compared to his top-tier organization, the Yishan Hall, the Yuan Dao sect was simply insignificant. You're messing with me, aren't you? Fei Gu, furious, charged forward and swung a slap at Yi Jing's face. However, before the slap could land, Yi Jing's iron grip caught his arm firmly. Is this the strength of the Yuan Dao sect? With a gentle squeeze, Yi Jing made Fei Ji's arm crackle with pain. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. Fei Gu, who had been full of arrogance, immediately cried out in pain. He couldn't understand how, with his own strength, Yi Jing could so easily catch his arm. What kind of power do you have? If you're this strong, you couldn't have been captured so easily. Fei Ji's eyes filled with fear. With such overwhelming strength, he couldn't break free. Yi Jing smiled lightly. You noticed, huh? I just wanted to know who hired you. Now, I know. His gaze casually swept in a direction. In another room, Yuan Li Fei suddenly shivered. Could he have found me? Impossible. I'm so far away. There's no way he could have seen me. And even if Fei Gu can't handle him, the Yuan Dao sect still has Galso coming soon. Meanwhile, Yi Jing squeezed Fei Ji's arm hard. Crack. He dislocated Fei Ji's arm. Feeling better now? You wanted to hit me with that hand, didn't you? The remaining men exchanged glances, their faces filled with terror, and they turned to run. They finally realized that it wasn't them who had captured Yi Jing. It was Yi Jing who had come willingly. Swish, swish, swish. As they tried to flee, Yi Jing flicked his wrist, sending several silver needles flying. They instantly pinned the men in place. My silver needles have pierced your vital points. If you stay still, you might survive. But if you move, your body's metabolism will become your killer, causing your blood to explode. The men froze, not daring to move. Yi Jing looked back at Fei Gu, feeling a bit bored. I've been playing with you for so long, and you're not even worth the effort. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, I'll go find your employer. In the distant room, Yuan Li Fei, watching through the monitor, felt a chill run down his spine again. No way, could he really have found me here? I came from another route, and he couldn't have seen me after he arrived. He must be guessing, bluffing. With that thought, Yuan Li Fei calmed down. He checked his phone. The true experts of the Yuan Dao sect are almost here. That guy is doomed. Yuan Li Fei eagerly anticipated seeing Yi Jing being crippled by the experts. On the other side, Fei Gu screamed in pain. You can't break my arm. My master is coming soon. If he finds out you've done this to me, he'll tear you apart. Yi Jing showed a bit of interest. Oh? Who's your master? Fei Gu shouted. Tian Yuan of the Yuan Dao sect. If you dare touch me again, you're dead. Tian Yuan. Yi Jing pondered the name. Fei Gu sneered. Scared now, huh? Instead, Yi Jing chuckled. What a cheesy name. Is he a monk or something? Fei Gu was speechless, then sneered. Fine, fine. You dare mock my master's name. You'll be torn apart by him. At that moment, a voice seemed to echo from the air. Who dares to speak ill of my name? The voice came from all directions, unclear where it originated, yet it reverberated in everyone's minds, making their heads spin. My master is here. Fei Gu rejoiced. He was saved. With Tian Yuan here, the situation would be under control. On the other side, Yuan Li Fei was also delighted. Tian Yuan was the most powerful person he knew. Yi Jing was surely doomed. Yi Jing, hearing the voice, showed no emotion on the surface but was secretly assessing the man's strength. His strength would rank in the top 10 of the Yishan Hall. That was quite impressive. It seemed the Yuan Dao sect was a force to be reckoned with. But compared to him, they were still far inferior. In the next moment, a beam of light shot from the distance and arrived in an instant. Is it you who dares to mock my name? Tian Yuan sneered. I've never heard anyone say my name is bad before. I'll break every bone in your body to show you what a pleasant sound is. Maybe I'll find inspiration to change my name. Just as Tian Yuan was about to act, he frowned, hearing the sound of a car screeching to a halt outside. Someone's here? Everyone looked puzzled. This place was remote. No one should have found it. Could it be Yi Jing's backup? Yi Jing also looked curiously outside. Then, Peng Lihua rushed in, panting. Master, are you all right? Peng Lihua hurried over, checking Yi Jing from head to toe. After you were taken, I followed the trail but got lost in the wrong turns. I finally found you. Peng Lihua looked around, his face changing slightly. This situation was beyond his control. He was just a doctor, somewhat famous, but in front of these dark forces, he was just a scholar facing soldiers. They might not listen to him. Please, let my master go. Peng Lihua realized Tian Yuan was the one in charge. He earnestly pleaded, my master hasn't wronged you. Please, let him go. Tian Yuan frowned. Who are you? What makes you think I'll listen to you? Yi Jing pondered the name. Beside him, Fei Gu sneered. Scared now? Unexpectedly, Yi Jing chuckled. What a cringe-worthy name. Is he a Taoist? Fei Gu was speechless, his sneer turning cold. Fine, you dare mock my master's name. You'll be torn to pieces by him. At that moment, a voice seemed to echo from the air. Who dares to speak ill of my name? The voice seemed to come from all directions, impossible to pinpoint. It reverberated in everyone's minds, making them dizzy. My master is here. Fei Ji's face lit up with relief. He knew he was saved. With Tian Yuanzhen run on the scene, the entire situation would be brought under control. On the other side, Yuan Lifei's heart leapt with joy. Tian Yuanzhen Run was the most formidable individual he knew. Yi Jing was undoubtedly doomed now. Yi Jing, hearing the voice, appeared calm but was secretly assessing the man's strength. His strength could rank in the top 10 of Yi Xindian. That was impressive. It seemed Yuan Daozong was a force to be reckoned with. However, compared to him, they were still far behind. In the next moment, a beam of light shot from the distance, arriving in an instant. Is it you who dared to mock my name? You think my name is unpleasant? Tian Yuan Jinren sneered. Well, I've never heard anyone dare to say my name is unpleasant before. I'll break every bone in your body to show you what a pleasant sound is. Maybe I'll find inspiration to change my name. Tian Yuan Jinren was about to strike when he suddenly frowned, his keen ears catching the sound of a car screeching to a halt outside. Someone's here? Everyone looked puzzled. This place was secluded. No one should have found it. Could it be Yi Jing's backup? Yi Jing also looked outside, puzzled. Then, Peng Lihua rushed in, hurrying toward them. Master, are you all right? Peng Lihua rushed over, seeing Yi Jing, and quickly approached. Master, did they hurt you? Peng Lihua checked Yi Jing thoroughly before calming down. After you were taken, I followed the trail. They were too fast, and I took several detours to get here. Looking around, Peng Lihua's expression changed slightly. Clearly, this situation was beyond his ability to handle. As a doctor with some reputation, he was no match for these dark forces. Please, let my master go. Peng Lihua recognized that among them, Tian Yuan Zhenren was the one in control. Tian Yuan Zhenren frowned and asked, Who are you? What makes you think I would let him go? Tian Yuan Zhenren frowned and asked, Who are you? What makes you think I would heed your request? Chapter 109. What level are you? Peng Lihua hastily said, I am Peng Lihua, and I have some reputation in the provincial capital. Tianyuan Zhenren zhishiao le qilai. You have some reputation in the provincial capital? Do you know him? Do you know him? Those he pointed to all shook their heads. Peng Lihua's expression changed slightly. The only thing he could rely on was his reputation as a divine doctor in the provincial capital. Now, these people were clearly pretending not to recognize him, completely disregarding his claims of fame. I told you to move aside. Tianyuan Zhenren took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Peng Lihua. Peng Lihua, however, stood in front of Yi Jing. No, You have to get through me if you want to hurt my master. Tianyuan Zhenren said indifferently, Fine. Slap. Tianyuan Zhenren 直接一巴掌扇在了Peng Lihua的脸上。Peng Lihua was already of a certain age, and despite the relatively light force of the slap, it still left him disoriented and dizzy. No, you can't hurt my master. Peng Lihua stood up unsteadily again. He stubbornly blocked Yi Jing's path. As long as I'm here, you can't touch my master. Peng Lihua was a stubborn man. Despite his unsteady stance, he still stood in front of Yi Jing, his cheek now showing a clear red handprint. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Seeing Peng Lihua still standing in front, Tianyuan Zhenren no longer held back and directly unleashed his full strength, delivering a powerful strike. But this time, a hand caught Peng Lihua's palm, preventing the strike. I think it's you who wants to die. Yi Jing delivered a direct kick to Tianyuan Zhenren's chest, causing it to cave in. The heart, which was still beating, was now exposed and continued to throb in place. Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his life rapidly slipping away. Fei Gu and the others were completely dumbfounded. In their eyes, the invincible Tianyuan Zhenren was utterly defeated by Yi Jing. Yi Jing的实力竟然如此恐怖. If Yi Jing had used such force against them earlier, they would probably have been dismembered by now, right? It's impossible for them to still be breathing at this point. Peng Lihua, who was standing nearby, was also completely stunned. The master he was shielding behind him turned out to be so formidable. He was instantly thrilled. It turns out that my master is not only skilled in medicine, but also possesses formidable martial arts abilities. Next, it's time for the mastermind behind this, isn't it? Yi Jing smiled at the direction of the camera. In another room, Yuan Lifei felt his soul leave his body. No. This person, he must have noticed me. He must know me. Yuan Lifei panicked and scrambled out of the room. Through the surveillance, he had seen Yi Jing walking down the corridor towards him. His bodyguards quickly escorted him away. Wanna leave? Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuan Lifei stepped out, he heard the voice he least wanted to hear. Yi Jing said, Yuan Lifei, was it you who wanted to break my limbs? Yuan Lifei shuddered as he recalled the sight of Yi Jing stomping on Tianyuan Zhenren, his heart racing with fear. If that kick landed on him, he would be dead instantly. Run! Yuan Lifei took off running, heading straight for his car. At that moment, a sharp sound of air braking came, and a small stone hit his calf. Yuan Lifei stumbled and fell to the ground. Still want to run? In the next moment, Yi Jing appeared in front of Yuan Lifei, looking down at him. I won't run. Yuan Lifei now could only beg for mercy. I was wrong, Yi Jing. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to deal with you, and I shouldn't have hired the people from Yuandao's sect. Slap. Yuan Lifei started slapping himself hard. After a few slaps, his cheeks were already swollen from the force. But Yuan Lifei didn't dare stop. He had to keep slapping himself until Yi Jing spoke. He was terrified. If he stopped, it wouldn't just be about the slaps. It would be about his life. The bodyguards nearby were also stunned. They wanted to save Yuan Lifei, but they didn't dare approach. It was a joke. Their strength was even less than Fei Ji's, let alone that of Tianyuan Zhenren. If they intervened, they might not even be breathing the next moment. But if they didn't act, they would be failing in their duties as bodyguards. They could only stand there like spectators, watching Yuan Lifei furiously slap himself. After a while, Yuan Lifei's cheeks were completely swollen. His eyes were so swollen that he could barely see. Mr. Yi, is this acceptable? Yuan Lifei, being ruthless with himself, had slapped his face to the point where it was unrecognizable. Yet he still humbly crawled at Yi Jing's feet. He was afraid Yi Jing would take his life. Even a formidable figure like Tianyuan Zhenren, a renowned martial artist, had been effortlessly defeated by Yi Jing, whose kick had even caused Tianyuan Zhenren's chest to collapse, revealing his still beating heart. Yuan Lifei now fully understood the sheer terror of Yi Jing's power. He was filled with regret. He regretted why he had followed Zheng Liyue in trying to deal with Yi Jing. You just wanted to break my limbs, didn't you? Yi Jing's cold voice rang out. He picked up a large rock from the side. With a loud thud, he brought the heavy rock down forcefully. Left hand, left foot, right foot. All broken. At this point, Yi Jing beckoned to Peng Lihua, who was standing nearby. Let's go. Yi Jing didn't choose to kill Yuan Lifei outright. Instead, he let him slowly endure the pain, allowing him to experience firsthand how excruciating it was to have his limbs broken. You guys, don't move him for at least an hour. Before leaving, Yi Jing instructed Yuan Lifei's bodyguards. I've placed a drug in his body. You know I'm a divine doctor, right? Moving him within an hour will only harm him, indirectly killing him. Yi Jing got into the car and left with Peng Lihua. At the scene, the bodyguards didn't dare move. Mr. Yuan, what should we do? Should we move him? The bodyguards didn't dare take the risk. Yuan Lifei, however, shouted angrily, What are you afraid of? He's just tricking you. If I wait an hour before getting treatment, it might be too late. He's just trying to delay my treatment. Quickly, lift me up and take me back to the Yuan family to find a divine doctor to treat my limbs. The 4 bodyguards hurriedly came forward, ready to lift him. But the next moment, Yuan Lifei's expression suddenly changed. Stop. 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 Don't move. Chapter 110. Don't move. As soon as Yuan Lifei was moved by the bodyguard, a searing pain shot through his body. It felt as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at him from the inside. Yuan Lifei's face suddenly turned ghastly pale. He's right. He really did drug me. Please don't move me. This guy is absolutely insane. Yuan Lifei was both regretful and resentful. How could this person be so ruthless? He's a madman. He actually broke my limbs. If I ever get the chance, I'll make him pay dearly. Yuan Lifei felt a raging fire in his chest. If he didn't vent this anger, he feared he wouldn't live a peaceful life for the rest of his days. No, I must take revenge. Since I can't suppress you with force, I'll do it through other means. Yuan Lifei endured the immense pain coursing through his body. Yi Jing was truly making him suffer for an entire hour. Too hateful. After returning to the Yuan family, Yuan Lifei sought the help of one of the 3 great doctors of China to treat his broken limbs. Fortunately, the doctor's skills were extraordinary, and he managed to heal Yuan Lifei. The newly recovered Yuan Lifei seemed to have been blessed with both misfortune and fortune. Just as he was recovering, he received a great opportunity. You're really offering such a large order, Tenghui Group? Yuan Lifei was ecstatic. His eyes were fixed on the black-stockinged, high-heeled lady sitting across from him. Tenghui Group was not only famous in the provincial capital, but also throughout the entire southeastern region. It was a massive trans-provincial conglomerate. He never expected that Tenghui Group would approach him with a huge order. Compared to the order from Tenghui Group, the one from the Duan family that Yi Jing arranged is just a drop in the bucket. Yuan Lifei looked in shock at the black-stockinged, high-heeled lady across from him. What are your requirements, Tenghui Group? Yuan Lifei knew that such a large order must come with conditions. The beautiful lady smiled sweetly and said, We don't have many requirements. The 200 million order only has one condition. It must be with the Zheng family. We've heard that you have a good relationship with the Zheng family, right? Yuan Lifei nodded hurriedly. Regardless of his relationship with the Zheng family, he would first confirm this and secure the 200 million order. As for the Zheng family, with this order, they would surely treat him like a god. He, Yuan Lifei, would be the god of wealth. All right, I'll take care of this. Yuan Lifei, having secured the 200 million order, felt as if he were floating on air. That same afternoon, Yuan Lifei arrived at the Zheng residence. Zheng Liyue seemed to have been crying and ran over to check Yuan Lifei from head to toe. I heard you were beaten and injured in all 4 limbs? Zheng Liyue had previously received news that Yuan Lifei had been beaten and had his limbs broken. But now, he appeared to be perfectly fine. Yuan Lifei stubbornly said, "It's nothing. Just a minor injury. That Yi Jing can't do anything to me." If he admitted to having his limbs broken, wouldn't that be admitting his own weakness? Wouldn't that damage his manhood? Yuan Lifei wouldn't admit to such a thing. Zhang Liyue's face changed when she heard the name Yi Jing. "Did Yi Jing beat you?" Yuan Lifei nodded heavily. "I ran into him outside. I wanted to invite him to dinner to thank him for curing our Zheng family patriarch, but he didn't appreciate it. He also befriended some underground thugs. I thought, fine, we'll go our separate ways, but those underground thugs he befriended wouldn't let me go. They teamed up with Yi Jing and beat me up. Luckily, I've trained a bit, so I didn't suffer too much." Yuan Lifei completely fabricated a lie. After all, if he told the truth, he would have no standing at all in Zhang Liyue's eyes. That Yi Jing is too despicable. Zhang Liyue was furious. "No, I have to tell Grandpa about this." Zhang Liyue was about to go find the Zheng patriarch to complain. Yuan Lifei, however, pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "Don't worry, your husband is fine. Look at these limbs. Aren't they perfect?" These limbs were only restored thanks to the great doctor the Yuan family had hired. They were reattached in a short time and were almost as good as new, with no major issues. Except, during rainy days, they would ache slightly. This only deepened Yuan Lifei's hatred for Yi Jing. "Liyue." Yuan Lifei changed the subject, getting to the main point of his visit. "Today, I came here to take revenge for myself and for you." Zhang Liyue was puzzled. "Revenge for me? How?" Now, her company, her hard-earned assets, had been redistributed by her grandfather to her younger sister. And her husband had been injured by Yi Jing. Her grandfather was also favoring her younger sister, making her life unbearable. Yuan Lifei took out his phone and proudly showed her the order. Zhang Liyue was stunned. "A 200 million order. Where did you get this?" Yuan Lifei smiled proudly. "What do you think? Isn't your husband amazing? With such a large order, the Zheng family will be set, right?" Zhang Liyue nodded frantically and kissed Yuan Lifei several times. "Of course. The Duan family's order was only 80 million. This 200 million order is so much more than that. Compared to this, the Duan family's order is just a drop in the bucket." Yuan Lifei smiled. "That's the confidence I have today. With this order, I'll make the entire Zheng family stand by my side. Even Grandpa will have to accommodate me for the sake of the Zheng family's future. By then, what is Yi Jing? What is your younger sister? Nothing. Even if the flagship company is currently in the hands of your younger sister and Yi Jing, as long as we have the order, they'll have to obediently follow our lead." Zhang Liyue's eyes also lit up. "That's my good husband. This time, we can take our revenge." Zhang Liyue couldn't wait and directly pulled Yuan Lifei to the ancestral home to find the patriarch. "Grandpa, Liyue and Yuan Lifei are here to see you." The Zhang patriarch had been in a good mood recently, mainly because his health had improved, and his mood naturally followed. So, the patriarch had a special liking for Yi Jing, especially since he had a good relationship with Yi Jing's master back in the day. If this child could become his son-in-law, it would be a double blessing. "You two are here?" The Zheng patriarch glanced at Zhang Liyue and Yuan Lifei. Chapter 111. No more attention. But soon, the attention waned, and he began to fan himself. Zhang Liyue, upon seeing this, immediately snatched the fan from her grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, let me fan you," she said. "Today, Yuan Lifei has something important to say to you." Zhang Liyue frantically signaled to Yuan Lifei. Yuan Lifei put on a smile and stepped forward, saying, "Grandpa, today, I've come to present a great gift to the Zheng family." The old man Jing narrowed his eyes and impatiently said, "What great gift? Spit it out quickly." Yuan Lifei smiled and replied, "I've secured a 200 million yuan order and plan to let the Zheng flagship group take it all." At this, the old man couldn't sit still and straightened up from his reclining chair. "How much did you say the order was for?" 200 million. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. How could he not know that the Zheng flagship group was in desperate need of a large order? That's why when Yi Jing managed to persuade the Duan family to sign an 80 million yuan order, the old man was particularly thrilled. The Zheng flagship group was on the verge of taking a significant leap forward. And now, with this 200 million yuan order, the old man felt that the Zheng flagship group could take 2 more giant leaps forward. Are you telling the truth? The old man Zheng became serious and even took out his reading glasses. Yuan Lifei chuckled and pulled out his phone, saying, "Look, Grandpa, this isn't something I made up. This is an investment from the Tang Hui Group." The old man was once again shocked. The Tang Hui Group, a large corporation spanning across provinces. The Tang Hui Group wants to partner with us? What are their conditions? The old man had never been acquainted with anyone from the Tang Hui Group before. It seemed unlikely that they would approach the Zheng family without reason. After all, the Zheng family's products were merely average, lacking any core competitiveness. So why would the Tang Hui Group want to partner with them? Yuan Lifei took credit, showing a difficult expression. "Grandpa Zheng, this is all thanks to me and my father. This order was not easy to secure. You don't know how much effort my family put into it." The old man nodded slightly upon hearing this. "I heard your Yuan family once collaborated with the Tang Hui Group for a while." Yuan Lifei nodded vigorously. "That was a long time ago. Their collaboration with the Tang Hui Group was only on a minor project, and they had no further contact afterward. It seems this 200 million yuan order is real," the old man said. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion arose outside the courtyard. The Zheng family's aunts, uncles, and cousins all arrived. "This order will make our Zheng family a lot of money. Not just a lot. It could help us overcome this crisis and take 2 more leaps forward." Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Earlier, Zhang Liyue had sent word to these family members about the 200 million yuan order. Clearly, they had already discussed it for some time. "Grandpa, we must take this order." "Yes, Grandpa. Whether Zheng flagship group is under whose control, we must secure this order. And I feel it's better to let the eldest, Zhang Liyue's family, take charge of Zheng flagship group." Some people began to murmur softly. Yes, the order with the Duan family is only 80 million, just enough to catch our breath. But this 200 million order can really push us forward. It's obvious who should be in charge. I think we should cancel the order with the Duan family and switch to collaborating with the Tang Hui Group. The old man Zheng glared at everyone. "What are you talking about?" Everyone immediately fell silent. The old man said, "I'll repeat myself once more. Redistributing the assets is something I've already decided. Zheng flagship group will not return to Zheng Liyue's hands within the next 3 years. Do you have any objections to this?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zhang Liyue quickly stepped in to ease the situation with a smile. "Everyone, it doesn't matter who runs Zheng flagship group. As long as we secure this order, every member of the Zheng family will benefit, and everyone's living expenses will increase." "Right." Everyone quickly agreed. They all held shares in the Zheng flagship group. The more profitable the group, the more comfortable their lives would be. They could even afford more luxury items to enjoy life. I think the eldest still has high awareness. Listen to what she's saying. Yes, the eldest has managed Zheng flagship group well over the past 3 years, and now her awareness is so high. I think the future successor of the Zheng family will definitely be her. Zhang Liyue was overjoyed hearing these praises from her family members. Even if her grandfather didn't support her, what did it matter? She had already won the hearts of the people, gaining the approval of all Zheng family members except her grandfather. The old man Zheng, seeing the shift in the situation, remained silent. Sometimes, even he couldn't act alone and had to consider the interests of the majority. He understood that this large family's considerations were very practical. Whoever could bring greater benefits to Zheng flagship group would be the one to collaborate with. It was a simple question. With the Duan family, there was only an 80 million yuan order. But with the Tang Hui group, there was a full 200 million. It would allow the Zheng family members to live luxuriously for several years. But have you considered that once we accept the Tang Hui group's order, we'll have to break the contract with the Duan family? Our production capacity can't support both the Duan family and the Tang Hui Group at the same time. Everyone didn't care, saying, just cancel the Duan family's order. Yes, it's only 80 million. Now we can earn 200 million. Why would we even think about the 80 million? Any fool knows what to choose. Yuan Lifei also smiled and said, Grandpa, we didn't want to ruin our relationship with the Duan family before because we had no other choice but to rely on them. But now, with the Tang Hui Group, this is not just a huge order but also a chance to break through. Perhaps after collaborating with the Tang Hui Group, the Zhang family can take this opportunity to soar and expand our business across provinces. After this speech, everyone was somewhat tempted. Yes, their Zhang family had always been confined to the provincial city, unable to expand their business, all because they lacked such an opportunity. Now, the Tang Hui Group was a large investment corporation spanning provinces. Perhaps they could ride this wave and start doing business across provinces. Grandpa! Grandpa! Everyone turned their gaze to the old man Zheng. Chapter 112, Taking Charge. Grandpa Zheng pondered for a moment and said, this matter still needs to be discussed with the second son's family. After all, it's currently their turn to be in charge. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yuan Lifei and Zheng Liyue exchanged glances, both seeing the glimmer of satisfaction in each other's eyes. Although Grandpa Zheng had just mentioned consulting with the second son's family, it was clear that his tone had already shown signs of wavering. If Grandpa Zheng had insisted on not allowing them to cooperate with Huadeng Group, then they would have truly been out of options. Soon, Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing arrived at the Zheng ancestral home. As soon as they entered, a group of people began to confront Zhang Qingxian. Sister, between a 200 million yuan order and an 80 million yuan order, which one will you choose? Zhang Qingxian was momentarily stunned, not understanding what was happening. Sister, there's a better opportunity now. Don't you know which one to choose? Our Zheng family is relying on this chance to rise to the top, perhaps even expanding our business across provinces. You wouldn't be unwilling to do this, would you? If you're not willing, then you might as well return the position to your elder sister. After listening to everyone, Zhang Qingxian finally understood. A 200 million yuan order had come to the Zheng family. However, she didn't understand how, previously, they had been begging everywhere, yet no one was willing to place an order. It was only through Yi Jing's connections with the Duan family that they managed to secure an 80 million yuan order for the Zheng family. Where did this 200 million yuan order come from? Yi Jing was also curious and asked, where did you get a 200 million yuan order? Yuan Lifei smugly laughed. Isn't it easy? With the Yuan family's influence, we directly secured the order from Huadeng Group. He even took out his phone, showing everyone the order with the official seal. Take a good look. Huadeng Group has already sealed and signed it. All that's left is for us to seal and sign, and the agreement will take effect. In other words, I've basically secured this order. Everyone praised, look at Yuan Lifei, our eldest son-in-law. He's really capable. Much more capable than our second son-in-law. Indeed, this is a 200 million yuan order, and it's also an opportunity to expand our business across provinces. Grandpa Zheng also spoke gravely to Zhang Qingxian. Now it's up to you to make the decision. The Zheng flagship group is in your hands, so choose wisely. Although Grandpa Zheng had given the decision-making power to Zhang Qingxian, the general sentiment among the crowd was already clear. Moreover, there were two people fanning the flames and stirring up trouble. Zheng Liyue sneered, Sister, can't you tell right from wrong? Are you refusing this 200 million yuan order? And I don't want the leadership of the Zheng flagship group. I just want everyone to remember my contributions. This order was brought by me and Yuan Lifei. The crowd once again lavished praise on Zheng Liyue. Many even brought up her excellent achievements in managing the Zheng flagship group over the past 3 years. I'm going to the restroom, Yi Jing told Zhang Qingxian before heading off. He called the responsible party of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Do you know Huadeng Group? The man in a suit on the other end immediately replied, Yes, Mr. Yi, Huadeng Group is just a third-rate investment firm. They usually have some cooperative relations with us, and 80% of their profits are basically brought by us. Yi Jing revealed a smile. Good. Then put pressure on Huadeng Group to cancel the 200 million yuan order with Yuan Lifei from the provincial capital. The man in the suit quickly responded, "Understood, sir. I'll handle it right away." Soon, the man in the suit's call was directly connected to Huadeng Group. When the head of Huadeng Group received this news, he was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi wants us to cancel the order? But this order was originally meant to please Mr. Yi. The head of Huadeng Group carefully explained the situation. We also found out that Mr. Yi is in the provincial capital of Jiang Province and has a good relationship with the Zheng family, and it seems he is also engaged to one of the Zheng family's daughters. So we wanted to take this opportunity to cautiously please Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi is dissatisfied, we'll just cancel it. The head of Huadeng Group was about to cancel the order immediately. However, the man from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, hearing the details, quickly deduced what had happened based on the information. "Wait a moment, I'll ask Mr. Yi." The man from the Chamber of Commerce called back. "Yi Jing, what is it?" The man from the Chamber of Commerce explained Huadeng Group's intentions. Yi Jing smiled faintly. "So Huadeng Group invested 200 million just to amuse me? Trying to gain my favor and earn some goodwill? All right then, tell Huadeng Group to transfer this order directly to Zheng Qingxian." After hanging up, Yi Jing walked out. But he heard that the outside was already in chaos, with many people starting to attack Zheng Qingxian. "Sister, when did our Zheng family become yours to decide? Are our opinions of so many people not as important as yours?" In the past, it was always the eldest who made the decisions, and she was always very democratic and respected our opinions. How come it's become autocratic under you? Zheng Qingxian quickly said, "Uncles and aunts, it's not that I don't agree. I also know that a 200 million yuan order would definitely bring us more profit. But there's a major issue right now, which is how to handle the Duan family. We were the ones begging the Duan family, and they only gave us an 80 million yuan order opportunity. Now if we tear up the contract, what about the Duan family? What about Yi Jing, who acted as the intermediary?" The Zheng family members sneered. "That's your and Yi Jing's problem. What does it have to do with us?" "Yes, that's something you and Yi Jing need to consider. How to appease the Duan family, you can figure it out yourselves." Zheng Qingxian, "Look, Yi Jing isn't even here. He's hiding like a coward. Are you still defending him?" In their desperation for the 200 million yuan order, they had completely disregarded their dignity. Zheng Qingxian still argued vigorously, "I also want the 200 million yuan order, but we must handle the Duan family matter properly, or will they cooperate with us in the future?" The intermediary, Yi Jing, will definitely be caught in the middle and unable to handle the situation. At that moment, Yi Jing just finished his call and came out. Immediately, several Zheng family members asked, "Yi Jing, now that you need to explain the situation to the Duan family and tear up the contract with them, are you willing to do it?" Chapter 113. Are you willing? Yi Jing smiled faintly and said, "If it must be done, I suppose I can." The group immediately laughed. "You see, even Yi Jing is willing." "Qingxian, what reason do you have to object?" Some whispered under their breath. "This second son-in-law is no good, no backbone at all. He just agreed to tear up the agreement when asked. He's probably just a fence-sitter. Now that everyone supports the eldest son-in-law, he wouldn't dare go against everyone, would he?" Everyone wore victorious smiles, as if they had already won this internal battle within the Zheng family. "Yi Jing," Zheng Qingxian cautiously asked, "is it really okay to cancel the Duan family's order?" She was afraid that because of her, Yi Jing's relationship with the Duan family would be ruined, which would truly become her fault. Yi Jing calmly addressed the crowd, "Everyone, canceling the Duan family's order is possible, but what if the Tang Hui group's order isn't secured either? Then the Zheng family will have no orders. What will you do then?" The Zheng family members burst out laughing. "How could there be no orders? Didn't you see how excellent the eldest son-in-law Yuan Lifei is? He already has a contract with the Red Seal. As long as we sign it, the contract takes effect immediately. How could there be no orders? Yes, it's a $2 billion order right at our doorstep. The choice is ours, whether to take it or not." Everyone felt they were back on track, as if the $2 billion order had already filled the Zheng family, erasing the sense of crisis they had felt when the family was on the brink of collapse. Yi Jing smiled faintly. "All right then." He made a call right then and there. "Mr. Duan, The contract between the Zheng and Duan families needs to be terminated. Yes, the $8 million order. After hanging up, Yijing spread his hands. There, the Duan family's order is gone now. The crowd immediately cheered. Now that's great. Our entire Zheng family's production line is free, ready to fully handle the Tang Hui Group's order. This $2 billion order will make us all rich. Prosperity to all. Prosperity, prosperity. I plan to go to Southeast Asia for a trip this weekend. I want to take a yacht. I want to go to the Arctic. The Zhang family members were already imagining where to spend their riches. Beside them, Zhang Liu smugly glanced at Zheng Qingxian. Qingxian, although you're in charge of the Zheng flagship group now, I'm the one bringing in the investments and orders. Shouldn't I have some say too? At the very least, I deserve a general manager position, don't I? Otherwise, how will we handle the Tang Hui Group's investment? Such a large financial group needs proper treatment. Without me, Yuan Lifei, and the Yuan family, who could manage it? Many Zheng family members nodded in agreement. Yes, the Tang Hui Group's connection is a big issue. We can't just let the eldest family work for free, can we? Exactly, and the Yuan family has contributed a lot. I think they should get some shares and positions too. The Zheng family members felt they had already reaped the benefits, so sharing some of the spoils with the Yuan family was acceptable, especially since the Yuan family had contributed. In contrast, Zhang Qingshuan's family had done nothing but spectate, completely useless. Giving the presidency to Zheng Qingxian was a waste. All right then, Zheng Qingxian thought for a moment and nodded slightly. She had no intention of internal strife, and was considering the overall situation of the Zheng flagship group. After all, the connection with the Tang Hui Group was indeed a problem. You can come to the company tomorrow to handle the general manager's onboarding procedures. As soon as Zheng Qingxian said this, Zhang Liu sneered inwardly. This was just the first step. She planned to gradually reclaim the presidency of the Zheng flagship group and push Zheng Qingxian out. Yuan Lifei and Zhang Liu exchanged glances, both seeing the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Yuan Lifei, you can go ahead and sign the contract with the Tang Hui Group. Yes, our Zheng family's production lines are all free now. We can fully cooperate with the Tang Hui Group. Many Zheng family members urged this matter. After all, until the contract was officially signed and announced, they couldn't feel entirely secure. All right, I'll sign it now, Yuan Lifei smiled. It's a new era now, different from the old days. Back then, both CEOs had to sign in person, with handwritten signatures. Now, it's just electronic authorization on the phone. He opened his phone, ready to sign. But suddenly, a message popped up. Contract does not exist. Huh? What's going on? Yuan Lifei was stunned. Why doesn't the contract exist? The surrounding people frowned and looked at him. Yuan Lifei laughed awkwardly. It must be because it's been a while. The cash is gone. I'll reopen it. Zhang Liu also apologized to the crowd. Yes, it must be because the phone has been on for too long, and the signing position has expired. Just reopen it and sign again. She quickly nudged Yuan Lifei. Hurry up and reopen it. Sign again. Yuan Lifei quickly exited the previous interface and reopened it. But to his horror, the contract had disappeared. This doesn't make sense. It's an online contract, not something I downloaded and saved. How could it disappear? It's fine. I'll just call Tang Hui Group and ask. Zhang Liu was also startled and whispered, Honey, why did the contract disappear? Yuan Lifei retorted, How would I know? The Zhang family members all gathered around. Brother-in-law, are you lying to us? Yes. Why would the Tang Hui Group suddenly want to cooperate with us? Are our Zhang family's products that famous? Yuan Lifei snapped, Stop making noise. I've already negotiated with the Tang Hui Group. It's probably just a glitch in the online system. Look at how impatient you are. Do you have no patience at all? This is an order contract that my Yuan family went through great lengths to secure. Can't you just wait a little? The crowd, scolded by him, fell silent. Chapter 114. A bit short-tempered. This brother-in-law of ours, he's a bit short-tempered, isn't he? Yeah, He used to be so gentle and polite with us. Why is he suddenly so irritable? A group of Zheng family members were starting to feel dissatisfied with Yuan Li Fei. He found our eldest sister, so he should be nice to us, right? What kind of attitude is this? The younger generation of the Zheng family were already looking at Yuan Li Fei with disdain. However, since Yuan Li Fei still held control over a 200 million yuan order and the economic lifeline of so many Zheng family members, these people didn't dare to confront him directly. Yuan Li Fei himself was also extremely irritable at the moment, as he had a deep-seated worry that the worst-case scenario might occur. All right, I'll just call Ting Hui Group now, and everything will be solved. I'll have them redo the electronic contract online. Yuan Li Fei dialed Ting Hui Group's number. But the cold attitude from the other end felt unfamiliar to him. Excuse me, why is the online electronic contract gone? Please fix it quickly. I need to sign it urgently. After Yuan Li Fei finished speaking, he heard the cold voice on the other end say, Tang Hui Group is not looking to cooperate with the Yuan family, but with the Zheng flagship group. You don't understand the internal relationships, so we're canceling the cooperation. Yuan Li Fei was stunned. I'm at the Zheng family right now. This isn't a cooperation with the Yuan family. The other side directly replied, our contract has already been canceled. Next, we'll be selecting a more suitable partner for cooperation. Yuan Li Fei was dumbfounded. You're canceling the contract? The Zheng family members, upon hearing this, were all in shock. No, Yuan Li Fei, hurry and talk to Tang Hui Group. We absolutely cannot cancel the contract. Yes, even if we have to reduce the 200 million yuan order, making it a 100 million yuan order would be fine. Yuan Li Fei relayed everyone's words, but the other side still said, no, the contract has already been canceled. After that, they hung up the phone. The Zheng family members were left in a daze. Yuan Li Fei, does this mean that our cooperation with Tang Hui Group has failed, and our cooperation with the Duan family has also been canceled? Now, our Zheng family has no orders left. Everyone was in a state of shock. Not only would the Zheng family not be able to go on vacation next week, but even maintaining their basic luxurious lifestyle would be impossible. No. Hurry and talk to Tang Hui Group again. Even if we can't get the 200 million yuan order, getting a 50 million yuan order would be good. Everyone was now panicking and desperate. Many turned to Yi Jing and said, Yi Jing, no, second son-in-law, second brother-in-law, please hurry and talk to the Duan family. Tell them what we said earlier was just a joke. Yes, how can the contract be torn up so easily? That's not how our Zheng family operates. What we said earlier was just a joke. Yi Jing looked at these people indifferently and couldn't be bothered to speak. Next to him, Zheng Qingxian said, Dear aunts and uncles, the contract was canceled with everyone's consent, and I've already recorded a video, which has been approved by the company's legal department. In legal terms, video evidence is equivalent to signed evidence. The legal process has already begun. The Duan family is also demanding compensation from us for tearing up the contract. Everyone was now on the verge of tears. They didn't think the Duan family was taking advantage of their misfortune, because legally, it was the Zheng family who had torn up the contract, so they had to compensate the Duan family. However, earlier they had thought that with the 200 million yuan order, that compensation would be a mere trifle. But now, with the 200 million yuan order gone, not only did they have no orders left, but they also had to pay compensation. What were they supposed to do now? Zheng Qingxian's second sister, please think of something. Yes, second sister. Now that you're the president of the Zheng flagship company, you bear the heavy responsibility of everyone. You have to think of a solution. Everyone once again put the pressure on Zheng Qingxian. Zheng Qingxian stood firm. Everyone. The order with the Duan family was something Yi Jing worked hard to arrange for our Zheng family. It was you who wanted to tear up the contract, not me. Next to them, someone muttered, but you're the president, you're the one making the decisions. You couldn't withstand our persuasion and decided to tear up the agreement. Now you're blaming us? Zheng Qingxian was so angry with these relatives that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. These relatives were all for stirring up trouble, but when it came to taking responsibility, they all distanced themselves. Grandpa, Please ask second sister to go to the Duan family and see if they can restore the order. Yes, Tang Hui Group doesn't seem reliable. Why would they come to cooperate with us Xing family? Today, we were all fooled by our eldest son-in-law. His family is good for nothing. They made something up and insisted on us signing the agreement. Yes, it's all the eldest son-in-law's fault. Everyone was now blaming the eldest son-in-law's family. Many even glared angrily at Zhang Liyue, completely different from their earlier flattering smiles. Zhang Liyue felt she couldn't stay in this house any longer, as every glance she met was filled with anger. Let's go. Zhang Liyue couldn't take it anymore and quickly left with Yuan Lifei. Yuan Lifei, what's going on? Didn't Tang Hui Group agree to cooperate with us? Zhang Liyue questioned him repeatedly. Yuan Lifei forced a smile. How would I know? I went to Tang Hui Group myself. Their representative personally told me, and you've seen the previous contract yourself. It's an official document with the company seal on it. How could I possibly deceive you? Zhang Liyue took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She gradually began to understand. It's probably not your fault, but Tang Hui Group suddenly changed their mind. Such a big investment company, who knows why they would so lightly go back on a 200 million yuan contract? They simply don't keep their word. Zhang Liyue coldly glanced inside. Anyway, this time we were just lucky to catch a rat. Let's just say we dug a big hole for second sister and the others. Now that second sister has lost the Duan family's order and has no new orders, I wonder who will dare to help them. Zhang Liyue let out a cold chuckle. Although she and Yuan Lifei hadn't actually signed with Tang Hui Group, they had at least seized the initiative. If second sister messed up the next steps, wouldn't those Xing family members eventually have to beg her to come back? After all, besides her, who else could lead the Zheng flagship group? Chapter 115. Still have to be invited back. Inside the ancestral residence, everyone was getting anxious. Elder sister, think of something quickly, or our Zheng family really won't be able to survive. Zhang Liyue had no solutions left. The Duan family had been their last lifeline, and now that they had broken it themselves, where else could they turn? Even Zhang Qingxian, after this incident, had grown somewhat disillusioned with these relatives. They were short-sighted, like grass swaying in the wind, lacking basic judgment. Zhang Qingxian silently warned herself never to easily trust these people again. She quietly pulled Yijing aside and whispered, Yijing, can't we talk to the Duan family again and see if we can renew the contract? Yijing shook his head. Forget about the Duan family. His relationship with them was only average. It was mainly the Duan family that sought to befriend him, wanting to maintain a good relationship with this renowned doctor. But after tearing up the contract, compensating them with a penalty, they wouldn't be at a loss. Zhang Qingxian, hearing this, didn't make a fuss but nodded understandingly. However, her eyes revealed a few more traces of worry. The Zheng flagship group was indeed in her hands. Just now, it was her softness that led to the wrong decision, unable to withstand the pressure and thus breaking the contract with the Duan family. I'll find new orders. Zhang Qingxian bit her lip, determined to shoulder the burden of the Zheng flagship group alone. No need. We already have new orders. Yijing picked up the phone and said, It's Tang Hui Group. He directly put the phone on speaker. A respectful voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Yi. We are from Tang Hui Group, and I am the person in charge, Wang Jiangyue. We would like to cooperate with you on a 500 million yuan order. Is that possible? Yijing glanced at the stunned Jing family members and said calmly, I'm afraid we don't have the production capacity for such a large order. At most, we can handle a 200 million yuan order. Wang Jiangyue from Tang Hui Group responded, In that case, let's make a long-term contract, with a limit of 500 million. You can produce it whenever you can, and we'll extend the production deadline. Everyone was stunned. Was Tang Hui Group so accommodating? Just moments ago, they were so cold to Yuan Lifei over the phone, yet now they were so respectful to Yijing? Do you think second son-in-law might also know someone from Tang Hui Group? Like how he knows the Duan family patriarch? Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. The eldest son-in-law couldn't handle it, but the second son-in-law just made a call and solved it. And the order amount doubled. This is fantastic. The Zheng family members looked at Yi Jing with different eyes, as if they were looking at a god of wealth. A 200 million yuan order was enough to excite them. Now a 500 million yuan order was about to make the Zheng family take off. Moreover, the deadline was very flexible. If the production efficiency couldn't keep up, they could extend the time and turn it into a long-term order. Where else in the world could such a good deal be found? Sign quickly, sign quickly. Yes, second son-in-law, better to act sooner rather than later. Hurry up and agree. Some were excited, but others were skeptical. Is this phone call really from Tenghui Group? Yeah, could it be that second son-in-law hired someone to trick us? They had just been fooled by Yuan Lifei, so they started to be cautious. But before they could finish, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look quickly, Tenghui Group's official account just posted a new cooperation announcement. It says they've reached a 500 million yuan order with a Mr. Yi from the provincial city. The name and the amount all match." Although the announcement didn't explicitly say it was Yi Jing, only mentioning Mr. Yi, all the signs pointed to Yi Jing. Second son-in-law is really amazing. Yes, Tenghui Group has already announced it, so they definitely won't go back on their word. Right, before Yuan Lifei said he signed a contract, but it was just a document on his phone. Who knows if it was real? Now, Tenghui Group directly announced it, so they definitely won't go back on their word. After all, Tenghui Group is such a big conglomerate, very reputable. Once they announce something, they definitely won't go back on it. Everyone smiled at Yi Jing, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Their Zheng family was fortunate to have found such a good son-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jing said calmly, "The cooperation with Tenghui Group, I will not sign it, but let Zheng Qingxian sign it. But she might have some things to explain to you first." Everyone laughed. "Don't worry, we'll listen to second sister." After witnessing this whole scene, Zheng Leoi finally felt at ease. It seemed that handing the family over to Zheng Qingxian was the right choice. The key was Yi Jing, who was extremely reliable. Just like his master, his connections and resources were terrifying. In the small room, Zheng Qingxian asked, "Yi Gu, what should I do?" Yi Jing glanced at her calmly. "Are you really going to let these parasites suck your blood? They are happy when you make money, but they step on you when you don't?" Zheng Qingxian remained silent. This does need to change. Today's events had taught her a good lesson. When she was useful to these people, they would almost worship her. But when she was no longer useful, they would almost trample her into the gutter. In essence, only those who could bring them benefits were what they liked. But they themselves did not engage in production or work, only enjoying the profits from the family. "I will gradually strip them of their profit-sharing rights from the company, slowly making them self-reliant. The money the company earns will be used for the company's own development and for those beneficial to the company." Yi Jing nodded with a faint smile. This process would certainly be very difficult. After all, the biggest problem with family businesses was right here. "I'll leave this matter to you." Yi Jing printed out the Tenghui Group contract and handed it to Zheng Qingxian, essentially giving her this 200 million yuan order. "Yi Ge, thank you." Zheng Qingxian was genuinely grateful. Outside the Zheng family's ancestral residence, Zheng Liyue and Yuan Lifei hadn't gone far. Hee, those people must be in a daze by now. Without the Duan family's order and the Tenghui Group's order, they must be panicking. Next, it's my turn to reappear and save the day. Chapter 116. Business Operations. The family must be thinking of inviting me back now. Those parasites, no skills, no experience, just know how to suck blood. If you ask them to do something, they simply can't handle it. And since Zheng Qingxian has no solution, it leaves only me. Zheng Liyue felt she was practically the chosen one. As for the company, if it really fell into her hands, she would still face the issue of no orders. She didn't care about that. As long as the assets were under her management, that was enough. But after waiting for another half an hour, no one came out. Finally, she heard a few young voices laughing and chatting as they walked out. "Sister?" These were a few years younger than Zheng Liyue. Seeing her still there, they didn't want to approach, but out of respect and her past authority, they timidly came forward. "Sister, why haven't you left yet?" The kids thought that after sister and brother-in-law lost so much face today, costing the family an $8 million order and nearly halting the family business, they must have left in shame. To their surprise, they were still here. I ask you, answer truthfully. Zhang Liue's harsh tone made the young ones nod obediently. Her reputation as the eldest sister still held sway. Why haven't they come out to invite me back as president? Zhang Liue asked. The kids looked at her as if she were crazy. Why would the family invite you back as president? Are the family members stupid? You lost the family's order and caused such a big scandal, and you still have the face to say that? However, these thoughts were only in their minds. They didn't dare say them out loud. Sister. Second sister is still the president, isn't she? That was Grandpa's decision, one child said timidly. Zhang Liue frowned. She can't get orders. Does Grandpa still let her be president? No, second sister got the order. Both Zhang Liue and Yuan Lifei were stunned. Second sister got the order? The kids continued, yes, after you left, Teng Hui Group called second sister's family, saying the previous $200 million order is still for us, and it seems to have doubled? It seems it did double. Zhang Liue was dumbfounded. The $200 million order that Teng Hui Group had just said was lost was now given to second sister's family? Why? The kid said, it seems the call was to second sister's husband. Teng Hui Group gave the order because of second sister's husband. Zhang Qingxian and Yuan Lifei were completely stunned. So Teng Hui Group valued Yi Jing and gave the order because of him? Yuan Lifei finally understood why Teng Hui Group's attitude towards him had changed so drastically before and after. That Yi Jing kid must have taken the order. It was my order, my achievement. Yuan Lifei was furious, wanting to kill someone. In his eyes, Yi Jing must have used some trick to take away the order that was rightfully his. This Yi Jing, I'm sworn enemies with him. Zhang Liue's face turned dark. Teng Hui Group first canceled the order and then gave it to Yi Jing, clearly indicating the core issue was Yi Jing. Did I make a mistake? If I had chosen to marry Yi Jing to fulfill the engagement, would these things not have happened? At this moment, Zhang Liue's heart wavered again. When she looked at Yuan Lifei beside her, she felt more and more dissatisfied. How did she become so infatuated with this man? Yi Jing seemed better, right? Even without a powerful background, Yi Jing could heal, was favored by Grandpa, showed good relations with the Duan family, and seemed to have good connections with Teng Hui Group. Such a man should have been her ideal husband. Just then, Yuan Lifei's phone rang. He looked and saw it was his father. What's going on? Teng Hui Group said they're canceling a contract with us because of you. What the hell did you do this time? You're always causing trouble for me. Yuan Lifei was shocked. Teng Hui Group is canceling our cooperation too? Their Yuan family also had some cooperation with Teng Hui Group. Of course, for their Yuan family, it was a full-effort cooperation, but for Teng Hui Group, it was just a minor peripheral business. Now, even this crucial contract for their Yuan family was being canceled. It's all because of you. Damn it, wait till you get back, I'll settle accounts with you. After a harsh scolding from his father, the call ended. Yuan Lifei was completely dumbfounded. Not only was the Zheng family affected, but he himself would also be greatly impacted. Zhang Liue, seeing this, felt even more disappointed. How did she ever fall for this man? She wondered if she went back now and told Grandpa she was willing to marry Yi Jing and fulfill the engagement, what Grandpa would say. Mr. Yi. When Yi Jing was out, a black stretched Lincoln stopped beside him. A beautiful woman got out. Mr. Yi, I'm from Teng Hui Group. I believe you've received our previous response. Are you satisfied? Yi Jing glanced at her. Not bad. The woman, wearing black stockings and with long legs, gave Yi Jing a flirtatious look. Teng Hui Group is being so nice to you because we have something we'd like to ask for your help. Yi Jing looked at her. Speak. What help do you need? Since she was polite, he'd returned the favor and didn't mind helping her out. Our chairman is sick and knows you're a miraculous doctor. We'd like to ask you to save him. If you think the previous order isn't enough, the woman kept giving Yi Jing flirtatious looks. The stakes can include me. Yi Jing said indifferently, Including you isn't necessary. Just take me there directly. He already had a bevy of beauties around him. With so many marriage contracts he didn't know how to handle. Just dealing with Bai Shui and Zhang Liyue was already troublesome. He wasn't going to invite more trouble. The woman immediately showed disappointment. She knew that if she could get close to Yi Jing, it would be a real Dragon Phoenix connection. The woman got into the car and took Yi Jing to Tang Hui Group. Chapter 117. Welcoming Feast. Sir, we have prepared a banquet to welcome you, the beautiful woman said, leading Yi Jing to the banquet hall of Tang Hui Group, where an extravagant Manchu Han imperial feast was set up. Our chairman will be here shortly, she added. At this point, the woman herself was no longer qualified to be the main host. More high-ranking executives and department heads of Tang Hui Group came out to greet Yi Jing, including several women who were even more beautiful than the initial hostess. Moments later, Lu Longjun, the CEO of Tang Hui Group, arrived with his granddaughter Lu Yuexiang. Mr. Yi, your reputation precedes you. Lu Longjun greeted with a smile. I was delayed by some matters earlier, so I'll start by punishing myself with 3 cups of wine. He picked up the wine glass and downed 3 cups in one go. Grandpa, please drink less, Lu Yuexiang said, clearly unhappy to see her grandfather drinking again. What makes this person so special that you have to drink 3 cups for him? Don't you know your own health condition? She glared at Yi Jing with discontent. You just sit there and accept my grandfather's 3 cups of wine? Don't you even try to stop him? She was genuinely angry. Everyone in the company knew that her grandfather had kidney failure. Wasn't this illness caused by frequent drinking with these people? Yet, here her grandfather was, already critically ill and on the brink of death. And these people not only didn't stop him but even smiled as they watched him drink. Their intentions were despicable. Yi Jing calmly replied, for your grandfather, drinking is not harmful but actually beneficial. Upon hearing this, Lu Longjun was overjoyed and laughed heartily. That's what I thought. How could my drinking be the cause of my kidney failure? Drinking must be fine. Mr. Yi, let me toast you 3 more cups. Lu Longjun was a habitual drinker who loved alcohol immensely. Even without anyone urging him, he would crave it and enjoy it immensely. Seeing her grandfather about to drink another 3 cups, Lu Yuexiang grew anxious. Grandpa, you can't drink like this anymore. Don't listen to what these people say about drinking being beneficial. What good can drinking possibly do? They're just using excuses to get you to drink. Lu Yuexiang was furious. She had only ever heard of drinking causing problems, never of it being beneficial. What are your intentions? Who are you? You're here promoting the benefits of drinking, yet you don't even drink yourself? Unable to persuade her grandfather, Lu Yuexiang turned her anger towards Yi Jing. Don't be rude. Lu Longjun interjected. This is my esteemed guest, and he is also a renowned doctor here to treat my kidney failure. Lu Yuexiang scoffed. A renowned doctor, huh? Promoting the benefits of drinking and encouraging you to drink more? What if something happens to you because of it? I bet these people are just here to watch the show. At that time, it's our family who will be heartbroken. She glared coldly at Yi Jing. If you keep saying drinking is beneficial, do you want me to call security and have you beaten up? Yi Jing calmly replied, for your grandfather, drinking is indeed beneficial. His kidney failure was caused by taking too many medications. His kidneys couldn't handle the large amount of metabolism, leading to kidney failure, not by drinking. On the contrary, drinking a bit of alcohol daily can accelerate his metabolism, helping him expel the drugs faster, which is actually good for his health. However, I don't know who made your grandfather take so many medications. Hearing this, Lu Yuexiang was stunned. Most of those medications were bought by her. The others were bought by her siblings. But those were all health supplements. For the sake of her grandfather's health, over the years, they, as grandchildren, had been buying large amounts of health supplements every day for him. They just wanted him to stay healthy and recover quickly. How did this man turn them into the culprits who were killing their grandfather? You're lying. Those health supplements are good. Lu Yuexiang retorted indignantly. They're surely better than drinking, right? Yi Jing calmly replied, not necessarily. Health supplements are indeed good, but there are a few issues. First, some of them are counterfeit products. Second, even with health supplements, you need to take what you're lacking. Your grandfather was in good health and didn't lack anything, yet you were giving him large amounts of health supplements daily. His body was already in good shape, but these large amounts of medications put a huge burden on his kidneys, the detoxifying organs. They had to process such a large amount of drugs every day, which they couldn't handle. Eventually, it led to kidney failure. If it weren't for his habit of drinking to speed up his metabolism, your grandfather would have passed away a year ago. After this explanation, not only did the crowd start to ponder, but even Lu Yuexiang's face turned red with anger. You're lying. Even if taking too many health supplements is bad, drinking too much is definitely bad too. I've heard of many people who've ruined their stomachs from drinking. Yijing nodded. For most people, drinking too much is indeed harmful. Just as Lu Yuexiang was feeling smug, Yijing continued, but your grandfather is not like most people. He has a high level of alcohol-degrading enzymes in his stomach, so alcohol does not harm him much. Instead, it protects him. After hearing this, Lu Yuexiang wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, Lu Longjuan's eyes lit up. A true genius, doctor. You just looked at me, and you already knew about the condition in my stomach. He quickly instructed his assistant to bring out a medical report. This is the test I did at the provincial hospital. It shows that I do have a high level of alcohol-degrading enzymes in my stomach. But my kidneys must be failing due to taking too many medications. Lu Yuexiang was completely dumbfounded. She had always believed she was doing it for her grandfather's good, yet she had become the one harming him? And the alcohol she had always disapproved of was actually saving her grandfather? At that moment, Lu Yuexiang's worldview was shattered, and she felt her head spinning. No, at least my intentions were good. She kept reassuring herself internally, feeling a bit better. Chapter 118. Examination Results. Grandpa, don't believe him. Maybe he already knew the results of your checkup in advance. Lu Yuexiang said, so many people know about your illness. Maybe he investigated your medical report at the hospital. After saying this, some people around actually believed it. Since Lu Longjun was a notable figure, it was likely that some so-called fraudulent doctors had investigated his condition at the hospital and then deliberately came to swindle money. After all, scamming dozens or even hundreds of times from the poor was not as profitable as scamming once from someone like Lu Longjun. Do you think I'm a fraud? Yijing smiled faintly and didn't say much. But Lu Longjuan's face changed drastically. He said to Lu Yuexiang, you should speak less. I brought you out today to broaden your horizons. You spend every day playing with your small circle of friends or scrolling through your phone. How can you improve? Lu Yuexiang retorted angrily, Grandpa, if broadening my horizons means meeting these fraudulent doctors, then I'd rather not broaden my horizons at all. With that, Lu Yuexiang stormed off. Lu Longjuan's face was somewhat awkward. His granddaughter was indeed a bit unreliable most of the time, but he was especially fond of this little granddaughter and was afraid she would suffer. As a result, he ended up spoiling her, and she grew up like this. Lu Longjun could only awkwardly apologize to Yijing. I'm really sorry to have embarrassed you. Yijing waved his hand. Just discipline her more at home. Remember, there are always people better than you, and there is always a higher sky. What she hasn't seen doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. There's no need to rush to judge whether someone is a fraud or genuine. One must verify it personally. Lu Longjun also sighed softly. You're right. Like you, young as you are, yet you have such insight and medical skills. If my granddaughter had even a fraction of your abilities, I would be at ease. If only. At this point, Lu Longjun suddenly had a thought. If he could marry his granddaughter to Yijing, wouldn't that solve the problem? His little granddaughter had been pampered to the point of being unreliable. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Even if he, as an old man, was willing, the two young people might not be. He knew his granddaughter well. She had her sights set high and didn't know what kind of person she wanted. And this Mr. Yi, with his abilities, strength, and connections, seemed to have some relationship with the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Such a person was destined to rise among the masses, and perhaps he wouldn't even look at his little granddaughter. For now, it was better to focus on the treatment. Thinking of this, Lu Longjun said, "After dinner, could you please come to my house to treat me? Is that okay?" Yijing nodded, "Sure." After dinner, Yijing and Lu Longjun arrived together at the Lu family's estate. That man is here again. From a distance, a group of young people were admiring flowers in the garden. At the forefront was the old man's most beloved granddaughter, Lu Yuexiang. Yuexiang, is he the fraud? Is it him who said that drinking is good for the body? And that the health supplements we bought are the main culprits behind Grandpa's kidney failure? The expressions of the young people looking at Yijing were somewhat hostile. Lu Yuexiang nodded heavily, angrily saying, "Yes, it's him. What he says is all nonsense, yet Grandpa listens to him so much." A young man beside her said, "I know why Grandpa listens to him. Isn't it because he caters to Grandpa's preferences by saying that drinking is beneficial for health? You all know that Grandpa can't control his cravings for alcohol. Frauds are most skilled at catering to your desires to trick you. It's a common tactic of frauds." Everyone couldn't help but nod. The more they listened, the more they felt that Yijing was a fraud. So what should we do? We should expose him and not let Grandpa be fooled again. Several young people were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Yuexiang said, "There's no way. Grandpa is especially trusting of him now. We can only act as the situation develops and talk later." The group of young people nodded. Lu Yuexiang's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, Grandpa doesn't listen to us, but he listens to Grandma." "Yes, Grandpa still listens to Grandma. Hurry and go get Grandma." Under the guidance of Lu Longjun, Yijing arrived at the interior of the estate. "Now, please treat me, Mr. Yi. Do you need any special environment? Or any herbs? Or any other requirements? Please feel free to mention them." Lu Longjun treated Yijing with great respect, because he deeply knew how extraordinary Yijing's medical skills were. Being able to cure the old ailments of Mr. Duan and Mr. Zhang, his kidney failure, though severe, was still easier to treat compared to those incurable diseases. Yijing smiled faintly. "No need. Your condition can be cured with just this set of silver needles in my hand." Thanks to Lu Longjuan's frequent drinking, his metabolism was relatively fast, keeping his kidneys in a relatively healthy state despite the failure. All he needed to do was stimulate the kidneys to repair themselves. After that, the cure would be complete. Even a prescription wouldn't be necessary. Is that so? Great. Lu Longjun was about to cooperate, but suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" The old lady, supported by a group of young people, walked out. "You're so muddle-headed. Are you senile? What kind of doctor do you dare to bring home?" The old lady, with tears in her eyes, pointed at the old man and scolded, "I know that after getting sick these past few years, you've been desperate for treatment. But didn't the doctors at the provincial hospital say, as long as they find a kidney donor and you get a new kidney, you'll be fine? Why listen to a fraud and use some trickery for treatment? If nothing happens, it's fine. But if something goes wrong, you might not even be able to get a kidney transplant. Can't you just let me worry less and listen to the doctors at the provincial hospital?" The old lady's words were filled with emotion. It was clear that she was genuinely worried. It was unknown what the young people had told her, but they had managed to scare the old lady to tears. Lu Longjun quickly explained, "Wife, it's not what you think. This is truly a divine doctor. I went through a lot of trouble to invite him. He doesn't usually see patients easily." The old lady turned her head in anger. "Don't lie to me. Tell me, which divine doctor isn't old and wise, looking like an old immortal? Look at him, a young man. His beard hasn't even fully grown yet." Chapter 119. As if they had one. A young lad, even if he started learning medicine from his mother's womb. He hasn't accumulated much experience, has he? The old lady was so furious that she wanted to hit Lu Longjuan's head with her cane. "Do you really trust him that much?" Lu Longjun exclaimed anxiously. "You don't understand. He's really amazing." The old lady shook her head. "At that age, I don't believe he's that great." The young people immediately looked smugly at Yijing. as if they had one. Especially Lu Yuexiang, who was standing at the front, was extremely satisfied and proud, feeling that the old lady had taken control of the situation. She couldn't help but feel amused, thinking, "Asterisk, you little fraudster, feeling smug now, huh? You fooled Grandpa, but there are still smart people around. Asterisk." Just then, Yi Jing suddenly spoke. "Old lady, you've been getting up frequently at night recently, haven't you? At least 5 times every night? And every time you get up, you feel extremely thirsty. Also, every morning you wake up with a sore back and feel weak, and it takes a while to recover, right? Your chest often feels slightly painful. Have you told your family about this?" These words left the old lady stunned. Some of the symptoms she had never mentioned to anyone, not even her closest relative Lu Longjun, so it was impossible for this young doctor to know about them. How do you know?" the old lady quickly asked. Yi Jing calmly replied, "A doctor relies on observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. I just need to look at you, and I naturally know. Just like how I knew after looking at Mr. Lu that his kidney failure was still treatable." The old lady was a bit confused. "Then what's wrong with me? Do you know?" She hadn't planned to go to the hospital because she thought the symptoms weren't too serious. Yi Jing said, "Your condition isn't too serious. It's a stomach and intestinal issue. As for the chest pain, it's because your stomach is too close to your heart, making you mistakenly think it's heart pain. The frequent night awakenings and backache are also due to intestinal problems." After this explanation, the old lady couldn't help but believe him more. Yi Jing had described her ailments so accurately that it was almost as if he had seen them firsthand. "Grandma, you can't trust him. He's a fraudster." Lu Yuexiang was anxious to see her grandmother believe him, but she was also puzzled. How did this man know all of her grandmother's symptoms? It must have been a lucky guess, right? Thinking this, Lu Yuexiang quickly said, "Grandma, I think as people get older, they tend to have some of these symptoms. He just happened to guess right." "Yes, Grandma, don't listen to him. If he mentions some other elderly symptoms that match yours, will you believe him even more?" Hearing her grandchildren's words, the old lady hesitated again. Indeed, many elderly people had similar symptoms, so they weren't unique to her. "All right, my condition is mild and not a serious illness. If you can cure me, I'll believe you." After saying this, the young people became anxious, especially Lu Yuexiang, who quickly said, "Grandma, what if he makes you worse? What then?" The old lady calmly replied, "Didn't you see your grandfather? He's already trusting this young man to his core. I'm afraid that even if I interrupt, he'll still believe him. I have to demonstrate by experience. Let this young man treat me, and if he can't cure me, then I'll be able to convince him." The young people finally understood the old lady's intentions. "But Grandma, that's too dangerous." Lu Yuexiang still wasn't convinced and glared at Yi Jing. The old lady patted her hand and smiled. "Don't worry, you're all here, right? If something really happens to me, you won't let him off the hook, will you?" Lu Yuexiang and the other young people quickly nodded. "Come on, treat me first. If you really cure my frequent night awakenings, backache, and chest pain, I'll pay you extra. You won't be shortchanged." Yi Jing understood and stepped forward, taking out a silver needle. "Your condition is mild. I only need 1 needle, and it'll take me a minute to cure you." After saying this, the old lady chuckled and shook her head. "Big talk. I've had this condition for a month. You can cure it in a minute? If I'd known that, I would have gone to get treated long ago." Before she finished her sentence, she didn't even feel anything, and Yi Jing's needle had already pierced the acupoint at the back of her neck. In that instant, the old lady felt a warm sensation spread throughout her body, making her shiver. In that second, she felt her previously sore back and hunched posture suddenly straighten, and the slight chest pain disappeared. It seems to be better." A minute later, the old lady felt completely transformed, as if she had become a new person. For the past month, her body had been struggling, but now, she felt full of energy, and all the pain had suddenly disappeared. "It really works." The old lady was overjoyed and told the young people around her, "It really works. This man is truly a divine doctor. Lu Yuexiang and the other young people were dumbfounded. Did it really work? In just 1 minute, did it make the old lady completely believe him? You all have wronged this divine doctor. The old lady's feeling was the most authentic, and she immediately took on the attitude of a senior, scolding the young people. You kids, seeing the wind as rain, before he even showed his medical skills, you looked down on him. Remember, there are many things you don't understand. In the future, beware of arrogance and impetuosity. Don't be so quick to judge someone. Take a good look, see for yourself if he really has real skills, and don't look down on anyone. After scolding them, the old lady said, Mr. Yi, I was wrong about you earlier. Your medical skills are more remarkable than any doctor I've ever seen. I've never seen a doctor who could cure a condition in just a minute. Today, I am truly convinced. The old lady respectfully treated Yi Jing as a distinguished guest, immediately instructing the servants to improve his treatment. Yi Jing waved his hand. I'm not here to enjoy myself. I just want to finish treating Mr. Liu as soon as possible. I have things to do. The Liu family quickly cleared out a room. Lu Longjun smiled wryly. It's really embarrassing, but after that display, I'm sure they won't dare to belittle you anymore. Chapter 120. Unwilling to underestimate. Yi Jing spent half an hour curing Lu Longjuan's kidney failure. Is my kidney really healed? Lu Longjun still couldn't quite believe it. In just half an hour, the kidney failure that had plagued him for years was cured. He decided that later, he would definitely go to the hospital to check and see what state his kidneys were in now. It wasn't that Lu Longjun didn't trust Yi Jing's medical skills, but rather that he wanted to see for himself how well his condition had improved to have a clear understanding. Mr. Yi, I have something I'd like to share with you, Lu Longjun said. Do you know Miao Su from the Miao family? Yi Jing shook his head slightly. The Miao family is a renowned prominent clan in our provincial capital. They are going to hold a birthday banquet soon, which will likely become the focal point of the entire city. If possible, would you like to go together? The Miao family's banquet was a significant event, and only those with high status and position would be invited. Lu Longjun wanted to bring Yi Jing along to expand his network, and the more capable and prominent the person he brought, the more attention they would receive. Even a trans-provincial investment conglomerate like Tenghui Group attached great importance to the Miao family's banquet. I heard that people from all over will come to the provincial capital to congratulate Miao Su, the head of the Miao family, on his birthday. Yi Jing nodded slightly. We'll talk about it later. He came to the provincial capital mainly for two things. One was to handle the marriage contract, and the other was to investigate the clues about his parents. The first matter was still tangled and could only be put on hold for now. The second matter, however, did require some powerful connections. Those old clues were already very faint, and relying solely on Yi Jing's own resources would make the investigation difficult. If he could meet some influential people, he might actually gain some useful information. When Yi Jing returned to the Daiwan villa, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were whispering to each other. What are you two talking about so passionately? Yi Jing changed his clothes and took a hot shower. He heard Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan, who had just finished their showers and were wearing bathrobes, chatting together. Yi Jing even wondered if the two of them had taken a shower together, since there was only one bathroom on each floor. He had just used the one on the second floor, so maybe the two of them had shared the one on the first floor? Zhang Qingxian laughed. We were just talking about how the Miao family's banquet is coming up, and we were wondering if there's any way we could attend. Although our Zhengshi flagship group has already overcome the crisis with the large order from Tenghui Group, to further develop and expand the group under my leadership, we still need to find a way. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Previously, the Zhengshi flagship group, under the 3-year development of the eldest sister Zheng Liyue, had undergone a rapid expansion, blindly developing. As a result, it had accumulated a lot of debt. The 200 million from Tenghui Group, although a large order, only filled the gap. To enable the Zhengshi flagship group to achieve further development and progress, they would need to find another way. Lin Yanan said, I heard that at the Miao family's banquet, major families, companies, and enterprises from various provinces will attend. If we can meet some people, make a name for ourselves, attract some investment, accumulate some connections, or open up some channels, then our Zhengshi flagship group will definitely make further progress. Zheng Qingxian also nodded. After all, the Zhengshi flagship group was still too small. At such a banquet, everyone present were big shots, and even a little help from them would be enough for the Zhengshi flagship group to soar. It's just that we don't know how to get an invitation. We don't have any connections? Zheng Qingxian frowned. The Miao family's banquet isn't easy to attend. Only high-ranking officials and first-class families have the qualification to participate. Our Zheng family is just a bit stronger than a third-tier family, but not as strong as a second-tier family. We don't have the qualifications to receive an invitation. Lin Yanan sighed helplessly. We'll just have to think of something else. Yi Jing said, how about I get you an invitation? Zheng Qingxian laughed. Don't tease me. It's not that easy. I heard that even Tonghui Group, such a large investment conglomerate, only has one invitation. They can't spare a second one. Yi Jing scratched his head. Is that so? Just a moment ago, he had thought about asking Lu Longjun from Tonghui Group to get one. But now it seemed that even Tonghui Group only had one, so it was impossible. It seemed he would have to find another way to get an invitation. In the provincial capital, the Miao family. How is the preparation for the banquet going? Miao Su, the head of the Miao family, looked at the few people kneeling below him. The management of the Miao family was strict, with a master-servant style of governance. Even Miao Su's own children and grandchildren had to kneel. Father, the banquet is almost ready. The key issue is... At this point, the younger generation below hesitated and didn't dare to continue. Miao Su sneered, are you talking about the people who want to take this opportunity to assassinate me? The people below clenched their teeth. These people deserve to die. Our Miao family has done so many good things for the country and the people, and it's only right that we receive some rewards. Yet, we've attracted countless envious wolves. Miao Su said calmly, a commoner is not guilty. It's the possession that is the crime. Those envious wolves don't care about how many good deeds we've done. They only see that we've received rich rewards. In the end, we've eaten too much of the cake and touched too many people's interests. Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. We've taken over so much of their market share. It's no wonder they hate us. Miao Su's expression remained calm. There's no need to panic about such things. The banquet will proceed as planned. However, his children and grandchildren still wanted to persuade him. Grandfather! Father! Why don't we cancel the banquet? With so many people around, it would be the perfect opportunity for the assassins to strike. Yes, sir. Why don't we postpone the banquet? Your safety is the most important. Miao Su shook his head with a smile. His expression was very calm. There's no point in hiding. We can postpone the banquet, but they can also postpone their assassination plans. Moreover, our Miao family is not only well known in the provincial capital, but also in the surrounding provinces. If we cancel the banquet because of such a small matter, what will happen to our prestige? Not only will the banquet be held, but it will be held with great fanfare. Chapter 121. A Grand Celebration. Seeing that Grandpa Miao Su had already made his decision, the numerous descendants below could only sigh inwardly. They also secretly resolved to ensure Grandpa Miao's safety during the event. Father, I will take charge of recruiting skilled individuals for the task. I'll arrange more bodyguards for you. Miao Su nodded. This can be done. Recruit more skilled individuals. I don't believe that the local talents in Jiang province can't match those assassins they hire. Miao Wenjun of the Miao family quickly sent out invitations to heroes, recruiting skilled individuals. At the same time, he also contacted the renowned Yishan Dian overseas. After Qing Huang received the task, upon realizing it was in the provincial city and knowing Yi Jing was there, she directly contacted Yi Jing. Master, there's a task near you. The Miao family in the provincial city is recruiting bodyguards, saying there will be an attempt on the life of the Miao family head, Miao Su. Something might happen there, so please be careful. Qing Huang reported this news to remind Yi Jing to avoid potential dangers. Unexpectedly, Yi Jing became interested. You said the Miao family is recruiting bodyguards? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Did they offer a price? Qing Huang immediately nodded. Yes, they've hired our high-level bodyguards. Yishindian is divided into levels from the lowest to the middle, high, and top levels. Each level has a different price. Of course, the top level is only accessible to Yi Jing and a few elders of Yishindian. Not only is the price exceptionally high, but it's also very difficult to hire them, depending on fate. So, generally speaking, the highest level is the top tier that outsiders can hire. Yi Jing suddenly said, I'll go. I'm nearby, so I'll go and have some fun. Qing Huang hesitated. Should we inform them that the high-level bodyguard is being upgraded to the top level? Yi Jing, no need. Just proceed as a high-level bodyguard. Send me a high-level outfit and mask. When Yishindian members go out on missions, they always wear masks, and different levels have different masks. Soon, Yi Jing received a high-level bodyguard mask and outfit. Finally, Yi Jing arrived at the Miao family compound as agreed. The Miao family compound exuded more solemnity and dignity than an ordinary manor. The Miao family had guards every 5 steps and sentries every 10, showing a particular emphasis on security. Those coming and going all followed orders strictly and entered and exited according to coded military regulations. The Miao family is so strict, yet someone still wants to assassinate them. How many enemies has the Miao family made? Shortly after, someone came to greet Yi Jing. Hello, are you from Yishindian? How should I address you? As the eldest son of Grandpa Miao Su, Miao Wenjun personally came out to greet the Yishindian members to show respect for Yishindian. Dark Prison King. Yi Jing revealed his code name. However, unless it's someone from the inner circle, they wouldn't know that the code name Dark Prison King is exclusive to Yi Jing. Other top-level bodyguards, including high-level ones, can only use other code names. Alright, please come inside, Mr. Prison King. Miao Wenjun had invited many bodyguards this time, many of whom were assassins by trade. But compared to them, the assassins from Yishindian were more expensive. After all, Yishindian is famous worldwide. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. This man with a mask, his voice sounds quite young. Is he really reliable? He asked with some doubt, May I ask if you are truly a high-level bodyguard from Yishindian? He wasn't doubting Yishindian's strength, but was worried that Yishindian might send just a low-level bodyguard, which would be disastrous. Yi Jing nodded calmly. Don't worry, you'll get your money's worth. He was already at the top level. If there was a crisis he couldn't handle, no one else could. All right. Miao Wenjun said, I hear your voice is young. Inside, there will be people from various families, also bringing in powerful individuals from all over the world. Please act low-key, understand? Yi Jing nodded faintly, not saying much. Following Miao Wenjun, they entered the compound. After casually instructing a servant to attend to Yi Jing, Miao Wenjun went to greet others, as many important bodyguards were arriving. Are you from Yishindian? Standing in place, Yi Jing heard a deep voice behind him. Without turning around, Yi Jing knew this was the Miao family's patriarch, the person he was to protect. Miao Su. After accepting this mission, he had Qing Huang investigate Miao Su. After all, knowing the employer's information could ensure his safety and identify potential enemies. Miao Su, in terms of societal value, is a commendable person. From the beginning, he has been oriented towards the welfare of the masses, benefiting society and the poor. However, his methods are too harsh and strict, which can be felt from how he manages the entire Miao family system. Because of these methods, wherever the Miao family goes, they leave nothing for others, almost taking everything. Once, a hospital director embezzled 60% of a few $100 million in equipment purchases, and the Miao family removed him and took back the entire local medical system's procurement rights. This eliminated corruption, but also angered everyone in the chain of interests. The Miao family has done too many such things, countless. So, over time, there are too many people secretly wanting to eliminate Miao Su to restore the previous interests. Yi Jing nodded faintly. Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm you. Yi Jing rarely takes on missions personally, but every time he does, the mission is completed in an exceptionally perfect manner. Without exception. Upon hearing this, Miao Su laughed. My old life might end any day, and I've come to terms with it. I hear you're young. Speaking so decisively is a common trait among your generation. By my age, you'll realize that there are no absolutes in this world. Anything can have an accident. Even if I hide in a safe, someone might still find a way to kill me, let alone at such a grand event where there are countless opportunities for mischief. Yijing smiled and shook his head. Other things may not have absolutes, but in my case, when I say absolute, it is absolute. Miao Su laughed heartily, taking a few more glances at Yijing. However, due to the mask and uniform, he couldn't see Yijing's appearance, only noting his tall and slender build. Chapter 122. Tall and sturdy. This young man left a deep impression on Miao Su. Indeed, someone from the Yi Divine Hall is confident, Miao Su thought as he watched Yijing's back, recalling various rumors about the Yi Divine Hall. This organization was extremely powerful abroad, completing countless missions without a single failure. However, within the country, the Yi Divine Hall was relatively low-key and not widely known. But Miao Su was one of the few who knew about it. It's my fortune to have the opportunity to collaborate with the Yi Divine Hall, he mused. I just need to see how strong they truly are. At that moment, Miao Wenjun entered again, this time leading two groups of people. The leaders of these groups were familiar to Yijing, members of the Duan family and the Zheng family. Simultaneously, representatives from other prominent families arrived, each accompanied by several skilled bodyguards. Father, there are quite a few skilled experts here today, Miao Wenjun said, clearly satisfied with the turnout. I believe we have enough to handle any assassins. Miao Su nodded and stepped onto the platform, intentionally having Yijing follow behind him. You will protect me closely later. I suspect there are assassins among them, Miao Su said, showing his trust in Yijing, who was from the Yi Divine Hall. However, the hired experts from various families were of varying quality and backgrounds, making it possible for assassins to have infiltrated. Yijing calmly replied, "Leave it to me." In fact, he was already observing the surroundings and had noticed some irregularities. Most of the experts from the prominent families had calm internal energy, indicating they viewed this gathering as just a meeting, not a combat situation. However, a few individuals were on the verge of acting, with rapid blood flow and heartbeat, ready to strike at any moment. Yijing was closely monitoring these individuals. Miao Su ascended the steps and addressed the crowd. First, I want to thank you all for coming on such short notice before my birthday banquet. As you know, some people wish to take advantage of this occasion to target me, even hiring assassins to strike during the banquet. That's why I've gathered all of you, the best experts. However, with so many people, it becomes chaotic. Therefore, I propose a series of matches to determine the best among you. The top performers will be assigned to protect me closely, while the slightly weaker ones will handle external security. The pay will vary accordingly. I trust everyone agrees with this? Most nodded, acknowledging that stronger individuals deserved better treatment. However, Miao Su and Yijing exchanged a subtle glance. Be cautious. There are indeed assassins among them, Miao Su thought, noticing some excitement among the crowd at the prospect of getting closer to him through the matches. Yijing, meanwhile, observed increased blood flow and heart rate in certain individuals, even hormonal fluctuations, suggesting they were going to great lengths to get near Miao Su. The matches began, and those with weaker skills were eliminated, assigned to outer courtyard security. Only 5 remained in the inner courtyard, including experts from the Duan and Zheng families. You 6 will be responsible for my safety, Miao Su said with a smile to Yijing and the 5 others. One of the Zheng family's experts, a man with a hooked nose, objected loudly. We 5 have proven our strength through real battles. Why doesn't he have to compete? He pointed at Yijing. Yijing casually replied, You want to challenge me? The crowd sneered upon hearing Yijing's voice mocking. He's just a youngster. Is he too young? So he has to wear a mask? Miao Su interjected calmly, Don't underestimate him. He's from the Yi Divine Hall. 2 of the 5 showed slight changes in expression, clearly aware of the Yi Divine Hall's reputation. The other 3 remained arrogant. What's the Yi Divine Hall? I'm from the Yuan Dao sect, one scoffed. Here, it's all about skill, not background. The remaining 2 remained silent, Having worked as mercenaries abroad and knowing the Yi Divine Hall's terrifying reputation overseas. Mr. Meow, we request a match with this man. How can he stand by your side without proving himself? One demanded. Yes, Mr. Meow, you can't go back on your word, another added, moving closer to Yi Jing and Miao Su. At a critical moment, one of the three suddenly lunged toward Miao Su with lightning speed. This is my chance, he thought. You forced me into this position. Don't blame me for being ruthless. His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Miao Su. Yi Jing called out, "Stop him." The two nearby experts were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, realizing an assassin had infiltrated their ranks. The assassin was from the Qin family, whose representatives turned pale with shock and panic. Miao Wenjun immediately demanded of the Qin family representative, "Why did you bring an assassin?" The Qin family member was terrified. "I didn't know. I hired him at a high price. How was I supposed to know he was an assassin targeting Mr. Miao?" It seemed he genuinely didn't know. However, Miao Wenjun wasn't taking any chances. He ordered the servants, "Take this Qin family member away and detain him. Don't let him escape." The servants nodded and quickly escorted the Qin family member away, who shouted his innocence as he was led out. Miao Wenjun looked worriedly at his father, now the target of an assassination attempt. It seemed those seeking his father's life were becoming more brazen, even hiring assassins in advance. Who knew what dangers awaited during the actual banquet? For now, the assassin remained a threat, and it was unclear whether his father would survive this ordeal. Chapter 123. You can't stop me. The assassin, held back by the two men beside him, sneered. You two think you can stop me? Although he ranked fourth in the previous contest, it was only because he had deliberately suppressed his strength. If he unleashed his true killing moves, none of the five would be able to stop him. Die! Suddenly, the assassin hurled two daggers, targeting the two men beside him with an odd and outs-on angle. The two men were indeed skilled, narrowly avoiding the daggers. However, behind the daggers were steel wires, and under the assassin's flexible control, the daggers made a sharp turn in midair. Shit! The two skilled men, caught off guard, were stabbed directly through the heart by the daggers. One moment they were running at full speed. The next they fell heavily to the ground like sacks. Father! Miao Wenjun's eyes nearly popped out of his head at this moment. Among the three bodyguards his father had selected, one had suddenly turned traitor, and the other two were killed. Now, only the young man from the Yishan temple remained by his father's side. If that young man wasn't reliable, his father would be in grave danger. Miao Su's face also changed. He hadn't expected the assassin to be so skilled. In this sudden burst of strength, he had completely reversed the situation. At this moment, Yi Jing calmly raised his hand. A silver needle shot out into the air. In an instant, the assassin froze in place. The silver needle had pierced the assassin's neck, as if he had been acupointed. You run pretty fast. With one move, Yi Jing had rendered the assassin immobile, except for his facial expressions. What technique is this? The assassin's face showed terror. He had been about to succeed, but suddenly his body wouldn't move. Yi Jing ignored him and turned to Miao Su behind him. Do you want me to kill him or leave him alive? Miao Su took several seconds to react. The previous scene had nearly scared him to death. He had thought he would be killed by the assassin's dagger, but instead, the situation had turned around. Thinking of this, he looked gratefully at Yi Jing. Fortunately, he had invited the people from the Yishan temple. This powerful and error-free force was indeed reliable. Leave him alive. Yi Jing nodded slightly and knocked the man unconscious with a chop. Then he addressed the stunned servants of the Miao family. Bring some rope and tie him up. You can handle the interrogation yourselves. Of course, if you want some excitement, you can remove the silver needle from his neck. But then, none of you will be able to handle him. With Yi Jing's words, no one dared to touch the silver needle. Miao Su calmed himself and said, Thank you so much. Thank you. Yi Jing waved his hand dismissively but said, Don't thank me yet. The matter isn't completely resolved. He then walked toward the remaining two men. When they heard the name of the Yishin temple, the two men subconsciously took a few steps back. You? What do you want? Seeing Yi Jing's display of power, the two men had a clearer understanding of his strength. Now that Yi Jing approached, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Yi Jing ignored the speaker and instead looked at the other silent man. Why haven't you made a move yet? Haven't found an opportunity? Yi Jing had long noticed that this man's internal reactions were unusually strong. Heartbeat, blood pressure, nerve responses, all far beyond normal. On the surface, however, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. When the man heard Yi Jing's words, he knew he had been exposed. He quickly retreated. Want to run? No professional ethics, huh? Yi Jing sneered, but the man ran even faster. He was a killer, but after seeing Yi Jing's move, he knew he had no chance. With his exposure and the distance from his target, Miao Su, he had no chance and could only flee to save his life. Don't run. Stay. Yi Jing flipped his hand, and another silver needle instantly pierced the assassin's neck, rendering him motionless like a vegetable. Tie this one up too. Yi Jing called the servants to bind the man. Behind him, Miao Su respectfully stepped forward. Thank you, sir. Although he had hired Yi Jing, he had hired many others as well. Yet, out of all of them, only the man from the Yishin temple had come to his rescue in the crucial moment. So his respect was not for Yi Jing, but for his lifesaver. In the coming days, he would still need Yi Jing to protect him. All right, I think the upcoming birthday banquet will be much calmer. Miao Su thought about it and immediately understood, revealing a smile. The two assassin killers were likely the best that the hidden enemies could hire. Even so, they couldn't last a single round against this Yishan temple bodyguard. It was clear that this Yishan temple expert completely outclassed them. With this person around, those behind the scenes who harbor grudges against him could only fume in frustration but would be powerless to act. They might even have to give up their assassination plans. Young sir, thank you for saving my life twice. Please feel free to ask for anything, and I will agree. After clearing the room, Miao Su spoke to Yi Jing alone. Although he had already paid Yi Jing his salary, Yi Jing had saved his life twice. Moreover, currying favor with Yi Jing might be useful in the future. Give me an invitation to your birthday banquet. Miao Su was surprised. As my personal bodyguard, you can come and go as you please, right? Yi Jing, for a friend. Miao Su immediately nodded and called over his son, Miao Wenjun. Go get a top-level diamond invitation for the Yishan temple, sir. Miao Wenjun nodded firmly, gave Yi Jing a grateful look, and quickly went to fetch it. He knew that if not for Yi Jing, his father might have been killed. Fortunately, they had Yi Jing, the skilled master. Soon, the diamond-level invitation was in Yi Jing's hands. Yi Jing returned to the half-mountain villa in Dia Bay with the invitation. Chapter 124. The invitation arrives. Inside the villa, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan had just returned after a long day of work. The two women were still discussing the matter of the invitation. Ugh, after all this running around, getting an invitation to the Miao family's birthday banquet is proving to be really difficult. We've exhausted all our connections, but it's just not happening. Lin Yanan also sighed with a wry smile. There's no way around it. The Miao family's banquet is on such a high level that it's beyond our reach. At the end of the day, we simply don't have the qualifications to attend such a prestigious event. Zhang Qingxian, with a look of yearning, said, the Miao family's banquet is attended by only the most prominent families. If we could attend and meet some of the elite figures there, it would be wonderful. It might even open up new market opportunities and expand our channels for Zheng's flagship company. As the two women spoke, they saw Yi Jing enter with a beautifully wrapped envelope in hand. Here, this is for you, Yi Jing said, handing the envelope to Zhang Qingxian before heading off to take a shower. What's this? Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan leaned in, curious. It looks quite elegant. I wonder what it is. Should we open it and take a look? Zhang Qingxian hesitated. But this is Yi Ji's thing. It might not be right for us to open it without his permission. Lin Yanan smiled, but he just said it was for you, didn't he? After some thought, Zheng Qingxian agreed. All right then. It seems to say something about an invitation. The outside only mentioned invitation, but they had no idea what was inside. When they opened it and saw the red velvet lining with gold embossed text, their eyes widened in astonishment. An invitation to the Miao family's banquet. Lingo, how did you get this? What a surprise. It's so exquisite. It's an invitation to the Miao family's banquet. The two women were so excited that they hugged each other tightly. How did Yi Gu get this invitation? Let's go ask him. In their excitement, the two women rushed upstairs. However, after searching through several bedrooms and even the study, they couldn't find Yi Jing. Yi Gu, where are you? At that moment, Yi Jing's voice came from the bathroom. I'm in the shower. What's wrong? And nothing, Zheng Qingxian replied, her face turning red as she realized Yi Jing was in the bathroom. She had instinctively taken a few steps toward the sound but stopped, feeling flustered. We'll talk after you're done showering. Finally, after Yi Jing finished his shower and came out, Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanin were already eager to ask, Yi Gu, where did you get this invitation? Yi Jing smiled. I asked the Miao family for it. Zheng Qingxian was skeptical. Really? That's the Miao family we're talking about. How did you manage to get it? They just gave it to you like that? Even Tang Hui Group, with all its wealth and influence, only managed to get one invitation. Yi Jing chuckled. I happen to know someone from the Miao family, so they gave it to me. Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanin exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. No matter what, this meant that the Zheng family now had the opportunity to attend the Miao family's banquet. Thank you, Yi Gu. Zheng Qingxian sincerely expressed her gratitude. The next day, Zheng Qingxian brought the invitation to the Zheng family residence. The Zheng family members were also discussing the Miao family's banquet. That's the Miao family's banquet, Grandpa. If we could attend even once, not only would we get to meet upper-class figures, but it would also greatly enhance our family's influence. Zheng Liyue was trying to persuade her grandfather to secure an invitation to the Miao family's banquet. The Miao family's banquet will be attended by the elite of the entire provincial capital and even from surrounding provinces. Our Zheng family absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Zheng Liyue had recently lost Yuan Lifei, her former admirer, and was now looking for a new wealthy suitor. For some reason, the Yuan family had suddenly declined in status. She was urgently in need of a new backer. Therefore, the upcoming Miao family banquet had caught her attention. If she could meet some wealthy young masters at the banquet, it would be a huge boon. Grandpa Zheng sighed. I know what you're saying, but the Miao family's banquet is an excellent opportunity for exposure. However, our Zheng family is not on the same level, so how could we possibly get an invitation? The other members of the Zheng family also sighed softly. Even Grandpa Zheng couldn't secure an invitation, so the rest of them had no chance either. Zheng Liyue's eyes darted around, and suddenly she smiled. Grandpa, our Zheng family is now run by second sister, right? Let her try to get the invitation. And what about her husband? He's quite capable, isn't he? Last time, he managed to secure the Tang Hui Group's order. Maybe he could get an invitation this time too. Grandpa Zheng's eyes lit up. That's right. Her son-in-law knew someone from the Tang Hui Group, so perhaps through them, he could secure an invitation. Not just any invitation, but a ticket to the ranks of the top families. The other members of the Zheng family were also excited. Grandpa, hurry and ask Yi Jing and Qingxian to try. Just then, Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanin arrived. Grandpa, what are you all talking about? Grandpa Jing asked. Qingxian, could you try talking to the Tang Hui Group and see if they could get us an invitation to the Miao family's banquet? The others chimed in. Yes, Qingxian. The Miao family's invitation is incredibly valuable. If we could attend, it would bring great benefits to our Zheng family. Yes, second sister. See if you can get Yi Jing to secure an invitation. Zheng Liyue added with a sly smile. Second sister, your husband Yi Jing is quite capable, isn't he? Last time, he managed to secure the order from the Tang Hui Group. Can't he get an invitation this time too? What? Can't he even get an invitation? Zheng Qingxian smiled. Grandpa, you're talking about this too? Take a look at this. Before she could finish, someone quickly snatched the invitation from her hand. Let me see. Zhang Liyue took one look and was stunned. An invitation to the Miao family's banquet. The younger members of the family couldn't help but gather around, each exclaiming in surprise. It really is an invitation to the Miao family's banquet. My goodness, it's real. And look at this, it's platinum colored. What are you talking about? That's not platinum, it's diamond colored. This is the highest level of invitation from the Miao family. Everyone was stunned. Second sister had actually managed to get an invitation, and it was the highest level, a diamond level invitation. This means our Zheng family can sit at one of the top 3 tables at the Miao family's banquet. Those are reserved for the most prominent figures in the provincial capital. Zhang Liyue was dumbfounded, feeling the invitation in her hand grow increasingly hot. Was this really happening? Chapter 125, Really Hot. Second sister, where did you get this invitation? Zhang Liyue's shocked question echoed the thoughts of all the Zheng family members. Is this real? The surrounding Zheng family members sneered. It must be fake. Who knows why they didn't make it more convincing? How could we possibly get a diamond-level invitation? Second sister, you're just trying to amuse us, aren't you? You know, if you just made a regular invitation, that would be fine. But you made a fake diamond-level one. What else could it be but a joke? The crowd shook their heads and laughed. Zhang Qingxian grew anxious. It's real. It's a genuine invitation to the Miao family's banquet. Why would I lie to you? The laughter grew louder. Second sister, if you had just brought a regular invitation, we might have believed you. But do you know how many diamond-level invitations there are for the Miao family's banquet? In the entire provincial capital, including other provinces, there are no more than 8. What makes us, the Zhang family, worthy of obtaining a diamond-level invitation? The room filled with laughter. Second sister, your joke today was quite good. Even I, someone who rarely laughs, was amused by you. Even Grandpa Zheng shook his head. Diamond-level invitation? Qingxian, are you sure this is real? Seeing even her grandfather's doubt, Zhang Qingxian grew even more anxious. Grandpa, it's real. Yijing gave it to me. The crowd suddenly understood. So it was that second son-in-law of yours. He really overestimates himself. Thinking he knows someone from the Tonghui group makes him something special? You should know that even the Tonghui group can only get one regular invitation, let alone a second one. What makes your second son-in-law worthy of getting a diamond-level invitation for you? At this moment, Yijing, having finished his own business, hurried over. Yijing, is this how you deceived second sister? You were brought into our Zheng family as a son-in-law, and now you're lying? This diamond-level invitation, you deceived second sister with it as a joke between you two, but now you've let her bring it here to deceive us? If someone actually believed it and went to the Miao family, what a huge joke that would be. How would we clean up that mess? The crowd began to blame Yijing. Yijing calmly replied, are you so sure this diamond-level invitation is fake? The crowd laughed. Could it be real? Even elder sister Zhang Liyue laughed. Yijing, I know you know some people, the Duan family, the Tonghui group, but the Miao family is a giant you can't hope to reach. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed. Someone nearby asked, what's wrong? A younger member of the Zhang family had just opened the Miao family's official public account on their phone. Look at the Miao family's public account, they've announced the invitees. Among the diamond-level invitees, our Zhang family is listed. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly opened the public account list, frantically refreshing to confirm if it was true. Our Zheng family is actually on the Miao family's banquet invitation list, and it's diamond level. This is real. My goodness. Everyone's gaze toward Yijing shifted from disbelief to utter astonishment. Yijing calmly said, didn't you all think this was fake just now? The Zheng family member who had joked earlier immediately changed his tone, smiling apologetically. Look at you, second son-in-law. We were just joking earlier. You have such great connections. Getting an invitation from the Miao family must be a piece of cake for you. Second son-in-law is amazing. He got the Miao family's invitation so easily. Second son-in-law is truly our Jing family's lucky star. Ever since he arrived, We've had orders and connections. Zhang Liyue, watching everyone fawn over Yijing, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in her heart. Such a husband had once been hers. How did it end up that second sister got this great deal by mistake? However, she gazed at the diamond-level invitation with its Tangjin Thura Tangjin Zuti. I still have many opportunities. I consider myself much prettier than second sister. If I can attend the Miao family's banquet, I'm sure I can find a new husband, one much better than Yijing. Others became curious about the origin of the diamond-level invitation. Second son-in-law, how did you get that diamond-level one? Yes, tell us, how did you get to know someone from the Miao family? Yijing casually made up an excuse. I just happen to know a friend who knows someone from the Miao family. The Zhang family members nodded slightly, but their enthusiasm had cooled somewhat. If Yijing had directly known someone from the Miao family, that would have been ideal. They could have benefited from it as well. But through a friend of a friend, the connection was much weaker. Such a relationship, once used, might not be acknowledged again, making it a one-time, consumable connection. Thus, the attitude of the Zhang family members toward Yijing cooled even more. All right, let's discuss tomorrow's Miao family banquet. First, let's decide on the 6 people who can go, as the diamond level allows us 6 spots. Let's finalize the list. Everyone scrambled to be included. However, with only 6 spots, even if they fought for them, the final decision would have to be made by Grandpa Zhang. In that case, I'll be one, Qingxian and Yijing will be another. The others protested, Grandpa, Qingxian and Yijing only need one to go. Let Qingxian go. What's Yijing doing there? Yes, Grandpa, one from their family is enough. Leave the extra spot for us. We haven't got any yet. Grandpa Zhang glared at them, and they finally gave up. And Zhang Liyue will be one. The remaining spots were then allocated by Grandpa Zhang. These 6 people were mostly the elite of the Zhang family, the most presentable talents. The next day, outside the Miao family's villa, flowers bloomed in clusters. Luxury cars lined the distant roads, with red carpets and rose petals covering the ground. On both sides of the path, there were congratulatory flower baskets. The Miao family's grand banquet for their elderly master was a grand affair. However, despite the grandeur, Elder Miao Su's face remained somewhat unsmiling, his heart even a bit uneasy. He hadn't yet seen the arrival of the Yi God Palace. At this moment, his heart was heavily dependent on that person. Without the Yi God Palace, he always felt insecure. The Zhang family has arrived. Upon the Zhang family's arrival, a younger Miao family member serving as a host announced loudly. Chapter 126, Announcing the Qualification. Ordinary guests naturally do not have the qualification to be announced. But the Zhang family holds a diamond-level invitation, which grants them the right to be announced. This single announcement attracted the attention of many surrounding guests. What kind of family is the Zhang family? They actually have the qualification to be announced. I don't know. Those who can be announced must at least have platinum or diamond invitations, right? I haven't heard of the Zhang family. The crowd was both puzzled and envious. Countless eyes focused on the 6 members of the Zhang family. Zhang Liyue felt the weight of these gazes, especially since most of them represented major families, clans, and enterprises. She increasingly felt like a beautiful peacock, basking in the spotlight. This is the feeling of being the center of attention, pursued by thousands. Miao Su glanced over here, recalling something, and his eyes lit up. He remembered that the invitation he gave to the Yishan Palace should have been handed over to this so-called Jing family. After all other diamond-level invitations were given to well-known figures, all of whom were personally handed out by him, Miao Su. Only this Jing family, whom he had never heard of before, was a third-rate small family. Therefore, the invitation from the Yishan Palace member must have been given to this Jing family. I should go over and ask the Zhang family if they know the Yishan Palace member. As more and more people arrived, Miao Su's unease grew. This meant his danger was increasing, and there might be assassins hidden among the crowd. Although Miao Su had hired many skilled bodyguards, after the events of that day, he realized that none of them were dependable except for this member of the Yishan Palace, who possessed extraordinary strength and could suppress any troublemakers. "Excuse me." Miao Su personally approached to inquire, causing everyone around to widen their eyes. What kind of background does the Jing family have? Even Elder Miao Su personally came to inquire. "I don't know." Over the years, Elder Miao Su's prestige has become increasingly weighty, and few people are worthy of his personal reception. The last time he personally received someone was the provincial governor. What kind of background does the Jing family have? Everyone was shocked as they watched the Zheng family. This left the members of the Zheng family overwhelmed with surprise and honor, especially Zheng Leoi, who repeatedly lowered his status, almost to the ground. Compared to the Miao family, the Zheng family was on a much lower level. Zheng Liue, on the other hand, was almost ecstatic. She noticed that ever since Elder Miao Su personally approached, the number of gazes focused on her increased. And many of them were young masters from major families and wealthy clans. These people had previously disregarded Zheng Liue, as she was just a woman from a third-rate small family, not worth their attention. But if she could gain the favor of Elder Miao Su, the meaning would be different. Indeed, many people's eyes lingered on Zheng Liue and Zheng Qingxian, already holding their champagne glasses, ready to come over and toast after Elder Miao Su left. "Excuse me, where's your special friend?" Miao Su didn't directly ask, using special friend as a substitute. If the other party understood his meaning, they should respond. Zheng Leoi was stunned for a moment. A special friend? What kind of riddle was Elder Miao Su playing? Zheng Qingxian, Zheng Liue, and the others were also a bit confused. What special friend was Elder Miao Su looking for? Zheng Liue secretly pulled down her neckline, wondering if this counted as a special friend. Only Yi Jing understood Elder Miao Su's intentions. Without a word, he took out an item from his pocket. Just revealing a corner of the item made Elder Miao Su feel greatly relieved. It was the mask of the Yishan Palace. That day, it was this mask that protected Elder Miao Su twice. Miao Su looked deeply at Yi Jing. So, this was the person who protected him. The Yishan Palace was indeed unfathomable. Such a young man, yet with such incredible strength. All right, all of you are honored guests of the Miao family. Please, take your seats inside. Seeing Yi Jing's appearance, Miao Su immediately felt at ease. The anxiety he felt earlier vanished. With this member of the Yishan Palace present, he felt utterly safe. "Could you please stay close to me later?" Miao Su whispered to Yi Jing. Yi Jing nodded slightly. After all, the seat arranged for him with the diamond-level invitation was among the top 3 tables, very close to Miao Su. It seemed that Miao Su had already planned this. As everyone entered, the members of the Zheng family felt like country bumpkins visiting the Grandview Garden. Everything seemed fresh to them. No wonder it's the Miao family. A big family indeed. The hundreds of bottles on the table are each worth 1 million. Just these wines alone make this birthday banquet worth over 100 million. The few juniors of the Zheng family who had the privilege to attend were in awe. They had never seen such a grand birthday banquet in their lives. Fortunately, we came today. We've gained knowledge. Otherwise, we would regret it for the rest of our lives. They looked around, picking up some self-service desserts and quickly ate them. Where else could they eat such delicious and high-end desserts if they left here? Zheng Liue, meanwhile, had already taken her wine glass and moved to the side, showcasing her skills as a social butterfly. Due to Elder Miao Su's attention to the Zheng family, many young masters from prominent families and wealthy households began to engage in conversation. In an instant, Zheng Liue was surrounded by many young masters, each with a fortune 100 times greater than Yuan Lifei's. In that moment, Zheng Liue felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Even Zheng Qingxian was surrounded by many people. But after hearing that Zheng Qingxian already had a fiancé, they slightly backed off. After all, although the Zheng family was a small household, the beauty of the Zheng Qingxian and Zheng Liue sisters was exceptionally high, especially Zheng Qingxian, who was even more beautiful than some actresses. Many actresses relied on medical aesthetics, plastic surgery, and makeup, but Zheng Qingxian was naturally stunning. Today, with just a touch of exquisite grooming, she was even more captivating. Zheng Liue, although not as exquisite as Zhang Qingxian, had some resemblance to her, so in the eyes of many men, she was also a flower. Young Master Zhou, have you heard of our Zhang family? Zhang Liyue quickly filtered through the young masters and found her target for the evening. This young Master Zhou's Zhou family ranked among the top 10 in the entire province. Chapter 127. From a wild chicken to a phoenix. What made it even more valuable was that the business the Zhou family was involved in was in the same supply chain as the Zhang family's business. In other words, if she could get close to this Zhou family heir, she would have a greater chance of taking control of the entire Zhang family in the future. And with the help of the Zhou family heir, she could even transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix. There was another reason why Zhang Liyue had chosen this Zhou family heir. She had noticed that his eyes had not left her or her younger sister for most of the evening. Many other heirs had approached her, but she could immediately tell that most of them were just curious and polite, showing respect. However, she also knew that this curiosity was mostly directed at Master Miao Su. She understood that such connections wouldn't last long. To maintain a long-term relationship and make herself valuable in the eyes of men, she had to rely on her looks and figure. By then, even if the Zhou family heir found out that the Zhang family was only a third-rate family, he probably wouldn't give up on this relationship. The Zhang family. I've heard of them a little. Your family's biggest company is Zhangshi Flagship Group, right? The Zhou family heir, due to his involvement in the industry, had investigated the power dynamics within the entire sector. Even a small family like the Zhangs was known to him. Zhang Liyue's eyes lit up, and her gaze towards Zhou Tsuanruin grew even brighter. You've heard of it? How would you evaluate the development of Zhangshi Flagship Group in the past? Zhou Tsuanruin raised his glass in a toast and smiled. Not bad. Though small, it's complete in every aspect. The past few years have seen good development, with a fairly fast expansion rate. Zhang Liyue's smile grew even more radiant. You know, for the past 3 years, Zhangshi Flagship Group has been under my leadership. I've always been the president there. Zhou Tsuanruin's eyes also revealed a hint of admiration. Impressive. There are many powerful men in the business world, but powerful and beautiful women are rare. You're one of them. Hearing such praise from Zhou Tsuanruin, Zhang Liyue's heart swelled with joy. She had already decided that this was her target from now on. However, the only thing that displeased her was that Zhou Tsuanruin's eyes not only lingered on her, but also frequently glanced at Zhang Qingxian beside her. Did he prefer younger women? No, this potential son-in-law had to be firmly grasped by her. Thinking of this, Zhang Liyue tugged down her neckline and pulled up her skirt hem, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. What man could resist such a sight? Zhou Tsuanruin's gaze immediately focused on Zhang Liyue. Zhang Liyue felt triumphant and leaned closer to Zhou Tsuanruin, her breath fragrant, her body almost touching him as she spoke. On the other side, after rejecting several groups of male guests who had approached her for conversation, Zhang Qingxian finally found some peace. She wanted to talk more with Yi Jing, but found that Yi Jing had gone to Master Miao Su's side. Moreover, Master Miao Su seemed to hold Yi Jing in high regard, bringing him along wherever he went to toast. It seems Yi Gu has a good relationship with Master Miao as well. Zhang Qingxian gazed at Yi Jing with a dreamy expression, feeling that she could never get enough of him. While toasting, Master Miao Su also whispered to Yi Jing, "Any assassins?" Yi Jing smiled. "Don't worry, there are no assassins around." Master Miao Su nodded subtly, feeling more at ease. It appeared that Yi Jing's previous actions had deterred the assassins, or the Mu Hou Choujia, from making any reckless moves. Although the 2 assassins from last time had been captured by the Miao family, the incident had spread through the mouths of the bodyguards and Miao family members. The news that the Miao family had hired an extraordinary bodyguard from the Yishan Temple had also spread. After the Mu Hou Choujia and assassins investigated the background of the Yishan Temple, they were utterly shocked. They were utterly shocked. The Yishan Temple was terrifyingly powerful. Though quiet in the domestic scene, it was renowned and fearsome internationally. So the Mu Hou Choujia dared not make any moves during this birthday banquet. The Mu Hou Choujia, hidden enemies, dared not make any moves during this birthday banquet. This time, Master Miao Su had only hired someone from the Yishan Temple to protect him. If anyone were to cause trouble at the banquet, and Master Miao Su were to become enraged and hire the Yishan Temple to pursue and eliminate all his adversaries, how could they possibly escape such a fate? After all, the Yishan Temple's reputation was too formidable. Under the halo of the Yishan Temple, Master Miao Su's birthday banquet proceeded smoothly. After a few hours, the guests were all satisfied. A perfect ending. As the event was about to conclude, "Thank you so much," Master Miao Su said, "The salary and fees will be transferred to the Yishan Temple's account immediately. But to express my personal gratitude, I'd like to offer you a personal reward. You may ask for anything you desire, as long as I can fulfill it." Master Miao Su was waiting for Yi Jing to make a request. Dealing with such a person, one wasn't afraid of being asked for favors. What one feared was being of no use to them. Because if Yi Jing had something to ask of him, it would mean their relationship would be bound, deepened, and they would have shared goals. By then, having such a powerful expert by his side would ensure his safety indefinitely. Yi Jing said indifferently, "For now, I don't really need anything." Master Miao Su's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. "However, if I think of something later, I'll let you know." Upon hearing this, Master Miao Su's face lit up again. Very well, very well. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask." Just then, a young member of the Zheng family ran over, panting heavily. "Brother-in-law, Qingxian is missing." Yi Jing frowned. "Zheng Qingxian is missing? When did this happen?" The young man hurriedly explained, "It should have been about an hour ago. At first, we didn't think much of it, assuming Qingxian had just gone to the bathroom or to talk with other guests, but she hasn't returned for over an hour. We just tried calling her, and at first, the phone rang, but no one answered. After a few rings, it went straight to voicemail and then turned off." Yi Jing's brows furrowed. This was definitely a sign of trouble. With the phone turned off, no one knew what danger Zheng Qingxian might be in. "You all scatter and start searching, first around the Miao family's villa," Yi Jing ordered, and the young members immediately scattered to search. Chapter 128. Admiration. Now, they also held a certain level of admiration for this second brother-in-law, so they tended to listen to him. After all, it was their second brother-in-law who had managed to get the invitation for this event. After searching around, the younger generation returned. "We couldn't find her, brother-in-law." Grandpa is already aware of this and has sent people from the Zheng family to look, but they haven't found her outside the perimeter. At this moment, Zhang Liyue also approached. "What's going on? Is my younger sister missing?" She had just spent a few hours flirting with Zhou Zuanruan, the eldest young master Zhou, exchanging contact information before temporarily parting ways. Afterwards, Zhang Liyue tried to scout out a few other potential partners, but none of them met her satisfaction, not as suitable as Zhou Zuanruan. It was then that she heard about Zheng Qingshuan's disappearance. Yi Jing's eyebrows furrowed tightly. It seemed Zheng Qingxian had really run into trouble. He immediately turned to Miao Su beside him and asked, "Are there any surveillance cameras here?" Miao Su looked towards Ruoya Zi Miao Wenjun. Miao Wenjun immediately led Yi Jing to investigate the surveillance footage. "This is Mr. Yi." Miao Wenjun pointed at the monitor. "Look, here Miss Zheng Qingxian went out once, and Miss Lin Yanan from your Zheng family was waiting for her outside. It seems they were discussing some company matters." Yi Jing could read lips and had already deduced from the video that Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanan were indeed discussing company affairs. After they finished talking, they were about to part ways. Lin Yanan was going to leave and head outside, while Zheng Qingxian was going to return to the Miao family's birthday banquet. At that moment, a black, unmarked van suddenly emerged from a blind spot outside the surveillance area. It quickly rushed forward and forcibly dragged both Lin Yanan and Zheng Qingxian into the van, which then sped out of the surveillance range. "They've been kidnapped." Yi Jing's face darkened. To think someone could kidnap Zheng Qingxian right under his nose. "Help me trace the whereabouts of that van." Miao Wenjun nodded. The Miao family had considerable influence in the provincial capital. After a few phone calls, they quickly located the van. But Miao Wenjun's expression was grim. "Mr. Yi, the van was found at a waste treatment plant 5 kilometers away." That means the kidnappers immediately switched vehicles after leaving the surveillance area. Since it was done in a blind spot, we have no idea which vehicle they switched to. All leads have been cut off. Miao Wenjun felt uneasy. He knew Yi Jing was there to protect their patriarch, Miao Su. But the Miao family had failed to protect Yi Jing's family member, which was a dereliction of duty on their part. Mr. Yi, rest assured, the Miao family will dig up every inch of the provincial capital if necessary to find her for you. Miao Wenjun's words were a declaration of the Miao family's stance, showing they would contribute to the search efforts. Yi Jing nodded slightly, but he couldn't rely solely on external forces. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Although the Yi God Temple didn't have much influence in the country, there were still some scattered manpower in each city. While the numbers were small, the quality was high, and they had intricate connections with the local underground dark forces. Yi Jing could indirectly control the local underground forces through these scattered members of the Yi God Temple. Punan. Yi Jing dialed a number, and the person on the other end immediately responded respectfully. Master, what instructions do you have? Qing Huang had temporarily left to investigate the clues about Yi Jing's parents, so for now, all matters in the provincial capital were handled through Punan. Zhang Qingxian is missing. Immediately mobilize all available manpower in the provincial capital to search for her. Understood. Punan naturally knew who Zhang Qingxian was to Yi Jing. Within seconds of hanging up, several calls from Punan went out, and the entire underground world of the provincial capital was thrown into turmoil. Woo-woo. Inside a dark vehicle, Lin Yanan and Zhang Qingxian were bound and gagged with cloth. The two women cried in muffled sobs, unable to speak. What do you two want to say? Want to beg for mercy? Beside the car, a bald, burly man chuckled, causing the surrounding group of men to burst into laughter. At this point, they probably can only beg for mercy. Brother Guang, why not listen to what these two little ladies have to say? It's already a secluded area, so even if they scream, no one outside will hear. The bald man slightly lifted the black curtain to look outside. They had arrived at a sparsely populated port, where it had been a long time since they saw any vehicles or human figures. Heh, then speak up. Brother Guang removed the cloth from the women's mouths. Please let us go. Lin Yanan begged tearfully. Zhang Qingxian didn't speak, her eyes still glistening with tears, but she quietly observed the situation inside the car and the men around her, trying to gather any useful information for an escape attempt later. Don't even think about escaping, Brother Guang immediately saw through Zheng Qingxuan's intentions. Soon, our tiger gang will take you to a cargo ship. That ship will sail along the river, and no matter how clever those searching for you are, they won't guess you're on a cargo ship with a constantly changing location. Hearing this, the two women grew even more desperate. Lin Yanan forced a smile. Qingxian, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have called you out urgently for company matters. If you hadn't come out, you wouldn't have been caught by these people in the Miao family. Brother Guang chuckled. You're absolutely right about that. If Zhang Qingxian had been inside the Miao family, we wouldn't have dared to make a move. We were planning to wait until all of the Zhang family members came out before carrying out the kidnapping, but you came out early. Hearing her name mentioned accurately by the kidnappers, Zhang Qingxian knew there was no longer any room for hope. They were targeting her specifically. What do you want? Our Zhang family doesn't have much money. Are you after money? Zhang Qingxian tried to negotiate. Lin Yanan also looked at the men nervously. Weren't most kidnappers after money? Surely they weren't after beauty? Brother Guang sneered coldly. Your Zhang family's money? I don't even look at it. Your family might seem like it's worth 2 billion. But can you even come up with 5 million in liquid assets? I doubt it. But after finishing this job, we'll make 180 million. I might as well tell you too, there's a big shot behind this who paid to have you, Zhang Qingxian, kidnapped. Zhang Qingxuan's heart sank. They wanted to kidnap her? But who would spend so much money for this? Was it her sister, Zhang Liyue? Zhang Qingxian shook her head. Her sister wouldn't have that kind of money. Chapter 129. Put it back in. Be good and don't move around. If you have any funny ideas, then I'm afraid I'll have to be impolite. After saying this, Brother Baldy directly stuffed the two cloth pieces back into the mouths of the two women. We've arrived at the port. One of his subordinates glanced outside and suddenly spoke up. Prepare to get off the car, Baldy instructed. Watch out for the surveillance cameras on your heads and avoid any areas that might be under surveillance. Understood, Brother Baldy. We're professionals at this. We know exactly where all the cameras are. A moment later, the car stopped at a secluded part of the port. They even covered the women's heads with black sacks before pushing them towards the direction of the ship. Soon, they boarded a cargo ship. Let's lock the two of them up down here, Tiger sneered. However, these two are delicate beauties. It wouldn't do to keep them in a moldy cargo hold. How about this? Make a clean room available for them, but make sure they are tightly bound. Brother Baldy smiled amiably. Who knows when that client will transfer the 180 million? This is by far the biggest deal we've ever done. It's so big it's hard to believe. If the client tries to welsh on the payment, hee. Baldy's gaze turned lecherous and sinister as he looked inside. Then those two pretty little girls will belong to us brothers. The group all chuckled lewdly. Outside, the entire underground world of the provincial capital was in turmoil. Countless people had received a mission today. Find two girls. There is no such thing as an impermeable wall. Even Brother Baldy of the Tiger Gang, who had been extremely careful, had their mission exposed. Soon, the servant of the Yi Divine Palace received a message. The leader of the Red Dragon faction personally called the servant. Your Excellency, we have received a piece of information that the Tiger Gang has a mission worth 180 million today. Although we haven't been able to determine exactly what the mission is, it is the only large-scale mission among all the underground factions recently. And the Tiger Gang has indeed mobilized members towards the Meow family's banquet. The servant abruptly stood up. That's probably it. Send someone to negotiate with the Tiger Gang and immediately start searching for the whereabouts of these people. At the Tiger Gang's headquarters, bang! The door was violently smashed open from the outside. The leader of the Tiger Gang, who was in the midst of a passionate encounter with a woman, was startled by the sudden intrusion. But in their line of work, they had long anticipated such incidents and even experienced them before. He immediately rolled over, pulled out the pistol under his pillow, and prepared to fire at the intruders. Who the hell are you, daring to disturb Grandpa Tiger's good time? Tiger glared outside, but as soon as he saw who it was, he was instantly shocked. Uncle Dragon, why are you here? The leader of the Red Dragon faction, Uncle Dragon, had a 9-clawed golden dragon tattooed on his arm, which was too conspicuous. I'm here to save you, Uncle Dragon said coldly. We've shared a few drinks together, so I'll give you some face. Otherwise, I would have shot you dead by now. The leader of the Tiger Gang breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he still had some face and usefulness in the eyes of Uncle Dragon. Otherwise, Uncle Dragon would have already killed him. Uncle Dragon, which of my unruly subordinates offended you? The leader of the Tiger Gang reacted quickly. Uncle Dragon shook his head. Not me, but the big boss above me. The leader of the Tiger Gang's pupils constricted. The big boss above Uncle Dragon? What kind of figure was that? In his eyes, the Red Dragon was the overlord of the underground world in this provincial capital. Who would dare to provoke the Red Dragon? Even the powerful figures from Beijing or Shanghai had to pay their respects and greet the Red Dragon when they arrived. But now, hearing about the big boss above Uncle Dragon, he was utterly shocked. Which of my subordinates did something wrong, Uncle Dragon? Please let me die with clarity. Did one of your subordinates take on a mission worth 180 million today? Uncle Dragon asked. That much? Even Tiger himself was shocked. Uncle Dragon, the biggest mission I've ever taken on personally was worth 100 million. Which bastard has the guts to take on such a huge deal without even telling me? Uncle Dragon waved his hand at his subordinates. Immediately, several bound men, their mouths stuffed with cloth, were thrown into the room. Tiger looked at each of them in turn. When he saw the accountant of the gang, he suddenly noticed something was off in the man's eyes. You traitor! Without my knowledge, you made a deal worth 180 million. You bastard. Tiger viciously kicked the accountant a few times, his head spinning. He had gotten himself into a huge mess. Who didn't know that the more money involved, the greater the risk? Even if he, Tiger, personally took on a mission worth 100 million, he would have to thoroughly investigate whether the client was someone he shouldn't mess with. That was a must. He never expected his subordinates to just go ahead and do it without his knowledge. At this moment, he wished he could kick the accountant to death. Uncle Dragon stopped him. The most urgent matter now is to find the people your subordinates have kidnapped. Otherwise, not only will your head be cut off, but even I, the Red Dragon, will be doomed. Tiger shuddered and quickly pulled the cloth out of the accountant's mouth, shouting desperately, "You bastard, hurry up and tell me. Where did you have the people kidnapped? Quickly contact them and let them go." The accountant, now terrified, had been regretting his greed ever since he was captured by Uncle Dragon's men. I'll tell. The accountant quickly said, "I sent Brother Baldy and his team to do this. There were 6 of them, and they were the ones best at avoiding surveillance. They should not be discovered, right?" Tiger slapped the accountant hard. "Is it about whether they'll be discovered or not? They've already come to us through Uncle Dragon. They're not using official channels, you bunch of self-smart idiots. Quickly contact Brother Baldy and have him let the people go." Unexpectedly, the accountant shook his head bitterly. "I was afraid they would expose the operation, and I was afraid they would be tracked, so I had them leave their phones with me. I can't contact them now." Tiger felt like his brain was about to crash. "Quickly tell me where Brother Baldy took the people." The accountant hurriedly said, "They took them to the Black River. I don't know the exact location, but I told them to find a cargo ship and hide on it, waiting for further instructions." Chapter 130. Waiting for News. Menghu wanted to cry but had no tears. The Black River was so vast, and as a major canal, countless cargo ships floated on its surface. Who the hell knew which one it was? By the time they found it, the chrysanthemum dish would be cold. After all, he knew that among the bald guys, there were several lechers who couldn't control their lower bodies. When that happened, Menghu shivered all over, feeling a chill on his neck, as if his head was about to be removed. "No, we must find them as soon as possible. Menghu Bang members, listen up. Wake everyone up now. All of you, go along the Black River. Inspect every single cargo ship. Don't miss a single one. If you find the 6 bald guys, beat them up mercilessly." Menghu did this to vent his anger. Secondly, he was also showing his attitude to the people behind Long Yi, hoping they might spare him a little for his efforts. Even if the bald guys had defiled the 2 girls, at least he might be spared his life. Hopefully. Soon, the Menghu Bang, Qilong Bang, and even Rua's small underground forces all gathered around the Black River. Nearby ports were filled with enforcers, inspecting every cargo ship. Many others rowed small boats to the stationary ships on the river, checking them one by one. "Mr. Yi, it should be on this cargo ship." Finally, under the personal leadership of Long Yi of the Qilong forces, Yijing saw the cargo ship floating in front of him. Yijing's face was grim. "Board the ship immediately." On the cargo ship. "Damn, why are there so many inspections today?" The bald guy received feedback from the ship owner that today's inspections were unusually frequent. Other ships had sent messages via wireless intercom, saying they had been inspected 3 or 4 times already. Tell the ship owner not to approach the port, just float on the river, and speed up to stay away from the inspectors. The bald guy didn't know what was happening outside, but he was guilty of his crime. After all, he had kidnapped people and certainly didn't want to be caught. "These 2 girls are really delicate. Brother Bald, a few of our brothers can't hold back anymore. Maybe let them have some fun first?" "Yeah, Brother Bald. We have 2 brothers who just got out of prison today after serving 5 years. They're really thirsty." "Brother Bald, since our employer behind us is also famous for his love of playing, often buying young girls for his perverted hobbies, keeping them locked up forever, and playing with them slowly. It's better to let our brothers have some fun first. At least we're not like the employer, who's a pervert with a fetish for imprisonment. Brother Bald also showed a hint of hesitation. There's some truth to what you're saying. Someone added fuel to the fire. And Brother Bald, nowadays, many girls aren't virtuous, having had premarital sex with their boyfriends. The employer behind the scenes won't know if these two girls have been slept with. If our brothers sleep with these two girls and then hand them over to the employer won't know. Brother Bald's eyes showed a greedy look. All right, let the brothers have some fun first. I'll go first, you guys guard outside. Brother Bald couldn't hold back himself. He had been in prison for rape before and was naturally incorrigible. The underlings all chuckled. After Brother Bald was done, it would be their turn, right? And it was a double treat. Two living beauties, how thrilling. Brother Bald ducked inside. How is it, comfortable and spacious here? Brother Bald first took off his shirt, smiling. The environment here is much more comfortable than what you'll face next. Although this is on a ship, at least it's well lit, not dark and damp. At least you have food and drink in this room, unlike being imprisoned by a pervert, where you'd be in a state of living hell, unable to live or die. If you serve that master, he'll only get more perverted and whip you harder. So you get it, right? Serving me now is a better deal. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Brother Bald chuckled and moved closer to the two women. The two women, bound by their legs, kicked backward in panic, showing fear. Just then, a loud bang came from outside. It sounded like something heavy had slammed onto the deck. Damn, what's that? Disturbing Grandpa's fun. Brother Bald decided to ignore it and continued his actions. Bang! Another loud bang. Brother Bald sensed something was wrong and shouted at the door. Xiaowu? Where the hell are you? What's going on outside? Gongzi? He called out several names, but no one answered him. Brother Bald's heart raced. Could it be the inspectors had boarded the ship? The next moment, the doors suddenly shattered, splitting into 4 or 5 pieces. One piece hit Brother Bald's chest, sending him flying into the wall. In the next moment, a young man walked in first. Who the hell are you? Brother Bald spat out blood, furious. Do you know who Grandpa is? I'm with the Minghu Bang. Before he finished, he saw his boss, Minghu, suddenly jump out from behind the young man, like a cannonball. Who the hell is your boss? Minghu slapped Brother Bald, his anger unleashed, directly swelling half of Brother Bald's face, knocking out half of his teeth. What did I do wrong, boss? Minghu was furious, kicking Brother Bald hard in the chest again. I'm not your boss. He really wanted to distance himself from this mess. Fortunately, he quickly glanced at the two girls, who were just tied up, not violated. That was good. At least his life was saved. Minghu turned back to look at Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, what should we do with this bald guy? Yi Jing's eyes flashed with a killing intent. You decide. Minghu immediately understood the look. He waved over a few people, dragging the bald guy and his gang out. No, don't kill us. Brother Bald panicked, realizing in an instant he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He had known the money was too big. The person behind it must be powerful. Chapter 131. Life Lost. The bald man was now filled with regret. How could he have been so greedy? He never got to spend the 180 million, but now he had lost his life. Please, boss, don't kill me. The bald man now realized that Yi Jing was the key figure. No one else was as important as him, but Yi Jing had already made up his mind to kill. If these people had only committed minor offenses, they might have been forgiven. But this kind of crime deserved no mercy. Kill them directly. With a single command from Yi Jing, the men immediately dragged the bald man and his 5 accomplices out. A few screams later, and they were dead. Nearby, Qilong approached. Mr. Yi, what do you plan to do with Minghu? Although he wasn't directly involved, at the very least, he bears responsibility for poor management. Yi Jing said indifferently, cut off 5 of his fingers. Qilong nodded. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. The room was now left with only Yi Jing and the 2 women. Sob. We're saved. Yigu came to save us. Zhang Qingxian finally allowed herself to cry out loud. Just moments ago, they had been rescued, but she and Lin Yanan didn't dare speak. With so many people around, they were both momentarily stunned. Now that everyone had left, they finally let out their tears. Both Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were teary-eyed. Yiga, you finally showed up? I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were truly terrified, especially after what the bald man had said at the end. Zhang Qingxian truly felt that her entire life would be spent in a dark basement, imprisoned until death. Fortunately, Yi Jing had arrived, and everything had changed. Do you two know who kidnapped you? After calming the emotions of the two women, Yi Jing began to inquire. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan both shook their heads but shared everything they knew. A habit of imprisoning people? In a basement? Yi Jing frowned. It was fortunate he had arrived in time, and fortunately, Hunan had mobilized the entire underground network of the province. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In such a vast province, who knows where there might be hidden basements? You two take a moment to calm down. I'll go investigate. Yi Gu. Zhang Qingxian suddenly hugged Yi Jing from behind. Lin Yanan also instinctively hugged him. At this moment, both women were afraid. They feared that after Yi Jing left, this rescue would turn out to be a dream, and the bald man would burst in again, forcing himself on them. The two women were truly terrified and desperately needed Yi Jing as a source of support. Don't worry, my people are all outside. You two are safe now. After a few more words of reassurance, Yi Jing spoke to Punan outside. Take the two women back to the Zheng family. Punan respectfully bowed and addressed Zhang Qingxian. Miss, please come with me. I will ensure your safety. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan bid their farewells to Yi Jing and left. They truly didn't dare to stay on the cargo ship any longer. And perhaps for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't want to ride in a van or set foot on a cargo ship again. This would likely become a psychological scar for both of them. After sending the two women away, Yi Jing's face darkened as he moved to the side. Inside the room, the screams of Meng Hu echoed. His 5 fingers had already been cut off by Qilong, but the members of the Meng Hu gang nearby dared not say a word. Qilong said indifferently, Do you accept this punishment, having 5 fingers cut off? Meng Hu sighed, I accept. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. After this, I will discipline them strictly and ensure nothing like this happens again. He had come to understand that this incident was entirely due to his poor management. If those under him had reported to him, he wouldn't have dared to engage in such a large-scale operation. Get out. Just as Qilong was about to send Meng Hu away, Yi Jing entered. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Jing, Meng Hu dared not leave. Only when Mr. Yi gave the order would he truly feel safe to go. Yi Jing asked, Do you know who instructed the bald man and his group? Meng Hu shook his head but said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi. There are still a few accountants and others in our gang who know the details. I'll get the truth out of them and give you a satisfactory answer. Yi Jing nodded slightly and tossed the 5 severed fingers to Meng Hu. Meng Hu shuddered and was filled with joy. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Meng Hu quickly ran out. The fact that Yi Jing had given him the severed fingers meant he could get them reattached. If done in time, these fingers could be as good as new and function normally. If Yi Jing hadn't given him the fingers, he would have been permanently disabled. Even then, he wouldn't have dared to object. Mr. Yi is truly a fair man. No wonder even Qilong, the Dragon Lord, is willing to follow him. After leaving, Meng Hu quickly hailed a taxi and, within a few minutes, arrived at the emergency department of a nearby hospital. Soon, he had the severed fingers reattached. Modern surgery allows for the reattachment of severed fingers, provided it's done in time. Many smaller hospitals can perform such procedures. But if the fingers are severed for too long, even the best hospitals in cities like Beijing or Shanghai, or even the greatest doctors of the age, would be powerless. Finally, Meng Hu finished the surgery. Immediately, he returned to the gang with his hand bandaged. Damn it! This almost cost me my life because of that accountant and the bald man. Meng Hu thought for a moment. Fortunately, Mr. Yi showed mercy and allowed me to reattach my fingers. He ordered his subordinates, bring the accountant here. I'm going to interrogate him myself." The subordinates nodded and went to fetch the accountant. But moments later, they came running back in a panic. Boss, something's wrong. The accountant has been killed." Menghu was shocked. "What happened? Take me there right away." When Menghu arrived at the accountant's room, he saw the accountant had been stabbed to death, and the person who had killed the accountant had also committed suicide. Damn it! Menghu felt the hairs on his back stand up. Who is behind all this? What do we do now, boss? If we can't give a satisfactory answer to the Dragon Lord and Mr. Yi, we're in trouble. Menghu's eyes trembled, but ultimately, he only said, "There's no other choice. We'll have to report the truth." In the past, he might have made a different decision. But having just left the hospital, he had investigated why the Qilong gang was so obedient to Mr. Yi. The results were shocking. This matter involved the Yi God Temple. Chapter 132. Involving the Yi Divine Palace. This news almost scared Tiger to death. The name Yi Divine Palace might be unfamiliar to ordinary people, but to those who operate in the underground world, it is all too familiar. It is the ultimate ruler of the global underground world. So Tiger decided that he could only report the truth. 10 minutes later, Tiger knelt deeply before Chi Dragon and Yi Jing, while beside him lay the accountant and the body of the assassin who had committed suicide after the act. That's how it was. By the time I came to my senses, the accountant had already been killed by this man, who then took his own life, cutting off the trail. Chi Dragon's expression was grim. "Mr. Yi, it seems the mastermind behind this is also a ruthless one." Seeing that the plan had failed, they immediately sent someone to silence the witnesses. Yi Jing nodded slightly. It seemed that this time, the opponent would be difficult to deal with. From now on, don't miss any clues. Investigate slowly. Chi Dragon nodded in agreement. Below, Tiger was overjoyed. Was it over just like that? Would Mr. Yi not punish him? After all, this Mr. Yi could summon the servant of the Yi Divine Palace. That servant was a revered and exalted figure in the underground world. "You come here." At this moment, Yi Jing gestured toward Tiger. Tiger's heart sank. It seemed that what he dreaded was finally coming. This Mr. Yi was probably going to completely cripple his hand. "Yes, Mr. Yi. No matter how you punish me, I accept it." Tiger now could only prostrate himself at Yi Jing's feet, resigned to his fate. Yi Jing said calmly, "Remove the bandage from your hand." Tiger was stunned. Was this to break his newly reattached 5 fingers again? He sighed lightly in his heart. If it was to break them again, it would be a relatively mild punishment. As he removed the bandage, he saw Yi Jing flick his wrist, and then 5 silver needles were inserted into his fingers. These 5 silver needles will fall off automatically after 5 minutes. After that, your fingers will be completely healed, with no after effects. After saying this, Yi Jing left directly. Tiger was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Chi Dragon beside him said enviously, "Tiger, you're lucky. Mr. Yi doesn't treat people casually." The last person he treated was the elder Mr. Duan from the official circles. Tiger shuddered and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, I will remember Mr. Ye's great kindness. In the future, whenever there is any clue about this matter, I will report it immediately." In a manner, Zotsuan Ruin smashed several vases. Damn it! Why are they so incompetent at doing anything? Since laying eyes on Zhang Qingxian at the Miao family's birthday banquet, Zhou the young master had been utterly captivated by her. Unfortunately, Zhang Qingxian showed no interest in him. Later, it was Zhang Liyue who took the initiative to approach him, giving him some consolation. Looking at the face that resembled Zhang Qingxian, Zhou the young master felt a bit of interest. However, after chatting for half an hour, Zotsuan Ruin still found that the one he truly desired was Zhang Qingxian. That face comparable to a female celebrity made him unable to resist. At that moment, he thought to himself that even if it shortened his life by 10 years, he would have to possess that woman. Just like the girls he had imprisoned in his basement. He must have her. So, Zotsuan Ruin had his subordinates contact the Tiger Gang. But he didn't expect them to be so useless and fail so quickly. How is it? Have all the people been dealt with? Seeing his subordinate come to report, Zotsuenruin hurriedly asked. The subordinate immediately nodded. Don't worry, young master. Everything was handled cleanly. The people in the Tiger Gang have also been bribed and silenced. Zotsuenruin nodded slightly. Then he rubbed his temples and said, All right, you can go now. After saying this, the servant turned and left. But the next moment, Zotsuenruin pulled out a silenced pistol from his jacket. Bang! He silenced this subordinate. Then, Zotsuenruin gestured toward the shadows, and immediately several deaf-mute people came forward, skillfully cleaning up the corpse. Over the years, Zotsuenruin had imprisoned so many girls. Why had he never been discovered? It was because he was exceptionally good at silencing witnesses. As long as he silenced them, cut off the clues, no one could trace it back to him. The official circles would never imagine that the terrifying underground imprisonment of girls could be the work of this young master of the Zhou family. To be honest, with his status and wealth as the young master of the Zhou family, what kind of girl wouldn't throw herself at him? With his extraordinary abilities, there were plenty of girls eager to get close to the young master of the Zhou family. But those girls couldn't satisfy the young master's perverse desires. After a few times, some girls couldn't endure the humiliation and wanted to report him. From that time on, the young master began to operate underground. Only girls who would never leave him would never betray him. The next few days, the young master also kept a low profile. He was afraid that some clue hadn't been cleaned up properly and someone would come knocking on his door. But after a few days, everything was calm. Nothing happened. It seemed that all his clues had been handled very cleanly. Being silenced like that, could it be anything but clean? What a bunch of trash. The people behind the Zheng family, it seems, are that Yi Jing? It was that Yi Jing who led the investigation into Zheng Qingxian, wasn't it? But in the end, it proved to be a waste of time. He couldn't find out that it was me behind this. Next, the young master looked at the photo on his phone. It was a photo he had snapped of Zheng Qingxian during the Miao family's birthday banquet. This is the perfect woman in my heart. How can I get her? The young master narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time. It seems, since underhanded methods don't work, I can only use straightforward methods. Why isn't young Master Zhou answering my calls? Zhang Liyue had been desperately trying to contact Zotsuenruin these past few days. After all, at the Miao family's birthday banquet, Zhang Liyue had devoted the most time and effort to this young master. She wanted to get some feedback from him. But these past few days, Zotsuenruin had been avoiding and keeping a low profile, basically not answering any calls. It seems it's a failure. Zhang Liyue had a moment of doubt in her heart. Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? But after looking in the mirror, no, I'm still a great beauty. It's just that others don't know how to appreciate me. Zhang Liyue gave herself a pep talk, then went to find her grandfather, Zhang Leoi. Since the plan to climb the social ladder hadn't yielded any results, she needed to take a different approach. Soon, the eldest sister Zhang Liyue arrived at Zhang Leoi's room. Chapter 133, Collecting a Debt. Grandpa, our Zheng family is thriving now, isn't it? Zhang Liyue shed tears, planning to use warmth and familial affection to persuade Grandpa Zheng. Many industries within the family are developing rapidly, yet I, such a talented person, have no place to showcase my abilities. Grandpa Zheng looked at Zhang Liyue, remaining silent. This eldest granddaughter of his did possess some capabilities. Over the past few years, managing the family assets, she had done a decent job. Now that everything had been handed over to her younger sister, this eldest granddaughter was indeed being underutilized. What do you want to do? Grandpa Zheng glanced at Zhang Liyue. The assets already handed over to your younger sister cannot be altered. Zhang Liyue said, I leave it to Grandpa's discretion. Just find something for me to do. I'll manage anything you assign me. After some thought, Grandpa Zheng said, You know, our Zheng family still has an outstanding debt to collect. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue's expression changed slightly. The old debt with Xinhong Financial. Everyone knew that Xinhong Financial was highly irregular, with extremely complex elements, especially the infiltration of underground forces. A significant portion of the Zheng family's earnings from back then was still in Xinhong Financial's hands, unrecoverable. Grandpa Zheng said, that debt represents our total earnings over the past 3 years. If we can recover it, our Zheng family will have a chance to rise again. He looked at Zheng Liue. Of course, this is also your opportunity to rise. Whether you seize it or not depends on you. Zheng Liue hesitated. But Grandpa, isn't this too difficult? Xinhong Financial isn't a place where reason prevails. That's why they've been holding on to our payment. Over the years, how many people from our family have tried to collect it, even enlisting third parties, but it's just not coming back. Xinhong Financial clearly intends to keep that money. Grandpa Zheng remained expressionless. This is the only path available right now. Whether you choose to walk it is up to you. Other opportunities have already been given to your younger sister. You decide. Well, all right then. In her heart, Zhang Liue harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Qingxian. If not for Zhang Qingxian, why would she have to take this route of collecting a debt? She also resented Yi Jing. If not for Yi Jing's outstanding performance, bringing in the Duan family and Tonghui group, and even securing an invitation to the Miao family's banquet. If not for Yi Jing, how could her younger sister be doing so well now? It's also that Zhou the young master's fault. He was so nice to me at the banquet, and I spent all my time and energy on him, only for him to stop contacting me afterward. If I had known, I would have spent my time on other young masters. Maybe I could have landed a golden husband. After venting her resentment against everyone in her heart, Zhang Liue seriously considered the suggestion. I'll go collect the debt. This is my only chance to rise again. Having made up her mind, Zhang Liue said to Grandpa Zheng, Grandpa, this debt is quite important for our Zheng family, isn't it? Grandpa Zheng nodded. Of course it's important. If we can recover this debt, our family's liquidity will increase fivefold, allowing us to take many actions freely. Our Zheng group will be able to make great strides. Zhang Liue smiled. If that's the case, and if I can recover such an important debt, can I be given the position of president? Grandpa Zheng showed an uncomfortable expression. You're still coveting your younger sister's position as president? Zhang Liue cooed. Grandpa, think about it. Collecting this debt is such a difficult and important task. Isn't a president's position worth it? Hearing this, Grandpa Zheng did hesitate. This debt was indeed difficult to collect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken several years and numerous connections to fail to recover it. All right, I'll agree to that. If you can really collect it, the president's position will be yours. In his heart, Grandpa Zheng thought that this debt was unlikely to be recovered anyway. And Zhang Liue, coming to bother him every day, asking for work, was quite annoying. It was better to use this matter to get rid of her. After all, even if he went himself, the debt couldn't be recovered. It was a dead end. The other party had long since denied it. Even the people at Xinhong Financial had changed several times, and the current ones didn't recognize the old debt. Using this excuse to keep Zhang Liue at bay and save himself from her constant bothering was a good option. Upon hearing Grandpa Zheng's assurance, Zhang Liue was overjoyed. No matter what, she still had a chance. She could still reclaim the position of president of the Zheng flagship group. Of course, the difficulty was extremely high. However, since this involves your younger sister, I need to ask her opinion. Grandpa Zheng instructed a servant, go and call the president. Soon, Zhang Qingxian arrived. However, before entering, she first encountered her older sister, Zhang Liue, at the door. Sister, do you know why Grandpa is calling me? Zhang Qingxian, covered in dust, hurried over. The company had been very busy these days, and she hadn't even had time to drink water. Ever since Yi Jing gave her the opportunity, the workload in her hands had been increasing. Nothing much. I just came out from Grandpa's place. We're here to discuss something. Zhang Liue pretended to be magnanimous. Grandpa suddenly remembered the debt we have with Xinhong Financial from a few years ago. Zhang Qingxian was stunned and frowned. That debt, she was well aware of it. It was a dead end. That debt was already difficult to collect, and over the years, with several changes in Xinhong Financial's personnel, the current people don't recognize the old debt. It's hard to collect. Grandpa wouldn't want me to collect that debt, would he? Zhang Qingxian thought it was a daunting task. That debt was simply impossible to recover. Zhang Liu smiled. No, Grandpa wouldn't burden you with such a complex and difficult task. Zhang Qingxian couldn't help but feel relieved. She was already overwhelmed with work in the company, barely finding time to rest. How could she possibly take on something that was doomed to fail? That's good. Just as Zhang Qingxian was about to enter, Zhang Liu said beside her, but Grandpa has assigned this task to me. And he also said that if I can recover the old debt, the president's position will be mine. So he's calling you to ask for your opinion. Zhang Qingxian was startled. Did Grandpa really say that? The president's position, which had already been assigned to her, was now being promised to someone else? Sister, did Grandpa really say that? Zhang Qingxian asked. Zhang Liu nodded with a smile. Why would I lie to you? Now, it's your turn to give your opinion. Chapter 134. Seeking your opinion. Sister, do you think it's harder to be the president or to collect a debt? Zhang Liu deliberately framed these two tasks as a forced choice. Without hesitation, Zhang Qingxian replied, Of course, collecting the debt is harder. The company is thriving now. Everything is moving in a positive direction, and things are getting better. But collecting that debt is a lost cause. It's impossible to recover. Zhang Liu feigned sympathy. Isn't it reasonable to give Su Nua the position of president for such a difficult task? Otherwise, what reason does sister have to collect that uncollectible debt? Once we're inside, just agree when Grandpa asks. Zhang Qingxian hesitated, uncertain. Then, she was pushed into the inner room by Zhang Liu. In her heart, Zhang Qingxian was unwilling to give up the president's position. After all, the company's current success was largely due to Yi Jing. Giving it up now made her feel uneasy. But with the situation as it was, and Yi Jing not by her side, her mind was in chaos, and she couldn't make a decision. As soon as they entered, Zhang Liu said, Grandpa, Qingxian also thinks collecting the debt is too difficult, so she has agreed to use the president's position as a reward. She even winked at Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Liu looked at Zhang Qingxian. You agreed? Zhang Qingxian hesitated. Grandpa, collecting that debt is indeed very difficult. It's practically a lost cause. Who would recognize it now? Zhang Liu chimed in with a smile. Exactly. So whoever can collect it would be a great contributor to the Zhang family. Such a contributor deserves to hold the position of company president, right? Once it's collected, the company's liquidity will increase fivefold. Then, whoever collects it should have control over that money, right? That's reasonable, isn't it, sister? Zhang Qingxian finally nodded slightly. It's settled then, Zhang Liu concluded with a smile. Grandpa, I'll go collect the debt now. After Zhang Liu left, Zhang Liu said, Qingxian, why did you really agree to that? Zhang Qingxian could only reply, Grandpa, I just think it's a lost cause. Even if my sister takes it on, she won't be able to collect it. Zhang Liu nodded. That's true. Well, let her try. After all, it's an impossible task. Zhang Qingxian returned to the Daiwan villa and promptly forgot about the matter. After all, she also believed that the task was just a promise from Grandpa to her sister Zhang Liu, something that couldn't be achieved. Yi Jing. Zhang Qingxian found Yi Jing. Come, I'll take you to buy something nice. Yi Jing was puzzled. What nice thing? Zhang Qingxian giggled. You've helped me so much and even saved my life. Don't I deserve to reward you? As your fiancé, if I don't show any gratitude and just let you keep giving, how can our marriage last? A marital relationship is mutual. Both sides need to contribute. Yi Jing chuckled. So what nice thing are you going to buy me? Zhang Qingxian looked at Yi Jing's bare wrist. I heard that when a woman wants to show she has claimed a man, she should put something on his wrist. It could be her hair tie or a watch. A hair tie. Well, you know so many influential people, and it's not suitable for important occasions. So I'll buy you a watch. It doesn't have to be too expensive, just a Patek Philippe worth tens of millions will do. Yi Jing thought for a moment and agreed. After all, this was Zhang Qingxuan's way of expressing her gratitude. If he refused, she might feel bad. And with Zhang Qingxuan's current wealth, spending tens of millions was just a drop in the bucket. Let's go then. Zhang Qingxian suddenly blushed. Since we met, it seems like every day has been spent dealing with family and business matters. It feels like we've never had a romantic life as a couple. Even going shopping together has been a luxury. Today, we can finally enjoy a romantic shopping trip. Yi Jing smiled faintly. This was one reason he preferred to stay behind the scenes and avoid being a hands-on manager. It would make life too busy and leave no time for personal matters. Whether it was the estate, his assets, or the Yi God Temple, there were people managing them for him. He himself preferred to be a carefree absentee boss. This way, life was much more relaxed. Lin Yanan chuckled beside them. Then I won't disturb you with company matters today. I'll delay anything that needs a decision until tomorrow, okay? Zhang Qingxian gave Lin Yanan a look that said, "You're so understanding." Then, she happily left with Yi Jing. They headed straight to the most bustling street in the province, to the Patek Philippe boutique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sister Zhang Liyue was also preparing to leave. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up, and Jiao Zhongjia, the eldest son of the Jiao family, stepped out, dressed in luxury brands. He removed his sunglasses and smiled. "Miss Liyue, it seems I have the honor of being summoned by a beauty today. Where are we heading?" Zhang Liyue smiled. "We're going to collect a debt, to the Patek Philippe boutique." Jiao Zhongjia was a backup plan Zhang Liyue met at the Miao family's birthday banquet. Originally, she planned to form a good match with Zhou Tsuanruan, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, the other party ignored her. So Zhang Liyue had to turn to this backup. The Jiao family, where Jiao Zhongjia belonged, was also a prominent upper-class family. Although not as powerful as the Zhou family, it was still several levels above the Zheng family, a true social elite. After all, how could someone who attended the Miao family's Grand Soyan be from an ordinary family? Jiao Zhongjia liked Zhang Liyue's mature, voluptuous type. So when he saw her, he was immediately captivated. "All right, I'll accompany you." The most bustling street in the provincial capital, the Patek Philippe boutique. Zhang Qingxian carefully selected. "This one really suits your style. This one is also nice." Zhang Qingxian took out one watch after another, comparing them on Yi Jing's wrist. She genuinely wanted to give Yi Jing the most satisfactory watch, hoping that every time he saw it, he would think of her. "This one is also quite nice, matches your temperament. So, let's go with this one." Finally, Zhang Qingxian made her decision and chose a watch with a sapphire. Yi Jing didn't mind. He rarely wore watches anyway. Just as they finished buying and were about to leave, "Why is your sister here?" Yi Jing frowned. Chapter 135. What are you here for? Zhang Qingxian quickly turned to look at the door. Sure enough, it was Zhang Liyue, and the man beside her was Jiao Zhongjia, the eldest son of the Jiao family. "Sister, what are you here for? Are you here to buy a watch too?" Zhang Qingxian was puzzled. It seemed that this new boyfriend of her sister's really liked her a lot, as he had come to buy her a watch. Zhang Liyue glanced at the two of them and immediately understood what had just happened, especially when she saw Zhang Qingxian scanning the QR code to pay. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Of course, it's Mr. Jiao expressing his love for me by buying me a watch. Could it be that I'm buying one for him? As a woman, isn't it about enjoying the feeling of being liked and loved? Could it be that you're buying a watch for the man?" After this speech, Zhang Qingxuan's face stiffened slightly. This time, she had come to express her gratitude to Yi Jing. Yi Jing had helped her countless times, and if those favors were to be measured in money, they would probably be worth billions. Especially since he had saved her life, which was beyond any monetary value. But in the eyes of her sister Zhang Liyue, it seemed like Zhang Qingxian was the one doing all the giving. Jiao Zhongjia, who was standing nearby, was also a shrewd person. He immediately laughed and said, "That's right, I brought Liyue here today to buy a watch." He pointed to a Patek Philippe worth 15 million yuan. This watch would complement Liyue even more, highlighting her unique charm. Jiao Zhongjia directly told the saleswoman, "Wrap this watch up." The saleswoman was overjoyed. Today, how did so many influential people come? 2 luxury watches were sold in one go. In their line of work, it was usually half a year without business, and then one deal could sustain them for half a year. This watch alone was worth tens of millions, and the commission would naturally be substantial. Unexpectedly, 2 deals were closed in one day. All right, I'll wrap it up for you right away. Zhao Zhongjie said with a hint. When buying a watch for your loved one, it should be a bit more expensive to show your sincerity, don't you think, Liyue? Seeing Zhao Zhongjie's performance, Zhang Liyue was even more satisfied. In fact, she felt that choosing this backup wasn't bad. At least he was good at reading situations and genuinely willing to spend on her. Zhao Zhongjie chuckled. This is just a small matter for the Zhao family. 15 million yuan is just a drop in the bucket for us. Unlike your small family, Zhang, you treat such a small amount of money as a huge sum. Next to him, Zhang Qingshuan's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. She had come today to express her gratitude, yet she was being mocked by her sister and her partner. Zhang Liyue, seeing the luxury watch Zhao Zhongjie had given her, felt a spark of hope. Perhaps today, something might actually happen. On her own, recovering the debt was definitely impossible. But Zhao Zhongjie was backed by the prestigious Zhao family. Perhaps with his influence, the underground forces here would bow their heads. Even if Xinhong Finance had underground connections, wouldn't they still have to operate within the social hierarchy? Thinking of this, Zhang Liyue seized the moment and said, Zhongjie, shall we start collecting the debt now? Zhao Zhongjie nodded, paid for the luxury watch, and then told the saleswoman, call your boss out. The saleswoman hesitated a bit. I'm sorry, but our boss is currently entertaining a very important guest inside. Zhao Zhongjie nodded. I know who he's entertaining. Call that guest out too. Zhang Liyue and Zhao Zhongjie had learned that the boss of Xinhong Finance was here, which was why they had come to this Patek Philippe store. This Patek Philippe store was under the protection of the boss of Xinhong Finance, and today he had come to inspect the place. Hearing this, the saleswoman didn't dare to delay any further. She quickly ran inside to call for someone. Whether it was the boss behind Patek Philippe, the important guest, or the generous young master in front of her, none of them were people she could afford to offend. She was just a messenger, and whether they chose to meet or not was up to the higher-ups. Someone wants to see me outside? Nie Baichuan, the boss of Xinhong Finance, frowned. It seems the other party has thoroughly investigated my schedule and come to block me. Nie Baichuan narrowed his eyes and immediately dialed a number. The boss of Patek Philippe, a woman, said in a coquettish voice, Nie Shuai, why don't we just not go out? You've made quite a few enemies in the underworld. Since they came with a plan, they might have brought some experts. Why don't you hide for a while? Or leave through the back door? Nie Baichuan laughed loudly, stroking the female boss's face. Do you think the name Nie Shuai is just for show? No matter who comes, I'm not afraid. The confidence he had came from his own skills. Even if a dozen ordinary people came, they wouldn't be a match for him. Even when a war king once hunted him down, although he wasn't a match for the opponent, his ability to escape was still top-notch. Another source of confidence was his subordinates. Each of them was highly skilled, and there were many of them. With one phone call, they could arrive within 3 to 5 minutes. Let's go out and see who this so-called god is who wants to see me. Nie Baichuan was arrogant and walked down from the second floor. Who wants to see me? Nie Baichuan coldly looked down. Zhang Liyue and Zhao Zhongjie, seeing this man, quickly approached with smiles. Nie Shuai, I'm Zhang Liyue from the Zheng family. Zhang Liyue smiled and handed over a piece of paper. You see, this is the debt that Xinhong Finance owed our Zheng family 3 years ago and hasn't settled yet. I hope you can settle it. Nie Baichuan glanced at the few people in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. I thought someone had come specifically to block me. Turns out it's just a bunch of nobodies like you. He had come out prepared for a fight, fully ready for battle. But these 2 men and 2 women looked like they had no combat power at all. With his muscular build, he could lift all 4 of them like little chicks. From the Zheng family? Nie Baichuan coldly glanced at Zhang Liyue. Do you know that the contract was signed by the previous Xinhong Finance? Xinhong Finance has changed hands several times, and we no longer recognize the previous debts. Zhang Liyue's face turned pale, but Nie Shuai, our Zheng family really needs this money. In fact, it wasn't the Zheng family that needed it, but she, Zheng Liue. Only by recovering this money could she turn her life around. As for the Zheng family, even without this large sum, their development would just be slightly slower. Chapter 136. Developing even better. With the orders and resources introduced by Yi Jing, within a year, the business could develop to be 4 or 5 times better than it is now. You, the Zheng family, want this money? Nie Baichuan let out a cold laugh, directly taking out a lighter in front of Zheng Liue, and burned the IOU in front of her. It's not that I'm unreasonable. This IOU was signed with the former boss of Xinhong Finance. Now he's long dead. When someone's dead, the debt is gone. How can this IOU still be valid? Nie Baichuan leisurely lit a cigar, smoking and blowing out smoke rings. You tell me, can I acknowledge this debt? The female boss beside him said in a coquettish voice, Of course not. Whose debt? You go find who. What does it have to do with Marshal Nie? Zheng Liue's face turned ugly. So, you mean I have to go to the cemetery to ask the former boss for it? Nie Baichuan blew a puff of cigar smoke into Zheng Liue's face. You're right. Go to the cemetery and ask the former boss. Of course, if you can't find him, I can give you the address of his grave. Am I nice? Zhao Zhongjie, seeing the situation about to fall apart, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Marshal Nie, you should know me, right? Although the Zhao family was well connected in official circles and belonged to a top-tier family, in front of this dark power, they didn't even bother to acknowledge him. If it were one of those big companies that mixed in both black and white, it might be a bit better. But the Zhao family was, at best, a first-tier family, far from being on the same level as those top enterprises. Who are you? Nie Baichuan glanced at him and blew out another thick puff of cigar smoke. I'm Zhao Zhongjie from the Zhao family. Zhao family? Nie Baichuan thought for a moment before saying, Oh, I remember now. Zhao Yun is your dad, right? Seeing that the other party knew his father's name, Zhao Zhongjie immediately straightened his back. It seemed that the reputation of the Zhao family was quite useful outside. Even this underground dark power had heard of it. Presumably, they would have to give a few points of face. Yes, my dad is Zhao Yun. Today, I'll take charge and act as a mediator between both parties. Look, Marshal Nie, since you've inherited the former boss's place, as well as his assets and wealth, naturally, you should also inherit his debts. Isn't that the right reasoning? It's also stipulated by law. You're telling me about the law?
Smack.
While Zhao Zhongjie was still rambling on, Nie Baichuan directly slapped him across the face. Zhao Zhongjie was stunned, spinning in place for 2 circles before stopping. I'm part of the underground world. Are you stupid? You think you can constrain me with that legal stuff? Here, what I say is the law. Zhao Zhongjie's face turned ugly. Marshal Nie, please, for the sake of my father, don't do this. He glanced at Zheng Liue beside him, not wanting to lose face, and said stubbornly, We're all just trying to make a living in society. Please show some leniency. Nie Baichuan sneered. Leniency? Who the hell is going to show me leniency? He directly kicked Zhao Zhongjie to the ground. Your father's face is worth nothing to me. Understand? Don't show up here again, or I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish. Beside them, Zhang Qingxian couldn't stand it anymore. After all, even if Zheng Liue was in competition with her, it was still a family matter. But this Nie Baichuan hitting people was outsiders bullying the Zheng family. Don't hit my sister. Zhang Qingxian mustered up the courage to speak. Nie Baichuan glanced indifferently at Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing. Oh, are you two together? He looked at Zheng Liue and Zhang Qingxian. These 2 sisters really do look quite alike. As he said this, a greedy and evil glint flashed in his eyes. Would it be more interesting to play with sisters? So, you want me to pay up too? Nie Baichuan asked with interest. Seeing the long scar on Nie Baichuan's head, Zhang Qingxian subconsciously took a few steps back. The psychological shadow from the incident with the bald brother of the Tiger Gang a few days ago hadn't dissipated yet. Seeing someone like this made her heart race with fear. Just now, she had been so worried about her sister getting hit that she had mustered the courage to say that much. Now that she was being questioned by Nie Baichuan, she subconsciously took a step back. Yi Jing stepped in front of Zhang Qingxian, but glanced at Zhang Liyue and the others, clearly not wanting to get involved. We're not here to make you pay. You can pay or not. However, you can't be mean to this woman. Yi Jing pulled Zhang Qingxian and was about to leave. After all, Zhang Qingxian had psychological trauma and couldn't handle this. Her body was already trembling slightly. Yi Jing wanted to take her away first. As for Zhang Liyue's debt collection, what did it have to do with him? However, just as Yi Jing wanted to leave, Nie Baichuan didn't let him go. Want to leave? You've offended me, and you still want to leave? Nie Baichuan's gaze had already fallen on the graceful figures of the two sisters. Moreover, they were from the Zhang family, which was far inferior to the Jiao family. So he could bully them as much as he wanted. Thinking of this, Nie Baichuan had no intention of letting Yi Jing leave. Stay here. As soon as Nie Baichuan's voice rang out, there were responses from outside. Boss, we're here. Marshal Nie, what are your orders? Nie Baichuan's subordinates arrived. Nie Baichuan revealed a disdainful expression. There was an error in the intelligence. I called you as a precaution. In reality, these small fries don't even need you to come. I alone can easily handle them. Nie Baichuan strode forward, blocking Yi Jing and Zhang Qingshuan's way. Today, you're here to collect debts? Fine, then let me tell you about my rules. In my territory, anyone who dares to demand money from me must be prepared to pay the price. The woman stays, the man leaves. That's the price you have to pay. How about it? Does anyone object to what I've said? Zhang Liyue and Zhang Qingshuan's faces turned ugly, especially Zhang Qingxian, who had just experienced the previous incident on the cargo ship. Hearing this made her tremble with fear. Come here. Nie Baichuan was about to make a move, but was firmly grabbed by an iron hand. Touch even a single hair on her, and your hand will be crippled, understand? You dare to touch me? Yi Jing said calmly, don't even mention you. Even the person behind you, I can order around as I please. Just then, Nie Baichuan's phone rang. Seeing the number on the phone, his face suddenly changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. When he picked up the call, he was even more humble. Chapter 137. Why don't you give a discount? Master Dragon, why are you calling me? On the other end, Qilong said, I heard that my boss went to your shop to buy a watch. Why don't you give a discount? Nie Baichuan was startled. Qilong's influence, the boss of Master Dragon? What kind of existence is that? Master Dragon is already the emperor of the underground world in their provincial city, yet behind him, there is still a boss? And it is said that Master Dragon had almost severely disciplined the leader of the Tiger Gang, Tiger, and the Tiger Gang dared not complain. Nie Baichuan, compared to the Tiger Gang, is far inferior. How could he dare to offend the boss of Master Dragon? What is his name, or what are his features? Nie Baichuan quickly scanned the other customers in the shop. But those people, looking at him with fearful eyes, did not seem like the boss at all. My boss is very handsome, likes to wear white tops. Master Dragon described Yi Jing's appearance, figure, and clothing. The more he described, the more terrified Nie Baichuan's eyes became, because he found that Master Dragon's description was exactly the person who was holding his hand right now. You are the boss of Master Dragon? Nie Baichuan gulped, terrified. Yi Jing said indifferently, you mean Qilong? This time, Nie Baichuan confirmed, the person in front of him is the boss of Qilong, Master Dragon. What a blunder. Nie Baichuan's face turned bitter. Boss, I really didn't know your true identity earlier. Please just let me go like a fart. Or if you see any watch in this shop that you like, just take it. Please don't tell Master Dragon about my rudeness. Nie Baichuan could tell that this big shop might be too lazy to deal with him and might not punish him much. But if Master Dragon of Qilong knew about today's incident and that he almost attacked Yi Jing, Qilong might come and tear him apart. Yi Jing said indifferently, are you part of Qilong's people? Nie Baichuan quickly replied, it's a bit of a stretch, but in our line of work, we all respect Master Dragon and have to give him face. Yi Jing withdrew his hand. Although Qilong is an insignificant underground force and someone he usually looks down upon, this time, it was thanks to Qilong that he was able to help him greatly. So, he decided to give Nie Baichuan some face. I won't pursue this matter today. But if you have any crooked thoughts in the future, I won't need to act, understand? Nie Baichuan nodded repeatedly. The female shop owner, also scared, quickly bowed and apologized. Nie Baichuan deeply bowed. Thank you. You are magnanimous. When he finished a bunch of flattering words and looked up, he found that Yi Jing had already left with Zheng Qingxian. This is what a big shot looks like. Nie Baichuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Such a big shot is too lazy to care about me, a small fry. Otherwise, if it were Master Dragon himself who came today, I would definitely be in trouble. The female shop owner also nodded deeply. By the way, that debt? Nie Baichuan didn't want to offend the boss of Master Dragon because of this. We should quickly repay it to avoid any unforeseen problems. Although the big shot didn't explicitly say whether to repay the money, since he was with someone from the Zheng family, there must be some connection. We must not touch the Zheng family, and in the future, we must be more open-minded with them. Nie Baichuan turned back and looked at Zheng Liyue and Jiao Zhongjie. Zheng Liyue's heart skipped a beat. However, they were far away and could only see that Nie Baichuan seemed to want to hit Yi Jing, but later let him go after a phone call, allowing Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian to leave. They didn't know the specifics of what happened. Could it be that Nie Baichuan thinks Zheng Qingxian and Yi Jing are outsiders and is going to deal with us? Zheng Liyue and Jiao Zhongjie trembled. You are the young master of the Zheng family. Unexpectedly, Nie Baichuan came over with a smile, respectfully saying, And you, the noble young lady of the Zheng family. Seeing Nie Baichuan's completely changed attitude, the two were dumbfounded. What happened? Why did Nie Baichuan make a 180-degree turn? Jiao Zhongjie's mind flashed. Could it be that the phone call Nie Baichuan made earlier was with his father? Haha, it seems his father still has some face, directly causing Nie Baichuan to change his attitude towards the underground forces. Yes, I am the eldest son of the Jiao family. Jiao Zhongjie felt he was back in action and proudly said, You should repay the debt to the Zheng family, right? Zheng Liyue quietly tugged at Jiao Zhongjie's clothes, whispering, Zhongjie, don't be rash, they are underground forces, we can't afford to offend them. Jiao Zhongjie whispered back with a laugh, Don't worry, my dad has already intervened. No matter how powerful he is still an underground figure, and he has to be cautious and smile when dealing with someone like me, a social elite. Zheng Liyue was puzzled. Really? But wasn't Nie Baichuan the one who slapped you earlier? She didn't know if Jiao Zhongjie's words would make the other party angry. But Nie Baichuan laughed heartily, even warmly putting his arm around Jiao Zhongjie's shoulder. Yes, the debt should be repaid. Absolutely. Repaying debts is the natural thing to do. It's really not right to owe it for so long. Nie Baichuan's attitude left Zheng Liyue stunned, but then she was overjoyed. It seems that Jiao Zhongjie's father's face did work. It seems that the young master I hooked up with at the Miao family's birthday banquet is useful. And after today, I will become the new president of the Zheng family. Zheng Liyue couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With me in the Zheng family, it's truly a blessing for the Zheng family, otherwise, how could this old debt be recovered? Not only will we repay the money, Nie Baichuan declared confidently, but also the interest. After so many years, we'll pay the market interest rate, plus an extra 10%. Nie Baichuan waved his hand, directly instructing the accountant among his subordinates to make the transfer. Zheng Liyue, seeing the incoming transfer on her phone, was so excited that she almost jumped for joy. She wished she could hug Jiao Zhongjie right now, kiss him passionately, and then enjoy a night of passion. Take care, both of you. Nie Baichuan finally managed to send the two off. Phew. Nie Baichuan let out a long breath, turning to the female shop owner and his subordinates. Did you see those people from the Zheng family? They are all under the protection of Master Dragon of Qilong, especially the man next to Miss Zheng Qingxian, who is the boss of Master Dragon. You must be careful when you see them, and never make any mistakes. Chapter 138, Days. Otherwise, not only you, but even I will be in trouble. Nie Baichuan was still feeling uneasy. Today, he had inadvertently provoked the boss behind Dragon Lord Qilong. He never wanted such a thing to happen again. After leaving, Zhang Liue and Zhao Zhongjie were still in a daze. Did we just get the money back? Ha ha ha, my dad really has a lot of influence. I told you, these underworld figures are just second-rate. No matter how tough they are behind the scenes, they only target small families. For someone like your Zhang family, they don't even care. But in front of our first-rate families, those underworld groups are nothing. Zhao Zhongjie laughed heartily, feeling extremely proud. Zhang Liue also expressed her admiration. Brother Zhongjie, today it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have gotten this debt back. Now, I'm going to make it big. Once I return to the Zhang family, I'll be the president. Then, I'll be the head of the Zhang family. Zhao Zhongjie chuckled. Girl, does this mean I get some credit too? Zhang Liue affectionately moved closer to Zhao Zhongjie. You definitely get some credit. Zhao Zhongjie laughed. So, does that mean I deserve a reward? Zhang Liue blushed. Of course, but it's still daytime, and this is a roadside. Zhao Zhongjie laughed. It's okay. Let's go to the underground parking lot. My car is spacious. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Zhang family, satisfied and with flushed cheeks. Grandpa. As soon as Zhang Liue returned, she strutted directly to the innermost ancestral residence of Zhang Lioi. Along the way, she called all the prominent figures of the Zhang family, the aunts, uncles, and elders. She wanted to witness her moment of glory. Grandpa, look at this. Zhang Liue proudly showed her phone screen to Zhang Lioi. Zhang Lioi put on his reading glasses and began to examine it carefully. The other members of the Zhang family whispered among themselves. What's going on? I don't know. Why did Liue call us all here? Do you think maybe Liue got the money back? Impossible. That debt has been around for years. How could Xinhong Finance give us the money? Exactly. If it could be gotten back, it would have been long ago. The Zhang family has tried everything, but it's useless. Zhang Lioi suddenly exclaimed, You got the debt back? The crowd erupted in surprise. She actually got it back? Zhang Lioi asked, How did you get it back? He was also incredibly surprised inside. Zhang Liue proudly said, Grandpa, no matter how I got it back, don't you have to fulfill your promise? Zhang Lioi was stunned, then showed a bitter smile. He had agreed to Zhang Liue's demand because he knew she wouldn't be able to get the money back. But now that she actually did, could he go back on his word? A business family values integrity the most. Without it, they cannot stand in this world. This? Zhang Lioi hesitated. Zhang Liue immediately grew anxious. Grandpa, you said it yourself, and even second sister agreed, didn't she? Zhang Qingxian, standing beside them, nodded reluctantly. The Zhang family members erupted again. Even second sister agreed to this bet? Then there's nothing more to say. It's time to change the president. Haha, I've always said that Liue has been doing a great job as president. What's the point of suddenly changing presidents? Exactly, Liue getting the debt back shows her ability. Having someone like her as our president, I feel at ease. Me too. The past 3 years have been pretty good. I agree with Liue being president again. Due to Yi Jing's influence, Zhang Qingxian had drastically cut the benefits of these leeches in recent times. So these leeches, who relied entirely on the Zhang family's group for sustenance, immediately jumped out to support Zhang Liue when they couldn't suck blood or get money. They even helped persuade Zhang Lioi to support Zhang Liue. Grandpa, you have to keep your word. Yes, Grandpa. Isn't this what you always taught us? Why are you going back on it now? These words made Zhang Lioi glare at them. When did I say I wasn't going to keep my word? Zhang Liue's eyes lit up. So, does that mean you agree? Zhang Lioi nodded with difficulty. However, your second sister is currently in charge, so we still need to ask her opinion. Zhang Liue sneered. How come, even though I lost the bet, I still have to ask if she's convinced? This is a bet witnessed by all of us, and everyone must abide by it. Second sister, are you going to go back on your word? Although Zhang Qingxian was unwilling, she could only nod in resignation. Zhang Leoi also felt puzzled. That underworld boss had always been difficult to deal with. When did he become so cooperative, allowing Zhang Liyue to get the money back so easily? All right, since everyone agrees, I'll officially resume my position as president of the Jing flagship group from today. Grandpa, let's sign the authorization contract. With Zhang Liyue's words, many people around began to cheer. As long as Zhang Liyue took power, they would all benefit, as she would allow these leeches to suck to their heart's content. But the price for this was that these leeches had to fully support Zhang Liyue in such a situation. In the end, Zhang Liyue signed the paper agreement, officially becoming the president of the Jing flagship company. The other Zheng Tianyuan company, which she had previously managed, was given to Zhang Qingxian. The Zheng Tianyuan company, in terms of scale and asset value, was much smaller than the Jing flagship group. It could only be considered a small part of the family assets. The current situation had been reorganized. Zhang Liyue managed the largest asset, while Zheng Qingxian managed the second largest. After the meeting, Zhang Liyue said proudly, "Second sister, see? In this world, ability is the most important thing. Relying on a stroke of luck to occasionally hold a president's position doesn't mean much. In the end, it's people like me, with real ability, who will take back the position. You should go back and reflect on your mistakes." After saying this, Zhang Liyue strutted away proudly. She was going to celebrate with her new boyfriend, to enjoy herself thoroughly. This was her another victory. Those family members who supported Zhang Liyue were also all smiles. This meant their leeching lives could continue. Chapter 139. Low Spirits. The days of making money just by lying at home have finally returned. Who would want to work themselves to death every day when they can make money lying down? When Zhang Qingxian returned to the Diabei villa in low spirits, Yijing asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why so downcast?" Zhang Qingxian burst into tears immediately and quickly explained the situation. Lin Yanan also had red eyes as she recounted what had happened today. After listening to both women, Yijing finally understood. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you." Yijing quickly figured it out. It must be that after he left with Zhang Qingxian, Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Finance had cleared Zheng Group's accounts out of respect, forcing Grandpa Zheng to fulfill the bet. After all, in the business world, a wager is a legitimate means. Why did you even make such a bet with your sister? Yijing had no prior knowledge of this bet. Zhang Qingxian was now filled with regret, blaming only herself. After comforting her a few words, Yijing said, "Just wait. Tomorrow at noon, isn't Zhang Liyue holding a victory celebration at the family estate? I'll make sure she gives the president's position back to you." Zhang Qingxian asked in confusion, "How are you going to do that?" Yijing smiled, "You'll see when the time comes." Lin Yanan also looked over curiously, wondering if Yijing could really pull it off. After returning to his room, Yijing called Long Yi of the Red Dragon. Soon, Long Yi conveyed Yijing's intentions to Nie Baichuan. "How the hell did you handle things? You repaid the debt to my boss and caused trouble? Didn't you even investigate the specifics before repaying the debt?" A torrent of scolding almost made Nie Baichuan cry. All right, I'll definitely follow Mr. Ye's instructions and personally clarify the matter at tomorrow's Jing family banquet." When Yijing finished the call and came downstairs to the living room, he found Zhang Qingxian forcing a smile as she and Lin Yanan started organizing the new company's documents. "What are you doing?" Yijing noticed the two women were already busy getting into work mode. Zhang Qingxian quickly replied, "Grandpa gave me the family's second largest business, Zhengshi Tianyuan Company. Previously, my elder sister was in charge of this company, and I don't know the specifics of it. Now that I'm responsible for it, I need to get up to speed quickly." Lin Yanan also nodded. "I'm helping Qingxian get up to speed." Yijing couldn't help but smile. "Didn't I tell you? I'll handle this. Tomorrow at noon, at the victory banquet, I'll make sure you get the president's position back at Flagship Group." The scale and asset value of Tianyuan Company were far inferior to Flagship Group. Stepping down from the ladder and taking over Tianyuan Company was like moving from a developed area to a backward one, a significant letdown. Zhang Qingxian felt deeply disheartened, though she forced a smile and didn't show it. I know. Zhang Qingxian thought Yi Jing was just trying to cheer her up, making her happy. After all, Grandpa had officially appointed her with a signed agreement in front of many Zheng family members. How could that be changed so easily? Yi Jing was probably just trying to make her laugh. Oh no, this company has major issues. The two women exclaimed in surprise after going through the documents for a while. There's a huge bank loan that's already overdue. Yi Jing also wandered over to take a look. Zhang Qingxian said in frustration, Look, this huge bank loan has been overdue for 3 months. The debt problems at Tianyuan Company are about to explode. Not only can they not repay the bank, but there are also significant funding gaps. This company is full of holes. Zhang Qingxian was on the verge of tears, wondering how she ended up with such a company. It was even more troublesome than starting a company from scratch. It was a huge pit. No wonder my sister was so kind in front of Grandpa, saying she took over the president's position at Flagship Group and compensated me with this second-tier asset. Who knew it was all a trap, dug specifically for me to jump into? Zhang Qingxian was full of regret. Even if she had lost the president's position, she shouldn't have taken over Tianyuan Company. Now that the agreement had been signed, it was too late to say anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Liyue had just finished a vigorous activity with Jiao Zhongjia. Phew. Zhang Liyue panted and said, Zhongjia, I transferred Tianyuan Company to my sister. Jiao Zhongjia's eyes lit up. The one that's about to blow up at any moment? Yes. Zhang Liyue smiled. That company is a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any time. I was always worried about when it would blow up, but it turned out to be so easy to get rid of. Now I have the best and most promising flagship company under my name. Not bad. Jiao Zhongjia praised. The woman I chose is indeed cunning. How about we play a bigger game? Zhang Liyue asked curiously, What do you mean? Jiao Zhongjia smiled. You've been competing with your sister all this time. Don't you want to completely crush her? Didn't you say her son-in-law is a bit strange? What if, in the future, your grandfather, because of that son-in-law, wants to give the president's position back to her? Didn't you say that son-in-law saved your grandfather's life? After hearing this, Zhang Liyue became vigilant. Yes, ever since that second son-in-law arrived, Grandpa has shown extra favor to my younger sister. At this point, Zhang Liyue's jealousy disappeared, as she now had someone better by her side. Jiao Zhongjia was a top-notch talent, with a powerful background, and could even control figures like Nie Baichuan from Xinhong Finance, making him the perfect match. That idea is pretty good. Zhang Liyue decided to completely suppress her younger sister. That way, who else could compete with me for the head of the Zheng family? Exactly. Jiao Zhongjia smiled. Then the Zheng family would be under your control. Zhang Liyue thought for a while and said, I have some dirt on Tianyuan Company, all about past overdue issues and debts. You can give these to the bank tomorrow, letting Tianyuan Company's bomb explode completely. Have the bank completely seal Tianyuan Company. This time, my sister will definitely fall into it. As the legal representative of the company, she will definitely be implicated. It's up to you to decide how to handle it. Chapter 140. It's all up to you. Zhang Liyue had planned everything meticulously. In her calculations, Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing were bound to suffer a major setback this time. Who would have thought that the trap I laid earlier, which I was so careful to avoid triggering myself, would end up hurting my younger sister instead? It seems even heaven is on my side, allowing Grandpa and my younger sister to enter into this bet with me. Luck truly comes when you least expect it. Zhang Liyue felt as though she was about to reach the pinnacle of her life. Even during the 3 years when she managed the Zheng Flagship Group and the Zheng Tianyuan Company, she had never felt this comfortable. Back then, although she held a high position, there was always a ticking time bomb in her hands. But now, she still held a high position, yet the bomb had been passed on to her younger sister. At this moment, she thought that perhaps fate had taken a roundabout path, allowing her to finally rid herself of that bomb and that bad asset. Truly, heaven is helping me. The bank acted quickly. Shortly after the afternoon work session began, bank representatives arrived. We apologize, but we need to temporarily freeze all your company accounts and seize your fixed assets. According to the procedures, your company has been in default for over 6 months. Your debt issues are now extremely severe. 4 or 5 bank staff members, along with representatives from multiple departments, quickly took control of the entire Zheng Tianyuan company. Zheng Qingxian was dumbfounded. What do we do now? Yin Nan, think of something quickly. She had only just taken over the new company for half a day, barely managing to sort out the debts within the Tianyuan company, when it was suddenly seized. Even some of the staff approached Zheng Qingxian sternly. We're sorry, but you have seriously violated the relevant regulations, and we need you to come with us to clarify the details. Zheng Qingxian was stunned. I've only been in charge of this company for half a day. This morning was my first day at work. The staff members remained expressionless, checking the current CEO of the company. That's correct. You are the company's chief executive. Now, please come with us to cooperate, and we will need to verify the details further. Zheng Qingxian was bewildered. The debt issue had existed for so long, yet it had never surfaced before. Why did it suddenly erupt on her first day as the CEO? She had no idea that earlier that morning, Zhao Zhongjia had already taken the blackmail materials provided by Zheng Liyue and gone to the bank to expose the situation. The bank had initially been lenient with Zheng Tianyuan Group. After all, considering that Zheng Tianyuan Group was part of the Zheng family's assets, and the Zheng family had numerous other businesses, like the flagship group, which was doing exceptionally well, thriving and recently establishing connections with the Duan family and Tenghui Group. In other words, the bank actually favored companies like Zheng's, as they were linked to many large enterprises and families, making it unlikely for them to collapse. So, the bank had been turning a blind eye, not being too harsh on Tianyuan Group. They had assumed that even if issues arose, the Zheng family would use funds from the flagship group to bail out Tianyuan. But once these blackmail materials were exposed at the bank, they couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately acted that very day. Lin Yanin was also frantic. Qingxian, don't panic. Let me think of something. Zheng Qingxian was about to be taken away by the staff. Lin Yanin couldn't think of any other solutions and quickly called everyone she thought might be able to resolve the situation. First, she called the Zheng family. The old man was also anxious, but he had no immediate solutions. He could only ask Lin Yanin to stay calm and have Zheng Qingxian fully cooperate with the bank while he figured out the rest. Then, she called Zheng Qingshuan's fiancé, Yijing. Upon hearing the situation, Yijing assured her that he would handle it and then hung up. Lin Yanin still wasn't reassured and called Zheng Liyue, the de facto head of the Zheng family. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Liyue was secretly delighted but maintained a concerned demeanor. I'll head over immediately. Just stay calm and make sure Qingxian cooperates with them. I'll think of a solution right away. After hanging up, Zheng Liyue laughed heartily in her office chair. The bomb has finally exploded, hasn't it? Now it's your turn to be implicated, isn't it? Even if you're innocent, they'll smear you with dirt. Thinking of this, Zheng Liyue picked up the phone and called Zhao Zhongjia. Honey, since I was in charge of Tianyuan Company before, there will definitely be traces of me left. Could you help me erase them? Zhao Zhongjia laughed heartily. Don't worry. My Zhao family may not have many resources, but we have plenty of connections inside. I'm well versed in these matters. Rest assured, Tianyuan Company will soon be completely and entirely Zheng Qingshuan's company, with no connection to you whatsoever. All the decisions made before will be attributed to her. Zheng Liyue was overjoyed. Not only had the bomb not exploded on her, but it had also helped her eliminate a formidable competitor. There's one more thing, honey. Zheng Liyue said, although Qingxian is my cousin, and I don't want to see her suffer, could you make sure she stays inside for a while longer? That way, when she gets out, I'll already be the de facto head of the Zheng family, and she won't be able to cause any trouble. Zhao Zhongjia was momentarily stunned. When it came to ruthlessness, women were truly unmatched. Her sister was essentially taking the fall for her, yet she still wanted to ensure she stayed inside longer to secure her own position. However, the more ruthless she was, the more he liked it. Zhao Zhongjie believed that in today's society, it was survival of the fittest. The more ruthless and capable you were, the better your chances of thriving. Those who were kind and gentle were merely prey for the stronger. Within the Zhao family, he also had competitors and hadn't fully consolidated his power. Perhaps with such a cunning and ruthless wife by his side, he could finally solidify his position. With this thought, Zhao Zhongjie said with a sinister tone, "Don't worry, I'll have someone arrange a variety of charges to keep her inside for 3 years." Zheng Liu smiled. Good. 3 years will be enough for me to fully control the Zheng family." Meanwhile, Yi Jing immediately rushed to the Tianyuan company. At that moment, Zhang Qingxian was about to be taken away by a group of staff members. "Stop right there." Yi Jing directly blocked their path. He stood in front of them, preventing their advance. Chapter 141. Stopping the crowd. "Who are you and why are you blocking us?" The group of staff members all turned serious. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yi Jing said calmly, "Are you from the bank?" A leader among them stepped forward. "Yes, we are from the bank. We are conducting a joint law enforcement operation with various departments. Zhang Qingxian needs to come with us to cooperate with the investigation." Yi Jing said, "It's because of the overdue issue with the bank, right? Leave the person here. I will inform the bank to temporarily postpone the overdue period." The staff members burst out laughing, showing mocking expressions. "Who do you think you are? The bank's executive orders have been signed by the bank president, vice presidents, and multiple leaders. They have issued official documents and coordinated with multiple departments to enforce the law. The process involved is complex, with countless relationships and connections. You think you can just say one sentence and postpone the overdue period? Cancel the operation?" Yi Jing didn't bother wasting words with these lower-level employees and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Mr. Liu. On the other end of the line was Liu Longjun from Tonghui Group. Yi Jing remembered that Liu Longjun had invested in Huaxia Bank and even arranged for many of his descendants to work as senior executives at Huaxia Bank. Of course, if Liu Longjun couldn't handle it, Yi Jing would have the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce step in. "Mr. Yi, please tell me what you need." Liu Longjun was also quick to speak. "Yi Jing, I need Huaxia Bank to temporarily postpone the overdue issue of a company." Yi Jing briefly explained the situation in a few sentences. Liu Longjun on the other end said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. The president of Huaxia Bank is one of my people. I will arrange it immediately." A few seconds later, the phones of the staff members all rang simultaneously. Each person looked at the phone number with a start, then showed expressions of surprise. It was several bank presidents and vice presidents calling them personally. "Immediately cancel the operation against Zheng's Tianyuan Company. Come back quickly. Don't take anyone from Zheng's Tianyuan Company. The operation must be terminated immediately, especially when dealing with Ms. Zhang Qingxian of Tianyuan Company. Be polite." The staff members looked at each other in confusion. But hearing the urgent tone of their superiors on the phone, they all understood that there must be a powerful figure behind Tianyuan Company, someone not to be trifled with, capable of scaring the bank's numerous leaders. "Sorry." The staff members hurriedly apologized to Zhang Qingxian. "There must have been some mistake today. Yes, the overdue issue of Tianyuan Company isn't that big of a problem. Sorry." The group of staff members quickly left in disgrace. Zhang Qingxian and the people from Tianyuan Company were momentarily stunned. "They left just like that?" Lin Yanan excitedly said, "Qingxian, we're finally safe." "That's great." Zhang Qingxian also let out a long sigh of relief and turned to the crowd. "All right, everyone is safe now. Go back to work." After experiencing this incident, the company employees were initially a bit scared. But seeing that there was a happy ending and the bank staff even apologized to them, they immediately understood that the new president Zhang Qingxian had strong connections. "It's great to follow such a capable boss. Our work feels more secure. Yes, the company's debt problems have been suffocating us. Now we see that our new boss is here to handle this situation. Amazing. Now we can relax." The employees all went back to work with peace of mind. Zhang Qingxian came over and looked at Yi Jing. "Thank you just now. It seemed like you made a call and then these people really left." Yi Jing smiled. Do you remember the people from Tonghui Group? They have shares in Huaxia Bank. Zhang Qingxian finally understood. Lin Yanan also gave Yijing a thumbs up. Well done, Yigo. Yijing, however, I only managed to temporarily postpone the company's overdue issue for one day. By tomorrow afternoon, the bank will still bring staff to freeze and seize the company's assets. Ah! Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Is it that Tonghui Group is not easy to deal with? Or is Huaxia Bank not agreeing? Zhang Qingxian thought that the power of connections wasn't enough, and they were only given a little time to escape, after which things would go back to normal. Lin Yanan also became tense again. Originally thinking the danger was over, it turned out to be just a temporary reprieve. Many employees who hadn't left far heard this and were shocked. What should we do? Those law enforcers will come again tomorrow. Some quick-witted ones immediately said, let's resign and leave quickly. Otherwise, if we're caught tomorrow, there will at least be a stain on our records. If it's serious, we might not get out for several years. Others, unconcerned, laughed. Cowards, today the president could solve the problem, and tomorrow she can too. What are you afraid of? The reactions varied, and in the end, quite a few people actually submitted their resignations on the same day and left quickly. Some whose resignation procedures couldn't be approved immediately decided not to come to work tomorrow, fearing they might be implicated. Yigu, what's going on? Zhang Qingxian worriedly asked. Yi Jing leaned closer to the two women and said in a low voice, inaudible to others, because there's a good show waiting for you tomorrow. Everything will be revealed tomorrow. Zhang Qingxian couldn't figure it out, but still worked hard to prevent the company from being frozen and seized, making her final efforts. That night, she even worked overtime with Lin Yanan until very late before returning to the villa. However, the huge debt problem of the company was the massive deficit left behind by Zhang Liyue over several years. It wasn't something that Zhang Qingxian could recover from overnight. So even after thinking through the night, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan couldn't come up with a solution. The next day at noon, Zhang family banquet. Today's banquet was hosted by Zhang Liyue. It was to celebrate her return to lead the Zhang family and the flagship Zhang group. In addition to the Zhang family, Zhang Liyue also invited many business partners and companies to join in the celebration. In essence, this banquet was a public announcement of Zhang Liyue's triumphant return. Soon, representatives from various families, clans, enterprises, and companies arrived. They toasted each other and congratulated Zhang Liyue. The praises and congratulations were endless. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan could only sit in the corner, quietly watching the scene. This should have been my moment. How did she steal it from me? Zhang Qingxian felt a bit upset. Chapter 142. Speech. Lin Yanan also sighed. Zhang Liyue is too ostentatious. When you were elected, we didn't hold such a banquet. But her grandeur is indeed impressive. Deep down, both Lin Yanan and Zhang Qingxian felt a tinge of envy. Yi Jing, standing nearby, smiled faintly. Don't just see her in her moment of glory. The more people who come today, the more who will see how ugly she truly is. Zhang Qingxian chuckled. Brother Yi, you're just comforting me. Yi Jing smiled. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Zhang Qingxian paused. What did you say? Yi Jing, I said that today's family banquet would restore you as the president. So, these business partners are actually here for you. Zhang Qingxian laughed awkwardly. How could that be possible? Lin Yanan chimed in. Yeah, how could that be? Everyone here is here for Zhang Liyue. At that moment, Zhang Liyue, who was speaking on stage, suddenly changed the topic. Everyone, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about my younger sister. Her current situation is indeed quite tragic. Please understand. The Zhang Tianyuan company, which she is in charge of, is in serious trouble. The massive debt issue is on the verge of exploding. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan's faces turned pale. Why would Zhang Liyue reveal all this to the guests? These guests were all business partners. Exposing everything like this meant she didn't intend to cooperate with them anymore. It was like digging her own grave. However, Zhang Qingxian was thinking about the entire Zhang family. She was most afraid that these business partners would no longer cooperate with the entire Zhang family. Zhang Liyue, on the other hand, wanted to completely ruin her younger sister's reputation. Since she couldn't send her younger sister to jail yesterday afternoon, she would ruin her reputation in front of everyone, making it impossible for her to ever recover or do business again. As expected, after saying this, Zhang Laoyizi's grandpa Zhang face turned extremely grim. He even clutched his chest, clearly in great distress. Zhang Laoyizi had occasionally heard that Tianyuan Company had seen temporary development under Zhang Liyue's massive borrowing, but the huge debt issue had also made the company struggle to move forward. He hadn't expected the situation to be so severe, with banks already coming to collect overdue payments, threatening to freeze assets and seize the company. I owe Qingxian too much. Zhang Laoyizi was filled with regret. Why did he make a bet with Zhang Liyue? Why did he give Zhang Qingshuan's rightful position as president to Zhang Liyue? And why did he throw such a huge debt mess to Zhang Qingxian? If he had another chance, he definitely wouldn't do it again. Everyone, I'm not exaggerating. Zhang Liyue continued on stage, pretending to be sorrowful but actually feeling a sense of satisfaction. My younger sister somehow managed to delay the bank's overdue collection and seizure execution. After saying this, Zhang Laoyizi's heart eased a bit. But Zhang Liyue's next words made Zhang Laoyizi's heart tighten again. However, as far as I know, the bank isn't that easy to deal with. They only agreed to a one-day delay. To me, what's the use of one day? A one-day delay only pushes everything back. It doesn't change anything. By this afternoon, the bank and the relevant law enforcement officers will proceed as they should. So, today might be the last time you see my younger sister for the next few years. The crowd of guests again erupted in murmurs and whispers. I heard that the Zhang Tianyuan Company was indeed poorly managed, but I didn't expect Zhang Qingxian to be behind it. What's going on? I remember Zhang Liyue was the president before. How did it suddenly become Zhang Qingxian? Who knows? This is probably an internal family matter. If that's the case, maybe it was Zhang Liyue at first, and when it became Zhang Qingxian, problems started to arise. The guests didn't have access to the internal information of the Zhang family. After all, it's common knowledge that family scandals shouldn't be publicized. They could only speculate based on what Zhang Liyue said. In the end, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Qingxian turned hostile. They must never cooperate with someone like Zhang Qingxian. If she can't even solve her company's massive debt issues and has such a big scandal, she's not a reliable business partner. Facing so many hostile gazes, Zhang Qingshuan's tears instantly flowed down. Lin Yanan beside her hurriedly tried to comfort her. Zhang Laoyizi, sitting at the back with a dragon-headed cane, was also trembling with distress. On stage, Zhang Liyue continued to smile. Younger sister, do you want your older sister to give you a little help, lend you some money to get through this crisis? But even your older sister's life isn't easy. The Zhang flagship company is currently on the rise, the most in need of funds. The money I have must be used for investments. I'm afraid I can't spare much for you. Your debt issue, after all, has to be solved by yourself. Zhang Liyue's words once again made Zhang Qingxian feel extremely distressed. Over there, Zhang Laoyizi hurriedly waved to Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian ran over, almost sobbing. Qingxian, Grandpa is sorry for you. I shouldn't have agreed to your older sister. Zhang Laoyizi was filled with regret. Zhang Qingxian quickly said, It's okay, Grandpa. I'll find a way to solve this. Zhang Laoyizi took out a card. Qingxian, I still have some personal savings here. Take it to fill the debt gap first, and we'll think of other ways together. Zhang Qingxian quickly said, Grandpa, this is your retirement money. You're planning to step back and not take on frontline work anymore, right? Besides a small amount of profit dividends, you won't have much income. Your retirement depends on this money. Please don't give it to me. Zhang Laoyizi shook his head. Do you want me to watch you go to jail? Although it's not much, it's a token of Grandpa's heart. With such a big crisis facing our Zhang family, I naturally want to take out my pension to help in the short term. We'll talk about other things later. Zhang Qingxian, tears streaming down her face, was about to take the bank card. At that moment, Yijing walked over with Lin Yanan. You don't need your grandfather's money. Your problem will be solved soon. As soon as the words fell, they heard a loud shout from the Zheng family members at the door. Chapter 143. Read this. New Hong Finance, Nie Baichuan, here to offer congratulations. The entire family banquet erupted into a noisy commotion. My goodness, Nie Baichuan of New Hong Finance has arrived. The Zheng family's influence is truly vast. Nie Baichuan usually doesn't give face to anyone, yet today he's attending the Zheng family's banquet. The representatives from various companies and enterprises were all visibly shocked. Zheng Liue was also pleasantly surprised. Grandpa, did you see that? Even Nie Baichuan has come to offer his congratulations. You all previously doubted that I wouldn't be able to recover the debt, but not only did I recover it from Nie Baichuan, I even built a good relationship with him. She assumed that Nie Baichuan must have come because of her fiancé Jiao Zhongjie's family connections, and her admiration for Jiao Zhongjie deepened. She thought about how, after today's events, she would immediately find Jiao Zhongjie and reward him thoroughly in bed. The other Zheng family members chimed in. It's still our eldest sister who's capable. Normally, debt collection ends in enmity, but she managed to collect the debt and build a good relationship. Some of the older Zheng family members said, if we can build a good relationship with Nie Baichuan of New Hong Finance, it will bring great benefits to our family in the future. Indeed, not to mention other things, many places will give us the green light, and no small fry will dare to provoke us. The entire Zheng family was exhilarated. Only Grandpa Zheng felt a bit puzzled. He was well aware of his eldest granddaughter's capabilities. In the business world, she was passable, but when it came to making connections with underworld figures, she was far from being competent. At this moment, a burly figure strode in. Seeing him, the crowd quickly parted to create a path, allowing Nie Baichuan to walk directly to the central seat at the front. After entering, Nie Baichuan glanced at the Zheng family members. When he saw Zheng Liue standing at the podium, he frowned. Why are you speaking? Zheng Liue thought Nie Baichuan was displeased that she had taken the central position, so she quickly stepped aside. General Nie, you are our guest. It's only right that you speak. Nie Baichuan stepped up to the podium, still frowning. I'm asking, who do you think you are? I want to speak with the real decision-makers of the Zheng family, Mr. Yi Jing and Miss Zheng Qingxian. Who do you think you are? The guests were immediately in an uproar. They had thought Nie Baichuan was here for Zheng Liue, but instead, he started berating her, and he mentioned the real decision-makers were Miss Zheng Qingxian and Mr. Yi Jing. All eyes turned to Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian, who were sitting in the corner. Yi Jing discarded the half-eaten pastry in his hand and smiled. Let's go. It's our turn to take the stage. Zheng Qingxian and Lin Yanin were dumbfounded. Is this real or fake? General Nie actually wants us to speak and says we are the decision-makers of the Zheng family? The two women, in a daze, made their way to the stage. Zheng Liue was completely petrified, unable to react to what was happening. Nie Baichuan smiled at the crowd. I heard from Grandpa Zheng that whoever could recover the debt from me would become the president of the Zheng family. And the reason the debt was recovered that day was actually because of Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is the person I respect the most, and Miss Zheng Qingxian is the person I most admire as the head of the Zheng family. Apart from her, I don't recognize any other members of the Zheng family. Grandpa, I wonder if the bet you made is still valid. Since it was Miss Zheng Qingxian who recovered the debt, shouldn't you return the president's position to her? After a slight pause, Grandpa Zheng was filled with joy. He realized there were many twists and turns involved. Very well, I always knew that the Qingxian family must have played a significant role in this. And Zheng Qingxian was originally the one I designated as the next head of the Zheng family. Today, in front of so many guests, I announced this decision. Grandpa Zheng, leaning on his cane, declared, I hereby officially pass the position of the Zheng family's head to Zheng Qingxian, and I also plan to return the position of president of the Zheng flagship group to her. Grandpa Zheng immediately had the agreement prepared and signed. This left Zheng Liue completely dumbfounded. She wanted to say something, to protest, but when she saw Nie Baichuan glaring at her with a warning look, she trembled. She could be reckless in front of the Zheng family, could be arrogant in front of her younger sister, because she knew that, no matter how reckless she was, her family would forgive her, and nothing would happen to her. But being reckless in front of someone like Nie Baichuan, an underworld figure, would result in being thrown into the river to feed the fish. With Grandpa Zheng's announcement, the guests below immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. On one hand, they were in awe of Nie Baichuan's prestige. On the other hand, they were optimistic about the development of the Zheng family. They had experienced Zheng Qingshuan's working style recently, which involved eliminating parasitic elements and cooperating with them for mutual benefit, which was naturally beneficial to them. Moreover, with Nie Baichuan's support, the Zheng family's development would only get better, and the prospects were definitely brighter. As business partners, they would also profit together, so the applause was heartfelt. Very well, let us now invite Miss Zheng Qingxian to deliver her speech. Zheng Qingxian was still a bit dazed. How did it suddenly shift from her sister speaking to her speaking? She hadn't prepared anything? Zheng Qingxian suddenly felt her mind go blank, and she stammered. At this moment, Lin Yanin quietly handed her a speech draft. Qingxian, read this. Lin Yanin was Zhang Qingshuan's secretary, and she usually wrote the speech drafts. So the style of writing was what Zheng Qingxian was most familiar with. How did you write a speech draft? Zheng Qingxian was overjoyed, giving Lin Yanin a mental thumbs up for her foresight. Otherwise, she would have been completely at a loss in such a grand occasion. But Lin Yanin was looking in disbelief at Yi Jing beside her. This speech draft had been written earlier because Yi Jing had insisted on it. At the time, Yi Jing had claimed that Zheng Qingxian could regain her position as president today, which both Lin Yanin and Zheng Qingxian had naturally doubted. But unable to resist Yi Jing, Lin Yanin had written one half-heartedly, never expecting it to actually be useful. Distinguished guests. Zheng Qingxian read through the speech smoothly. The crowd below immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause. Following that, Yi Jing whispered a few instructions to Lin Yanin, prompting her to step onto the stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more thing to clarify on behalf of Miss Zheng Qingxian. Chapter 144, Clarification. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yanin took out a tablet and displayed the documents. Everyone, please take a look. Lin Yanin passed the tablet around, allowing the audience to examine it. These are some basic documents of Zhengshi Tianyuan Company, which do not involve confidentiality or commercial secrets, so you can view them with confidence. As you can see, Zhengshi Tianyuan Company was under the leadership of Zheng Liyue until yesterday. The records detail the large debts accumulated by Miss Zheng Liyue over the past 3 years. In other words, the current state of Zhengshi Tianyuan Company is entirely the result of Miss Zheng Liyue's actions. As for our Miss Zheng Qingxian, she was appointed as the president of Zhengshi Tianyuan Company just yesterday by our grandfather Zheng. You can see here, this is the agreement he signed the night before last. Nie Baichuan, Marshal Nie, can also testify that it was due to a previous bet that Miss Zheng Qingxian relinquished her position as president of Zhengshi Flagship Company and became the president of Zhengshi Tianyuan Company. Lin Yanin explained the truth of the matter. The guests below immediately understood. I knew it. Miss Zheng Qingxian is very straightforward and responsible. How could she have caused such a big mess? In the short time Miss Zheng Qingxian has been in charge of Zhengshi Flagship Company, we have already seen her style of work, which is very reliable and willing to work together with us business partners for mutual benefit. I really enjoy collaborating with Miss Zheng Qingxian. I also think that the large debts seem like something Zheng Liyue would do. Her style is to take on huge debts, rush things, and be impatient. This result clearly looks like her doing. The crowd exchanged comments, almost praising Zheng Qingxian to the skies. Zheng Qingshuan's style of work indeed suited their tastes as business partners, and with Nie Baichuan's backing, Zheng's business would only get better. The only ones unhappy were Zheng Liyue and those leeches who had been sucking the Zheng family dry. With Zheng Qingxian in power, their profits and dividends would certainly decrease, and they could no longer make money while lying in bed. After the guests dispersed, only the Zheng family members remained at home. Zheng Liyue first congratulated Zheng Qingxian. Then, he turned to Zheng Liyue beside him and said, "The mess at Zhengshi Tianyuan Company is your own doing. From now on, you are still the president of Tianyuan Company. You will clean up the mess at Tianyuan Company this afternoon by yourself?" Zhang Liue's face turned pale, and she slumped into her chair. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her face turned even more ghastly. She remembered that Yi Jing had arranged with the Huaxia Bank to postpone the enforcement of the overdue debt, but only for one day. This meant that this afternoon, the bank staff and enforcement officers would be back. She was doomed. This afternoon would be her end. In the bustling city center, 5 streets away from the Zhang residence, Lu Shuangchan, Zhang Liue's mother, did not attend her daughter's celebration banquet at noon today. Normally, she would definitely have gone. After all, it was a moment for her daughter to regain her pride and ascend to the peak of the Zhang family. However, she had more important things to attend to today. Is this investment real? Is the return rate really as high as 200%? In addition to Lu Shuangchan, there were over 20 elderly men and women gathered here. Although these elderly people were old, they held significant resources, including their life savings and what their children had given them. In short, today these elderly people, along with Lu Shuangchan, were here to make a big deal. The man in a suit, looking thin and smiling, said, "Please trust me, little Zhang. The return rate really is as high as 200%. A new hospital and a middle school and an elementary school are being built here. Everyone knows that, right?" All the elderly people nodded. "Of course we know, and your information is outdated. The land for the hospital has already been approved, and the school has already started construction." These elderly people not only had eyes to see, but also were very well informed. Especially those from families like Lu Shuangchan, their information was even more accurate. The salesman, little Zhang, smiled and said, "That's right. The location here will become very valuable. That means every shop here will double in value. I say within 3 years, doubling to 200%, there's no problem with that, right?" The elderly people looked at each other. It seems like it really could happen. I heard that the old town next door, because of the construction of the school and hospital, the land prices skyrocketed. In 3 years, it wasn't just doubling, it tripled. Investment return rate, 300%. My neighbor back then, with $1,000,000 yuan, turned it into 3 million in 3 years. Listening in the crowd, Lu Shuangchan felt an itch in her heart. She now had access to 5 million yuan. This was what her daughter, Zhang Liue, had given her. After that, wouldn't it become 15 million? The thought was exhilarating. Now that her daughter was the president and she, as a mother, displayed such high investment acumen, wouldn't the entire Zhang family be under their control? All right, we'll invest. Give me a shop. Give me one too. The elderly people couldn't sit still, waving their money and rushing to buy. In an instant, the salesman, little Zhang, was so busy he couldn't keep up, counting money until his hands cramped. After signing the contracts, the elderly people finally realized something was wrong. Why does the seal on this contract look strange? Yes, the names of the parties seem a bit mixed up. Aren't we signing with the real estate company? The wording here doesn't seem right. Realizing they might have been scammed, the elderly people panicked. No, that little Zhang who signed the contract with us might be a fraud. I just saw little Zhang go into that shop. Let's go catch him. The elderly people rushed out. But behind little Zhang stood over a dozen burly men, clearly part of an underworld gang. The elderly people, however, were not afraid of these thugs and pushed forward. Chapter 145. Letting the son-in-law step forward. The real reason for their anxiety was the inability to recover the money. "No, I need to call my son-in-law." Lu Shuangchan quickly dialed Zhao Zhongjie's number. Zhao Zhongjie had not attended Zhang Liue's celebration banquet at noon. Instead, he had booked a room at a hotel, waiting for Zhang Liue to finish the banquet so they could go to the hotel together. Unexpectedly, his mother-in-law called him first. "All right, Mom, I'll be there right away." Zhao Zhongjie was good at winning over his mother-in-law's favor and immediately set off to solve the problem. On this bustling street, Yi Jing happened to pass by. He saw Zhang Liue's mother there, along with a group of elderly people, accusing the salesperson, Xiao Zhang, and the local underworld gang. "What's wrong, Auntie?" Yi Jing approached and glanced over. Initially, he didn't plan to get involved, as Zhang Liue's mother, to some extent, shared Zheng Liu's personality. Or rather, Zhang Liu's personality was more inherited from this auntie. Yi Jing had never liked this auntie. However, after hearing the whole story, Yi Jing frowned and decided to help her. After all, this auntie had truly been deceived. Let me help you get the money back. Yi Jing was about to take out his phone and call Long Yi of the Red Dragon. After all, in this entire provincial city, which underground force wouldn't obey Long Ye's orders? The fraudulent salesperson was essentially relying on the thugs from the underground criminal syndicate for support. As long as those thugs were neutralized or turned against their masters, the issue would be resolved. For Yi Jing, it was just a trivial matter. He didn't even need to involve Long Yi. Just calling Nie Baichuan would suffice. However, when the auntie heard Yi Jing's words, she sneered. Do I need your help? I have my son-in-law to help me, and he's on his way as soon as he knew I had a problem. Tell me, do you like meddling in other people's business so much because your wife is always competing with my daughter for the president's position? Is it you who's stirring the pot behind the scenes? Lu Shuangchan berated Yi Jing without holding back. Besides, you saw the underground forces backing the scammer, didn't you? They're quite formidable. Only my daughter and son-in-law can solve this. Do you know how we got our money back from the Jing family's account? It was my daughter and son-in-law who went to Nie Baichuan of Xinhong Financial to get it back. Do you know what that means? Lu Shuangchan smugly said, that's because my son-in-law has a big enough face to intimidate Nie Baichuan. In other words, these thugs in front of us are nothing but small fries. With just one call from my son-in-law, even Nie Baichuan would have to come running, and these thugs would be nothing but scraps. After being scolded by Lu Shuangchan, Yi Jing simply stepped back. All right then, let your son-in-law handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, a BMW screeched to a halt beside them. Zhao Zhongjie immediately got out of the car, followed by a driver, and rushed over. Mom, what's the hurry? Zhao Zhongjie then noticed Yi Jing standing nearby and frowned. Mom, did this Yi Jing bully you? Lu Shuangchan sneered. Humph, he wouldn't dare. With that little courage of his, he doesn't even have the guts to face Nie Baichuan directly, let alone bully me. My son-in-law is the real deal. Old brothers and sisters, now that my son-in-law is here, let him help us get the money back. Lu Shuangchan's praise in front of the crowd made Zhao Zhongjie feel quite flattered. He hadn't expected that one day he would tap into the elderly market. This mother-in-law was really something. The group of elderly people looked at Zhao Zhongjie with much friendlier and softer eyes. I've heard that Lu Shuangchan's family has a very capable son-in-law. So it's you. I heard he's the eldest son of the Zhao family. Very impressive. Wow. So he's from the Zhao family in the provincial city. That's amazing. I'm sure we'll get our money back today. Everyone eagerly looked at Zhao Zhongjie, waiting for him to take action. Zhao Zhongjie waved to the crowd and said, Don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely help you get the money back today. After saying that, he directly walked towards the thugs blocking the crowd. Who's in charge here? Tell him to get out here. The thugs sneered at Zhao Zhongjie. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to see our boss? Zhao Zhongjie frowned and said, Didn't you hear my name just now? I'm the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhongjie. The thugs still looked indifferent. Oh, so you're that playboy from the Zhao family. Very impressive. You might have some reputation in society, but in our eyes, who do you think you are? We don't recognize you at all. The underworld thugs didn't give a damn about this eldest son and even wanted to beat him up. After all, who gets the chance to beat up a playboy a few times in their life? With their boss backing them up, they had even seen their boss beat up many so-called big shots. Zhao Zhongjie frowned and said directly, I'll say it one more time. Get out of the way and return the money to my mother-in-law, as well as the money of these people. Otherwise, I'll call Nie Baichuan directly. In reality, he didn't even have Nie Baichuan's phone number. He just thought that last time at the Patek Philippe store, Nie Baichuan seemed to give his father some face. He figured that using Nie Baichuan's name to intimidate these people might work. Indeed, as soon as Nie Baichuan's name was mentioned, the thugs were shaken. Just as Zhao Zhongjie thought he had intimidated them, the thugs burst out laughing. Thought you were so tough, but you actually know our boss. All right, go ahead and call him. Our boss is in the back room. Let's see if you really know him. As soon as they finished speaking, a deep voice came from behind, and a burly figure appeared. Who's calling me? When Zhao Zhongjie saw Nie Baichuan, instead of being surprised, he was delighted. He quickly approached and signaled his driver to hurry back to the BMW to fetch a carton of Zhonghua cigarettes, which he then handed to Nie Baichuan. Nie Shui, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. If it were any other underworld force, Zhao Zhongjie would have been helpless. But since it was the familiar Nie Baichuan, there was hope. Nie Baichuan glanced at him and frowned. If it were someone else, Nie Baichuan might have taken the gift, but whether he would help or not was another matter. Chapter 146, Making Connections. But this person, Nie Baichuan recognized him. It was Zhao Zhongjie, the one who had caused him to misunderstand and almost ruined Mr. Ye's plans. What the hell do you think you are? Why should I accept your stuff? Who do you think you are to try and cozy up to me? Nie Baichuan didn't even bother giving Zhao Zhongjie face. In fact, he had just trampled on Zhang Liue earlier today, and now stepping on her fiancé was just a bonus. General Nie, you've forgotten who I am, haven't you? Zhao Zhongjie quickly said, I'm the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhongjie. We met just yesterday. Zhao Zhongjie hurriedly recounted what had happened the previous day.
Smack.
Nie Baichuan couldn't be bothered to listen any further and directly slapped Zhao Zhongjie across the face. Stop wasting my time and get lost. Zhao Zhongjie clutched his face, utterly incredulous. Yesterday, General Nie had still been very respectful toward his father. Why was he acting like a completely different person today? Could it be that his father's influence had suddenly become useless overnight? The group of elderly men and women who had placed their hopes in Zhao Zhongjie were now filled with despair. Was all their money really going to be lost? Mother-in-law Lu Shuangchan was also bewildered inside. Even her son-in-law's intervention wasn't enough? After slapping Zhao Zhongjie, Nie Baichuan was about to leave when his peripheral vision caught a figure that made his blood run cold. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Yi Jing replied calmly, why shouldn't I be here? Nie Baichuan was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. No, you can be wherever you want. It's just that I didn't expect to see you again so soon after meeting you at noon. Yi Jing glanced at him. It seems you don't want to see me? Nie Baichuan felt like half his life had been drained away. That's not what I meant. Look, I'm just a clumsy talker. Please don't take offense, sir. Lu Shuangchan, who was watching from the side, was stunned. This big boss who had just slapped her son-in-law so ruthlessly was actually showing such respect to Yi Jing? Wasn't that a sign that her money could be recovered? Yi Jing, my second son-in-law. Lu Shuangchan quickly ran over. General Nie, this is our second son-in-law. I'm from the Zheng family. Please return my money. I was tricked. She desperately tried to cozy up to Yi Jing, giving him meaningful looks. Second son-in-law, say something. Yi Jing said indifferently, didn't you think I was nothing? That your son-in-law was more useful? Let your son-in-law get your money back. Lu Shuangchan's face fell. It's just that his influence isn't big enough. Please ask this big boss to return my money. The other elderly men and women quickly chimed in. And our money too. Return our money as well. When Nie Baichuan heard that Lu Shuangchan was from the Zheng family, he was also startled. Could it be that she was also related to Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi, what should we do about this? Nie Baichuan cautiously asked Yi Jing, clearly deferring to his decision. Just tell me what to do, and I'll handle it immediately. Hearing this, Lu Shuangchan was overjoyed. Quick. Ask this big boss to return my money. Second son-in-law, I'm your aunt, so you can't refuse to help me, right? Yi Jing turned around as if to leave. You don't need me, so why should I help you? I offered to help you earlier, but you refused. Lu Shuangchan immediately panicked and didn't dare repeat her earlier words. If Yi Jing really left, who would help her get back those millions? Would she rely on her fiancé Zhao Zhongjie, who was still lying on the ground? Second son-in-law, I misspoke earlier. Are you really going to hold a grudge against your aunt? Second son-in-law, I admit you're the capable one. Auntie was just ignorant and spoke nonsense. Yijing stopped and decided to help Lu Shuangchan this once. It wasn't for any other reason, but because Lu Shuangchan was part of the Zheng family. If he didn't help her today, she would surely go back to the Zheng family and spread rumors about this incident. The resulting public opinion would make Zheng Qingshuan's life even more difficult. For Zheng Qingshuan's sake, Yijing decided to step in. All right, Yijing said to Nie Baichuan, return my aunt's money to her. Nie Baichuan immediately replied, understood. He waved his hand, and two henchmen brought out the fraudulent salesman, Zhang, and immediately transferred the money back to Lu Shuangchan. Seeing the money returned, Lu Shuangchan was overjoyed and excited. The money's back. The money's back. This money was a gift from her daughter, meant to support her in her old age. The other elderly men and women grew anxious. What about our money? Nie Baichuan continued cautiously, Mr. Yi, what about their money? Yijing replied, I don't know them. Let them solve it themselves. He wasn't a god, so he wasn't obligated to help these people unconditionally. Besides, he had already offered to help them earlier, but no one trusted him and even mocked him. So now, Yijing had no interest in helping them. Yijing left. The elderly men and women at the scene immediately panicked. Lu Shuangchan, ask your second son-in-law to help us too. Yes, your money is back, but ours is still in the hands of the scammer. Lu Shuangchan, please be kind. Facing the pleas of her old friends, Lu Shuangchan initially wanted to take on the responsibility and promise to help them all. But looking at her fiancé, who had just gotten up from the ground, and Yijing, who had already left, she realized she had no leverage. Yijing was gone. I can't help with this, Lu Shuangchan said, her face showing embarrassment. The elderly men and women grew angry. So you, Lu Shuangchan, have a second son-in-law, yet you won't help us? Yes, it's only natural for you to use your second son-in-law. You're his elder, so how could he not listen to you? I think you, Lu Shuangchan, just don't want to help us. Hearing these words, Lu Shuangchan grew anxious. These were the very words she had used to attack others in the past, yet today, they were being used against her by these elderly men and women. No, I really don't mean that. I don't even have my second son-in-law's number. This was true. Lu Shuangchan had always looked down on Yijing and had never bothered to save his phone number. In her mind, having the numbers of her previous fiancé, Yuan Lifei, and her current fiancé, Zhao Zhongjia, was enough. What couldn't be solved with them? Chapter 147. A lesson learned. Where would they need help from that second son-in-law? But today's reality gave her a harsh lesson. Son-in-law, are you okay? Lu Shuchan quickly shook off the group of old men and women, rushing over to help Zhao Zhongjia. I'm fine. However, these underworld thugs changed their faces way too fast. They were still giving face to my dad yesterday, and today they don't. He said angrily, so these underground thugs have no integrity at all. That's why they can't grow big. They can only hide like rats in the shadows every day. Lu Shuchan nodded. Right, what my good son-in-law says is right. She had no good feelings for these underground forces either. If not for them, how would she have been scammed out of her money? How would she have needed to look at that second son-in-law's face? Let's go home. Lu Shuchan said, Mom has made some delicious food for you. Today, we're celebrating my daughter becoming the president. It's a victory banquet. Zhao Zhongjia immediately perked up upon hearing this. He remembered that he had already booked a hotel, waiting for Zheng Liyue to come and celebrate in bed. All right, Mom, how about this? I still have some things to do now, but I should be able to come over in the evening. Lu Shuchan also smiled. Sure, Liyue also said she has something to do in the afternoon and will only be back in the evening. Zhao Zhongjia chuckled inwardly. His mother-in-law didn't know that he was planning to give her daughter a hard time this afternoon. Just as they parted, Zhao Zhongjia received a phone call. His hair stood on end. What? You don't have the president's position anymore? What happened? Nie Baichuan didn't give you face? He said the previous debt repayment was all because of Yijing's face? Zhao Zhongjia suddenly thought of what had just happened and shivered. He finally understood. It turned out that Nie Baichuan repaying the debt earlier wasn't because of his father's face at all. No wonder he got beaten up earlier. Damn it, if you had called me earlier, I wouldn't have gotten beaten up. Zhao Zhongjie cursed, and Zhang Liyue on the other end didn't hear clearly. What did you just say? Are you cursing at me? Zhao Zhongjie quickly said, No, there was a beggar on the side of the road just now, shamelessly asking for money. I kicked him and cursed at him. By the way, are you still coming to the hotel? Zhang Liyue, no, I have no mood at all. Now I have nothing, sob. In the afternoon, I still have to go to Tianyuan Company for debt clearance. You have to help me, use your connections, and don't let me get locked up. After hanging up, Zhao Zhongjie cursed, This damn Zhang Liyue, mother and daughter, always causing trouble for me. But he still had to clean up after Zhang Liyue. He couldn't really let her get locked up. Otherwise, how could he enjoy this beauty? Zhao Zhongjie quickly called his connections at home, asking them to intervene, just keeping Zhang Liyue locked up for half a day, and then let her out quickly. On the other side, Lu Shuchan happily returned home. Cooking for my daughter and son-in-law, today is a big happy day. Just then, her daughter's phone call came in. Lu Shuchan quickly wiped her hands on her apron and happily picked up the phone. Daughter, how was today? Are you happy? Ah. Lu Shuchan was dumbfounded. The kitchen knife in her hand even fell directly to the ground. How could this be possible? The promised president position, how could it disappear just like that? Zhang Liyue really doesn't keep his word. The Yabe Villa, Zhang Qingxian, Lin Yanan, and Yi Jing, the three of them, had a small celebration. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan prepared a few exquisite dishes and even brought out a bottle of red wine. Come, let's toast to our victory. Zhang Qingxian was excited today and drank a few extra glasses, her little face red. She raised her wine glass, swaying as she toasted Yi Jing, almost falling into his arms due to her drunkenness. Yi Gu, I toast you. This time you helped me a lot. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Yanan next to her laughed. You two are already husband and wife, one body. What's there to thank or not thank? Tonight, reward him. Yes. Zhang Qingxian, drunk and dazed, muttered. We're already husband and wife. Tonight reward you? Yi Jing quickly kept silent, not giving any response. He came out to return the marriage certificate, not to cause trouble for others. His master had once said that he must choose one of the people on the marriage certificate to become his spouse to ensure his body wouldn't have problems. His constitution was special, and he needed such a spouse. The previous marriage certificate was for Zhang Liyue. This means that Zhang Liyue's constitution was the special one. Yi Jing had to live together with Zhang Liyue to have an effect. So even if Zhang Qingxian was so good, Yi Jing couldn't really share a bed with her. Just then, Zheng Qingshuan's phone rang. Qingxian, I'm coming back. How about it? Are you welcoming me? Zhang Qingxian was stunned for a moment before reacting, pleasantly surprised. Is it tomorrow's flight? Yes, I'll be there around 11:30 tomorrow noon. Will you come to pick me up? Zhang Qingxian joyfully said, Of course, I will definitely come to pick you up. After hanging up, Zhang Qingxian excitedly said, My good classmate, good sister, good friend, is finally coming back to the country. Lin Yanan exclaimed, Is it Huang Yuyan? Zhang Qingxian quickly nodded. Seeing that Yi Jing didn't know, Zhang Qingxian quickly explained, Huang Yuyan is my high school classmate. Back then, my sister Zhang Liyue and I, along with Huang Yuyan, were known as the three school flowers of the first high school. Huang Yuyan is not only beautiful, but also a top student. She studied advanced management abroad and worked as a senior executive in several Fortune 500 companies abroad. This time she's returning to the country because she feels she's had enough of wandering abroad and wants to develop in the country. I said that since I'm now the president, let her come back to help me. She said she'll come back first to take a look. Lin Yanan said, Our Zhangshi flagship group, this small temple, probably can't accommodate someone like Huang Yuyan. Zhang Qingxian also nodded, Yes, even if she returns to the country, she will definitely aim for a senior executive position in a Fortune 500 company. I'm asking her to stay with us at Zhangshi flagship group for a while during this period of returning, and when she finds a better option, she can leave at any time. Zhang Qingxian chuckled. Our flagship group, isn't it developing rapidly thanks to Yi Ji's help? But with rapid development, the problems that need to be solved, the problems that are exposed, are also more. It's just right to let this top student come over and help us solve them. The next day, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan had already made preparations. Chapter 148. Picking someone up. Just as she was about to leave, another secretary rushed over. Ms. Zhang, this document needs your attention. Zhang Qingxian looked at it and immediately frowned. Can't this wait a bit? The secretary hesitated, but the client company needs it urgently. Zhang Qingxian sighed in resignation. Then, Yi Gu, could you go pick up Huang Yuyan? I'm counting on you for this. It was just picking someone up, and Yi Jing had nothing else to do, so he nodded. Yi Jing drove Zhang Qingshuan's car to the airport. I hope Huang Yuyan looks similar to her photo. Otherwise, I might not recognize her. Yi Jing didn't know Huang Yuyan personally, so he could only rely on the photo of her with Zhang Qingxian from their school days to identify her. What are you doing here? As Yi Jing scanned the exit, a familiar voice sounded beside him. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Liue glaring at him with a displeased expression. Yi Jing frowned. Wasn't Zhang Liue dealing with debt issues at Tianyuan Company yesterday? How did she bounce back so quickly today? It seems Zhang Liue's fiancé, Zhao Zhongjie, indeed has some tricks up his sleeve to get her out so quickly. I'm here to pick someone up, Yi Jing said coolly. Zhang Liue frowned and quickly guessed. Is Zhang Qingxian the one who asked you to come? Are you here to pick up Huang Yuyan? Yi Jing looked at Zhang Liue, recalling what Zhang Qingxian had said last night. Zhang Qingxian, Zhang Liue, and Huang Yuyan were classmates in high school, all in the same class. It seems Zhang Liue also knew Huang Yuyan was returning and came to pick her up. Let me tell you, only I can take Huang Yuyan away. She's coming back to help me. Zhang Liue was now left with nothing and could only hope for external help. The arrival of Huang Yuyan, a high-ranking executive, gave her great hope. Perhaps Huang Yuyan could help turn around the company's situation or her personal predicament, allowing her to regain her footing. This time, Zhang Liue was very determined to secure Huang Yuyan's help. Not only did she come herself, but she also brought Zhao Zhongjie's younger brother, Zhao Zhongjuan. Originally, she wanted to bring Zhao Zhongjie, but he was kicked by the gang leader Niab Baichuan yesterday and was still lying in bed. So, she had to bring Zhao Zhongjuan instead. Zhao Zhongjuan was holding a sign that read, Welcome home, Huang Yuyan. Hello. Is this sign for me? A pleasant voice sounded, and then a stunning figure appeared in front of everyone. Yi Jing turned to look. Huang Yuyan did differ slightly from her photo, but she was even more beautiful and mature now. Her face was exquisite, and her figure was alluring. I'm Zhang Liue. Seeing Huang Yuyan, Zhang Liue immediately ignored Yi Jing and turned to greet her enthusiastically. Zhang Liue. Huang Yuyan also smiled excitedly. My dear friend, how have you been? By the way, why didn't your sister come? Zhang Liue deliberately said, Who knows? She's been too busy lately. Maybe she even forgot that her best friend is coming back. Yi Jing chimed in calmly. Zhang Qingxian didn't forget. She was excited and told me about your return last night. That's why she sent me to pick you up today. Zhang Liue retorted sarcastically. Oh really? If she didn't forget, why didn't she come herself? It seems she doesn't value our Huang Yuyan much. Yi Jing replied coolly. Qingxian had to leave urgently to handle a document and couldn't make it. Zhang Liue chuckled coldly. Right, what document could be more important than our Huang Yuyan, huh? Huang Yuyan, after listening for a moment, figured out the relationships. All right, Liue, and you must be Qingshuan's fiancé? Let's not argue anymore. I'm starving. She tried to mediate. Zhang Liue smiled. Let's go. I've booked the best restaurant in town to welcome you. Yi Jing frowned. I've also booked a restaurant for today at noon. So, which one should we go to? Huang Yuyan was puzzled. She could sense that there was some tension between Zhang Liue's family and Zhang Qingshuan's family. However, this wasn't unusual. Since high school, Zhang Liue had always been competitive, constantly targeting and bullying Zhang Qingxian, trying to dominate her. Now, both sides had booked restaurants, and she was unsure which one to choose. Zhang Liue chuckled. I booked the best place in the entire city, Tianlai Residence. The highest standard, the best food, and of course, the most expensive. Yijing couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. I also booked Tianlai residence. Before coming, he had asked the local underworld boss, Dragon of Qilong, to choose the best restaurant in town. Since Yijing hadn't spent much time in the city and wasn't too familiar with it, he left it to Qilong. Qilong had enthusiastically recommended Tianlai residence, claiming it was the best and that it was under his ownership. He promised to arrange the best private room and treat Yijing to a grand feast. Yijing didn't refuse and agreed. You also booked Tianlai residence? Zhang Liuyue frowned. Was Zhang Qingxian and Yijing deliberately opposing her? They had already taken everything, and now they even booked the same restaurant. What else could this be but a deliberate provocation? Zhang Liuyue quickly pulled Jiao Zhongjuan aside. Zhongjuan, didn't your brother tell you to handle this properly? What private room did you book at Tianlai residence? Jiao Zhongjuan, even more reckless than his brother, laughed. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Do you think I'd mess this up? I booked the best room, Suixiang Pavilion. That's the top-tier room. Zhang Liuyue's eyes lit up. That's what you get from being born into a wealthy family. You know how to choose the best rooms at places like Tianlai residence. As for us Zhangs, we've only ever been to the main hall of such luxurious places. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Zhang family was already high and mighty, but at Tianlai residence, their spending power only allowed them to dine in the main hall. Jiao Zhongjuan laughed. Relax, sister. Above Suixiang Pavilion, there's only Minghui Pavilion, but that's not open to the public. It's the ultimate private room of Tianlai residence, reserved only for the owner to entertain his most esteemed guests. For us outsiders, Suixiang Pavilion is the best we can get. Zhang Liuyue smiled with relief. Chapter 149. The Celestial Melody Pavilion. That's great. If we're going, we'll go to the best private room to show our sincerity. Zhang Liuyue confidently walked over, took Huang Yuyan's hand, and headed outside. Let's go, Yuyan. I've already booked the best private room at the finest establishment in the city, the Celestial Melody Pavilion. And I've brought along many of the Zhang family's younger siblings as well. Back then, many little brats used to follow us around, calling us sisters. It'll be nice to see them today. Thinking about the past, Huang Yuyan chuckled. However, she corrected, those little brats didn't just follow us too. They followed all three of us, including Qingxian. Zhang Liuyue then laughed. Right. Right, her too. Let's go. Huang Yuyan glanced at Yijing. Second brother-in-law, shall we go too? It's all in the same hotel. No need to be so particular. Yijing nodded. This time, however, Huang Yuyan got into Zhang Liuyue's car instead of his. Arriving at the hotel, Yijing's phone rang as soon as he got out of the car. Zhang Qingxian spoke urgently. Yi Gu, have you picked up Huang Yuyan? Where are you? Lin Yanan, and I will come find you. Yijing replied, We've already arrived at the Celestial Melody Pavilion for dinner. Just come straight over. Okay, Lin Yanan and I will be there soon. Shortly after, Zhang Qingxian arrived in a hurry. Upon meeting, there was a round of greetings between her and Huang Yuyan. The three women hadn't seen each other in a long time, with Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan being particularly close. As soon as they met, they started chatting non-stop, sharing endless stories. All right, it's almost dinner time. You're not hungry, but Huang Yuyan has just arrived from an international flight and must be starving, Zhang Liuyue said, feeling a bit envious seeing Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan so close. Her goal today was to bring Huang Yuyan onto her side, so she couldn't let Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan get too close. Ah, right. Look at me. I got so excited I forgot about dinner. Zhang Qingxian apologized. Let's hurry in and eat then. She instinctively turned to ask, Yi Gu, did you book a table? Yijing smiled. Yes, at the Celestial Melody Pavilion. He wasn't sure what kind of room the Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon had arranged for him, but it shouldn't be too bad. Zhang Liuyue sneered beside him. What kind of place could you book? I booked the best room, the Emerald Fragrance Pavilion. Your level is nothing to boast about. She proudly shared the information she had just heard from Jiao Zhongjuan. The Emerald Fragrance Pavilion is always attended by 12 staff members, with genuine gold and silver goblets. It's situated in a bamboo forest, free from the noise of other guests, making you feel like you're in a bamboo grove. Such high-standard treatment is what Huang Yuyan deserves. What did you book, Yijing? Probably just the lobby of the Celestial Melody Pavilion. A place like that isn't good enough for Huang Yuyan. Yijing didn't argue. After all, he didn't know what kind of room the Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon had arranged for him, but at least it shouldn't be the lobby, right? Huang Yuyan quickly tried to smooth things over. She didn't want the sisters to really start arguing. All right, where we eat doesn't matter. It's all the same chef at the Celestial Melody Pavilion. Come to think of it, the last time I ate here before going abroad was in the lobby. After being abroad for so long, I often reminisce about the delicious food here. I've been craving it. Let's go in and eat. Huang Yuyan also winked at Zheng Qingxian and Yijing. She could tell that Zhang Liyue had the upper hand this time, having booked the best room in advance. So, she winked at Zheng Qingxian and Yijing to make them feel a bit better about the situation. As they entered, the receptionist immediately asked, "Do you have a reservation?" Zhang Liyue looked at Zhao Zhongjuan beside her, signaling him to step forward. Zhao Zhongjuan stepped up. "Of course, we have a reservation. I booked your best private room." The receptionist nodded, checked, and then smiled. This was a high-quality guest for the Emerald Fragrance Pavilion. They must provide excellent service. The receptionist respectfully said, "Yes, you reserved our?" In the next moment, the receptionist's eyes focused. He saw Yijing among the group. Their boss, the Dragon Lord, had specifically instructed that the Dream Reverie Pavilion was reserved for Mr. Yi today. Worried that the receptionist might not recognize Yijing, the Dragon Lord had even shown a photo of Yijing to the staff. The receptionist might not be skilled in much, but his ability to recognize people was top-notch. He immediately recognized Yijing from the photo. "You have indeed reserved our most prestigious private room." This time, the receptionist's smile was even more radiant. This was truly the most distinguished guest of the Celestial Melody Pavilion. "Our manager will personally escort you upstairs." Such a high-level guest was beyond the scope of what a mere receptionist could handle. Soon, the restaurant's floor manager came over to personally lead the group upstairs. Taking the elevator, they arrived directly at the top floor. Upon entering the Dream Reverie Pavilion, the surroundings were instantly enveloped in a misty fog, with water vapor swirling around. It felt as if they were on the sea, surrounded by an ancient poetic atmosphere, breathtakingly beautiful. The Celestial Melody Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation as the most luxurious and high-end establishment in the entire province. Every private room is like a world-renowned painting. However, this room doesn't seem like the Emerald Fragrance Pavilion, does it? Yeah, Zhao Zhongjuan, did you make a mistake? Zhang Liyue also looked over. Didn't you arrange the Emerald Fragrance Pavilion for us? The one with the bamboo forest. This one doesn't seem to have any bamboo. Zhao Zhongjuan was also a bit puzzled. Maybe the bamboo will appear later. He had never been to such a luxurious private room before, so he had no idea. Yes, the bamboo will probably appear later. Zhang Liyue also pretended to have been there before, laughing. The bamboo doesn't grow overnight. There must be water first and later, perhaps bamboo shoots will sprout, grow, and eventually form a bamboo forest. That's how it fits the ambience here. The many younger Zheng family members who had come along also suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Big sister is so knowledgeable. She knows so much. This Celestial Melody Pavilion is truly remarkable, capable of creating such a wonderful atmosphere. The younger Zheng family members, who usually liked to follow Big Sister around and benefited from her sharing profits, naturally praised her habitually. Zhang Liyue smiled proudly and said, "All right, everyone, take a seat." Chapter 150. Seating Arrangement. Everyone took their seats. As time went on, the crowd grew increasingly astonished. "Big sister, why are there 24 service staff now? I thought you said there would be 12. And it's been so long. Yet the magnificent scenery here keeps getting more beautiful, but no bamboo forest has grown. This doesn't seem like the Chuixiang Pavilion. The service here feels even more attentive and considerate than at your previous Chuixiang Pavilion. Look, there's even a starry sky above. The Chuixiang Pavilion didn't have that. did it? Finally, everyone began to suspect that this wasn't the Chui Xiang Pavilion after all. Zhao Zhongjuan, go ask if we've been led to the wrong private room. Zheng Liue also felt something was amiss. Zhao Zhongjuan also realized the gravity of the situation. After all, this was Dragon Lord Qilong's territory. If they had been led to a worse room than the Chui Xiang Pavilion, it wouldn't be too bad. But if they had been led to a better room, that would be problematic. Zhao Zhongjie quickly summoned a server. Isn't this the Chui Xiang Pavilion? The server, a beautiful woman dressed in classical Hanfu, respectfully replied, No, sir. This is the Dream Reverie Pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Dream Reverie Pavilion? Rumor had it that this was the highest-end private room at Tianlai-ju, which was usually not open to the public and did not receive outsiders. What's going on? Zhao Zhongjuan was shocked. This couldn't be a mistake. No, I booked the Chui Xiang Pavilion. The Hanfu-clad beauty, of course, wouldn't speak rudely to the guests here, and politely said, Sir, you should be enjoying the Dream Reverie Pavilion. Please enjoy yourselves. Since this room had been booked by Mr. Yi, all the guests here were naturally Mr. Ye's guests. As service staff, they would never say anything bad about the guests, so they naturally treated them with utmost respect. But this response sounded different to Zhao Zhongjuan. I should be enjoying the Dream Reverie Pavilion? Could it be that Tianlai-ju is running a promotion? They've upgraded my Chui Xiang Pavilion to the Dream Reverie Pavilion for free? That must be it. Zhao Zhongjuan was overjoyed. It seemed Tianlai-ju was quite good at doing business. When Zhao Zhongjuan returned, everyone quickly inquired. What's the situation? This isn't the Chui Xiang Pavilion, is it? Zhao Zhongjuan chuckled. Don't worry, sister-in-law Liue, and everyone else, just enjoy yourselves. I booked this room. I booked the Dream Reverie Pavilion. Everyone was shocked. You actually managed to book the Dream Reverie Pavilion? You're amazing, Zhongjuan. You're even more impressive than your older brother. Wow, you can book the Dream Reverie Pavilion at Tianlai-ju. If I have a class reunion in the future, can you help me book it too? Yes, help me too. When I hold my birthday party, can you arrange it here? One by one, everyone chimed in. This was Zhao Zhongjuan's moment to shine. Usually, it was his older brother who took the spotlight, and he could only watch from the sidelines. Today, he finally had a chance to boost his reputation, and he wasn't about to let it slip. Immediately, Zhao Zhongjuan confidently proclaimed, Don't worry, everyone. The Dream Reverie Pavilion at Tianlai-ju? As long as I make the call, it's as good as done. Even Huang Yuyan, who was sitting nearby, was impressed. Liue, your friend is amazing. During the years I was abroad, I didn't expect you to make such impressive friends. Zheng Liue proudly replied, He's my fiancé's younger brother. His older brother is even more impressive. He's the eldest son of the Jiao family in the provincial capital. Huang Yuyan quickly flattered a few more words. Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. It wasn't that they envied having such an impressive fiancé's younger brother, but rather, they wished they could also book the Dream Reverie Pavilion for their future birthday parties or class reunions. Unlike the others, however, they weren't as close to Zheng Liue and didn't dare to ask outright. Yi Jing, sitting nearby, remained silent. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Ha, my esteemed guest has arrived. How could I not come personally to greet them? As soon as this voice sounded, the 24 classical Hanfu-clad servers gasped, Dragon Lord himself is here? Quick, go and welcome the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord has come. My goodness, the guests here must be of the highest nobility. Hearing the servers' whispers, everyone was astonished. Dragon Lord? The one from the Qilong faction? Zhao Zhongjuan's expression also turned serious. Who else could it be? Tianlai-ju is Dragon Lord Qilong's property. It's normal for him to appear here. But he said these are his esteemed guests. Zhao Zhongjuan still had some self-awareness. Even if his father were here, he probably wouldn't be considered an esteemed guest by Dragon Lord Qilong. As the second son of the Jiao family, what qualifications did he have to be honored as an esteemed guest by the Dragon Lord? The others, however, didn't realize this. Zhongjuan, the Dragon Lord is here, and he must be here for you. Yes, Zhao Zhongjuan. Since you could book the Dream Reverie Pavilion at Tianlaiju, the Dragon Lord must have come to see you. Zhao Zhongjuan, you have quite the face. Even the Dragon Lord is giving you face. From now on, I'm following you, bro. The crowd's flattery instantly boosted Zhao Zhongjuan's ego. Could it be that Dragon Lord Qilong really came for him? Zhao Zhongjuan tentatively stood up and approached with a smile. Dragon Lord, thank you for allowing me to enjoy the Dream Reverie Pavilion. Did you upgrade my room? In his mind, he thought that since the Dream Reverie Pavilion was unoccupied, Dragon Lord Qilong, despite being the overlord of the underground world, was also a businessman. As a businessman, to promote his business, it made sense to upgrade his room for an experience. But unexpectedly, Dragon Lord Qilong glanced at him and frowned. Who are you? Zhao Zhongjuan was stunned. You don't even know who I am, yet you upgraded my room? I'm Zhao Zhongjuan from the Zhao family. Dragon Lord Qilong furrowed his brows. The Zhao family? What's your ranking? Zhao Zhongjuan quickly replied, I'm the second son, Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord Qilong gave him a cold look and sneered. Do you really think I upgraded your room out of respect for you? You overestimate yourself. Even if your father were here, he would only be qualified for the Chui Xiang Pavilion. The Dream Reverie Pavilion is not something your Zhao family can touch. Zhao Zhongjuan and the others behind him were dumbfounded. It wasn't because of Zhao Zhongjuan that the room was upgraded? Then why was it the Dream Reverie Pavilion? Everyone saw Dragon Lord Qilong swiftly scan the crowd, then seemed to spot someone and quickly approached with a humble demeanor. Mr. Yi, you are my esteemed guest. I've been looking forward to your arrival. Chapter 151. You are my distinguished guest. Today, my brother is hosting, so this meal is on me. Long Yi of the Red Dragon said humbly, You don't come to my place often, so how can I let you spend money? Long Ye's words left everyone in shock. Red Dragon was here for Yi Jing? And his attitude towards Yi Jing was so humble and servile? Yi Jing casually replied, No need for such extravagance. A simple reception will do. Long Yi chuckled. This Dream Return Pavilion is the simplest reception I can offer. The sights you've seen are undoubtedly far more impressive than what your brother has experienced. I don't have anything better here, so I can only offer this humble place to entertain you. As he spoke, Long Yi gestured behind him. Soon, a Cheongsam-clad beauty approached, carrying a bottle of wine. Brother, I offer you a toast. Someone nearby gasped in surprise. This is the limited edition of Ardbeg whiskey from Islay. It costs $3,900,000. And that's in US dollars. The value of this single bottle exceeds 100 million. The crowd was thunderstruck. Long Yi must have brought out the best wine he had been saving his entire life. Huang Yuyin's eyes narrowed. Having lived abroad for many years, she was accustomed to seeing wealthy tycoons showcase their finest wines. Yet, with just this single bottle, Long Yi had matched those tycoons. What she didn't know was that while international elites indulged in such prestigious wines regularly, for Long Yi, this was a rare and precious bottle he had never dared to open in his lifetime. Until today, for Yi Jing. This truly is a $3,900,000 bottle of wine. Huang Yuyin gulped, her throat dry. Although she held a high position in one of the world's top 500 companies abroad, to be blunt, she was just a highly paid employee for those wealthy bosses. They might treat her to a glass of such luxurious wine if they were in a good mood, but otherwise, she had no chance to taste it. So, seeing this bottle, she couldn't help but feel tempted. She had no other hobbies but enjoying fine wine. Yet, with her own financial means, how could she afford such an expensive bottle? Hearing the sound of swallowing next to him, Yi Jing smiled inwardly. Also, pour a glass for this beautiful lady beside me. Huang Yuyin looked at Yi Jing in shock. Really? Is this something I can drink? Yi Jing nodded, and Long Yi immediately poured a glass for Huang Yuyin himself. Startled, Huang Yuyin quickly stood up, holding the glass with both hands. Although she had been away from the country for a long time, even before leaving, she had heard of the formidable reputation of Long Yi from the provincial capital. She knew he was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing someone as powerful as Long Yi and such an expensive wine right in front of her, She felt a sudden sense of disorientation. Had the winds changed so drastically in the country during her time abroad? No, it wasn't the direction of the wind that had changed. It was Yi Jing who was simply too powerful. What kind of husband did Zheng Qingxian find? How could he be so impressive? Huang Yuyan marveled inwardly. Soon, the glass of wine was handed to her. Cheers! Unable to hold back, Huang Yuyan raised the glass and drank it in one go. Heavenly taste. Too delicious. Returning to the country, I'm enjoying life even more than I did abroad. At this moment, Huang Yuyan almost felt like crying. She was a wine enthusiast, but not one who needed to drink every day. Instead, she longed for exquisite and expensive wines. This bottle had fully met her desires. Since you are a guest of Mr. Yi, this bottle of wine is a gift for you. Long Yi could tell that Yi Jing's intention today was to welcome this guest. So, he decided to take the opportunity to make a goodwill gesture by gifting the wine. Although it pained him a bit, compared to the chance to please Yi Jing, such opportunities were rare. It was said that even the esteemed Pu Nan of the Yi Divine Palace had no chance to curry favor with Yi Jing. Why? Because Yi Jing lacked nothing. He wielded immense connections, powerful subordinates, and vast wealth. If you wanted to directly please Yi Jing, what could you offer that he didn't already have? The only way was to approach those around him, like this Huang Yuyan. Really? Are you giving this to me? Huang Yuyan looked at Long Yi in surprise, then turned to Yi Jing. She knew that the final say still rested with Yi Jing. Yi Jing nodded with a smile. Despite the wine's exorbitant price, if he wanted to drink it, he could have the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce buy it for him. He could even use it for bathing every day. A mere bottle of wine was nothing to him. Woohoo! I'm so excited. Huang Yuyan hugged the bottle, tears streaming down her face. I never expected such a wonderful reception upon returning to the country. Qingxian, I've decided. I'll join your company. Huang Yuyan had been wavering in her decision. She wasn't sure whether to join Zhang Qingshuan's company or Zhang Liyue's. Of course, both companies were just stepping stones. What she truly cared about was the opportunity to jump to a top 500 company in the country in the future. But now, at this moment, she changed her mind. She decided to stay with Zhang Qingshuan's company for the long term. Not for anything else, but because Zhang Qingxian had such an amazing husband. Maybe he could get her more fine wines in the future. Hearing Huang Yuyan's words, Zhang Liyue's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that after all her efforts, she would still end up benefiting Zhang Qingxian. Still, today's experience at Dream Return Pavilion was extraordinary, so it wasn't a total loss. Zhao Zhongjuan, on the other hand, was too stunned to speak. He hadn't expected Yi Jing to have such powerful connections that even Long Yi of Red Dragon had to treat him with such humility. As for the younger generation of the Zheng family, they were completely overshadowed. The figures present today were far beyond their usual circles. They were practically invisible, left only with astonishment. So, the second brother-in-law was this impressive. Maybe it was time to stop following the eldest sister and switch to following the second brother-in-law? After all, just knowing Long Yi of Red Dragon, that alone would earn them endless respect when bragging to classmates and friends. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Huang Yuyan arrived at the Danya Bay Villa. Since the villa had 3 floors and over a dozen rooms, with many still vacant, Zhang Qingxian arranged for Huang Yuyan to choose a room to stay in temporarily. Huang Yuyan chose a room on the 2nd floor near the stairs. Phew! Returning to the country this time really brought unexpected surprises. Huang Yuyan held the bottle of wine in her arms, her face filled with satisfaction. However, I still have one task. Chapter 152. There's another mission? Huang Yuyan's expression turned serious. My true purpose for returning to the country this time is to uncover the real power behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. While abroad, she could fulfill her personal ambitions, but ultimately, she was working for foreign capital. What she truly wanted was to grow alongside domestic companies. However, most of the world's top 500 companies in the country had some foreign capital involvement. The only exception was the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and its numerous world-class powerful companies, which were entirely controlled domestically and even by just one person. Huang Yuyan wanted to uncover who this person was. I hope everything goes smoothly, she murmured, glancing at the wine in her hand and smiling. But before that, I should enjoy this fine bottle of wine. Zhang Qingxian also had a few small sips today. Her alcohol tolerance was low, and those few sips left her feeling dizzy. When she got home, she curled up on the couch and fell into a deep sleep. Yijing glanced at her and smiled. Qingxian looks quite cute when she's drunk. Some people, when they're drunk, can't be controlled and start acting up. He then looked at Lin Yanan beside him. Lin Yanan's cheeks were flushed, and she laughed. Right? Some people start acting up when they're drunk? As she laughed, she began humming an unknown tune and even started taking off her clothes. Yijing sighed and quickly shot a silver needle to make her fall asleep. He then carried both women to their respective bedrooms, where they slept soundly. Yijing returned to the second floor and glanced at Huang Yuyan's room. This woman has quite a good tolerance for alcohol. She didn't get enough at the welcome banquet and started drinking again at home. Through the door, Yijing could smell that Huang Yuyan had definitely opened another bottle of wine. In this villa, there are 2 drunkards and 1 alcoholic. Only I'm the normal one, he muttered, feeling helpless. After taking a shower, he went to bed. The next day, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan woke up one after another. However, Huang Yuyan, who had been drinking all night, was still deep in slumber. Given her jet lag and exhaustion from the trip, Yijing decided not to wake her and let her sleep as long as she needed. I hope I didn't do anything embarrassing last night when I was drunk, Zhang Qingxian said, concerned about her image as a lady. Yijing smiled. You were very well behaved. You just fell asleep on the couch. Zhang Qingxian blushed. How did I end up in my bed then? Yijing shrugged. I carried you there. What else could I do? Her face turned even redder, but since Yijing was her fiancé, she gradually accepted it. Lin Yanan yawned and said, I must have fallen asleep on the couch too. I hope I didn't do anything too crazy when I was drunk. Yijing was speechless. If he hadn't stopped her, she would have started dancing provocatively, and her top would have come off if he hadn't intervened in time. You were close, Yijing said, not elaborating but hinting at her near mishap. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's phone rang. The high school class group is active. This group hardly ever buzzes. Why is it suddenly active? Zhang Qingxian checked the class group. Hey, fellow classmates, I've just opened a jade shop. To celebrate, I'm organizing a class reunion. What do you say? It's been a long time since we all got together. Let's gather and catch up. The message quickly received various responses. Wow, Yuan Laoda is so wealthy. He's opened a jade shop. I remember he just opened a hot pot restaurant and an antique calligraphy and painting shop not long ago. Now he's opening a jade shop. So impressive. Just look at the scale of Yuan Laoda's family assets. He's my lifelong idol. Many classmates chimed in, showering praise on Yuan Laoda. Yuan Laoda, whose real name was Yuan Xiangzhen, hailed from a wealthy family. Since graduating, he had taken over the family business and expanded it with more and larger stores, leaving his classmates far behind. Even a family like the Zhangs, which had some wealth, paled in comparison to the Yuans. Yuan, I'll definitely be there. Let's all gather for the opening of the jade shop. See you there. It's rare for us to get together. I'll be there for sure. I'll definitely attend and bring a small gift. Please accept it. The classmates all wanted to build a good relationship with Yuan Xiangzhen. After all, among their peers, someone who had succeeded like him could be a valuable connection in the future. At that moment, a classmate suddenly posted in the group, I heard that our class's 3 golden flowers are all together now. Really? Isn't Huang Yuyan abroad? Is she back? Yes, she's back. Now Zhang Qingxian, Zhang Liue, and Huang Yuyan are all together. We'll get to see the 3 goddesses again at the reunion. I definitely have to go to this reunion. Zhang Qingxian smiled, pleased that her classmates still remembered the 3 of them as the golden flowers, even after so many years. Putting down her phone, she looked at Yijing. Yigu, the class group says we should bring our partners to the reunion. Can I take you with me? she asked expectantly. Yi Jing smiled. Sure. Zhang Qingxian jumped with joy. Otherwise, while other ordinary-looking female classmates brought their husbands and even kids, she, one of the golden flowers, would be the only one without a boyfriend, which would be quite embarrassing. That's great. Then I'll go choose a gift. After all, the Yuan family, where Yuan Xiangjin is from, is a major family and enterprise in the provincial city. If we can build a good relationship with them, it would definitely benefit our Jing family in the future. Yi Jing said calmly, since they're opening a jade shop, I'll prepare the gift. You'll prepare it? Seeing Yi Jing's serious expression, Zhang Qingxian agreed. All right, but don't make it too cheap, okay? Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed. If other classmates from ordinary backgrounds brought nice gifts, and she, from the Zhang family, only brought something mediocre, it would indeed be humiliating. Chapter 153, A Modest Gift. Zhang Qingxian knew that Yi Jing had extensive connections and was on good terms with both the Duan family and Tenghui group. Perhaps Yi Jing could come up with some unique and peculiar gifts. When it came to gifting a jade store, one couldn't present anything ordinary, or else they would be ridiculed by Yuan Xiangjin. All right, you can rest assured. I'll take care of this, Yi Jing agreed with a smile. Afterward, Yi Jing made a call to Puni. Puni, do you have anything good related to jade? Prepare one for me. I need it as a gift. Puni immediately replied, Yes, master. I'll send it to you right away. Soon, a large ice-type jade god of wealth was delivered to Yi Jing. Master, this ice-type jade god of wealth is quite large and is valued at approximately 80 million. Is this suitable? Yi Jing responded indifferently, Fine. 80 million might be a significant sum to others, but to someone like Yi Jing, it was just a string of numbers. With a mere word, he could cause a company worth billions to go bankrupt, so an item worth 80 million didn't even catch his attention. The next day, Yi Jing brought the ice-type jade god of wealth to meet Zhang Qingxian. Did you bring the gift? Zhang Qingxian inquired. Yi Jing nodded and raised the box in his hand. It's in here. Seeing the size of the box, Zhang Qingxian nodded slightly. All right, let's head out then. Zhang Qingxian drove the company car towards the jade store owned by Yuan Xiangjin. Upon arriving at the entrance, they hadn't yet seen the host, but a group of classmates had already gathered. Zhang Liyue and Huang Yuyan have already arrived. Now, only Zhang Qingxian is missing to complete the trio of beauties. Look, Zhang Qingxian is here. Zhang Qingshuan's arrival caused a small commotion, especially among many male classmates, who came out to catch a glimpse of Zhang Qingxian. After all, this beauty's looks were quite striking. Zhang Liyue already came with a male companion. There's no chance for us. And Huang Yuyan, though still single, is a high-ranking executive who returned from abroad. She'd definitely prefer foreigners over us locals. The only one we can hope for is Zhang Qingxian. Many male classmates came out to greet Zhang Qingxian. However, soon, those with sharp eyes noticed a man sitting in the passenger seat of Zhang Qingshuan's car. Zhang Qingxian also has a male companion? I wonder if it's a boyfriend, or if they're already married. Seeing that Zhang Qingxian had a male companion, many male classmates were instantly disappointed. But soon, they rekindled their hopes. Look, Zhang Qingxian is driving a Zhang family company car. That means, that male companion is probably just a kept man. Think about Zhang Liyue. It was the eldest son of the Jiao family who drove his own sports car to drop her off. Someone driving a company car like this must be struggling, right? That kept man probably isn't much better off than us, just an ordinary person. I didn't expect Zhang Qingxian to like someone like us. It seems there's still hope for all of us. The group of male classmates were invigorated, showing off their charm, standing straight, and brushing their hair. As soon as Zhang Qingxian parked the car, a crowd of male classmates immediately surrounded her. Some female classmates who hadn't seen her in a long time also gathered around. In an instant, Zhang Qingxian became the focal point of everyone. All right, let's go inside and talk. It's not appropriate to stay here at the entrance. Being surrounded by so many people, Zhang Qingxian felt a bit uncomfortable. Everyone laughed and moved inside. Yi Jing, holding the box, followed slowly behind. Once inside, everyone began presenting their gifts. What did you bring? I used to work in an antique shop for a while. Since Yuan Alda also owns an antique shop, I brought along a Ming Dynasty calligraphy scroll as a gift. And you? I brought some tea worth 50,000 yuan, which is definitely not as good as yours. Oh, come on. That tea must be the top-notch Wui de Hong Pao, right? I've been craving it for a long time. The classmates looked at each other's gifts, complimenting and teasing one another. After all, most of them were here to curry favor with Yuan Xiangzhen, so the gifts naturally couldn't be too cheap. An attendant said, "Please register your gifts." One by one, the gifts were registered. Some presented jade and agate, others brought antiques and calligraphy, and some offered fine teas and famous wines. Even those with limited means went all out, purchasing expensive gifts. Why? It was all to make a good impression on Yuan Xiangzhen, hoping to secure a future opportunity to work in one of Yuan's companies. As one of the trio of beauties, Huang Yuyin presented a fine wine brought from abroad, a red wine. Of course, compared to the one Yi Jing gifted yesterday, it was far less valuable. But compared to the gifts from the ordinary classmates, it stood out as quite valuable. Huang Yuyin truly lives up to her reputation as a high-ranking executive abroad. She's gifting a 30,000 yuan wine. Impressive, impressive. Zhang Liyue also made a generous gesture, thanks to her wealthy boyfriend, Zhao Zhongjie. Zhao Zhongjie smiled and said, "Yuan Xiangzhen and I have been good friends for a long time, so it's only right to gift him something." As he spoke, he took out a set of car keys. "Last time, Yuan Xiangzhen mentioned wanting to drive my Ferrari. So, I decided to buy him a new one. The price isn't too high, just over 4 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many gasped in astonishment. The eldest son of the Jiao family was truly generous. A sports car worth over 4 million. This was something many of them could never afford, even if they worked their entire lives. Even those who were doing relatively well financially would struggle to save up 4 million. After expenses like food, housing, and transportation, they'd have nothing left, let alone consider buying a luxury car like this. How envious! Zhang Liyue married such a wealthy husband. I'd love to be a son-in-law of the Jiao family. I wonder if their daughters would even look at me. Some female classmates also chimed in. How did Zhang Liyue get so lucky to be chosen by the eldest son of the Jiao family? If only he'd look at me. Others mocked. Why don't you look in the mirror? Zhang Liyue is one of the trio of beauties. What are you? Do you think your looks are worth the eldest son of the Jiao family's attention? The female classmate immediately retorted. What about Zheng Qingxian? She's so beautiful, yet she's wasting it. She's with a kept man. If I had her looks, I'd have already seduced the eldest son of the Jiao family. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. They all looked at Zhang Qingxian with pity and sympathy. Chapter 154. Sympathy. Qingxian, what type do you like? Yes, tell us what you like. How can you let someone else live off you? Right, Qingxian. Are you married now? Zhang Qingxian shook her head. I'm not married, and he's not living off me either. To be honest, Zheng's family wouldn't be where they are today without Yi Jing. Just the connections Yi Jing has with the Duan family, Teng Hui group, and the Miao family could take the Zheng family to a whole new level. This is far from living off someone else. However, many of her female and male classmates shook their heads. Are you defending him? Living off someone else is living off someone else. Qingxian, look at the gift he gave. It's just a piece of plastic. We all gave expensive antiques, calligraphy, paintings, or high-quality jade bracelets, but he gave just a piece of plastic. Does that make sense? Zhang Qingxian was also surprised. Ah? He gave just a piece of plastic? This matter was entirely entrusted to Yi Jing by Zhang Qingxian, who specifically told him not to be too shabby, but it seems it was still messed up. Seeing Zhang Qingshuan's reaction, everyone knew she was also unaware of this. Qingxian, you really misjudged this person. How could you entrust such a thing to him? This gift represents a very important meaning. Don't you need to maintain a good relationship with the Yuan family? But what did he do? Just a green piece of plastic. Zhang Qingxian hesitated. He wouldn't really use a piece of plastic, would he? Based on her understanding of Yi Jing, he wouldn't likely do something so outrageous. Why not? The experts here at the Yuan store have already seen it. They said that the Jade God of Wealth is definitely a fake. If it were the original, it would cost between 80 million to 100 million. How could it be real? And it's said that there are only 3 such ice Jade Gods of Wealth in the whole country, all in the hands of the noble. How could your freeloader possibly get one of those ice Jade Gods of Wealth? 80 million to 100 million. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian was also shocked. She was now a bit suspicious. Could Yijing really have brought a fake one to fill in? If it were true, even the debt collection trip by her elder sister Zhang Liue last time wasn't worth as much as that ice Jade God of Wealth. It probably isn't real. Zhang Qingxuan's heart was now unsure about the authenticity. I'll ask him later. Zhang Qingxian could only say this. Someone beside her sneered, "No need to ask. It's definitely fake." Asking again would only hurt his already scarce self-esteem. Yes, a freeloader naturally has very little self-esteem. Asking would only make him feel worse. Zhang Qingxian didn't think Yijing was really a freeloader, but if she asked and it turned out to be fake, where would Yijing's face be? It really might hurt Yijing's self-esteem. Alright, I'll hold off on asking for now. So, under the silent agreement of many classmates and Zhang Qingxian, the item Yijing gave away was considered fake. A low-cost imitation. At this moment, the host Yuan Xiangjin appeared, saying loudly, "Everyone, welcome to my grand opening ceremony. After the ceremony, everyone please go to the restaurant next door to eat." Yuan Xiangjin was particularly busy today, smiling. "Now I have to entertain some important guests from the business world. Later at the dining table, we'll have a good drink and I'll ask about everyone's recent situation. We'll have a good chat then." Everyone responded with laughter. All right. After briefly watching the grand opening ceremony, everyone went to the restaurant next door to wait. Sitting at the dining table, people couldn't help but chat. "Where are you working now?" "I'm at the Miao family's company." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. "Impressive. You're working at the Miao family's company?" The Miao family is a famous wealthy family in our province, and their companies are top in their respective industries. "Brother, you're going to make it big. If you can gain the favor of the Miao family, you'll rise to the top. I heard the Miao family also collaborates with many cross-provincial financial groups. If you can gain the recognition of the core members of the Miao family, you can do cross-provincial business. That's amazing." After this person finished speaking, another person said with some pride, "I work at Tenghui Group." Hearing this, everyone was once again in an uproar. "You're doing great, Li Yuan. You're at Tenghui Group." A group of people immediately showed envy, and Li Yuan also showed some pride. In fact, she had just joined Tenghui Group and had only been an intern for a few days, but even so, it was enough for her to boast about. Some who had started their own businesses, opening a small shop or a small company, were also envied by some ordinary classmates. Those who worked in small companies, delivered takeout, or worked as couriers could only speak less. There are still many gods in our class, but the one who's doing the best is still Yuan Xiangjin. After discussing back and forth, everyone's gaze fell on the 3 golden flowers. "Qingxian, what does your husband do?" Many people were curious about Yijing. What kind of work could this freeloader do? Yijing calmly said, "I don't have a job." He indeed doesn't work, but his assets are billions of times more than today's host, Yuan Xiangjin. No job? Everyone immediately lost interest in Yijing. There's no need to socialize or talk with this person. Many people even showed disdain towards Yijing. Clearly, he's a freeloader, living off Zhang Qingxuan's allowance. No wonder he would buy a plastic product as a gift. Those who had remained silent, working as delivery drivers, couriers, or ordinary employees, now found a kindred spirit in Yijing and engaged in more conversation with him. Yijing welcomed everyone, laughing and chatting casually with these people. "Everyone, I'm late." Before Yuan Xiangjin arrived, his hearty laughter already filled the entire restaurant. He held a wine bottle and a glass of wine, smiling and said, "But I have an important person to introduce to everyone. This is Mr. Mao from Treasure Pavilion. His appraisal skills are top-notch, and he's also one of the treasures of the appraisal pavilion. I see that many classmates gave antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jade, and some are in this industry. If you can get along well with Mr. Mao, it'll be easier to get by in this line. Many classmates' eyes lit up. They all praised Yuan Xiangjun in their hearts for being so considerate. Coming to a grand opening ceremony, he even helped them expand their network. Mr. Mao is indeed a top figure in the industry, well known throughout the province. Chapter 155, Taking the Shortcut. If one could establish a connection with someone like Neng, it would indeed save a lot of detours in the antique and jade industry. In an instant, various people gathered around Mr. Mao. Especially those who were wealthy wanted Mr. Mao to appraise whether the item they had just purchased was genuine and its value. Others, either already involved in or aspiring to enter the industry, also approached, hoping to network with Mr. Mao. Even many of the appraisers from the Yuan family came over to humbly seek Mr. Mao's advice. After all, Mr. Mao was a top-tier figure in the industry, far surpassing the small-time appraisers employed by the Yuan family. Appraisal skills, while not particularly difficult, are all about discerning the details. It's more about accumulating experience. For example, this antique painting right here. Mr. Mao was also quite accommodating to Yuan Xiangjun. To demonstrate his appraisal skills, he picked up a gift from one of the students and began to appraise it on the spot. This antique painting appears to be genuine, and the forgery is quite sophisticated. But look at this detail. The aging technique here is clearly insufficient, indicating a modern fake. Just from this detail, we can tell that this so-called ancient painting is a fake, at least the frame is. As for the authenticity of the painting itself, that would require more specialized equipment and magnification to determine. The person whose gift was identified as a counterfeit immediately blushed. The ancient painting he had given was indeed fake, purchased from a highly skilled forger. He had only intended to save face, but was immediately exposed by the expert appraiser. Mr. Mao continued his appraisal and identified several more fakes. The students who had given these gifts were left feeling extremely embarrassed. They almost wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. However, Yuan Xiangjun himself didn't seem to mind, still smiling. After all, with his wealth, he didn't care much for such gifts. In his eyes, the expensive-looking items his classmates had painstakingly purchased were completely impractical junk, not even worth as much as a random item from the display case of his newly opened jade shop. But silently, he memorized the names of these gift-giving classmates. If they ever wanted to ask him for a favor in the future, forget it. With fake gifts, there was no possibility of cooperation. This ice jade god of wealth? At this point, even Mr. Mao was taken aback. The surrounding students began to whisper and smirk. Here comes the gift from that freeloader. Heck, even before Mr. Mao, the Yuan family's appraisers had already identified it as fake, a plastic item. Now Mr. Mao will expose it again, huh? Those whose antiques and paintings had been identified as fake earlier now seemed to find a kindred spirit, even moving closer to Yi Jing as if to exchange tips on purchasing fake items. Even Yuan Xiangjun himself, being in the jade business, couldn't help but sneer at this sight. Mr. Mao, there's no need to appraise this. It's obviously fake at a glance. For my little shop opening, would anyone really gift an ice jade god of wealth worth 80 million or even 100 million? This one gift alone is worth several display cases in my shop. Yuan Xiangjun shook his head, disbelieving, and it's not just about its value, but its rarity. There are only 3 such items in the entire country. It's impossible for one to appear here, right? After Yuan Xiangjun finished speaking, the students burst into laughter. Other fake items were relatively low-key. Either the forging technique was sophisticated enough to not be too embarrassing, or the gifts were small and inconspicuous, so even if they were fake, they didn't stand out. But this item was so large and conspicuous, directly mimicking the most impossible scenario. It was the joke of the day. While everyone laughed, they waited for Mr. Mao to deliver the final verdict. Mr. Mao, however, looked grave as he carefully examined the item. Gradually, his expression grew more and more serious, his hands even trembling as he held the item, as if afraid of accidentally breaking it. This item seems quite genuine. Mr. Mao muttered unconsciously, startling Yuan Xiangjun. He then chuckled. Mr. Mao, You're not joking with me, are you? If this is real, it could be used as the shop's treasure. He had opened a jade shop, and this item was a top-tier piece of jade, so valuable that it wouldn't even be sold but used as the shop's treasure. Mr. Mao's expression remained serious. I'm not joking. This should be the real thing. Look, the texture and patterns are completely ice jade, and of the purest kind. This item is likely the finest among the 3 ice jade gods of wealth in the country. Yuan Xiangjin was dumbfounded. This is actually real? Mr. Mao carefully examined it once more, finally declaring with certainty, it's real. I swear by my lifelong profession. Yuan Xiangjin now believed it. Mr. Mao was a top figure in the industry, nationally renowned. If he said it was real, then it must be real. The Yuan family's appraiser who had previously assessed it was now dumbfounded. He hadn't even looked closely, only judging it fake based on its origins. To his surprise, Mr. Mao's appraisal revealed it to be genuine. He felt he could only resign in disgrace. Even if Yuan Xiangjin hadn't reacted yet, once he realized the truth, he would definitely fire him. The appraiser seized an opportunity and quickly slipped away. Mr. Mao, is this really real? Yuan Xiangjin, no longer doubting Mr. Mao's expertise, was simply incredulous. He had just been celebrating his shop opening, assuming his poor classmates couldn't afford anything valuable. Yet here was a shop treasure, the finest among the 3 in the country. Quick, find out who sent this. Yuan Xiangjin didn't dare delay, fearing that among his classmates might be some hidden big shot. Or perhaps it was a gift from some other super boss, mistakenly placed among the classmates' gifts. Chapter 156. Was it you who sent it? Before Yuan Xiangjin could even start investigating, many people had already spoken up. Brother Yuan, no need to check. This item was sent by Yi Jing. After all, the object was too conspicuous, and it was hard for many classmates not to notice it. Some had even mocked Yi Jing because of it. Yi Jing? Who is Yi Jing? Yuan Xiangjin clearly didn't remember anyone named Yi Jing among his classmates. Surrounding classmates quickly reminded him he's Zhang Qingxuan's fiancé. This ice jade wealth god was sent by him. Yuan Xiangjin immediately realized that Zhang Qingxuan's fiancé was definitely no ordinary person. He hurriedly jogged over to Yi Jing. Excuse me, was this ice jade wealth god sent by you? Yi Jing smiled faintly and nodded. At this moment, everyone around Yi Jing was completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that this expensive ice jade wealth god was indeed real. Was this really just a man living off a woman? How could he casually give away something worth tens of millions? And something that was practically priceless? Zhang Qingxian, standing nearby, also had a complex expression. She felt guilty for having misjudged Yi Jing and almost misunderstood him. At the same time, she was a bit heartbroken over the money. That was over 100 million yuan. Yi Jing had just given it away without a second thought. However, since they were only fiancés, whatever Yi Jing chose to give was his prerogative, and she had no right to interfere. Yi Jing, where did you get this? Zhang Qingxian whispered, trying to ask. But with the entire room silent, her words were heard by everyone. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Yi Jing casually smiled. A friend gave it to me. It's just a cheap trinket. Take it as a toy. Yuan Xiangjin felt even more that this man in front of him was unfathomable. If it were someone of a lower status, going to such lengths to give him such an expensive gift would undoubtedly be to ask for a favor. But the more casual Yi Jing's attitude was, the more it suggested that this item might really be nothing to him. Just a little trinket to play with. Such a person was definitely worth Yuan Xiangjin currying favor with. Mr. Yi, your gift is so precious, I really don't know what to say. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Yuan Xiangjin lowered his stance considerably. He realized that this man might be of a higher status than the entire Yuan family. After all, even his grandfather, the most powerful figure in the Yuan family, couldn't easily give away something so expensive. No need to thank me. You're Zhang Qingxuan's classmate. It's only right to give you a little trinket. Yuan Xiangjin nodded, knowing that saying too much gratitude would only annoy the other party. The most important thing was to do his best to entertain and ingratiate himself, leaving no bad impression. But he was also curious. Why did the other classmates call him a kept man? Thinking of this, Yuan Xiangjin quietly inquired about the matter with a few other classmates. Do you know this Yi Jing? Zhang Qingxuan's fiancé. A group of classmates replied, him? Apart from that ice jade wealth god he sent, which is indeed valuable, he doesn't seem like a young master at all. Just take Jiao Zhongjia, brought by Zheng Liyue, the eldest son of the Jiao family. When he arrived, he drove a supercar, wore brands like Bally and Patek Philippe, and his shoes cost more than what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. From every aspect, he looks like a wealthy person. But this Yi Jing? He came in Zheng Qingxuan's company car, doesn't even have his own private car, not even a 10,000 yuan ordinary car. The clothes he's wearing aren't from any big brand either. A few female classmates asked, and it turns out Zheng Qingxian bought them for him. They're just slightly higher-end ordinary brands, nothing compared to Jiao Zhongjia's Italian custom-made clothes. A classmate nearby whispered, I think that Ice Jade Wealth God of Yi Jing's was just picked up. He's no big shot. He doesn't look like one at all. Yeah, I think so too. Look at Jiao Zhongjia. His family, the Jiao family, has so much assets backing him. And what about that Yi Jing? He's just a kept man. I heard he's living in Zheng Qingxuan's house right now. If he were really a big shot, he wouldn't be unable to afford his own villa or luxury car, right? The more they discussed, the more they felt that Yi Jing was just a kept man, and that the treasure was something he had luckily picked up. Some even thought that Yi Jing himself didn't know the item was worth over 100 million yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it away. He probably didn't know the true value, so he just gave it as a gift. Now that he knew, he must be regretting it, only pretending to be indifferent to hide his pain. What you're saying makes sense. Even Yuan Xiangjin was swayed by his classmates' words. After all, if a person were truly wealthy or had status, it wouldn't just be reflected in one aspect, but in every aspect. Every detail would reveal their nobility. All right, it's almost time for dinner. Stop talking. Yuan Xiangjin decided to observe Yi Jing a bit more, to see if he was truly of a higher status. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't bother with him in the future. But if he was, then he could latch onto this big shot and maybe take the Yuan family's business to a higher level. Yuan Xiangjin was already suspicious, and the classmates were even more skeptical. That Yi Jing is definitely just a kept man. He just got lucky and picked up that treasure. Exactly, that must be it. Even if he were rich, he wouldn't give away something so valuable, right? He must not have known the Ice Jade Wealth God was real. In their hearts, the classmates had already accepted Yi Jing's identity. At this moment, a staff member from the Yuan family hurried down and whispered a few words into Yuan Xiangjin's ear. Yuan Xiangjin's face suddenly changed. Classmates, please be quiet for a moment. I just received news that several big shots are at the top floor of this restaurant today, including Miao Wenjun of the Miao family and the CEO of Tenghui Group. I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. I need to go up and pay my respects. The classmates all gasped in surprise. Such big shots were here today? Chapter 157. Who wouldn't want to meet them? Not only did Yuan Xiangjin want to meet and get to know these influential figures, but all of their classmates wanted the same. Especially among the classmates, there were a few who worked at Miao Wenjun's company and one who worked at Tenghui Group. Usually, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of these top executives. If they could take this opportunity and have Yuan Xiangjin introduce them, mentioning the connection of being classmates, then perhaps in the future, things might become a bit easier for them. Brother Yuan, since you have this connection, could you introduce us? Yes, Brother Yuan. You can't forget us old classmates. Brother Yuan, it's easy for you to meet these high-level figures, but we have no way to reach them. We want to meet them too. The group of classmates pleaded. Yuan Xiangjin laughed heartily. Don't worry, my classmates. Since you call me Brother Yuan, how could I let you down? Rest assured, after I go up and introduce myself, I'll try to get them to come down and meet all of you. The crowd immediately felt elated. Especially the two who worked at the Miao Families Group and Tenghui Group, they were thrilled beyond words. If they could meet the top management of their companies through Yuan Xiangjin, their future careers would be on a fast track. However, don't set your expectations too high. After all, those big shots sometimes don't even give me face. It all depends on chance. After saying this, Yuan Xiangjin picked up his wine glass and went upstairs. Leaving the classmates behind, they discussed among themselves, full of envy. Brother Yuan is really impressive. The people he knows are on the level of Miao Wenjun of the Miao family and the big boss of Tenghui Group. We're still down here, struggling to get to know each other. Everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The gap between people wasn't apparent during school, but once they graduated, it suddenly became clear. Yuan Xiangjin, with the help of his family, had taken steps that they couldn't even dream of catching up to. Let's wait and see. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get to meet those big shots. The group could only hope for luck to strike, but some were clear-headed. Even if those big shots came down, why would they care about them? Mere nobodies? Even a superficial acquaintance wouldn't be of much help. After all, they were from completely different worlds. Yuan Xiangjin carried a few bottles of fine wine to the top floor. Gentlemen, I'm Yuan Xiangjin from the Yuan family. I heard you all are here today, so I came to toast you. Miao Wenjun and the bosses of Tenghui Group glanced at Yuan Xiangjin. Oh, the kid from the Yuan family. Yuan Xiangjin felt a sense of pride. These busy executives had actually heard of him, which was quite rare. Gentlemen, I have some fine wine here. Please have a drink. As he spoke, he pulled out a few bottles of wine from behind him and handed them over. The big bosses glanced at the wine and then turned their eyes away. What kind of fine wine hadn't they seen? Would a few bottles from Yuan Xiangjin really move them? Yuan Xiangjin felt a bit awkward. It seemed his weight in front of these people was truly insignificant. Gentlemen, I'll toast you, Yuan Xiangjin said, raising his glass and drinking alone, then prepared to leave. After all, staying any longer would just be embarrassing. These upper-class figures couldn't be bothered with him. Even if the head of the Yuan family, his grandfather, were here, it might only earn them a second glance. Before leaving, Yuan Xiangjin, with a last-ditch effort mentality, said, I have some classmates downstairs who would really like to meet you all. As soon as he finished, Yuan Xiangjin felt the air grow colder. What he had just said was utterly inappropriate. These people didn't even want to know him, let alone his even less significant classmates. By the way, Yuan Xiangjin suddenly had an idea. Gentlemen, I have an Aistong Jadai Taisun statue over there. Would you like to take a look? Hearing this, everyone immediately showed interest. Is your statue of the god of wealth genuine or counterfeit? Yes, there are only 3 genuine Aistong Jadai Taisun statues in the entire country. Do you really have one? Miao Wenjun laughed. Even my old man, Miao Su, really wants one, but he can't even buy one. Don't be fooled by the market saying you can buy one for 100 million. Last year, my old man offered 200 million, and no one was willing to sell. It's priceless. The other bosses nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't want to buy a wealth god statue and place it on their desk? But where can you find one? They're simply unattainable. Such a large piece of Aistong jadeite has only been produced 3 times. It's impossible to acquire. Yuan Xiangjin patted his chest and assured, Gentlemen, as a junior, how could I dare to deceive you? It has been authenticated by the renowned Master Mao from our provincial capital. It must be real. Miao Wenjun and the others exchanged glances. Master Mao authenticated it? Clearly, Master Mao's reputation in the appraisal industry was quite high. If Master Mao really authenticated it, then it's worth taking a look. Miao Wenjun and the other executives were intrigued. After all, an Aistong Jadai Taisun Daoshang was an extremely rare and valuable item. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. In an instant, the group of bosses all went downstairs. Yuan Xiangjin felt an immense sense of pride. He had managed to invite so many high-ranking executives all at once. Naturally, he also felt deeply grateful to Yi Jing. Without the Aistong Jadai Taisun statue he had acquired, how could these powerful figures have paid any attention to a junior like him? A moment later, Yuan Xiangjin led several big bosses to the downstairs private room. At the classmates' dinner table, everyone had already given up hope. But suddenly, a classmate who had gone to the restroom rushed back in a fluster. You guys, hurry up and take a look. Brother Yuan really invited Miao Wenjun and those big bosses down. They're heading this way now. Everyone was astonished. Really? Impossible. The bosses actually listened to him? Brother Yuan's face is that big? Looks like we need to get closer to Brother Yuan. He really has connections. We can't let those big bosses come over here. We need to go meet them. These classmates were quite self-aware. They hurriedly stood up and went towards the direction of the approaching bosses. After all, the people coming were the kind that could shake the entire provincial capital with a stomp. They didn't have the face to stay here and wait for those big shots to come and greet them. Chapter 158. The only one who didn't move. A group of classmates all lifted their glasses and headed towards the door. Only Yi Jing didn't move. Next to him, Zhang Qingxian was about to stand up, but Yi Jing smiled and stopped her. You should go greet the people from the Miao family and Tenghui group too. Zhang Qingxian was startled for a moment, then remembered Yi Jing's relationship with these two families and sat back down. At that moment, a commotion broke out among the crowd of classmates. He's coming down. It's Miao Wenjun from the Miao family. The classmates were all excited. Miao Wenjun is the eldest son of Miao Su from the Miao family and the next heir to the Miao family. He controls over a dozen companies and holds the position of vice president in other companies as well. Basically, if you can get on good terms with Miao Wenjun, you can walk sideways in any company under the Miao family. Zhang Shuo, aren't you working at a trading company under the Miao family? Why aren't you hurrying over? And the rest of you, don't you want to work for the Miao family in the future? The classmates hurriedly raised their glasses, eager to curry favor with Miao Wenjun. At the same time, many of them praised Yuan Xiangzhen's efforts. Brother Yuan is really amazing. He actually managed to invite such a big shot. Brother Yuan, I won't hang out with those big shots anymore. I'll follow you from now on. However, when Miao Wenjun actually appeared at the door, the classmates swarmed over like a hive of bees. Everyone wanted to be at the front, so at least Miao Wenjun would notice them first. Hello, Mr. Miao. I'm Zhang Shuo from your trading company. As soon as Miao Wenjun entered, several classmates scrambled to the front, especially those who worked for the Miao family, introducing themselves immediately. They just hoped that Miao Wenjun would recognize them. Oh, Miao Wenjun nodded slightly. Such a small figure wasn't worth his attention. There were probably thousands of similar people in the dozen or so companies under his name. How could he possibly remember each one? He had come down to take a look at the ice jadeite god of wealth. Xiao Yuan, where is the god of wealth? As soon as Miao Wenjun spoke, Yuan Xiangzhen hurried over to introduce, Mr. Miao, it's over here. This one here, it has been authenticated by Master Mao. It's pure ice jadeite, and Master Mao said it's the finest among the three. Miao Wenjun listened and looked, his eyes lighting up. The texture and color are indeed quite good. Miao Wenjun flipped it over and over, unable to put it down. Doing business at their level, they not only loved these jade items, but especially liked the symbolism of the god of wealth. Even in their own home, the Miao family had some gods of wealth and money trees set up for good luck. Xiao Yuan, since you run a raw jade shop, this would make a perfect treasure for your store. Mr. Miao, if you like it, I can part with it. Seeing how much Miao Wenjun liked it, Yuan Xiangzhen said with some pain. Compared to that, the ice jadeite god of wealth was indeed a fine item, but if it could help him build a good relationship with Miao Wenjun, it would be worth it. After all, the Miao family was a powerful conglomerate. Even a sip of the leftover soup from the Miao family could fill the Yuan family's belly. Well, never mind, Miao Wenjun said, though he couldn't bear to part with it. He knew the value of the ice jadeite god of wealth, but he was a reasonable man and let go. It's a good thing, but I don't want to take it from someone else. The CEO of Tenghui Group is also coming down later. Let him take a look too. After finishing his inspection, Miao Wenjun was about to leave. But in the next moment, he seemed to spot a familiar figure. That gentleman is also here? When Miao Wenjun saw Yi Jing, his eyes almost popped out. Yi Jing had appeared at the Miao family's events as a member of the Yi God Temple and had saved Grandpa Miao twice, even receiving a diamond-level invitation from the Miao family. So in the eyes of the Miao family, Yi Jing's identity was very mysterious and high-level. Such a figure, wherever he appeared, could stir up a storm. Miao Wenjun hurried over, but he was also afraid that Yi Jing might be on a mission and that he would disturb it. So Miao Wenjun was extremely cautious. Mr. Yi, are you on a mission right now? Or is something big about to happen? He even glanced around carefully, wondering if there might be an assassination scene about to unfold. If so, he had to leave quickly. Yijing smiled faintly. It's fine. I'm just here for leisure today. Miao Wenjun immediately felt relieved. He chuckled. Mr. Yi, we in the Miao family highly value people like you. If possible, we would be honored to have you as a guest at our home. Figures like Yijing were the kind that the Miao family would welcome with open arms and dare not antagonize. They knew very well that once they provoked such a figure, they wouldn't even know how they died. Yijing nodded faintly. The group of classmates nearby, though they couldn't hear what Miao Wenjun was saying to Yijing, were all stunned. What? Why is Miao Wenjun, the big boss, chatting with that freeloader? I don't know, Mr. Miao is such a big shot, yet he seems to be very friendly with that freeloader. Am I seeing things? The classmates couldn't believe their eyes. I figured it out. Zhang Shuo, who was supposed to work for the Miao family's company, hadn't been noticed by Miao Wenjun at all and was now filled with resentment. He vented all his frustration on Yijing. I know why. Mr. Miao must have thought the God of Wealth looked familiar, so he went over to ask Yijing where he found it. I think it's very possible that the God of Wealth was actually lost by the Miao family and picked up by Yijing, that freeloader. Everyone suddenly realized. You're right, that makes a lot of sense. Yijing probably just found the God of Wealth, maybe the one the Miao family lost. In this entire city, only a big family like the Miao family could own something like that. Yijing is definitely going to be in trouble soon. Everyone showed expressions of sympathy and pity. As soon as Yijing was asked where he found it and the information matched, the God of Wealth would have to be returned to Miao Wenjun. Yuan Xiangjin, who was standing nearby, was also feeling a bit nervous. If Yijing had indeed found it, wouldn't the God of Wealth have to be returned to Miao Wenjun? So the reason Miao Wenjun couldn't put it down wasn't because he liked the ice jadeite God of Wealth, but because it looked familiar. Chapter 159. Familiar Feeling. Miao Wenjun chatted amiably with Yijing for a while before standing up to leave. Then, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb you any further. Miao Wenjun knew that a big shot like Yijing preferred tranquility. Even during the 2 days when he was protecting his father, he rarely interacted with others. So, after a brief conversation, he decided to take his leave. Soon after, the CEO of Tonghui Group, Fong, also came downstairs. Xiao Yuan, where's that wealth god statue? The CEO of Tonghui Group was even more impatient. As soon as he came down, he asked Yuan Xiangjin. Yuan Xiangjin quickly replied, over here, Mr. Fong. At this moment, his mind was still processing what Miao Wenjun had discussed with Yijing. He was wondering if the wealth god statue was indeed the one Miao's family had lost, so his expression was somewhat dazed. Take me to see it quickly. Mr. Fong had a particular fondness for antiques and jade artifacts and was also a collector himself. Of course. Please come this way. Yuan Xiangjin hurriedly led Mr. Fong towards the statue, passing by his classmates and signaling to those around him. Li Yuan, aren't you from Tonghui Group? Go and make conversation with Mr. Fong. Li Yuan nodded slightly, tugged at the neckline of her dress, and swayed over. However, Mr. Fong didn't even glance at her. His eyes were completely focused on the ice jade wealth god statue ahead. Mr. Fong, I'm a salesperson under your Tonghui Group. I'm the top salesperson in my store. Li Yuan excitedly introduced herself, hoping to catch Mr. Fong's attention. But when Mr. Fong heard she was from his own company, he simply nodded and said, if you have anything to report, do so directly to your supervisor. Don't bypass your chain of command. This one sentence effectively shut down any further conversation Li Yuan had planned. Anything she said after that would only make her seem like she was bypassing her superiors, leaving a bad impression. So, staying silent was better than speaking. What's so great about that ice jade wealth god statue anyway? Li Yuan stomped her foot in frustration. It's just an inanimate object. How could it compare to me, a delicate beauty? Li Yuan was furious in her heart. Even the ice jade wealth god statue had become an object of her resentment. But she forgot that if it weren't for the statue, Mr. Fong from Tonghui Group wouldn't have even come downstairs. She wouldn't have even had the chance to see him. Hiss, so this is the Ice Jade Wealth God. I've never seen one before. Mr. Fong was extremely excited. He had a natural love for jade artifacts and even owned a jade shop himself. Holding it in his hands, he couldn't bear to put it down. Xiao Yuan, is this from your store? I'll buy it. No, wait. You just said it was a gift from a guest to celebrate your opening ceremony? Could you introduce me to the guest who gave it? Mr. Fong felt it would be inappropriate to buy the gift from Yuan Xiangjun directly. It would be better to purchase it from the original owner. Moreover, if the person could offer such a valuable item, they might have other jade artifacts he was interested in. Yuan Xiangjun hesitated for a moment. This? Mr. Fong, I can introduce you, but the person's identity is a bit special. The CEO of Tonghui Group was momentarily stunned. What? Is their identity too high? Don't want to see me? Yuan Xiangjun quickly replied, No, Mr. Fong. It's just that the person's status is quite ordinary. He's just one of my classmates. And this Ice Jade Wealth God statue was likely just something he picked up. Mr. Fong's brow immediately furrowed. Just picked up? Then he really wasn't interested in meeting the person. What kind of luck is that? To find such a treasure by chance. Why don't I have such luck? Mr. Fong inwardly lamented. Such a fine item, not to mention its value of over 100 million, was practically priceless given its rarity. Mr. Fong's expression suddenly paused, because he also noticed Yi Jing sitting at the classmates' table. Mr. Fong's mind suddenly clicked, and he chuckled. Xiao Yuan, could it be that the classmate with the ordinary identity you mentioned is that gentleman over there? When Yuan Xiangjun saw Mr. Fong point directly at Yi Jing, he was visibly surprised. Mr. Fong, how did you know? Mr. Fong inwardly thought, of course. That's Mr. Yi, a master of medicine. Lu Longjun, the top CEO of Tonghui Group, had gone through countless connections just to invite him. Back then, even I, as the CEO, wasn't qualified to appear before Yi Jing. I was just a small figure. And now, there he is, sitting right there. And you, Yuan Xiangjun, think he's just an ordinary classmate? What a missed opportunity. In that instant, Mr. Fong even considered whether the cooperation between Tonghui Group and the Yuan family, which had been entangled in various ways, should be cut off. It would be better to stay away from a family that lacked any discernment or judgment. With that thought, Mr. Fong completely ignored Yuan Xiangjun and walked over to the classmates' table by himself. Mr. Fong is here. Hiss. Mr. Fong actually came over personally. My goodness, I need to touch up my makeup. The female classmates, including Li Yuan, were all excited. Li Yuan even wondered if her earlier attempt at seduction had actually worked. Perhaps Mr. Fong had only been focused on the Ice Jade Wealth God statue earlier, and after seeing it, he finally remembered her. Li Yuan pulled down her neckline again and raised her glass, signaling towards Mr. Fong. But once again, Mr. Fong disappointed her. His eyes were not on her but focused on Yi Jing, sitting not far from her. Yi Jing? Why are all these big bosses coming to Yi Jing? This Mr. Fong is like this, and just now, Mr. Miao Wenjun was the same. In the midst of everyone's confusion, Mr. Fong respectfully said, Mr. Yi, if I had known you were here, I would have come down to toast you earlier. Unlike Mr. Miao Wenjun earlier, who had spoken to Yi Jing cautiously and in a low voice, not letting others hear their conversation, Mr. Fong's voice was loud, and almost all the classmates heard his respectful tone. Mr. Yi, our chairman Lu Longjun of Tonghui Group, misses you very much and is wondering when you might visit his home again. After Yi Jing treated Lu Longjun's illness, Lu had been eager to have Yi Jing come over again to check on his recovery. However, Yi Jing was notoriously difficult to schedule, so Lu Longjun had been talking about inviting him over ever since. These words, when heard by the classmates, were no less than a bombshell. Chapter 160, A Bomb. The general manager of Tonghui Group, Mr. Fong, is actually so respectful to Yi Jing. Could it be that he's not just a gold digger, but actually someone important? And from what Mr. Fong said, Yi Jing even knows the biggest shot at Tonghui Group, Chairman Lu Longjun, and was even invited to his home. If the relationship wasn't close, how could he be invited to someone's home directly? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yi Jing had finally changed. After the general manager of Tonghui Group respectfully toasted a glass of wine, he said, "The ice jade god of wealth you gifted is truly exquisite. If you have any other jade artifacts, please think of me, brother. I'm willing to pay several times the market price to acquire them." After saying this, he reluctantly left, leaving the group of classmates stunned and looking at each other in disbelief. To receive such recognition from the general manager of Tonghui Group, that god of wealth really was something he could afford to give. And the relationship he has with these big shots must be very close. I guess just now, Mr. Miao Wenjun came over not just to chat, but to connect with him. Big shots naturally have their own circles, so they must know each other. Only people at our level wouldn't recognize someone like him. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yi Jing was completely different. No one among the classmates still thought Yi Jing was a gold digger. Instead, they all looked at Zhang Qingxian with envy. "Qingxian, your fiancé is so amazing." "Yeah, Qingxian, how did you meet your fiancé? He's so great. Can you introduce me to someone like him? Does your fiancé have any friends? Can you introduce me to them too?" These classmates knew that Yi Jing was a high-level figure, so the friends he knew were likely to be high-level as well. If they could be introduced to someone like Miao Wenjun, a scion of a major noble family, for these female classmates, marrying into such a family would be a giant leap. Zhang Qingxian showed a sweet smile. Just a moment ago, these classmates were saying her husband was a gold digger, but the tide turned so quickly. At another table not far away, Zhang Liue and Jiao Zhongjia's faces were a bit gloomy. When Yi Jing was being talked about by the classmates earlier, they hadn't reacted at all and didn't want to help him out. But when they found out that Miao Wenjun from the Miao family was coming down, they felt something was off, as they knew Yi Jing had some connection with the Miao family. When the general manager of Tonghui Group also came down and the tide completely turned, the classmates who had been surrounding them, showering them with compliments, all flocked to Yi Jing's table. On the other side, Huang Yuyin was also smiling as she watched the scene. "This Yi Jing, how interesting. When he first picked me up at the airport, I only thought he was an ordinary person, not looking like someone with great power. The key was that he was very approachable, with no airs about him, so I thought he was just an ordinary person. Then later, at Tianlai residence, he gave me a surprise, not only knowing the Underground King but also gifting me a good bottle of wine. But I also thought that was all there was to him, at most knowing some underground figures, not really being on the level of the upper class. But today, my impression of him has completely changed. To be able to know so many upper-class figures in the local area, the Miao family and Tonghui Group are both renowned big families and corporations, and for Yi Jing to command such humble deference from them must mean he has immense backing. Huang Yuyin had even considered trying to develop her career in those two companies. She was very interested in Yi Jing, wanting to know what kind of background he had to make so many big shots bow to him. Standing nearby, holding a wine glass, Yuan Xiangjin was completely stunned. Zheng Qingxuan's fiancé is so powerful. Before, I was quite pleased with myself, thinking I was the best among our classmates. But it turns out Zheng Qingxian is the one who's really doing the best. The husband she found is so many levels above me. At least, I don't have to take back that ice jade god of wealth now. This class reunion dinner left everyone with mixed feelings. The next day, Huang Yuyin arrived at Zhang Qingxuan's Zheng flagship company to officially complete her onboarding procedures. This time, she not only joined wholeheartedly, but also had an additional mission in mind. In addition to uncovering the identity of the Mu Holalban of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, now there was also the task of exploring what kind of background Zheng Qingxuan's fiancé had. "Alright, Miss Huang, after signing this document, you'll officially become a member of Zheng flagship company," Lin Yanin said with a smile. Huang Yuyin immediately signed on the dotted line. "Congratulations." Lin Yanin extended her hand. Zhang Qingxian, standing beside her, also happily extended her hand. The three women's hands clasped together. "Yuyin, you're finally here to officially help me." Zhang Qingxian was especially happy, smiling. "We have to celebrate tonight?" This is the first time we're working together as best friends. Huang Yuyan also nodded. Although they called themselves the Three Golden Flowers, in reality, she was only close with Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Liyue, on the other hand, was someone Huang Yuyan always felt was too ostentatious, and she didn't like that kind of personality. Sometimes it could make business cooperation a bit difficult and wasn't very beneficial for the company's long-term development. Being with Zhang Qingxian was the way to mutual success. As it approached the end of the workday, "Let's go, Qingxian. Aren't we supposed to celebrate for me today?" Huang Yuyan said with a smile. She was in a good mood. Originally, she thought that after returning to the country, things would start off a bit rocky, and it would take time to find an opportunity to join one of the world's top 500 companies. Unexpectedly, by chance, she ended up at her best friend's company, which was also a good choice. The added bonus was that there was also Zheng Qingshuan's mysterious fiancé to explore. "I'm sorry, Qingxian. I still have some things to take care of and can't get away. The orders from the factory have been piling up, and I have to deal with them now." Since becoming the president, Zhang Qingxian has been extremely busy. Even though it was already past the official Shaban time, she couldn't leave her duties. "All right then, I'll head home first." Huang Yuyan had to leave on her own. As soon as she stepped out of the Zhang flagship company building, a BMW stopped in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Liyue and Zhao Zhongjie. "Yuyan, isn't today your big day for joining the company? Why aren't you going out to celebrate?" Zhang Liyue said with a smile, pushing her big sunglasses up. Chapter 161. Celebration. "Why don't we go celebrate your success?" Zhang Liyue suggested. "It's such a big day for you. It would be a shame not to celebrate, right?" Zhao Zhongjie chimed in with a laugh. "That's right, Huang Yuyan. You've been abroad for so long, and you don't have many friends here in the country. Since we've run into each other, we can't just leave you here alone." Zhang Liyue also laughed. "Exactly. Unlike some people who claim they'll celebrate with you but still leave you hanging." Although Zhang Liyue had left Zheng's flagship company, she had been in charge there for 3 years and had many loyal veterans who had worked under her. Naturally, those people would report everything that had happened in the company today to her. "Well," Huang Yuyan hesitated slightly. She had just started her new job today and was indeed thinking about celebrating. Zhang Qingxian had already planted the idea in her mind, and Huang Yuyan was even thinking about what kind of wine to drink tonight. For someone who loved drinking as much as she did, not having a drink on a happy occasion just didn't feel right. Zhang Liyue was right. She had just returned to the country and didn't have many friends, except for the two sisters, Zhang Qingxian and Zhang Liyue. "All right then," Huang Yuyan agreed, feeling a strong urge to drink. Zhang Liyue smiled. "By the way, you haven't met your brother-in-law yet, have you? He was injured in an accident recently and wasn't able to come out, but since he's out today, we'll celebrate both your success and his recovery." Zhao Zhongjie laughed loudly beside her. "Today is a big day for both of us. He wasn't injured in an accident at all. He had been beaten up by Niab Baichuan just a couple of days ago, but he couldn't tell Huang Yuyan the truth." Huang Yuyan smiled. "Great. Then today we really should celebrate properly." The three of them went to a bar to celebrate. After a few rounds of cocktails, Zhang Liyue brought up her real purpose for today. "Yuyan, the reason I invited you out today is to sincerely invite you to join my company. The Zheng's Tianyuan group, where I'm currently working, may be a bit smaller than the flagship group, but, it's these kinds of companies that have the most potential for growth. The ceiling for development is much higher. You're a high-quality management talent who has just returned from abroad, and you definitely need a larger space to showcase your abilities. The Zheng's flagship group has already reached its ceiling for development and doesn't have much room left to grow." Hearing this, Huang Yuyan realized that Zhang Liyue still hadn't given up. "Well, let me think about it." Huang Yuyan didn't want to directly refuse, as it might hurt her friend's feelings. Although she didn't particularly like Zhang Liyue, she could still be friends with her. "Don't just think about it." Hearing that Huang Yuyan hadn't directly refused, Zhang Liyue thought there was still a chance and immediately stepped up her persuasion. "Look, my Tianyuan company not only has greater prospects for development, but I'll also give you more authority. At the flagship company, Qingxian certainly can't give you as much authority as I can. I'll treat you as a decision maker and even I won't easily overrule your decisions. Moreover, I'm also planning to offer you a higher salary." After hearing all this, Huang Yuyan was momentarily tempted. Greater prospects, higher salary, and a boss who trusted her and gave her significant authority. Wasn't this the dream work environment for many high-level professionals? However, she had already promised Zhang Qingxian, and what Zhang Liyue offered, Zhang Qingxian might be able to provide as well. Well, let me think about it. Huang Yuyan still wasn't very keen on joining Zhang Liyue, as she was close to Zhang Qingxian and knew that she could also offer her these things. "What are you still thinking about?" Zhang Liyue was getting anxious, and Jiao Zhongjie laughed as he chimed in. "Huang Yuyan, you know I'm the eldest son of the Jiao family, right? My family is planning to invest in Tianyuan Company next, so just imagine how big the prospects will be." Jiao Zhongjie thought that this final push would be the straw that broke the camel's back. To his surprise, Huang Yuyan still didn't immediately agree. This left Zhang Liyue and Jiao Zhongjie both frustrated. Just then, a voice came from the side. "You can't enjoy both of these beauties alone, can you?" They turned to see a group of young men who were clearly drunk, their eyes glazed over, and they might have even taken something. Their gazes were bold and greedy, showing no restraint. Jiao Zhongjie frowned. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." As the eldest son of the Jiao family, he didn't go looking for trouble, so it was infuriating that someone would dare to cause trouble for him. "Can you speak more politely?" The young men were obviously drunk and reeked of alcohol. They immediately started to act aggressively. One of them even pulled out a gleaming switchblade and lunged directly at Jiao Zhongjie. Jiao Zhongjie usually had 1 or 2 bodyguards with him, but today they were still in the car outside and hadn't come in. He was caught off guard and stabbed by the young man, blood immediately staining his stomach. "Ah!" Zhang Liyue screamed and quickly dodged to the side. Seeing Jiao Zhongjie injured, the young men burst out laughing. "You dare to be tough with me? Let's see how tough you are." "And you, woman, why are you so noisy? Can't you be quieter?" The young man waved the gleaming knife toward Zhang Liyue, scaring her into jumping and running to the side. Huang Yuyan watched in shock and hurriedly warned, "Liyue, be careful." She watched as the knife came closer and instinctively pushed Zhang Liyue out of the way. Zhang Liyue managed to dodge, but Huang Yuyan ended up in the path of the knife, which stabbed her in the stomach with a soft thud. She felt bile rushing out of her stomach, and the pain caused her to roll on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Liyue and Jiao Zhongjie fled without hesitation. "Run, run. These young guys are just ignorant brats who don't know who I am. Later, I'll make sure they know what happens when they mess with me." Jiao Zhongjie cursed angrily, but he knew they had to get out of there first. These young men, drunk and reckless, were the kind of people who didn't care about anyone's identity. Jiao Zhongjie and Zhang Liyue ran out to find their bodyguards, leaving Huang Yuyan behind. Chapter 162. Bleeding. You stay back." Huang Yuyan trembled at the sight of the gleaming dagger. Her abdomen had been slashed, blood flowing incessantly. Fortunately, the young men with daggers seemed distracted by something else, allowing Huang Yuyan to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and flee through the back door of the bar. Emerging into an alley, she found it eerily deserted. "I need to get to the hospital right away. With this much blood loss, I could go into shock if it continues. And this bile, it's all leaking out. It must be affecting my body." Anxiety crept into Huang Yuyan's mind as she feared she might die in this alley. Feeling her strength waning, she wasn't sure if she could make it out of the alley. The alley was secluded, and even after some time, not a single passerby appeared, no one even noticing the injured person here. Cough, I need to get out quickly. Huang Yuyan felt her body growing cold and weak, her endurance nearly spent. Where are Zhang Liyue and Jiao Zhongjie? Did they forget about me? A chill ran through her heart as she realized the two had fled for their own safety during the danger, leaving her behind as if she didn't exist. Such people, thinking of recruiting her? How laughable. Just then, a figure appeared ahead, seemingly just passing by, but then turned back. You're injured? Upon closer inspection, the figure recognized Huang Yuyan. Why are you here? How did you get hurt? When Huang Yuyan saw who it was, a look of surprise crossed her face. Yi Jing? It's you? What are you doing here? After returning to the country, she didn't know many people, and Yi Jing was one of the few who had been kind to her. Yi Jing glanced at her condition and frowned. I was just passing by. Who stabbed you? As he spoke, he produced several silver needles, which he swiftly inserted to stop the bleeding from Huang Yuyan's wound. First, I'll stop the bleeding. A few more needles followed. Then, I'll protect your gallbladder. Your gallbladder has been punctured, so we must protect it. Otherwise, you'll suffer serious complications later. Yi Jing's serious expression startled Huang Yuyan. What should I do? Do I need to go to the hospital? In her mind, any injury meant a trip to the hospital. Yi Jing chuckled lightly. No need. With me here, do you still need to go to the hospital? Huang Yuyan marveled. You can treat injuries? Yi Jing casually replied, a little. Anyway, those with difficult or critical conditions that hospitals can't handle usually come to me. Huang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. Are you bragging? You're that good? Yi Jing calmly asked. Do you still feel pain? Huang Yuyan suddenly realized. Yes. She hadn't felt any pain since Yi Jing inserted those needles. Looking at her wound, it hadn't been bandaged. Yet the bleeding had stopped, and the bile seemed to have ceased flowing. A surge of strength filled her body, as if a warm current had alleviated her pain. I'm healed. Huang Yuyan stood up in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had been trembling, cold, and weak. Now, she felt full of energy, completely free of the previous weakness. I feel completely fine. She took a few steps, feeling perfectly well. No, you're not fully healed. Yi Jing suddenly focused on her wrist. Who stabbed you? The dagger was coated with poison. Huang Yuyan was shocked to notice a faint bluish-brown line on her wrist, barely visible. This is a reaction from the poison in your gallbladder. However, the toxin is mild, likely not meant for lethal purposes. This kind of poison is probably used for personal pleasure, not causing significant harm, so it only results in mild poisoning. But since it entered your gallbladder directly, it's still somewhat dangerous. Huang Yuyan quickly understood. Those people must have been using something. It must be this. No wonder they seemed fearless, not just drunk, but almost out of their minds. They must have been using this stuff. Her expression changed. What kind of harm will this do to me, being directly injected into my gallbladder? Yi Jing calmly explained, the harm isn't severe, and it won't affect other aspects much. But there's one thing. You won't be able to feel joy anymore. This poison will invade your brain's neural pathways, preventing the production of dopamine. You won't experience happiness in anything you do. These words terrified Huang Yuyan. Ah, that's horrifying, she exclaimed. I don't want that. What can I do? Will I never be able to enjoy anything, even drinking? Yi Jing, please help me. You can save me, right? Yi Jing replied, I can save you, but it's quite troublesome. He hesitated, knowing the procedure would indeed be complicated. I'll need to prepare a medicinal bath, and while you're in it, I'll need to simultaneously needle you, inserting 20 needles along your spinal nerves. Huang Yuyan realized, does that mean I'll have to be completely undressed for you to do this? Yi Jing nodded, exactly, which is why I said it's troublesome. He stood up, I can't be bothered. I'm leaving. Huang Yuyan panicked. But what about me? Yi Jing casually said, you'll just lose the ability to feel excitement and joy. No life-threatening danger. Huang Yuyan was speechless. But what's the point of living like that? Life is about seeking happiness. What can I do? Yi Jing, what's that got to do with me? Huang Yuyan pleaded, please, Yi Jing, name your price or anything. I'll give it all to you. Her few pleasures in life revolved around drinking. If she couldn't enjoy even that, what was the point of living? Seeing her sincerity, Yi Jing sighed, fine. I'll give you a prescription. If you can gather all the ingredients, come find me. After all, Huang Yuyan was Zheng Qingshuan's friend. If he didn't treat her, she'd probably pester Zheng Qingxian every day. Chapter 163. Medicinal Bath and Acupuncture. Huang Yuyan also lived on the second floor of the villa in Daya Bay. If Yi Jing didn't treat her, She might have come to talk to him in the dark last night. All right. I'll find them as soon as possible. Huang Yuyan was very concerned about this matter, fearing that the poison would affect her. The next morning, she asked for leave from Zhang Qingxian and went to all the pharmacies in the provincial capital to buy the necessary ingredients. Yijing, I've bought them. Huang Yuyan brought several packets of herbs to Yijing. All right, let's begin. During the day, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan were out, leaving only Yijing and Huang Yuyan in the villa. Yijing helped Huang Yuyan prepare and boil the medicinal solution, then poured it into the bathtub. Okay, take off all your clothes and lie in it. Make sure the liquid covers your entire body. Huang Yuyan hesitated for a moment. Do I have to take off all my clothes? Yijing impatiently replied, yes. If you keep complaining, I'll just leave. He was treating Huang Yuyan purely out of friendship, with no expectation of any reward, so his patience was limited. Huang Yuyan quickly agreed, all right, I'll do it right away. She hurriedly removed all her clothes and obediently stepped into the bathtub, though she still shyly covered her private areas with her clothes before getting in. Lie face down in the tub, with your back to me. I'm going to start acupuncture, Yijing instructed. Huang Yuyan immediately exposed her fair back, and Yijing began to insert the needles. After 20 or so needles, Huang Yuyan felt the cold sensation in her body suddenly disappear. The medicinal bath was also very warm, as if a current of heat was flowing through her. This feeling was incredibly soothing, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. When she woke up, where's Yijing? Huang Yuyan checked the time and found that 2 hours had passed, and the temperature of the medicinal bath had already cooled. Yijing was nowhere to be seen, but he had left her a note. Get out as soon as you wake up. Soaking in the solution for too long isn't good. I've set a 3-hour countdown on your phone, and it will wake you up if you exceed the time. I'm heading out now. Huang Yuyan couldn't help but smile. This Yijing, I wonder if he did anything to me while I was asleep. She had been completely naked in the medicinal solution, and if it weren't for the herbs, everything would have been visible. Zhang Qingxuan's fiancé seems quite nice. Not only does he have extensive connections, knowing powerful figures from both the legal and illegal worlds, but he also knows how to treat illnesses and has such good character. If it weren't for meeting him in that alley, I might have been in serious trouble. Huang Yuyan was well aware that if she had lost too much blood or bile in that situation and hadn't received timely treatment, it would have had a significant negative impact on her body, possibly even lifelong. Her feelings toward Yijing grew warmer. The next day, Huang Yuyan went to work on time. Zhang Qingxian had no idea what had happened and thought Huang Yuyan had been sick the previous day. What's wrong, Yuyan? Are you still feverish today? The excuse Huang Yuyan had given for taking leave was that she had a cold and a fever. Seeing Yijing next to Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan's face turned slightly red. It's fine. I'm better today, no fever. Zhang Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Here's the company's development plan for the next phase. Take a look and see if there are any issues. As a newly appointed executive, Huang Yuyan had many significant issues to address. After reading through the plan, she understood the crux of all the problems. Qingxian, the company isn't short of funds or orders. The only thing we're lacking is the supply of raw materials. If the raw materials aren't available, we won't be able to complete those orders on time. Zhang Qingxian nodded. Yes, that's what I've been worrying about lately. Originally, our raw material supply was fine, but as orders kept increasing, production gradually fell behind, and eventually, the raw materials couldn't keep up. Yuyan, you need to handle this. Zhang Qingxian entrusted this task to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan nodded, knowing this was the first major challenge she faced since taking the position. Only by solving this problem could she prove her worth. In other words, why had Zhang Qingxian hired her at a high price? To solve problems like this. All right, I'll resolve this immediately. Huang Yuyan obtained all the previous raw material supplier information and began to study each one. The other suppliers are fine, providing us with quality materials on time. Why has the supply from Xinhao Company suddenly decreased so much? And according to the data, their raw material acquisitions have increased recently, so they should be able to fully supply Zhangshi Flagship Company. Huang Yuyan decided to visit Xinhao Company in person to inquire about the raw material situation. Half an hour later, Huang Yuyan arrived at Xinhao Company. I'm here to see your boss, Tian Faxiang. I have an appointment with him shortly. Please inform him that Huang Yuyan, general manager of Zhengshi Flagship Group, has arrived. Soon, Huang Yuyan met with the boss, Tian Faxiang. In Tian Faxiang's personal office, Huang Yuyan, dressed in a business suit, met with the bald, pot-bellied Tian Faxiang. Mr. Tian, why has the supply of raw materials from your company suddenly decreased? Huang Yuyan showed him the previous supply records. Look, it started decreasing last month. And based on your company's situation, your raw material acquisitions have actually increased in recent months. Why the decrease? Tian Faxiang looked at Huang Yuyan with a scrutinizing gaze. Without a word, he stood up and walked to the door. Subtly, Tian Faxiang locked the door. I'm aware of the situation you mentioned, because that was my order, Tian Faxiang said with a faint smile. Huang Yuyan was puzzled. Why? We haven't reduced the funding we give you, have we? Tian Faxiang smiled. No, but other companies are offering higher prices, 5% above market rates. Huang Yuyan felt a wave of disgust. You've already signed a supply contract with us, yet you're reducing our supply just because someone else is offering 5% more? Huang Yuyan said, Mr. Tian, shouldn't you consider professional ethics? Your supply to us hasn't reached the agreed amount yet, and you can't breach the contract, or there will be penalties. Tian Faxiang laughed heartily. Don't worry, I certainly won't breach the contract. He blinked his shrewd little eyes. Chapter 164. Will not default. Huang Yuyan warned. But if you continue to withhold the goods like this, you will definitely default on the contract. Tian Faxiang showed no signs of urgency. He lit a cigar, filling the room with smoke in an instant. The delivery deadline hasn't arrived yet, has it? When the time comes, I'll send you the full shipment. Realizing her purpose, Huang Yuyan quickly said, I didn't come today to discuss replenishing the goods according to the contract. I want to ask you to increase the supply of raw materials. Can you do that? If you agree, we can offer you a price 10% higher than the market rate. Currently, Tian Faxian's Xinhao Company had the most raw materials stockpiled. To obtain raw materials, the entire province looked to him as the only source. Tian Faxian blinked. Haven't you understood after all this time? Another company, your Zhang family's competitor, not only offers me a price higher than the market rate but also promises me a few top-tier foreign beauties. Do you know what top-tier foreign beauties are? Their beauty, their figure. Have you ever seen anything like it? Huang Yuyan felt disgusted upon hearing this. What was the point of this bald Tian Faxian talking to her about this? She frowned. So, you'd rather risk defaulting just for those foreign women? Tian Faxian's brows furrowed, and he stopped pretending. He stepped closer to Huang Yuyan. Look at you, so beautiful, a returnee, with such an international aura. I was hinting at you, but you just don't get it, do you? Huang Yuyan panicked because she saw a different look in Tian Faxian's eyes, one filled with aggression and desire. No, don't come closer. Tian Faxian sneered. What? Don't you want the raw materials? If you agree to this, I won't cooperate with other companies and will work exclusively with yours. At 10% above the market rate, how about it? I won't even want those foreign women. After all, someone with your international flair and an oriental physique is more in line with my tastes. Tian Faxian chuckled and began to loosen his belt. Now you know what I want, don't you? Just as Tian Faxian was about to act, Huang Yuyan rushed to the door and pulled it open with all her might. Help! Is anyone out there? Huang Yuyan shouted outside, but she didn't know that this room had been specially modified by Tian Faxian. The doors and windows were specially designed to be soundproof. Even the windows couldn't transmit sound, ensuring that no one outside could hear what was happening inside, especially when he was with his secretary. Go ahead and scream. Even if you break your throat, no one will hear you. This is a specially designed room for my entertainment. I was originally planning to enjoy it with foreign beauties, but you came to my door. Tian Faxian wouldn't dare be so brazen elsewhere, but this was his territory. There were no surveillance cameras, and no one outside could hear anything. Huang Yuyin would have to swallow her loss. Huang Yuyin quickly took out her phone and called Zheng Qingxian. In her panic, she only sent a voice message. At that moment, the landline on Tian Faxian's desk rang. "Mr. Tian, someone is looking for you." Tian Faxian raged. "Who dares to disturb me at this time? Didn't I say no one is allowed to come during this period?" The person on the other end of the line said nervously, "It's your mother." Tian Faxian frowned. "Tell her to wait." Huang Yuyin shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help!" She hoped her cries for help would be heard through the phone. However, the person on the other end was clearly an insider who knew what Tian Faxian usually did and didn't pay any attention. Huang Yuyin felt a wave of despair. Luckily, she had sent a voice message, though she didn't know if Zheng Qingxian had received it. Even if she did, how long would it take for her to come and rescue her? Hee, now no one can disturb us. Tian Faxian let out an evil laugh, cornering Huang Yuyin. Just then, the phone on the desk rang again. "Mr. Tian, your mother is on her way up." Tian Faxian was stunned and quickly said, "Stop her." The person on the other end replied, "We can't stop her, Mr. Tian. Besides, how could we dare to stop your mother?" This time, there was no way to handle the situation. Tian Faxian cursed, "Damn, a bunch of useless fools." He turned to Huang Yuyin, angry. "Wait here. I'll handle something and be right back." Tian Faxian quickly opened the door, locked it, and added 2 locks, making it impossible to open from the inside before Huang Yuyin could react. "Mom, what's the matter? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Don't you know I'm busy?" Tian Faxian turned to see the elderly woman rushing up and immediately complained. His mother had come at the worst possible time, disrupting his plans. "Is this not a good time for me to come?" The old lady tapped Tian Faxian's bald head with her phone. "If I hadn't come, you would have ruined everything. Are you hiding a little fox inside?" Tian Faxian panicked and quickly said, "How could that be? There's no one inside." The old lady demanded, "If there's no one, let me see." Tian Faxian hurriedly said, "There really isn't anyone, but I can't let you see. There are important company documents inside." The old lady laughed angrily. "Still saying no one? My people have already reported to me that someone entered your office and hasn't come out for a long time." Tian Faxian knew that his mother had someone in his company, but he had never been able to find out who. He could only smile awkwardly and say, "Mom, it's just a normal work exchange." The old lady said, "I don't care about work exchanges. I know your wife is about to come. Do you think she doesn't know about the renovation of this room? She's just been gathering evidence. If she catches you in the act, I don't know what you'll do." Tian Faxian panicked, as if his entire skull was about to be lifted off. His wife had discovered this? So the old lady hadn't come to ruin his plans, but to protect him. "Mom, what should I do?" Tian Faxian was in a state of panic, not knowing what to do. After all, his wife's family had significant influence. If she found out about this, it would be a big problem. Chapter 165, Protecting the Flower. The old lady instructed Tian Faxian, "I reckon your wife has already brought people up here. Can't you be more flexible? Just say that the woman was the one who seduced you. You sat there unmoved, you weren't taken in at all." The old lady took a good look at Tian Faxian. "You're dressed neatly now. What are you afraid of? Use this opportunity to build a positive image in front of your wife, so she won't always doubt you." Tian Faxian's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. Immediately, he straightened his clothes, rebuckled his belt, and calmly waited here with the old lady for his wife to arrive. A dozen seconds later, his wife stormed up with a large group of people. "Where's Tian Faxian?" His wife was furious, almost losing her reason, leading a group of her family members up. Tian Faxian was composed. "Why are you here?" "I'm right here, aren't I?" His wife saw both Tian Faxian and the old lady and showed suspicion. Could the person who tipped her off have been wrong? "Mom, why are you here too?" His wife greeted the old lady politely. The old lady said with a heartbroken expression, "I just happened to come over and saw ya waiting here. There's a vixen inside who wants to seduce him to achieve some business cooperation." His wife was suspicious. Really? The old lady nodded and sighed. Look for yourself. The vixen is still inside. Yao has locked her in, but he sat there unmoved and didn't fall for her tricks. Now, we're just waiting to hand her over to the officers. His wife looked at Tian Faxiang's clothes, which were neat, and saw no marks on his face or neck, so she believed it. Then, she angrily looked towards the room. What kind of vixen dares to be so arrogant? Does she think I don't exist? Everyone, go in and beat this vixen. After making Tian Faxiang unlock the door, she kicked it open with a bang and stormed in with her family members, furious. So it's you, this vixen, seducing my husband. I'll beat you to death. Without waiting for an explanation, his wife slapped Huang Yuyan across the face. Huang Yuyan thought she was saved, but the people who came in didn't even give her a chance to explain and started beating her. Even the family members brought by his wife joined in, punching and kicking Huang Yuyan as they vented their anger. Huang Yuyan quickly cried, "Don't hit me. He locked me in here. I'm the victim." Tian Faxiang shouted angrily, "If you hadn't seduced me, would I have locked you in here?" His wife also cried in anger, "You cheap woman. What right do you have to seduce my husband? You vixen." She beat and cursed, venting her anger. No matter how Huang Yuyan tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, Yijing and Zhang Qingxian were at the villa in Diabei. Huang Yuyan sent a message. Zhang Qingxian clicked on the voice message and heard chaos inside. "Qingxian, save me. This Tian Faxiang." Then, there was a commotion. Zhang Qingxuan's face changed dramatically. "Oh no, something happened to Yuyan. That Tian Faxiang from Xinhao Company is rumored to be quite unruly, often involved in scandals. Some of his secretaries have reportedly been his victims, and even some innocent girls have taken jobs as his secretaries just to make money." Yijing beside her also turned pale. He had just treated Huang Yuyan yesterday. How could something happen to her today? "No, Yuyan needs our help. We have to go save her right away." Yijing nodded and took out his phone, dialing Pu Nan's number. "Pu Nan, I need you to immediately mobilize the forces around Xinhao Company to protect Huang Yuyan." "The rest will wait for my arrival." Pu Nan had already infiltrated the entire provincial capital, with many people maintaining their public identities, but secretly under his control. Thus, a security guard working at Xinhao Company received a call and suddenly changed his expression. From being timid, he now exuded a chilling aura and turned to head upstairs. Not far away, a sanitation worker also got off his cart, ignoring his colleagues' calls, and entered Xinhao Company. Although some people tried to stop him, thinking a sanitation worker shouldn't be inside, the worker easily dealt with them. The experts trained by Pu Nan were far from what ordinary people could handle, each capable of taking on 10 people. If it weren't for Yijing's urgent call, Pu Nan wouldn't have easily exposed these people's true identities. On the other side of the street, a vendor selling egg pancakes received a call on his Bluetooth earpiece, and his demeanor changed. He threw down his tools and, as if possessed by Bolt, sprinted towards Xinhao Company, ignoring the calls of customers behind him. Upstairs, Huang Yuyan was being beaten by Tian Faxiang's wife, but suddenly there was a commotion among the crowd. "Why are you here so late, security guard? Go and maintain order." The security guard being ordered had a cold expression and didn't say a word. He went straight up and kicked the person speaking, bending them to the ground. "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Protect Miss Huang Yuyan." The security guard stood in front of Huang Yuyan, shielding her from further attacks with his body. Is there really a protector here? This group thought it was a lower-class admirer of Huang Yuyan's who had come to protect her. After all, Huang Yuyan was an overseas attorney and a high-ranking executive, a female CEO-level figure. It was normal for some people to admire her. Do you think you, a nobody, can protect her? His wife and family members were furious. They were beating a vixen, and there was a challenger, just a lowly security guard? "Let's go. He's just a security guard, looks strong. But how many can he stop?" The group swarmed forward. But at that moment, another person came from behind, wearing sanitation worker clothes. Protect Miss Huang Yuyin. This person also formed a human wall in front of Huang Yuyin. The crowd was outraged. Even Tian Faxiang was furious. How dare these low-class people protect the flower right under his nose? He directly ordered the other bodyguards and security guards behind him, "Go! Beat these two up! Damn it! Let them protect the flower." Chapter 166. Stockpiling Raw Materials. Watching the two individuals already standing in front of Huang Yuyan, the crowd hadn't yet reacted when another person appeared. It was a street vendor selling pancakes, who now wore a cold expression, remaining silent. Why are so many people suddenly appearing here? Tian Faxiang felt something was amiss. Even if there were some admirers, they wouldn't all risk their lives to rush up and protect her at this moment, right? Was there someone behind the scenes orchestrating this? But his wife was already red-eyed with anger, punching and kicking at these security guards and sanitation workers. However, in front of these skilled individuals, his wife was kicked back with a single blow, gaining no advantage. "How dare you hit us? Are you three out of your minds?" The group grew even angrier. Huang Yuyan, who had finally been rescued, began to see through the situation. There must be someone directing these people to protect me. Who could it be? At this moment, Huang Yuyan's heart filled with gratitude and curiosity. Who would come to save her now? For some reason, an image flashed through her mind. It must be him, just like last time, when he suddenly appeared at the alley entrance. At this moment, Yijing was like a prince charming in Huang Yuyan's heart. Shortly after, the familiar voice rang out. "Stop!" Yijing arrived at Xinhao Corporation, accompanied by Pu Nan, Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon, and a large group of people. Tian Faxiang, seeing this group, was dumbfounded. He had never met Yijing or Pu Nan before, but he knew the Dragon Lord all too well. That was the king of the underground world in the entire province. "Dragon Lord, why are you here in person? You could have just sent someone. What brings you to my place?" Tian Faxiang's legs trembled. He had heard that wherever the Dragon Lord appeared, someone was bound to suffer. And now, with no one else here but his people, who else would suffer but him? The Dragon Lord looked at him expressionlessly, not uttering a word, and simply waved his hand. Immediately, a few men stepped forward and began slapping Tian Faxiang rapidly. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding slaps silenced everyone. Tian Faxiang's employees immediately froze, seeing their boss being beaten without even daring to speak. Clearly, these people were not to be trifled with, each radiating a fierce aura. Tian Faxiang's wife, however, wasn't so docile. Perhaps relying on her gender, she believed these men wouldn't dare touch her. "Why are you hitting my husband? You're assaulting him. Let go of my husband." Tian Faxiang's wife angrily rushed forward to fight off the enforcers, trying to stop them. But these enforcers had no intention of showing mercy. They even started hitting her along with her husband. If they showed mercy, they wouldn't survive in the underground world. "It really is Yijing who came to save me." At this moment, Huang Yuyan was both touched and overjoyed, tears streaming down her face. She was saved. "Clear the area." Yijing gave a glance to Pu Nan, who immediately gave the order. Furthermore, Yijing took out his phone and called the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. "There's a company called Xinhao in the provincial capital. I want you to crash this company within a day." Tian Faxiang, who was being beaten, still stubbornly retorted, "You can beat me, and I admit you know the Dragon Lord, so I'll take my loss. The Dragon Lord is someone I deeply respect." The Dragon Lord kicked him hard twice. "Idiot, even if you grovel to me, I won't go easy on you. You dared to mess with Mr. Ye's people. You don't even know how you're going to die." Tian Faxiang, enduring the beating, still stubbornly said, "Humph, but you think you can crash my company? Not a chance. My company's finances are healthy, and the raw materials are stacked in my factory yard, overflowing. How do you plan to crash my company?" Just then, a secretary ran over from a distance. Seeing the scene, she froze and didn't dare approach. "What's going on?" The Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Let that girl come over." The secretary timidly ran over. Mr. Tian Faxiang, beaten to a pulp, couldn't speak, only groaning in pain. The Dragon Lord of the Red Dragon said, "Speak. What's the matter?" The secretary didn't dare speak, but one of the enforcers pulled out a gleaming knife and waved it in front of her eyes. The secretary immediately spoke. "There's a big problem with our company's debts. The lenders suddenly started demanding repayment. Even though it's not due yet, many financial companies are willing to breach the contract just to get us to repay early. But we don't have that much money in our accounts." Tian Faxiang was dumbfounded. These financial companies were willing to breach contracts just to force him to repay early? Another secretary quickly ran over. "It's bad, Mr. Tian. The incident where you brought many girls to spend the night has been exposed. Many private investigators suddenly appeared, spreading videos and photos of you with those girls." Tian Faxiang was stunned. "I had such good security measures. How did they get those?" The secretary said, "It seems like hidden cameras were used, likely by private investigators." Tian Faxiang's wife immediately exploded, kicking him hard in the stomach. "You were cheating on me behind my back? You were the one seeking out those vixens." Tian Faxiang was beaten to the point of weakness. In just half a day, Xinhao Corporation completely collapsed, financially and reputationally. Tian Faxiang's hair turned white within half a day. Not only did he suffer mentally, but physically, he endured inhuman treatment. Initially, it was the enforcers beating him, but later, it was his wife who beat him, leaving his entire body numb, even his legs unresponsive. The day after, Xinhao Corporation officially declared bankruptcy. Having offended both the white and black sides, no one was willing to do business with Xinhao Corporation anymore. All orders vanished. Even if Tian Faxiang tried to hold on, no one dared to cooperate with him. Even the company's employees, under the threat of the Red Dragon's influence, all submitted resignation letters. Tian Faxiang was reduced to a lone commander overnight. Even his female secretaries all fled. Half a day later, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce acquired the company at the lowest possible price. All the raw materials naturally fell into Yi Jing's hands. Looking at the mountain of raw materials in the warehouse, Yi Jing turned to Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. "Now, we won't be short of raw materials, right?" Chapter 167. A Different Gaze. Zheng Qingxian exclaimed happily, "No shortage, no shortage. I didn't expect Tian Faxiang to hoard so many materials without selling them. He was clearly waiting for the right price to sell." Huang Yuyan beside her also showed a smile, but her gaze lingered more on Yi Jing. Yi Jing had saved her heroically twice. Both times were crucial for her, and could be said to have saved her life twice. Deep in her heart, she had developed a different kind of affection for Yi Jing. As they were about to leave Xinhao Company, Yi Jing keenly noticed two pairs of eyes watching him. "You two go back first, I'll catch up later," Yi Jing said, sending the two women away. His gaze then turned to the side. He soon approached a Rolls-Royce parked nearby. "How long are you going to watch me?" Yi Jing asked. Inside the car were an old and a young man. The older one seemed to be a servant, while the younger one was the one in charge. The young man inside quickly handed over a business card. "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. We're not here to cause trouble. We're here to ask for your help. I'm Shi Jiashu from the Shi family, and I'd like to invite you to treat my grandfather." Yi Jing frowned. The famous watchmaking Shi family from the provincial capital? The Shi family had been in the business of making famous watches for generations. In recent years, due to their agency and cooperation authorization with European famous watch brands, their business had grown significantly, becoming a successful example of combining Eastern and Western famous watches. Yes, that's us," Shi Jiashu quickly replied. "My grandfather is seriously ill, and we hope you can help treat him. Here are all the medical checkup reports of my grandfather." Shi Jiashu had heard that Mr. Yi was very skilled in treating illnesses, but he wasn't sure if Yi Jing could cure his grandfather's serious illness, so he brought the hospital's checkup results as a precaution. Yi Jing glanced at them and said, "It's pancreatic cancer. It's not complicated. I'll write him a prescription." Shi Jiashu was overjoyed at these words. The more relaxed and simple the doctor's words were, the happier the patient and their family would be. If the doctor's face lost its smile and became serious, that would truly be bad news. Yi Jing took a piece of paper and a pen, quickly writing down a prescription. Have your grandfather take this prescription for 3 days, twice a day, morning and evening. His illness will be cured. Shi Jiashu quickly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you. This is the consultation fee. He transferred 10 million yuan via his phone. For Yi Jing, this was just a negligible reward. However, he had a good impression of the famous Shi family. It was said that this family had existed since the Qing dynasty, and during the time when foreign powers invaded the country, the family had resisted as a whole, producing many heroes. Yi Jing thought of this history and was willing to treat the Shi family member. After giving the prescription, Yi Jing cautioned, there will be some side effects with this medicine, so remember. At first, the stomach will be difficult to accept this medicine, and you might vomit after drinking it. But remember, even if you vomit halfway through, continue drinking. Just finish the bowl of medicine, no matter how much you vomit. Shi Jiashu quickly replied, got it, got it. After that, Yi Jing left, and the Rolls-Royce drove away. Inside the car, the old servant was puzzled. Young master, can a wandering doctor's prescription really work? The hospital's experts and professors said that the pancreatic cancer is already in the late stage, affecting various organs around it, and there's no need for surgery. They said, the old master can only live for 3 more months, so he should eat and drink as he pleases. But this wandering doctor's words are too big, aren't they? He said that his medicine will show effects in 3 days. Isn't that ridiculous? Shi Jiashu shook his head. You don't understand. This person is not an ordinary wandering doctor. His medical skills are very high. As far as I know, although he has rarely treated patients, every time he does, it's a cure, and he treats only those with terminal illnesses. The old servant nodded slightly, but there was still disbelief on his face. Finally, he couldn't help but advise. Young master, I heard there are some scammers who specialize in predicting whether a child will be a boy or a girl. Whenever there's a family about to give birth, they go to him to ask for a fortune. He randomly predicts whether it will be a boy or a girl. In fact, this is just a 50-50 chance. If the child born matches his prediction, the family pays him for the fortune. If it doesn't match, they don't go back. That is, he has a 50% chance of getting it right by chance. People call him Zhang Banxian. Is this person the same? The old servant's meaning was clear. This so-called wandering doctor was just relying on luck. If he got it right and the old man lived longer, then legends would spread about his medical skills. In reality, it was just that the old man's body was strong and he lasted longer. After hearing this, even Shi Jiashu hesitated a bit. What you said makes some sense. Maybe this person really has some luck, but the cases he treated make me have to believe in him. Well, Shi Jiashu said, anyway, it's just 3 days according to him. I'll go buy the medicine as per the prescription. If the old master gets better in 3 days, it will prove his medical skills. The old servant also nodded. Now that the old master only had 3 months left to live, all means had to be used. It was a case of desperate times call for desperate measures. Soon, Shi Jiashu gathered all the required medicinal materials from a nearby prestigious herbal medicine shop. With 3 packets of medicine, he returned to the Shi family. Grandfather, this is the prescription I got for you. It's said to be very effective and can cure your pancreatic cancer in 3 days. Shi Jiashu respectfully had the servants prepare the medicine, which was then brought up and ready to drink. The old master forced a few smiles. All right, I understand your filial piety, but I won't drink this medicine. He seemed to have accepted his fate, leaning back in his chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. On the stone table beside him were several world-famous watches, ticking away. Some of them had been disassembled, as if they were being repaired. This kind of high-level manual technology for repairing world-famous watches was very rare. Even if you mastered this skill, the Europeans might not trust you to repair their watches. If the old master were to pass away, their entire Shi family would suffer a devastating blow. The Europeans might not continue to cooperate with them. Moreover, their reputation in the country would plummet. Hashtag chapter 168. Can't live without you. Grandpa, our Sure family, can't live without you. Sure Jiashu was anxious. Why did Grandpa seem resigned to his fate, harboring thoughts of death? Grandpa, I really put a lot of effort into getting this medicine for you. Please, just try it. Sure Laoi smiled carefreely and said, I've already been diagnosed with terminal illness. There's no need for surgery, so it's as if the doctors have already sentenced me to death. I understand your filial piety. If I could live a few more years and contribute to the family, of course, I would be willing. But that's impossible now. Just leave the medicine here. I'll drink it. In reality, Sure Laoi had no intention of drinking the medicine. Sure Jiashu understood this, so he simply stood there. Grandpa, this medicine really works. I specially got it for you. Do you remember the Zheng family's old man? He was also seriously ill recently, but then he recovered. It was this doctor who prescribed the medicine. Oh. Sure Laoi showed a hint of surprise. Is this the same miraculous doctor who cured old Zheng? He now paid a bit more attention. Then, I'll give it a try. Sure Laoi picked up the medicine, ready to drink, but a wave of nausea hit him. What did you put in this medicine? It smells so awful. Sure Jiashu recalled what Yi Jing had specifically instructed and quickly said, Grandpa, the miraculous doctor said that even if you feel nauseous, you must force yourself to drink it. Is that so? Sure Laoi pinched his nose and prepared to drink. He wasn't afraid of the medicine being toxic. After all, he was already a dying man. Even if it were poisonous, it would only mean dying a few days earlier. He had completely come to terms with his life. However, after drinking half a bowl, he couldn't hold it anymore. Ugh. He vomited uncontrollably. Even the breakfast he had eaten earlier came out. At that moment, two figures entered the room. One was his eldest granddaughter, Sure Jia Xin, and the other was the old lady. Sure Jiashu, what are you giving Grandpa to drink again? I told you not to give Grandpa any suspicious medicine, but you just won't listen. Grandma, look at Sure Jiashu. He keeps bringing back all these weird medicines. What if he poisons Grandpa? The doctor said Grandpa has 3 months to live, and with proper care, it might even extend to half a year. Wouldn't it be better to let Grandpa spend these months in peace? He insists on causing trouble for Grandpa, and because of his interference, Grandpa might end up with only a month left. Hearing his eldest granddaughter Sure Jia Xion's words, the old lady also began to complain. Jiashu, medicine is toxic in itself. You can't just take anything. Isn't it better to let your grandpa live a few more days? Sure Jiashu became anxious upon hearing his grandmother and sister's complaints. No, Grandma, sister, this medicine really came from a very skilled miraculous doctor. Although he rarely treats patients, when he does, he cures them instantly. Many terminally ill patients have been cured by his medicine. Sure Jia Xian immediately seized on the flaw in his argument. Well, you're still lying to Grandpa. You said yourself that this doctor rarely treats patients. How can a skilled doctor treat so few people? Just tell us, which hospital is this expert from? Sure Jiashu stammered, unable to answer. The miraculous doctor wasn't affiliated with any hospital, so how could he explain? Meanwhile, Sure Jia Xian and the old lady quickly went to pat Sure Laoi on the back. Old man, look at you, vomiting like this. Who knows what else is in this medicine? Stop drinking it right away. Hearing the old lady and his eldest granddaughter's words, Grandpa Sure naturally set the bowl of medicine aside. He was feeling miserable enough. He had come to terms with death and could face it head-on, but he didn't want to suffer before dying. Sure Jiashu had no choice. Deep down, he also doubted whether the medicine that made his grandfather vomit so much could really cure his illness. This medicine is just harmful. It's best to throw it away. Sure Jiasin picked up the half-filled bowl of medicine and poured it down the drain. And where's the rest of the medicinal ingredients? Sure Jia Xian held out her hand, and with no other option, Sure Jiashu handed over the remaining medicinal materials. Throw it all in the trash. Don't harm Grandpa anymore. Sure Jiasin threw the remaining medicinal materials into the trash and then asked, By the way, where's the prescription? Shi Jiashu had no choice but to roll his eyes and pull out the prescription from his pocket, handing it over. Swish, swish, swish. Shi Jiaxian tore the prescription into pieces and threw it into the trash. Jiashu, you need to grow up. Stop believing in these scams. Do you know how can Grandpa trust you with the family business in the future? Shi Jiaxian then flattered her way to her grandfather's side, gently massaging his legs. Grandpa, I'm different. Look at what I have here. Longevity pills. These are the latest longevity pills from Europe, developed using gene technology. Although they can't cure your illness, they can help you live a few more years. Do you know how much they cost? Each pill costs 20 million. Shirleyoi was also surprised. He knew about that European Research Institute. Since the family business was in Europe, he was very familiar with it and knew its reliability. Isn't that a bit expensive? The old lady also came over, feeling distressed. Jiaxian, the few companies you manage aren't as big as Jiashu's. Did you use all your profits to buy these for your grandpa? Shi Jiaxian proudly said, That's right. As long as it benefits grandpa, even if it only extends his life by a month, I'd be willing to spend all my savings. Unlike some people who only buy black medicine from scammers. The old lady nodded. You're really thoughtful. Shirleyoi also sighed. After all, the most filial one is you. Shi Jiaxian felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, Shi Jiashu stood helplessly, sighing inwardly. He had clearly put in effort and money, yet he ended up being labeled as unfilial. Grandpa! Shi Jiashu wanted to say something, but Shirleyoi waved his hand. All right, I know you're also filial, but when it comes to the family company's assets, we really need to consider your sister more. Your sister, despite managing smaller companies, was still able to allocate more profits. This shows her capability. Chapter 169, Dividing a Portion Out. Shi Jiashu was dumbfounded. With his elder sister's maneuver, a portion of his company was to be given to her? Her cunning was impressive. No wonder she had insisted on taking all those medicinal herbs earlier. She had cut off his escape route. All right, I need some peace and quiet. You all should leave now, the elderly man said. Having gone through all this, he was already worn out from pancreatic cancer, and his energy was declining day by day, often feeling exhausted. The group had no choice but to leave, allowing the elderly man to rest. After half an hour of sleep, the elderly man suddenly woke up. His spirits had suddenly revived. That's strange. Usually, I need several hours of rest to regain my energy. How did I recover in just half an hour this time? And why do I feel less pain in my abdomen? Shirleyoi suddenly felt much lighter all over, and the previous sense of bodily fatigue had vanished. Why do I feel so comfortable? I haven't felt this way in the last half year. Immediately, Shirleyoi went to the nearby hospital for a checkup. The results shocked the doctor. Mr. Shi, your indicators are improving. Look at your cancer antigen. It's even decreased. Shirleyoi was bewildered. What does that mean? The doctor quickly inquired. What medications have you been taking recently? Did you take any targeted therapy drugs? Shirleyoi pondered. Recently, the only medication I've taken is half a bowl of herbal soup at noon. It was that so-called longevity pill. Suddenly, Shirleyoi realized. It must be the longevity pill his granddaughter bought for him that worked. Excited, he rushed back. As soon as he reached the gate of the Shi family villa, he excitedly called out to the old lady. A few of the younger generation noticed the elderly man first and hurriedly rushed up. Grandpa, why did you go out alone? Since Shirleyoi fell ill, the old lady had issued a strict order that he was not allowed to go out alone and must be accompanied. So the younger generation quickly approached, fearing they would be scolded by the old lady. I'm fine. I'm feeling great. Quickly go and call your grandmother. Shirleyoi walked briskly, his mood greatly improved. Grandpa's health? The younger generation also noticed the elderly man's improved mood and swift pace, even faster than theirs. Such a situation hadn't occurred in months. Soon, the old lady was called over, along with the eldest granddaughter, Shi Jiashu, and Shi Jiaxian. What is it, Grandpa? Why did you suddenly call us all back? The old lady also wondered. You seem to be in good spirits. Shirley laughed heartily. Not just good. I'm overjoyed. The medicine my eldest granddaughter gave me is effective, Shirley excitedly said. After taking the medicine, I took a short nap and then woke up feeling much better. Then I went to the hospital. Look, here are the hospital's test results. Everyone eagerly examined the test results. Upon seeing them, they were overjoyed. Grandpa, your illness is indeed improving. The eldest granddaughter, Shirjia was the most excited. The old lady also shed tears of joy. That's wonderful, wonderful. I knew you were a good person. The heavens wouldn't take you away so soon. I won't have to grow old alone now. She had been the most heartbroken these past months, but was now the happiest. Shirley gave her a stern look. Don't talk about the heavens. We must believe in science. I'm getting better not because of the heavens, but because of the medicine my eldest granddaughter gave me. By the way, eldest granddaughter, how many times a day should I take the medicine? Shirley was already thinking about taking the medicine on schedule. The eldest granddaughter, Shirjia smiled. I forgot. But it's written on the packaging. We can check. Anyway, this pill isn't cheap. It costs 20 million each. Shirley laughed. All right. I understand that your filial gesture comes at a cost. In that case, I'll transfer the company's under Jia Shu's management to you. Is that okay? Shirjia triumphantly glanced at Shirjia Shu. Shirjia Shu sighed, also feeling a bit dumbfounded. Was the medicine his elder sister bought really that effective? Could it even treat pancreatic cancer? That couldn't be right. The medicine was supposed to be for longevity, yet the test results seemed to focus on pancreatic cancer indicators. Grandpa, I think these test results don't match the effects of my sister's medicine. Shirjia Shu wanted to argue. Shirjia immediately retorted. What are you talking about? Grandpa got better because of the medicine I gave him. Are you trying to take credit now? Do you mean Grandpa got better from drinking half a bowl of your medicine? She sneered. But don't forget, Grandpa only drank half a bowl of your medicine and immediately vomited. It wasn't absorbed by his body. It was after Grandpa drank the pills I bought that he got better. Right, Grandpa? Shirley also laughed. Yes, my eldest granddaughter is right. He was increasingly convinced that it was the medicine his eldest granddaughter gave him that made him better. This renewed his confidence in the future. He could live again. I'd better check how to take this medicine. Shirley opened the medicine box to take out the pills. But upon opening it, he was dumbfounded. Inside were 6 pills, each in its own separate shell. However, the 6 symmetrical shells were still intact. None had been taken. I didn't take this medicine? Shirley suddenly remembered. Since falling ill, his memory had also deteriorated. He hadn't taken the medicine, yet he thought he had, resulting in a misunderstanding. Next to him, Shirjia the old lady, and the rest of the Shir family also saw the full medicine box. Old man, you didn't take that medicine at all? In that case, your sudden improvement was due to Jia Shu's half bowl of medicine? Shirley nodded subconsciously. That's right. The only medicine I've taken recently is Jia Shu's half bowl of medicine. He suddenly thought of something and quickly said, By the way, where's the other half? Shirjia Shu felt he had regained his footing and said, It was thrown down the drain by my sister. Shirley immediately became anxious. That was my life-saving medicine. How could you throw it down the drain? Go and get it back quickly. Shirjia was also dumbfounded. Chapter 170. Searching through the trash. Shirjia said, Grandpa, the medicine that was poured down the drain has already flowed away. How could we possibly get it back? Oh, what about the herbs? The ones I threw into the trash? Hurry up and search through the trash. If they could find those herbs, at least her fault would be smaller, and she wouldn't be blamed by her grandfather. All the younger family members quickly went to search through the trash bins. But the servants nearby had a troubled look on their faces and said, Sir, young masters, our trash is collected every half day, so the trash bins have already been emptied. It's likely that the trash has already been taken away by the garbage truck. Shi Jiasun beside them was anxious. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after the garbage truck. Even if it's gone to the landfill, we have to find those herbs. Grandpa Shi glared harshly at Shi Jiasun. Do you even have any sense of responsibility? Those herbs, even if they were good, are now contaminated after being thrown into the trash. Do you want to poison me by making me drink them? How can you be so lacking in common sense? With your temperament and lack of common sense, how are you supposed to manage a big company? The management rights I just talked about with you are all revoked. Everything will still be managed by Jia Shu, Grandpa Shi said decisively. Grandma beside him also nodded. Indeed, our family's assets should be managed by someone steady and reliable. Look, you thought Jia Shu's herbs were no good, so you just threw them away. But when Jia Shu thought your herbs were no good, did he throw yours away? No, they're still here, right? Shi Jiasun muttered to herself. But these are 2 million yuan each, European-made precious pills. A box of 6 costs 120 million yuan. Would he dare throw them away? How can they be compared to his cheap herbal decoctions worth just a few tens of yuan? She had no idea that just the consultation fee Jia Shu paid to Yijing was 10 million yuan, let alone that these herbs were all precious and cost several million yuan to purchase. In her eyes, only her own efforts were real. Everyone else's were just for show. Jia Shu angrily said, Grandpa, those herbs cost several million yuan, and throwing them away is no big deal. I'll just get you new ones. But that prescription was something I spent 10 million yuan and a huge favor to get from the divine doctor, and my sister tore it up. Shi Jiasun's face stiffened. That scrap of paper was worth 10 million yuan? Was it made of gold? Was it studded with diamonds? Even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth 10 million yuan, right? Grandpa's face immediately darkened. Jiasun, how could you be so wasteful? Something worth 10 million yuan, and you just tore it up. If you act this way in business, how can our Shi family's business continue? Don't think that now the family business is doing well, and making 10 million yuan is easy. But do you know how hard it was for me to make money back then? Even making a few hundred yuan a day was exhausting and difficult. Grandpa started lecturing, making sure Jiasun feel so miserable she wanted to die. She knew that all these lectures and admonishments were just side effects of not curing Grandpa's illness. Because when they thought her medicine had cured Grandpa earlier, these words weren't what Grandpa had said. She saw Jia Shu beside her, looking smug, and she hated it. Where did you find that divine doctor? Shi Jiasun stormed over, angrily interrogating Shi Jia Shu. Shi Jia Shu wasn't stupid either. He smiled and said, What? You want to get the information from me, and then go find the divine doctor yourself? Then kick me out of the loop and take over treating Grandpa? You're really calculating. Shi Jiasun's face turned slightly red as she was exposed, but she quickly retorted, I just wanted Grandpa to get better sooner. What's wrong with that? Isn't showing filial piety a good thing? Shi Jia Shu said, Filial piety is fine, but tearing up Grandpa's prescription, is that showing filial piety? At this moment, Grandma quickly intervened. All right, you two, stop arguing. Your grandfather is still sick here. The key now is to hurry up and find that divine doctor to write another prescription. Maybe he'll just rewrite the same prescription and won't charge you again. Shi Jiasun also said, Right. This time the divine doctor doesn't need to write a new prescription. He can just copy the previous one. Surely he won't charge you again, right? Shi Jia Shu angrily said, That divine doctor hardly ever sees patients. Such masters have their own personalities. It's not just about money. It's also about personal connections. He turned to Grandpa and Grandma and said, Anyway, I'll do my best to persuade that divine doctor to make another appearance. Grandma also urged, This is about your grandfather's life. You must succeed. Otherwise, how will I live alone in the future? Shi Jia Shu nodded. Don't worry. I'll beg him if I have to, but I'll make sure he treats Grandpa again. Beside them, Shi Jiasun felt bitter. It was supposed to be her credit, so how did it suddenly become Shi Jia Shu's? Shi Jia Shu left the room. He immediately called Yijing. Mr. Yi, could you write that prescription for me again? Our families, it was thrown down the drain by my sister. Yijing on the other end understood what had happened at once, as he had already given prior instructions. I told you, even if there's vomiting in the middle, you have to forcefully drink the remaining half bowl of medicine, didn't I? Shi Jiashu awkwardly said. I also tried to persuade Grandpa, but Grandma and my sister stopped him. Mr. Yi, could you please write another prescription for me? Yi Jing said indifferently, the patient's condition changes every day. The medicine needs to be adjusted according to the actual situation. Shi Jiashu thought Yi Jing was willing to treat his grandfather again and happily said, That's great. I'll come pick you up right away. Where are you? Yi Jing said coldly, The consultation fee and favor you paid earlier only entitle me to treat once. That's it. Hang up the phone. After saying that, Yi Jing hung up directly. Shi Jiashu was stunned and quickly called back. Mr. Yi, please. I'll kneel for you if that's what it takes. My grandfather really can't do without you. I know I don't have any more favors to offer, but my grandfather really can't last for more than a few months. Where are you? I'll come over in person to apologize. This time, we'll definitely cherish your prescription. Hearing Shi Jiashu's sincere plea, Yi Jing's tone softened a bit. All right, come pick me up. Chapter 171. He's really better. Yi Jing sent the location. Shortly after, Shi Jiashu drove a minivan and arrived. Sir, I beg your forgiveness. As he spoke, Shi Jiashu immediately knelt down. This kneel is for you to save my grandfather. Since I was young, my grandfather has been exceptionally kind to me, always buying me whatever I liked. Tears and snot streamed down Shi Jiashu's face. Compared to his elder sister, who sought to cure their grandfather primarily to compete for inheritance, Shi Jiashu's motives were more genuine. Beyond the inheritance aspect, he truly valued the bond of family. It was his turn to protect his grandfather, to fulfill his filial duties, but now that his grandfather was running out of time, he desperately wanted him to recover so he could properly care for him. Get up, Yi Jing said, sensing Shi Jiashu's sincerity and stepping into the car. Soon, they arrived at the Shi residence. Is this the renowned doctor? Shi Jiaxian and the matriarch looked at Yi Jing in surprise. How young he was. He was nothing like what they had imagined. Jiashu, is this really the renowned doctor you mentioned? The one who cured Elder Jing? Fearing any further complications, Shi Jiashu quickly replied, Yes, this is the one who prescribed the medicine for grandfather. Just stand by and don't say anything. Though skeptical, the two women, having experienced previous events, dared not speak up. Elder Shi himself said, I know about Elder Zheng's illness. If you could cure him, curing my illness should be a breeze. It's just, the medicine is quite bitter. Elder Shi's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Yi Jing calmly said, Good medicine tastes bitter. Elder Shi nodded, his face red. If he had listened to Yi Jing and taken the medicine, perhaps he would have already recovered. However, this time, your illness cannot be cured with medicine. Yi Jing's words made Elder Shi pause. What? No medicine? Was there still hope? The Shi family members were also startled. Could it be that the illness was truly incurable? Shi Jiashu anxiously pleaded, Mr. Yi, please save my grandfather. Yi Jing replied, Today's condition is different from yesterday. Medicine won't work now. I'll use acupuncture. I need to perform acupuncture for 3 consecutive days for your grandfather's condition to improve. Elder Shi quickly said, Then what are we waiting for? He now trusted Yi Jing wholeheartedly and was willing to cooperate unconditionally. Yi Jing took out the silver needles and began acupuncture on Elder Shi. One by one, the needles pierced his skin. Shortly after, Elder Shi was drenched in sweat, but he dared not complain. Half an hour later, the needles suddenly shot out on their own. That's it for today's treatment. Tomorrow and the day after, come pick me up at the same time. The Shi family members thanked Yi Jing profusely and saw him off. As soon as Yi Jing left, everyone gathered around Elder Shi. Grandfather, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Elder Shi carefully sensed his body. It seems I'm indeed feeling better. This acupuncture is truly miraculous. Jiashu, the renowned doctor you found, is quite skilled. The matriarch added, By the way, in 2 days, it's our luxury watch auction, right? If everyone knows you'll be there, our auction status will surely rise another notch. The other Sure family members' eyes lit up. The Sure family held an annual luxury watch auction. Because of Elder Sure's presence and their long-term partnership with European watch brands, their auction was a major event in the province every year. Many wealthy families and prominent figures took pride in attending their high-end watch auction. However, this year, due to Elder Sure's sudden diagnosis of pancreatic cancer and his inability to attend, the event's prestige had significantly declined. If news of Elder Sure's return spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Elder Sure nodded. All right, spread the news that I'll be attending the auction. The Sure family members were ecstatic. This would restore their auction status as a major event in the province, causing a buzz across the region. Oh, and about Mr. Yi, Elder Sure said, give him a VIP card. Since he'll be treating me, he can perform acupuncture backstage during the auction. Load 5 million into the VIP card, regardless of whether he accepts it or not. It's a token of our gratitude. Elder Sure thought to himself that his life was worth far more than 5 million. This was a gesture of thanks beyond the medical fee. Sure Jiashu nodded and eagerly went to handle the matter. He knew that by finding the renowned doctor and curing his grandfather, his influence within the Sure family had grown significantly. If he could also handle the auction successfully, his position within the family would be unshakable, no longer swayed by a few words from his elder sister. At the Zheng family dinner, Zheng Liu and Jiao Zhongjie tonight appeared exceptionally confident, striding in with big steps. Everyone, look at this. Zheng Liu smiled as she raised 2 invitation cards. The younger Zheng family members quickly gathered to take a look. Wow, it's an invitation. It's an invitation to the Sure family's luxury watch auction. Amazing, sister. How did you get it? To receive an invitation from the Sure family, you must be a top-tier elite. I never expected you to get one. Even the older generation of the Zheng family, including Zheng Lao Yizi, looked over in surprise and curiosity. Let me see. I've never seen an invitation to the Sure family's auction in my life. So that's what it looks like. Liu, you've done well in this matter. Receiving an invitation from the Sure family is a credit to our Zheng family and enhances our influence. The older Zheng family members looked at her with approval. Zheng Liu basked in the praise, pretending to be modest. This is all thanks to Jiao Zhongjie. He gave me one of his invitations. Everyone looked at Jiao Zhongjie with friendliness. The Jiao family's power was indeed vast, far beyond their small Zheng family. Next to them, Zhang Qingxian and Lin Yanan whispered, how enviable. Yes, being able to attend the Sure family's auction brings great prestige and offers a chance to broaden one's horizons. Chapter 172. Invitation to the prestigious watch auction. I heard that a single watch at that auction can fetch over 100 million. It's a masterpiece crafted by a renowned European master. Besides, my husband and I have this invitation, and each of us can bring one attendant. That means my husband and I can bring a total of 2 people. Zhang Liu waved the invitation in her hand. Who else wants to go? As soon as she said this, the younger generation of the Zheng family went wild. I want to go, big sister. Me too, take me with you. Many of the younger generation even ran over to Jiao Zhongjie. Brother-in-law, take me please. Jiao Zhongjie, being respectful to Zheng Liu, smiled. Ask your big sister. Whoever she agrees to, I'll take. The crowd quickly swarmed around their eldest sister, Zheng Liu. Only Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing were left out, with no one around them. Lin Yanan couldn't help but mutter. Now that we're in charge, why is it the same as before, with everyone flocking around big sister and brother-in-law? Before Zhang Qingxian took over the Zheng family business with Yi Jing's help, the eldest sister was always the most popular. Tonight, it seemed like things had reverted to the old ways. Zhang Qingxian muttered next to her, it's fine. Let them be envious. I'm not jealous, and I can't be bothered to go anyway. Right, Yi Jing? We don't even want to go. Yi Jing chuckled. You really don't want to go? He couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Zhang Qingxian, pouting and helpless, her little nose wrinkled. Sometimes, this girl was quite adorable. I really don't want to go. What's the point? I can't afford anything there anyway. When Zhang Qingxian said this, both Lin Yanan and Yi Jing laughed. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liyue overheard this joke. Haha, did you hear that? Your second sister can't go, and she's still sour about it. Qing Xian, you're now the head of the Zheng family, in control of the Zheng flagship group. How come you can't even get an invitation? Zhang Qingxian retorted. When you were in charge of the flagship company, didn't you also fail to get this ticket? Zhang Liyue shook her head. Times have changed. Back then, how big was our Zheng flagship company? Now, the Zheng flagship company has orders from Tonghui Group, along with a large sum of recovered debt, and we're not short of raw materials. It's safe to say the scale has grown by 2 levels. At this level, the Zheng family already qualifies to attend the Shi family's prestigious watch auction. But what about you, Zhang Qingxian? You didn't even try to secure it, nor did you help expand the Zheng family's influence. She spoke with a righteous tone, as if everything she mentioned was something she had personally secured for the Zheng family. Grandpa and uncles, don't you think I'm right? Our Zheng family's business has grown. What we're lacking now is influence, reputation. Yet, Zhang Qingxian not only failed to pursue this, but she's also criticizing me, the one who truly helped the family. Many of the older generation, including uncles and aunts, felt Zhang Liyue made some valid points. Yes, it's time for our Zheng family to expand its influence. The company is doing better, but our share hasn't increased, and it's even decreased. Some took the opportunity to complain, but knowing Zhang Qingxian and Yi Jing were in charge, they had no way to do anything but voice their grievances. Our Zheng family should use this opportunity to expand its influence. Grandpa, I propose that since Qingxian didn't get the invitation, let Liyue take her. That way, we can show our face at the Shi family's prestigious watch auction and use the opportunity to promote the Zheng family. Many agreed. Zhang Liyue said calmly, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, even if I'm willing to take Qingxian, didn't she just say she doesn't want to go? I suggest I represent the Zheng family at this event. I've been to such occasions before and can handle them with ease. After saying all this, Zhang Liyue finally revealed her true intention for the night. Having lost her power, she aimed to reclaim her authority in the Zheng family's external affairs. That way, Zhang Qingxian would just be responsible for making money for the family, while she, Zhang Liyue, could spend it. Wouldn't that be even more satisfying? Many in the Zheng family seriously considered her proposal. Liyue makes sense. She's indeed suitable for this role. I also support Liyue. Since the invitation is hers, it's reasonable for her to represent the Zheng family. At that moment, a servant rushed in with news. The Shi family has sent someone, saying they're here to deliver an invitation. Everyone was shocked. The Shi family sent someone to deliver the invitation? What a high honor! Zhang Liyue exclaimed, Grandpa, could it be that the Shi family knows about our Zheng family's recent rise and sent it specifically for you? Grandpa Zheng muttered, it's possible. After all, our Zheng family has been making waves recently, accomplishing several major feats. It's very likely they sent it for me. Enough talk, quickly invite the Shi family's representative in. Soon, the Shi family's representative arrived. We're here to deliver an invitation to a distinguished guest. The Shi family representative opened the box. This is a VIP card, allowing 4 people to attend. Additionally, this VIP card entitles you to an 80% discount on any auctioned item. Moreover, our master from the Shi family has specifically instructed that this card contains 50 million yuan, which you can spend anywhere, including at the auction. After these words, everyone was stunned. The Shi family personally delivered a VIP card, loaded with 50 million yuan, and offered an 80% discount. Most importantly, the 80% discount was even more valuable than the 50 million yuan. You know, at the Shi family's prestigious watch auction, some items can fetch over 100 million. If you buy 4 or 5 items in one go, the discount could easily exceed 50 million yuan. In other words, just on paper, this VIP card was worth over 1 billion yuan. More importantly, it symbolized status. That was a VIP card. Zhang Liyue and Jiao Zhongjia, with their 2 ordinary-level invitations, were already considered quite prestigious. Even the entire Zheng family had never seen such an invitation before. Only the most prominent figures in the entire province could possess such a thing. Chapter 173, VIP Card. Is this VIP card really for me? Grandpa Zheng was also excited. Their Zheng family had recently prospered a bit, living much better than before, but how could they deserve a VIP card like this? It was far beyond their level. The other members of the Zheng family were also thrilled. Had their Zheng family become so impressive? The representative from the Shi family chuckled. No, no, no. This isn't for you. Your Zheng family doesn't have that kind of honor. The Shi family made no attempt to hide their disdain for the Zheng family, as their watch auction was focused on the high-end market. Being too kind to lower-tier families would only diminish their status. Grandpa Zheng nodded, feeling this was more in line with expectations. But the next moment, everyone was even more puzzled. If it wasn't for Grandpa Zheng, then who was it for? The Shi family representative approached and said, "Respected Mr. Yijing, Miss Zheng Qingxian, this VIP card is for the two of you. Besides yourselves, you can also bring 2 attendants." After handing over the VIP card, the Shi family representative politely bowed and left. Everyone was left in shock. Zheng Qingxian herself couldn't believe it. Is this really for me? The other Zheng family members also looked incredulous. Just a moment ago, elder sister Liu said Qingxian didn't have the invitation, but now the Shi family sent a VIP card directly. So it turns out second sister is the most impressive one. You know, it seems the Shi family gave this VIP card because of second sister's husband. Everyone looked at Yi Jing with newfound respect. It seemed that when the Shi family representative entered, they had indeed walked straight towards Yi Jing, addressing him directly and specifying the card was for both Yi Jing and Zheng Qingxian. Zhang Liu, however, said, "I don't think so. When the Shi family representative spoke earlier, I heard it clearly. They first mentioned Zheng Qingxian, not Yi Jing. I think it's because our Zheng family's business has recently taken off, becoming prosperous, which is why the Shi family sent the VIP card. It's a recognition of our Zheng family." The other Zheng family members were delighted. Is that really the case? This made them feel a sense of pride. Had their Zheng family become this powerful without them realizing it? Yi Jing just smiled faintly, too lazy to argue with them. When they went to the Shi family event, everything would become clear. If they wanted to live in their own imagination for now, so be it. Zheng Qingxian, however, remained clear-headed. She whispered to Lin Yanan beside her, "It's impossible. Even if our Zheng family's business has improved, it's not enough to warrant such high-level treatment from the Shi family. We don't have that much face." Lin Yanan nodded repeatedly beside her. She also agreed, "I think the Shi family representative was here because of second sister's husband." Zheng Qingxian wondered in her heart, could Yi Jing really have so much influence with the Shi family? Soon, the day of the auction arrived. Yi Jing, holding the VIP card, entered the auction with Zheng Qingxian, accompanied by Lin Yanan and other Zheng family members. Zhang Liu and Zhao Zhongjia also entered with 2 other Zheng family members. "So, planning to buy a watch today?" Zhang Liu chuckled, glancing at Zhao Zhongjia. "Your brother-in-law is prepared to buy me a watch worth over 50 million. The younger members immediately exclaimed in envy. "Wow, brother-in-law is so generous. Brother-in-law is so rich. No wonder he's from the Zhao family. Brother-in-law is really wealthy. Can you buy me one too? I don't need something that expensive, just a few million will do." Zhao Zhongjia laughed heartily. "Don't worry. As long as you listen to your elder sister in the future, I'll give each of you a watch worth 1 million. The young Zheng family members cheered instantly. Although they were from the Zheng family and had some disposable income, spending 1 million on a watch was still quite extravagant. The head of the Zheng family strictly forbade such waste, but since their brother-in-law was offering, it was different. Several young male members were already thinking about how to show off their $1 million watches to impress girls. For ordinary people, a $1 million watch was quite luxurious. The girls from ordinary families would surely be dazzled. Lin Yanan chimed in. "Don't you guys remember? Second sister's husband has a card with a 5 million limit and an 80% discount. Even without spending his own money, he can buy a watch worth at least 6 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongjia and Zhang Liu fell silent. They had forgotten about that detail and left, looking embarrassed. Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian exchanged a smile and continued walking inside. As they walked, there was some commotion among the crowd. "Make way, Master Wei from Chuanqi Watch Industry is here." Hearing this, everyone quickly moved aside. Chuanqi Watch Industry, one of the 4 major watch industries in the country, extremely famous. Even the host of today's auction, the Shi family from the provincial capital, had to lower their heads a bit when facing Chuanqi Watch Industry. After all, the Shi family held the rights to sell European luxury watches in the country, yet they still had to show respect to Chuanqi Watch Industry. This alone showed how powerful they were. I remember Master Wei is very famous, skilled in setting diamonds on watches, increasing their value 2 to 3 times. There was once a watch worth 10 million that, after Master Wei's craftsmanship, became worth 30 million. Master Wei's craftsmanship fee is said to be the highest in the industry, starting at 10 million per job. In the midst of everyone's admiration and respect, Master Wei, leaning on a cane, approached. "Master Wei, hello. Here's my business card." "Here's my business card, Master Wei. I have a watch I'd like you to set diamonds on. Do you have time? I can offer you 5 million for the job." Hearing this, others laughed derisively. What a joke. 5 million to hire Master Wei? Go ask around about the market. Even 10 million might not be enough to get Master Wei to work. After all, he's from the prestigious Chuanqi Watch Industry. The craftsmanship fee starts at 10 million, and for more valuable watches, it might not even be enough. In the midst of everyone's flattery, Master Wei remained humble. He smiled, "Everyone, I've received your request for diamond setting. This is my assistant." Chapter 174, Diamond Setting. Master Wei chuckled amiably, appearing approachable. The process of diamond setting is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the key lies in using high-quality diamonds. Rest assured, every diamond that leaves my workshop comes with certification and guarantees. They are all genuine and none are blood diamonds. This is my assistant. You can register with him, and I will arrange the diamond setting for you. The crowd was overjoyed and hurriedly came forward to register. Not many have the privilege of Master Wei's craftsmanship. Each watch he sets with diamonds can double, or even quintuple, its value. Imagine the million, or even $10 million watches in their hands, after being set with diamonds, would instantly become several million or $10 million. Such a lucrative deal is even more profitable than real estate speculation. In no time, the line to register with Master Wei's assistant grew endless. Watching from the side, Yi Jing wondered aloud, can diamond setting really increase the value that much? Isn't a diamond essentially a tax on intelligence? Synthetic moissanite, after all, only costs a few dozen dollars, right? Although his voice was not loud, many nearby overheard. Do you even know what you're talking about? Can Master Wei be compared to others? Others use unknown diamonds, but Master Wei uses certified ones. Can those be fake? Yi Jing calmly replied, I'm not saying Master Wei uses fake diamonds. I'm saying that even if they are real, aren't diamonds essentially worthless? Diamonds themselves have no intrinsic value. Wouldn't using synthetic moissanite be the same? TSK, who do you think you are? I bet you can't afford it, so you're just sour grapes. The man huffed and walked away. Many around also looked down on Yi Jing. You poor thing, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a big shot here. With Master Wei's diamond setting, our watch values triple or even quintuple. You probably don't even own a watch, do you? What are you even talking about diamonds for? Master Wei, who was nearby, also overheard the argument. He seemed to have heard such debates before and approached with a faint smile. Do you think synthetic moissanite can compare to natural diamonds? Natural diamonds are priceless, each one unique, possessing a unique beauty and purity. Combined with my meticulous craftsmanship, they naturally gain special significance. Not to mention, just the name Master Wei is worth 10 million. Moreover, besides being a watchmaker, I am also a renowned doctor. I incorporate medical principles into the arrangement of diamonds. Some diamonds even possess magnetic properties, subtly preventing illness and reducing the likelihood of disease. As Master Wei spoke, The crowd around him began to flatter. Indeed, just mentioning Master Wei's name is worth 10 million. You, young man, know nothing. Are you just a servant from some family? You don't understand the circle of the wealthy. The wealthy don't buy the tiny diamonds. They buy Master Wei's reputation and the unique beauty of each natural diamond. Do you get it? It's widely recognized that Master Wei's watches possess healing properties. It's said that a celebrity from Hong Kong, Taiwan, who suffered from a severe kidney ailment and required daily dialysis, saw significant improvement in his condition after wearing Master Wei's watch for half a year. I've also heard that wearing Master Wei's watches can prolong life. Not only is Master Wei amazing at diamond setting, but he's also invincible in healing. What's more, he combines both aspects, which is truly remarkable. Many people, even without illness, are willing to buy a watch from Master Wei as a precaution. The crowd discussed enthusiastically. A single watch, once handled by Master Wei, not only increases in value several times over, but also gains health-preserving and healing functions. Naturally, everyone was eager to get their hands on one. Master Wei shook his head with a faint smile. Everyone, don't argue with him. He's probably just a young servant from some family, here to broaden his horizons. As they spoke, someone nearby whispered, Mr. Schur has arrived. The crowd was startled and quickly made way. Isn't Mr. Schur said to be unable to attend this auction? It's rumored he has pancreatic cancer and is in poor health, unable to endure. How did he come out this time? Mr. Schur not only represents European luxury watches, but is also a master watchmaker and repairer. If he shows up, this auction will be quite interesting. Everyone eagerly looked towards Mr. Schur. When Mr. Schur appeared, the crowd erupted in applause. Mr. Schur, we're all here for you. We thought we wouldn't see you this time, but we're lucky after all. Mr. Schur laughed heartily and gestured for silence. Everyone, please calm down. I have an announcement to make. The crowd quieted down. Mr. Schur smiled and said, Not only will I attend this auction, but I will also attend every year going forward. This statement shocked everyone. Isn't it said that Mr. Schur was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer? It's rumored he only had 3 months to live. We thought he came to